When we refer to respectable women, then, we are referring to those whose bodies could not, under any conditions, be bought or sold. Their physical persons were hidden away and permanently relegated to some man's domestic sphere. When they appeared in public veiled, they were effectively still ostentatiously walking around, even in public, inside such a sphere. 53 Women who could be exchanged for money, on the other hand, must be instantly recognizable as such. The Assyrian law code is one isolated instance. Veils certainly did not become obligatory everywhere after 1300 BC. But it provides a window on developments that were happening, however unevenly, even spasmodically, across the region, propelled by the intersection of commerce, class, defiant assertions of male honor, and the constant threat of the defection of the poor. States seem to have played a complex dual role, simultaneously fostering commoditization and intervening to ameliorate its effects, enforcing the laws of debt and rights of fathers, and offering periodic amnesties. But the dynamic also led, over the course of millennia, to a systematic demotion of sexuality itself from a divine gift and embodiment of civilized refinement to one of its more familiar associations, with degradation, corruption, and guilt. Here I think we have the explanation for the general decline of women's freedoms that may be observed in all the great urban civilizations for so much of their history. In all of them, similar things were happening, even if in each case, the pieces came together in different ways. The history of China, for instance, saw continual and largely unsuccessful government campaigns to eradicate both bride price and debt slavery, and periodic scandals over the existence of markets in daughters, including the outright sale of girls as daughters, wives, concubines, or prostitutes, at the buyer's discretion, continue to this day. 54 In India, the caste system allowed what were elsewhere de facto differences between rich and poor to be made formal and explicit. Brahmins and other members of the upper castes jealously sequestered their daughters and married them off with lavish dowries, while the lower castes practiced bride price, allowing members of the higher, twice-born, castes to scoff at them for selling their daughters. The twice-born were likewise largely protected from falling into debt bondage, while for much of the rural poor, debt dependency was institutionalized, with the daughters of poor debtors, predictably, often dispatched to brothels or to the kitchens or laundries of the rich. 55 In either case, between the push of commoditization, which fell disproportionately on daughters, and the pull of those trying to reassert patriarchal rights to protect women from any suggestion that they might be commoditized, women's formal and practical freedoms appear to have been gradually but increasingly restricted and effaced. As a result, notions of honor changed too, becoming a kind of protest against the implications of the market, even as at the same time, like the world religions, they came to echo that market logic in endless subtle ways. Nowhere, however, are our sources as rich and detailed as they are for ancient Greece. This is partly because a commercial economy arrived there so late, almost 3,000 years later than in Sumer. As a result, classical Greek literature gives us a unique opportunity to observe the transformation as it was actually taking place. Ancient Greece, honor and debt. The world of the Homeric epics is one dominated by heroic warriors who are disdainful of trade. In many ways, it is strikingly reminiscent of medieval Ireland. Money existed, but it was not used to buy anything. Important men lived their lives in pursuit of honor, which took material form in followers and treasure. Treasures were given as gifts, awarded as prizes, carried off as loot. 56 This is no doubt how time first came to mean both honor and price in such a world. No one sensed any sort of contradiction between the two. 57 All this was to change dramatically when commercial markets began to develop 200 years later. Greek coinage seems to have been first used mainly to pay soldiers, as well as to pay fines and fees and payments made to and by the government, but by about 600 BC, just about every Greek city-state was producing its own coins as a mark of civic independence. It did not take long, though, before coins were in common use in everyday transactions. By the 5th century, in Greek cities, the agora, the place of public debate and communal assembly, also doubled as a marketplace. One of the first effects of the arrival of a commercial economy was a series of debt crises, of the sort long familiar from Mesopotamia and Israel. The poor, as the author of Constitution of the Athenians succinctly put it, together with their wives and children, were enslaved to the rich. 58 revolutionary factions emerged, demanding amnesties, and most Greek cities were at least for a while taken over by populist strongmen swept into power partly by the demand for radical debt relief. The solution most cities ultimately found, however, was quite different than it had been in the Near East. Rather than institutionalize periodic amnesties, Greek cities tended to adopt legislation limiting or abolishing debt peonage altogether, and then, to forestall future crises, They would turn to a policy of expansion, shipping off the children of the poor to found military colonies overseas. Before long, the entire coast from Crimea to Marseille was dotted with Greek cities, which served, in turn, as conduits for a lively trade in slaves. 59 The sudden abundance of chattel slaves, in turn, completely transformed the nature of Greek society. First and most famously, it allowed even citizens of modest means to take part in the political and cultural life of the city and have a genuine sense of citizenship. But this, in turn, drove the old aristocratic classes to develop more and more elaborate means of setting themselves off from what they considered the tawdriness and moral corruption of the new democratic state. When the curtain truly goes up on Greece, in the 5th century, we find everybody arguing about money. For the aristocrats, who wrote most of the surviving texts, money was the embodiment of corruption. Aristocrats disdained the market. Ideally, a man of honor should be able to raise everything he needed on his own estates and never have to handle cash at all. 60 In practice, they knew this was impossible. Yet at every point they tried to set themselves apart from the values of the ordinary denizens of the marketplace. To contrast the beautiful gold and silver beakers and tripods they gave one another at funerals and weddings with the vulgar hawking of sausages or charcoal, the dignity of the athletic contests for which they endlessly trained with commoners' vulgar gambling, the sophisticated and literate courtesans who attended to them at their drinking clubs, and common prostitutes, porn, slave girls housed in brothels near the agora, brothels often sponsored by the democratic polis itself as a service to the sexual needs of its male citizenry. In each case, they placed a world of gifts, generosity, and honor above sordid commercial exchange. 61. This resulted in a slightly different play of push and pull than we saw in Mesopotamia. On the one hand, we see a culture of aristocratic protest against what they saw as the lowly commercial sensibilities of ordinary citizens. On the other hand, we see an almost schizophrenic reaction on the part of the ordinary citizens themselves, who simultaneously tried to limit or even ban aspects of aristocratic culture and to imitate aristocratic sensibilities themselves. Pederasty is an excellent case in point here. On the one hand, man-boy love was seen as the quintessential aristocratic practice. It was the way, in fact, that young aristocrats would ordinarily become initiated into the privileges of high society. As a result, the democratic polis saw it as politically subversive and made sexual relations between male citizens illegal. At the same time, almost everyone began to practice it. The famous Greek obsession with male honor that still informs so much of the texture of daily life in rural communities in Greece harkens back not so much to Homeric honor but to this aristocratic rebellion against the values of the marketplace, which everyone, eventually, began to make their own. 62 The effects on women, though, were even more severe than they had been in the Middle East. Already by the age of Socrates, while a man's honor was increasingly tied to disdain for commerce and assertiveness in public life, a woman's honor had come to be defined in almost exclusively sexual terms, as a matter of virginity, modesty, and chastity, to the extent that respectable women were expected to be shut up inside the household and any woman who played a part in public life was considered for that reason a prostitute, or tantamount to one. 63 The Assyrian habit of veiling was not widely adopted in the Middle East, but it was adopted in Greece. As much as it flies in the face of our stereotypes about the origins of Western freedoms, women in democratic Athens, unlike those of Persia or Syria, were expected to wear veils when they ventured out in public. 64. Money, then, had passed from a measure of honor to a measure of everything that honor was not. To suggest that a man's honor could be bought with money became a terrible insult, this despite the fact that, since men were often taken in war or even by bandits or pirates and held for ransom, they often did go through dramas of bondage and redemption not unlike those experienced by so many Middle Eastern women. One particularly striking way of hammering it home, actually, in this case, almost literally, was by branding ransomed prisoners with the mark of their own currency, much as if today some imaginary foreign kidnapper, after having received the ransom money for an American victim, made a point of burning a dollar sign onto the victim's forehead before returning him. 65. One question that isn't clear from all this is, why? Why had money, in particular, become such a symbol of degradation? Was it all because of slavery? One might be tempted to conclude that it was. Perhaps the newfound presence of thousands of utterly degraded human beings in ancient Greek cities made any suggestion that a free man, let alone a free woman, might in any sense be bought or sold particularly insulting. But this is clearly not the case. Our discussion of the slave money of Ireland showed that the possibility of the utter degradation of a human being was in no sense a threat to heroic honor. In a way, it was its very essence. Homeric Greeks do not appear to have been any different. It seems hardly coincidental that the quarrel between Agamemnon and Achilles that sets off the action of the Iliad, generally considered to be the first great work of Western literature, is a dispute over honor between two heroic warriors on the occasion of the disposition of a slave girl. 66 Agamemnon and Achilles were also well aware that it would only take an unfortunate turn in battle, or perhaps a shipwreck, for either of them to wind up as a slave. Odysseus barely escapes being enslaved on several occasions in the Odyssey. Even in the 3rd century AD, the Roman Emperor Valerian, 253–260 AD, defeated at the Battle of Edessa, was captured and spent the last years of his life as the footstool that the Sasanian Emperor Shapur I used to mount his horse. Such were the perils of war. All this was essential to the nature of martial honor. A warrior's honor is his willingness to play a game on which he stakes everything. His grandeur is directly proportional to how far he can fall. Was it, then, that the advent of commercial money threw traditional social hierarchies into disarray? Greek aristocrats often spoke this way, but the complaints seem rather disingenuous. Surely, it was money that allowed such a polished aristocracy to exist in the first place. 67 Rather, the thing that really seemed to bother them about money was simply that they wanted it so much. Since money could be used to buy just about anything, everyone desired it. That is, it was desirable because it was non-discriminating. One could see how the metaphor of the poor might seem particularly appropriate. A woman common to the people, as the poet Archilochos put it, is available to everyone. In principle, we shouldn't be attracted to such an undiscriminating creature. In fact, of course, we are. 68 And nothing was both so undiscriminating, and so desirable, as money. True, Greek aristocrats would ordinarily insist that they were not attracted to common porn, and that the courtesans, flute girls, acrobats, and beautiful boys that frequented their symposia were not really prostitutes at all, though at times they also admitted that they really were. They also struggled with the fact that their own high-minded pursuits, such as chariot racing, outfitting ships for the navy, and sponsoring tragic dramas, required the exact same coins as the ones used to buy cheap perfume and pies for a fisherman's wife, the only real difference being that their pursuits tended to require a lot more of them. 69. We might say, then, that money introduced a democratization of desire. Insofar as everyone wanted money, everyone, high and low, was pursuing the same promiscuous substance. But even more, increasingly, they did not just want money. They needed it. This was a profound change. In the Homeric world, as in most human economies, we hear almost no discussion of those things considered necessary to human life: food, shelter, clothing, because it is simply assumed that everybody has them. A man with no possessions could, at the very least, become a retainer in some rich man's household. Even slaves had enough to eat. 70 Here too, the prostitute was a potent symbol for what had changed, since while some of the denizens of brothels were slaves, others were simply poor. The fact that their basic needs could no longer be taken for granted were precisely what made them submit to others' desires. This extreme fear of dependency on others' whims lies at the basis of the Greek obsession with the self-sufficient household. All this lies behind the unusually assiduous efforts of the male citizens of Greek city-states, like the later Romans, to insulate their wives and daughters from both the dangers and the freedoms of the marketplace. Unlike their equivalents in the Middle East, they do not seem to have offered them as dead pawns. Neither, at least in Athens, was it legal for the daughters of free citizens to be employed as prostitutes. 71 As a result, respectable women became invisible, largely removed from the high dramas of economic and political life. 72 If anyone was enslaved for debt, it was normally the debtor. Even more dramatically, it was ordinarily male citizens who accused one another of prostitution, with Athenian politicians regularly asserting that their rivals, when they were young boys being plied with gifts from their male suitors, were really trading sex for money, and hence deserved to lose their civic freedoms. 73. It might be helpful here to return to the principles laid out in Chapter 5. What we see above all is the erosion both of older forms of hierarchy, the Homeric world of great men with their retainers, and, at the same time, of older forms of mutual aid, with communistic relations increasingly being confined to the interior of the household. It's the former, the erosion of hierarchy, that really seems to have been at stake in the debt crises that struck so many Greek cities around 600 BC, right around the time that commercial markets were first taking shape. 74 When the author of Constitution of Athenians spoke of the poor as falling slave to the rich, what he appears to have meant was that, in harsh years, many poor farmers fell into debt. As a result they ended up as sharecroppers on their own property, dependents. Some were even sold abroad as slaves. This led to unrest and agitation, and also to demands for clean slates, for the freeing of those held in bondage, and for the redistribution of agricultural land. In a few cases, it led to outright revolution. In Megara, we are told, a radical faction that seized power not only made interest-bearing loans illegal, but did so retroactively, forcing creditors to make restitution of all interest they had collected in the past. 75 In other cities, populist tyrants seized power on promises to abrogate agricultural debts. On the face of it, all of this doesn't seem all that surprising. The moment when commercial markets developed, Greek cities quickly developed all the social problems that had been plaguing Middle Eastern cities for millennia: debt crises, debt resistance, political unrest. In reality, things are not so clear. For one thing, for the poor to be enslaved to the rich, in the loose sense our author seems to be using, was hardly a new development. Even in Homeric society, it was assumed as a matter of course that rich men would live surrounded by dependents and retainers, drawn from the ranks of the dependent poor. The critical thing, though, about such relations of patronage is that they involved responsibilities on both sides. A noble warrior and his humble client were assumed to be fundamentally different sorts of people, but both were also expected to take account of each other's fundamentally different needs. Transforming patronage into debt relations, treating, say, an advance of seed corn as a loan, let alone an interest-bearing loan, changed all this. 76 What's more, it did so in two completely contradictory respects. On the one hand, a loan implies no ongoing responsibilities on the part of the creditor. On the other, as I have continually emphasized, a loan does assume a certain formal, legal equality between contractor and contractee. It assumes that they are, at least in some ways and on some level, fundamentally the same kind of person. This is certainly about the most ruthless and violent form of equality imaginable. But the fact that it was conceived as equality before the market made such arrangements even more difficult to endure. 77. The same tensions can be observed between neighbors, who in farming communities tend to give, lend, and borrow things amongst themselves, anything from sieves and sickles to charcoal and cooking oil, to seed corn or oxen for plowing. On the one hand, such giving and lending were considered essential parts of the basic fabric of human sociability in farm communities. On the other, overly demanding neighbors were a notorious irritant, one that could only have grown worse when all parties are aware of precisely how much it would have cost to buy or rent the same items that were being given away. Again, one of the best ways to get a sense of what were considered everyday dilemmas for Mediterranean peasants is to look at jokes. Late stories from across the Aegean in Turkey echo exactly the same concerns. Nasruddin's neighbor once came by to ask if he could borrow his donkey for an unexpected errand. Nasruddin obliged, but the next day the neighbor was back again. He needed to take some grain to be milled. Before long he was showing up almost every morning, barely feeling he needed a pretext. Finally, Nasruddin got fed up, and one morning told him his brother had already come by and taken the donkey. Just as the neighbor was leaving he heard a loud braying sound from the yard. "Hey, I thought you said the donkey wasn't here." "Look, who are you going to believe?" asked Nasruddin. "Me, or some animal?" With the appearance of money, it could also become unclear what was a gift and what was a loan. On the one hand, even with gifts, it was always considered best to return something slightly better than one had received. 78 On the other hand, friends do not charge one another interest, and any suggestion that they might was sure to rankle. So what's the difference between a generous return gift and an interest payment? This is the basis of one of the most famous Nasruddin stories, one that appears to have provided centuries of amusement for peasants across the Mediterranean basin and adjoining regions. It is also, I might note, a play on the fact that in many Mediterranean languages, Greek included, the word for interest literally means offspring. One day Nasruddin's neighbor, a notorious miser, came by to announce he was throwing a party for some friends. Could he borrow some of Nasruddin's pots? Nasruddin didn't have many but said he was happy to lend whatever he had. The next day the miser returned, carrying Nasruddin's 3 pots, and one tiny additional one. "What's that?" asked Nasruddin. "Oh, that's the offspring of the pots. They reproduced during the time they were with me." Nasruddin shrugged and accepted them, and the miser left happy that he had established a principle of interest. A month later Nasruddin was throwing a party, and he went over to borrow a dozen pieces of his neighbor's much more luxurious crockery. The miser complied. Then he waited a day. And then another. On the 3rd day, the miser came by and asked what had happened to his pots. "Oh, them?" Nasruddin said sadly. "It was a terrible tragedy. They died." 79. In a heroic system, it is only debts of honor, the need to repay gifts, to exact revenge, to rescue or redeem friends or kinsmen fallen prisoner, that operate completely under a logic of tit-for-tat exchange. Honor is the same as credit, it's one's ability to keep one's promises, but also, in the case of a wrong, to get even. As the last phrase implies, it was a monetary logic, but money, or anyway a money-like relation, is confined to this. Gradually, subtly, without anyone completely understanding the full implications of what was happening, what had been the essence of moral relations turned into the means for every sort of dishonest stratagem. We know a little about it from trial speeches, many of which have survived. Here's one from the 4th century, probably around 365 BC. Apollodorus was a prosperous but low-born Athenian citizen. His father, a banker, had begun life as a slave, who, like many such gentlemen, had acquired a country estate. There he made a point of making friends with his closest neighbor, Nicostratus, a man of aristocratic origins, though currently of somewhat straitened means. They acted as neighbors normally did, giving and borrowing small sums, lending each other animals or slaves, minding each other's property when one was away. Then one day Nicostratus ran into a piece of terrible luck. While trying to track down some runaway slaves, he was himself captured by pirates and held for ransom at the slave market on the island of Aegina. His relatives could only assemble part of the price, so he was forced to borrow the rest from strangers in the market. These appear to have been professionals who specialized in such loans, and their terms were notoriously harsh. If not repaid in 30 days, the sum doubled. If not repaid at all, the debtor became the slave of the man who had put up the money for his redemption. Tearfully, Nicostratus appealed to his neighbor. All his possessions were already pledged now to one creditor or another. He knew Apollodorus wouldn't have that much cash lying around, but could his dear friend possibly put up something of his own by way of security? Apollodorus was moved. He would be happy to forgive all debts Nicostratus already owed him, but the rest would be difficult. Still, he would do his best. In the end, he arranged to himself take a loan from an acquaintance of his, Arcessus, on the security of his townhouse, at 16% annual interest, so as to be able to satisfy Nicostratus's creditors while Nicostratus himself arranged a friendly, no-interest Eranos loan from his own relatives. But before long, Apollodorus began to realize that he had been set up. The impoverished aristocrat had decided to take advantage of his nouveau riche neighbor. He was actually working with Arcessus and some of Apollodorus's enemies to have him falsely declared a public debtor, that is, someone who had defaulted on an obligation to the public treasury. This would have first of all meant that he would lose his right to take anyone to court, i.e., his deceivers, to recover the money, and second, would give them a pretext to raid his house to remove his furniture and other possessions. Presumably, Nicostratus had never felt especially comfortable being in debt to a man he considered his social inferior. Rather like Egil the Viking, who would rather kill his friend Einar than have to compose an elegy thanking him for an overly magnificent gift, Nicostratus appears to have concluded that it was more honorable, or anyway more bearable, to try to extract the money from his lowly friend through force and fraud than to spend the rest of his life feeling beholden. Before long, things had indeed descended to outright physical violence, and the whole matter ended up in court. 80. The story has everything. We see mutual aid, the communism of the prosperous, the expectation that if the need is great enough, or the cost manageable enough, friends and neighbors will help one another. 81 And most did, in fact, have circles of people who would pool money if a crisis did arise, whether a wedding, a famine, or a ransom. We also see the omnipresent danger of predatory violence that reduces human beings to commodities, and by doing so introduces the most cutthroat kinds of calculation into economic life, not just on the part of the pirates, but even more so, perhaps, on those moneylenders lurking by the market offering stiff credit terms to anyone who came to ransom their relatives but found themselves caught short, and who then could appeal to the state to allow them to hire men with weapons to enforce the contract. We see heroic pride, which sees too great an act of generosity as itself a kind of belittling assault. We see the ambiguity among gifts, loans, and commercial credit arrangements. Neither does the way things played out in this case seem particularly unusual, except perhaps for Nicostratus's extraordinary ingratitude. Prominent Athenians were always borrowing money to pursue their political projects, less prominent ones were constantly worrying about their debts, or how to collect from their own debtors. 82 Finally, there is another, subtler element here. While everyday market transactions, at shops or stalls in the agora, were here as elsewhere typically conducted on credit, the mass production of coinage permitted a degree of anonymity for transactions that, in a pure credit regime, simply could not exist. 83 Pirates and kidnappers do business in cash, yet the loan sharks at Aegina's marketplace could not have operated without them. It is on this same combination of illegal cash business, usually involving violence, and extremely harsh credit terms, also enforced through violence, that innumerable criminal underworlds have been constructed ever since. In Athens, the result was extreme moral confusion. The language of money, debt, and finance provided powerful, and ultimately irresistible, ways to think about moral problems. Much as in Vedic India, people started talking about life as a debt to the gods, of obligations as debts, about literal debts of honor, of debt as sin and of vengeance as debt collection. 84 Yet if debt was morality, and certainly at the very least it was in the interest of creditors, who often had little legal recourse to compel debtors to pay up, to insist that it was, what was one to make of the fact that money, that very thing that seemed capable of turning morality into an exact and quantifiable science, also seemed to encourage the very worst sorts of behavior? It is from such dilemmas that modern ethics and moral philosophy begin. I think this is true quite literally. Consider Plato's Republic, another product of 4th century Athens. The book begins when Socrates visits an old friend, a wealthy arms manufacturer, at the port of Piraeus. They get into a discussion of justice, which begins when the old man proposes that money cannot be a bad thing, since it allows those who have it to be just, and that justice consists in two things: telling the truth and always paying one's debts. 85 The proposal is easily demolished. What, Socrates asks, if someone lent you his sword, went violently insane, and then asked for it back, presumably, so he could kill someone? Clearly, it can never be right to arm a lunatic whatever the circumstances. 86 The old man cheerfully shrugs the problem off and heads off to attend to some ritual, leaving his son to carry on the argument. The son, Polemarchus, switches gears. Clearly, his father hadn't meant debt in the literal sense of returning what one has borrowed. He meant it more in the sense of giving people what is owed to them, repaying good with good and evil with evil, helping one's friends and hurting one's enemies. Demolishing this one takes a little more work. Are we saying justice plays no part in determining who one's friends and enemies are? If so, wouldn't someone who decided he had no friends, and therefore tried to hurt everyone, be a just man? And even if you did have some way to say for certain that one's enemy really is an intrinsically bad person and deserves harm, by harming him, do you not thus make him worse? Can turning bad people into even worse people really be an example of justice? But it is eventually accomplished. At this point, a sophist, Thrasymachos, enters and denounces all of the debaters as milky-eyed idealists. In reality, he says, all talk of justice is mere political pretext, designed to justify the interests of the powerful. And so it should be, because insofar as justice exists, it is simply that, the interest of the powerful. Rulers are like shepherds. We like to think of them as benevolently tending their flocks, but what do shepherds ultimately do with sheep? They kill and eat them, or sell the meat for money. Socrates responds by pointing out that Thrasymachos is confusing the art of tending sheep with the art of profiting from them. The art of medicine aims to improve health, whether or not doctors get paid for practicing it. The art of shepherding aims to ensure the well-being of sheep, whether or not the shepherd, or his employer, is also a businessman who knows how to extract a profit from them. Just so with the art of governance. If such an art exists, it must have its own intrinsic aim apart from any profit one might also get from it. And what can this be other than the establishment of social justice? It's only the existence of money, Socrates suggests, that allows us to imagine that words like power and interest refer to universal realities that can be pursued in their own right, let alone that all pursuits are really ultimately the pursuit of power, advantage, or self-interest. 87 The question, he said, is how to ensure that those who hold political office will do so not for gain, but rather for honor. I will leave off here. As we all know, Socrates eventually gets around to offering some political proposals of his own, involving philosopher kings, the abolition of marriage, the family, and private property, selective human breeding boards. Clearly, the book was meant to annoy its readers, and for more than 2,000 years, it has succeeded brilliantly. What I want to emphasize, though, is the degree to which what we consider our core tradition of moral and political theory today springs from this question: what does it mean to pay one's debts? Plato presents us first with the simple, literal businessman's view. When this proves inadequate, he allows it to be reframed in heroic terms. Perhaps all debts are really debts of honor after all. 88 But heroic honor no longer works in a world where, as Apollodorus sadly discovered, commerce, class, and profit have so confused everything that people's true motives are never clear. How do we even know who our enemies are? Finally, Plato presents us with cynical realpolitik. Maybe nobody really owes anything to anybody. Maybe those who pursue profit for its own sake have it right after all. But even that does not hold up. We are left with a certainty that existing standards are incoherent and self-contradictory, and that some sort of radical break would be required in order to create a world that makes any logical sense. But most of those who seriously consider a radical break along the lines that Plato suggested have come to the conclusion that there might be far worse things than moral incoherence. And there we have stood, ever since, in the midst of an insoluble dilemma. It's not surprising that these issues weighed on Plato's mind. Not 7 years before, he had apparently taken an ill-fated sea cruise and wound up being captured and, like Nicostratus, offered for sale on the auction block at Aegina. However, Plato had better luck. A Libyan philosopher of the Epicurean school, one Anaxagoras, happened to be in the market at the time. He recognized Plato and ransomed him. Plato felt honor-bound to try to repay him, and his Athenian friends assembled 20 minas in silver with which to do so, but Anaxagoras refused to accept the money, insisting that it was his honor to be able to benefit a fellow lover of wisdom. 89 As indeed it was, Anaxagoras has been remembered, and celebrated, for his generosity ever since. Plato went on to use the 20 minas to buy land for a school, the famous academy. And while he hardly showed the same ingratitude as Nicostratus, one does rather get the impression that even Plato wasn't especially happy about the fact that his subsequent career was, in a sense, made possible by his debt to a man who he probably considered an extremely minor philosopher, and Anaxagoras wasn't even Greek. At least this would help explain why Plato, otherwise the inveterate name-dropper, never mentioned Anaxagoras. We know of his existence only from later biographers. 90. Ancient Rome, Property and Freedom. If Plato's work testifies to how profoundly the moral confusion introduced by debt has shaped our traditions of thought, Roman law reveals how much it has shaped even our most familiar institutions. German legal theorist Rudolf von Jhering famously remarked that ancient Rome had conquered the world 3 times, the first time through its armies, the second through its religion, the third through its laws. 91 He might have added, each time more thoroughly. The empire, after all, only spanned a tiny portion of the globe. The Roman Catholic Church has spread farther. Roman law has come to provide the language and conceptual underpinnings of legal and constitutional orders everywhere. Law students from South Africa to Peru are expected to spend a good deal of their time memorizing technical terms in Latin, and it is Roman law that provides almost all our basic conceptions about contract, obligation, torts, property, and jurisdiction, and, in a broader sense, of citizenship, rights, and liberties on which political life, too, is based. Jhering claimed this was possible because the Romans were the first to turn jurisprudence into a genuine science. This may be true. But it remains the case that Roman law has a few notoriously quirky features, some so odd that they have confused and confounded jurists ever since Roman law was revived in Italian universities in the High Middle Ages. The most notorious of these is the unique way it defines property. In Roman law, property, or dominium, is a relation between a person and a thing, characterized by absolute power of that person over that thing. This definition has caused endless conceptual problems. First of all, it's not clear what it would even mean for a human to have a relation with an inanimate object. Human beings can have relations with one another. But such relations are always mutual. How could one have a mutual relation with a thing? And if one did, what would it mean to give that relation legal standing? A simple illustration will suffice. Imagine a man trapped on a desert island. He might develop extremely personal relationships with, say, the palm trees growing on that island. If he's there too long, he might well end up giving them all names and spending half his time having imaginary conversations with them. Still, does he own them? The question is meaningless. There's no need to worry about property rights if no one else is there. Clearly, then, property is not really a relation between a person and a thing. It's an understanding or arrangement between people concerning things. The only reason that we sometimes fail to notice this is that in many cases, particularly when we are talking about our rights over our shoes, or cars, or power tools, we are talking of rights held, as English law puts it, against all the world that is, understandings between ourselves and everyone else on the planet, that they will all refrain from interfering with our possessions, and therefore allow us to treat them more or less any way we like. A relation between one person and everyone else on the planet is, understandably, difficult to conceive as such. It's easier to think of it as a relationship with a thing. But even here, in practice this freedom to do as one likes turns out to be fairly limited. To say that the fact that I own a chainsaw gives me an absolute power to do anything I want with it is obviously absurd. Almost anything I might think of doing with a chainsaw outside my own home or land is likely to be illegal, and there are only a limited number of things I can really do with it inside. The only thing absolute about my rights to a chainsaw is my right to prevent anyone else from using it. 92. Nonetheless, Roman law does insist that the basic form of property is private property, and that private property is the owner's absolute power to do anything he wants with his possessions. 12th-century medieval jurists came to refine this into three principles: usus, use of the thing; fructus, fruits, i.e., enjoyment of the products of the thing; and abusus, abuse or destruction of the thing. But Roman jurists weren't even interested in specifying that much, since, in a certain way, they saw the details as lying entirely outside the domain of law. In fact, scholars have spent a great deal of time debating whether Roman authors actually considered private property to be a right, use. 93 For the very reason that rights were ultimately based on agreements between people, and one's power to dispose of one's property was not. It was just one's natural ability to do whatever one pleased when social impediments were absent. 94. If you think about it, this really is an odd place to start in developing a theory of property law. It is probably fair to say that, in any part of the world, in any period of history, whether in ancient Japan or Machu Picchu, someone who had a piece of string was free to twist it, knot it, pull it apart, or toss it in the fire more or less as they had a mind to. Nowhere else did legal theorists appear to have found this fact in any way interesting or important. Certainly, no other tradition makes it the very basis of property law, since, after all, doing so made almost all actual law little more than a series of exceptions. How did this come about? And why? The most convincing explanation I've seen is Orlando Patterson's: the notion of absolute private property is really derived from slavery. One can imagine property not as a relation between people, but as a relation between a person and a thing, if one's starting point is a relation between two people, one of whom is also a thing. This is how slaves were defined in Roman law: they were people who were also a res, a thing. 95 The emphasis on absolute power begins to make sense as well. 96. The word dominium, meaning absolute private property, was not particularly ancient. 97 It only appears in Latin in the late Republic, right around the time when hundreds of thousands of captive laborers were pouring into Italy, and when Rome, as a consequence, was becoming a genuine slave society. 98 By 50 BC, Roman writers had come to simply assume that workers, whether the farm workers harvesting peas in countryside plantations, the muleteers delivering those peas to shops in the city, or the clerks keeping count of them, were someone else's property. The existence of millions of creatures who were simultaneously persons and things created endless legal problems, and much of the creative genius of Roman law was spent in working out the endless ramifications. One need only flip open a casebook of Roman law to get a sense of these. This is from the 2nd century jurist Elpian. Again, Mela writes that if some persons were playing ball and one of them, hitting the ball quite hard, knocked it against a barber's hands, and in this way the throat of a slave, whom the barber was shaving, was cut by a razor pressed against it, then who is the person with whom the culpability lay is liable under the lex aquilia, the law of civil damages. Proclus says that the culpability lies with the barber, and indeed, if he was shaving at a place where games are normally played or where traffic was heavy, there is reason to fault him. But it would not be badly held that if someone entrusts himself to a barber who has a chair in a dangerous place, he should have himself to blame. 99. In other words, the master cannot claim civil damages against the ball players or barber for destroying his property if the real problem was that he bought a stupid slave. Many of these debates might strike us as profoundly exotic. Could you be accused of theft for merely convincing a slave to run away? If someone killed a slave who was also your son, could you take your sentimental feelings toward him into account in assessing damages, or would you have to stick to his market value? But our contemporary tradition of jurisprudence is founded directly on such debates. 100. As for dominium, the word is derived from dominus, meaning master or slave owner, but ultimately from domus, meaning house or household. It's of course related to the English term domestic, which even now can be used either to mean pertaining to private life, or to refer to a servant who cleans the house. Domus overlaps somewhat in meaning with familia, family, but, as proponents of family values might be interested to know, familia itself ultimately derives from the word famulus, meaning slave. A family was originally all those people under the domestic authority of a paterfamilias, and that authority was, in early Roman law at least, conceived as absolute. 101 A man did not have total power over his wife, since she was still to some degree under the protection of her own father, but his children, slaves, and other dependents were his to do with as he wanted. At least in early Roman law, he was perfectly free to whip, torture, or sell them. A father could even execute his children, provided he found them to have committed capital crimes. 102 With his slaves, he didn't even need that excuse. In creating a notion of dominium, then, and thus creating the modern principle of absolute private property, What Roman jurists were doing first of all was taking a principle of domestic authority, of absolute power over people, defining some of those people, slaves, as things, and then extending the logic that originally applied to slaves to geese, chariots, barns, jewelry boxes, and so forth, that is, to every other sort of thing that the law had anything to do with. It was quite extraordinary, even in the ancient world, for a father to have the right to execute his slaves, let alone his children. No one is quite sure why the early Romans were so extreme in this regard. It's telling, though, that the earliest Roman debt law was equally unusual in its harshness, since it allowed creditors to execute insolvent debtors. 103 The early history of Rome, like the histories of early Greek city-states, was one of continual political struggle between creditors and debtors, until the Roman elite eventually figured out the principle that most successful Mediterranean elites learned, that a free peasantry means a more effective army, and that conquering armies can provide war captives who can do anything debt bondsmen used to do, and therefore, a social compromise, allowing limited popular representation, banning debt slavery, channeling some of the fruits of empire into social welfare payments, was actually in their interest. Presumably, the absolute power of fathers developed as part of this whole constellation in the same way as we've seen elsewhere. Debt bondage reduced family relations to relations of property, social reforms retained the new power of fathers but protected them from debt. At the same time, the increasing influx of slaves soon meant that any even moderately prosperous household was likely to contain slaves. This, in turn, meant that the logic of conquest extended into the most intimate aspects of everyday life. Conquered people poured one's bath and combed one's hair. Conquered tutors taught one's children about poetry. Since slaves were sexually available to owners and their families, as well as to their friends and dinner guests, it is likely that most Romans' first sexual experience was with a boy or girl whose legal status was conceived as that of a defeated enemy. 104. Over time, this became more and more of a legal fiction. Actual slaves were much more likely to have been paupers sold by parents, unfortunates kidnapped by pirates or bandits, victims of wars or judicial process among barbarians at the fringes of the empire, or children of other slaves. 105 Still, the fiction was maintained. What made Roman slavery so unusual, in historical terms, was a conjuncture of two factors. One was its very arbitrariness. In dramatic contrast with, say, plantation slavery in the Americas, there was no sense that certain people were naturally inferior and therefore destined to be slaves. Instead, slavery was seen as a misfortune that could happen to anyone. 106 As a result, there was no reason that a slave might not be in every way superior to his or her master, smarter, with a finer sense of morality, better taste, and a greater understanding of philosophy. The master might even be willing to acknowledge this. There was no reason not to, since it had no effect on the nature of the relationship, which was simply one of power. The second was the absolute nature of this power. There are many places where slaves are conceived as war captives, and masters as conquerors with absolute powers of life and death, but usually, this is something of an abstract principle. Almost everywhere, governments quickly move to limit such powers. At the very least, emperors and kings will insist that they are the only ones with the power to order others put to death. 107 But under the Roman Republic there was no emperor. Insofar as there was a sovereign body, it was the collective body of the slave owners themselves. Only under the early empire do we see any legislation limiting what owners could do to their human property, the first being a law of the time of the Emperor Tiberius, dated 16 AD, stipulating that a master had to obtain a magistrate's permission before ordering a slave publicly torn apart by wild beasts. 108 However, the absolute nature of the master's power, the fact that in this context, he effectively was the state, also meant that there were also, at first, no restrictions on manumission. A master could liberate his slave, or even adopt him or her, whereby, since liberty meant nothing outside of membership in a community, that slave automatically became a Roman citizen. This led to some very peculiar arrangements. In the 1st century AD, for example, it was not uncommon for educated Greeks to have themselves sold into slavery to some wealthy Roman in need of a secretary, entrust the money to a close friend or family member, and then, after a certain interval, buy themselves back, thus obtaining Roman citizenship. This despite the fact that, during such time as they were slaves, if their owner decided to, say, cut one of his secretary's feet off, legally, he would have been perfectly free to do so. 109. The relation of dominus and slave thus brought a relation of conquest, of absolute political power into the household, in fact, made it the essence of the household. It's important to emphasize that this was not a moral relation on either side. A well-known legal formula, attributed to a Republican lawyer named Quintus Haterius, brings this home with particular clarity. With the Romans as with the Athenians, for a male to be the object of sexual penetration was considered unbefitting to a citizen. In defending a freedman accused of continuing to provide sexual favors to his former master, Haterius coined an aphorism that was later to become something of a popular dirty joke: impudi sitia in henvo crimen est, in servo necessitas, in liberto officium. To be the object of anal penetration is a crime in the freeborn, a necessity for a slave, a duty for a freedman. 110. What is significant here is that sexual subservience is considered the duty only of the freeman. It is not considered the duty of a slave. This is because, again, slavery was not a moral relation. The master could do what he liked, and there was nothing the slave could do about it. The most insidious effect of Roman slavery, however, is that through Roman law, it has come to play havoc with our idea of human freedom. The meaning of the Roman word libertas itself changed dramatically over time. As everywhere in the ancient world, to be free meant, first and foremost, not to be a slave. Since slavery means above all the annihilation of social ties and the ability to form them, freedom meant the capacity to make and maintain moral commitments to others. The English word free, for instance, is derived from a German root meaning friend, since to be free meant to be able to make friends, to keep promises, to live within a community of equals. This is why freed slaves in Rome became citizens. To be free, by definition, meant to be anchored in a civic community, with all the rights and responsibilities that this entailed. 111. By the 2nd century AD, however, this had begun to change. The jurists gradually redefined libertas until it became almost indistinguishable from the power of the master. It was the right to do absolutely anything, with the exception, again, of all those things one could not do. Actually, in the Digest, the definitions of freedom and slavery appear back to back. Freedom is the natural faculty to do whatever one wishes that is not prevented by force or law. Slavery is an institution according to the law of nations whereby one person becomes private property, dominium, of another, contrary to nature. 112. Medieval commentators immediately noticed the problem here. 113. But wouldn't this mean that everyone is free? After all, even slaves are free to do absolutely anything they're actually permitted to do. To say a slave is free, except insofar as he isn't, is a bit like saying the earth is square, except insofar as it is round, or that the sun is blue, except insofar as it is yellow, or, again, that we have an absolute right to do anything we wish with our chainsaw, except those things that we can't. In fact, the definition introduces all sorts of complications. If freedom is natural, then surely slavery is unnatural, but if freedom and slavery are just matters of degree, then, logically, would not all restrictions on freedom be to some degree unnatural? Would not that imply that society, social rules, in fact even property rights, are unnatural as well? This is precisely what many Roman jurists did conclude, that is, when they did venture to comment on such abstract matters, which was only rarely. Originally, human beings lived in a state of nature where all things were held in common. It was war that first divided up the world, and the resultant law of nations, the common usages of mankind that regulate such matters as conquest, slavery, treaties, and borders, that was first responsible for inequalities of property as well. 114. This in turn meant that there was no intrinsic difference between private property and political power, at least, insofar as that power was based in violence. As time went on, Roman emperors also began claiming something like dominium, insisting that within their dominions, they had absolute freedom, in fact, that they were not bound by laws. 115. At the same time, Roman society shifted from a republic of slaveholders to arrangements that increasingly resembled later feudal Europe, with magnates on their great estates surrounded by dependent peasants, debt servants, and an endless variety of slaves, with whom they could largely do as they pleased. The barbarian invasions that overthrew the empire merely formalized the situation, largely eliminating chattel slavery, but at the same time introducing the notion that the noble classes were really descendants of the Germanic conquerors, and that the common people were inherently subservient. Still, even in this new medieval world, the old Roman concept of freedom remained. Freedom was simply power. When medieval political theorists spoke of liberty, they were normally referring to a lord's right to do whatever he wanted within his own domains. This was, again, usually assumed to be not something originally established by agreement, but a mere fact of conquest. One famous English legend holds that when, around 1290, King Edward I asked his lords to produce documents to demonstrate by what right they held their franchises, or liberties, the Earl wore and presented the king only with his rusty sword. 116. Like Roman dominium, It was a power exercised first and foremost over others, which is why in the Middle Ages it was common to speak of the liberty of the gallows, meaning a lord's right to maintain his own private place of execution. When Roman law began to be recovered and modernized in the 12th century, the term dominium posed a particular problem, since, in ordinary church Latin of the time, it had come to be used equally for lordship and private property. Medieval jurists spent a great deal of time and argument establishing whether there was indeed a difference between the two. It was a particularly thorny problem because, if property rights really were, as the Digest insisted, a form of absolute power, it was very difficult to see how anyone could have it but a king, or even, for certain jurists, God. 117. This is not the place to describe the ensuing debate, but I feel it's important to end here because, in a way, it brings us full circle and allows us to understand precisely how liberals like Adam Smith were able to imagine the world the way they did. This is a tradition that assumes that liberty is essentially the right to do what one likes with one's own property. In fact, not only does it make property a right, it treats rights themselves as a form of property. In a way, this is the greatest paradox of all. We are so used to the idea of having rights, that rights are something one can possess, that we rarely think about what this might actually mean. In fact, as medieval jurists were well aware, one man's right is simply another's obligation. My right to free speech is others' obligation not to punish me for speaking. My right to a trial by a jury of my peers is the responsibility of others to maintain a system of jury duty. The problem is just the same as it was with property rights. When we are talking about obligations owed by everyone in the entire world, it's difficult to think about it that way. It's much easier to speak of having rights and freedoms. Still, if freedom is basically our right to own things, or to treat things as if we own them, then what would it mean to own a freedom? Wouldn't it have to mean that our right to own property is itself a form of property? That does seem unnecessarily convoluted. What possible reason would one have to want to define it this way? 118. Historically, there is a simple, if somewhat disturbing, answer to this. Those who have argued that we are the natural owners of our rights and liberties have been mainly interested in asserting that we should be free to give them away, or even to sell them. Modern ideas of rights and liberties are derived from what came to be known as natural rights theory from the time when Jean Gerson, rector of the University of Paris, began to lay them out around 1400, building on Roman law concepts. As Richard Tuck, the premier historian of such ideas, has long noted, it is one of the great ironies of history that this was always a body of theory embraced not by the progressives of that time, but by conservatives. For a Gersonian, liberty was property and could be exchanged in the same way and in the same terms as any other property sold, swapped, loaned, or otherwise voluntarily surrendered. 119 It followed that there could be nothing intrinsically wrong with, say, debt peonage, or even slavery. And this is exactly what natural rights theorists came to assert. In fact, over the next centuries, these ideas came to be developed above all in Antwerp and Lisbon, cities at the very center of the emerging slave trade. After all, its exponents argued, we don't really know what's going on in the lands behind places like Calabar, but there is no intrinsic reason to assume that the vast majority of the human cargo conveyed to European ships had not sold themselves, or been disposed of by their legal guardians, or lost their liberty in some other perfectly legitimate fashion. No doubt some had not, but abuses will exist in any system. The important thing was that there was nothing inherently unnatural or illegitimate about the idea that freedom could be sold. 120. Before long, similar arguments came to be employed to justify the absolute power of the state. Thomas Hobbes was the first to really develop this argument in the 17th century, but it soon became commonplace. Government was essentially a contract, a kind of business arrangement, whereby citizens had voluntarily given up some of their natural liberties to the sovereign. Finally, similar ideas have become the basis of that most basic, dominant institution of our present economic life, wage labor, which is, effectively, the renting of our freedom in the same way that slavery can be conceived as its sale. 121. It's not only our freedoms that we own, the same logic has come to be applied even to our own bodies, which are treated, in such formulations, as really no different than houses, cars, or furniture. We own ourselves, therefore outsiders have no right to trespass on us. 122 Again, this might seem an innocuous, even a positive notion, but it looks rather different when we take into consideration the Roman tradition of property on which it is based. To say that we own ourselves is, oddly enough, to cast ourselves as both master and slave simultaneously. We are both owners, exerting absolute power over our property, and yet somehow, at the same time, the things being owned, being the object of absolute power. The ancient Roman household, far from having been forgotten in the mists of history, is preserved in our most basic conception of ourselves, and, once again, just as in property law, the result is so strangely incoherent that it spins off into endless paradoxes the moment one tries to figure out what it would actually mean in practice. Just as lawyers have spent 1,000 years trying to make sense of Roman property concepts, so have philosophers spent centuries trying to understand how it could be possible for us to have a relation of domination over ourselves. The most popular solution, to say that each of us has something called a mind and that this is completely separate from something else, which we can call the body, and that the first thing holds natural dominion over the second, flies in the face of just about everything we now know about cognitive science. It's obviously untrue, but we continue to hold onto it anyway, for the simple reason that none of our everyday assumptions about property, law, and freedom would make any sense without it. 123. Conclusions. The first 4 chapters of this book describe a dilemma. We don't really know how to think about debt. Or, to be more accurate, we seem to be trapped between imagining society in the Adam Smith mode, as a collection of individuals whose only significant relations are with their own possessions, happily bartering one thing for another for the sake of mutual convenience, with debt almost entirely abolished from the picture, and a vision in which debt is everything, the very substance of all human relations, which, of course, leaves everyone with the uncomfortable sense that human relations are somehow an intrinsically tawdry business, that our very responsibilities to one another are already somehow necessarily based in sin and crime. It's not an appealing set of alternatives. In the last 3 chapters I have tried to show that there is another way of looking at things, and then to describe how it is that we got here. This is why I developed the concept of human economies, ones in which what is considered really important about human beings is the fact that they are each a unique nexus of relations with others, therefore, that no one could ever be considered exactly equivalent to anything or anyone else. In a human economy, money is not a way of buying or trading human beings, but a way of expressing just how much one cannot do so. I then went on to describe how all this can begin to break down, how humans can become objects of exchange, first, perhaps, women given in marriage, ultimately, slaves captured in war. What all these relations have in common, I observed, was violence. Whether it is girls being tied up and beaten for running away from their husbands, or husbands being herded into slave ships to die on faraway plantations, that same principle always applies. It is only by the threat of sticks, ropes, spears, and guns that one can tear people out of those endlessly complicated webs of relationship with others, sisters, friends, rivals, that render them unique, and thus reduce them to something that can be traded. All of this, it is important to emphasize, can happen in places where markets in ordinary, everyday goods, clothing, tools, foodstuffs, do not even exist. In fact, in most human economies, one's most important possessions could never be bought and sold for the same reasons that people can't. They are unique objects, caught up in a web of relationships with human beings. 124. My old professor John Komarov used to tell a story about carrying out a survey in Natal, in South Africa. He had spent most of a week driving from homestead to homestead in a jeep with a box full of questionnaires and a Zulu-speaking interpreter, driving past apparently endless herds of cattle. After about 6 days, his interpreter suddenly started and pointed into the middle of one herd. "Look," he said. "That's the same cow. That one there, with the red spot on its back. We saw it 3 days ago in a place 10 miles from here. I wonder what happened? Did someone get married? Or maybe there was a settlement to some dispute." In human economies, when this ability to rip people from their contexts disappear, it is most often seen as an end in itself. One can already see a hint of this among the Lele. Important men would occasionally acquire war captives from far away as slaves, but it was almost always to be sacrificed at their funeral. 125 The squelching of one man's individuality was seen as somehow swelling the reputation, the social existence, of the other. 126 In what I've been calling heroic societies, of course, this kind of addition and subtraction of honor and disgrace is lifted from a somewhat marginal practice to become the very essence of politics. As endless epics, sagas, and eddas attest, heroes become heroes by making others small. In Ireland and Wales, we can observe how this very ability to degrade others, to remove unique human beings from their hearths and families and thus render them anonymous units of accounting, the Irish slave girl currency, the Welsh washerwomen, is itself the highest expression of honor. In heroic societies, the role of violence is not hidden, it's glorified. Often, it can form the basis of one's most intimate relations. In the Iliad, Achilles sees nothing shameful in his relation with his slave girl, Briseis, whose husband and brothers he killed. He refers to her as his prize of honor, but almost in the very same breath, He also insists that, just any decent man must love and care for his household dependents, so I from my heart love this one, even though I won her with my spear. 127. That such relations of intimacy can often develop between men of honor and those they have stripped of their dignity, history can well attest. After all, the annihilation of any possibility of equality also eliminates any question of debt, of any relation other than power. It allows a certain clarity. This is presumably why emperors and kings have such a notorious tendency to enjoy the company of slaves or eunuchs. There is something more here, though. If one looks across the expanse of history, one cannot help but notice a curious sense of identification between the most exalted and the most degraded, particularly, between emperors and kings, and slaves. Many kings surround themselves with slaves, appoint slave ministers. There have even been, as with the Mamluks in Egypt, actual dynasties of slaves. Kings surround themselves with slaves for the same reason that they surround themselves with eunuchs, because the slaves and criminals have no families or friends, no possibility of other loyalties, or at least, in principle, they shouldn't. But, in a way, kings should really be like that too. As many an African proverb emphasizes, a proper king has no relatives either, or at least, he acts as if he does not. 128 In other words, king and slave are mirror images, in that unlike normal human beings who are defined by their commitments to others, they are defined only by relations of power. They are as close to perfectly isolated, alienated beings as one can possibly become. At this point, we can finally see what's really at stake in our peculiar habit of defining ourselves simultaneously as master and slave, reduplicating the most brutal aspects of the ancient household in our very concept of ourselves, as masters of our freedoms, or as owners of our very selves. It is the only way that we can imagine ourselves as completely isolated beings. There is a direct line from the new Roman conception of liberty, not as the ability to form mutual relationships with others, but as the kind of absolute power of use and abuse over the conquered chattel who make up the bulk of a wealthy Roman man's household, to the strange fantasies of liberal philosophers like Hobbes, Locke, and Smith about the origins of human society in some collection of 30 or 40-year-old males who seem to have sprung from the earth fully formed, who then must decide whether to kill each other or to swap beaver pelts. 129. European and American intellectuals, it is true, have spent much of the last 200 years trying to flee from the more disturbing implications of this tradition of thought. Thomas Jefferson, that owner of many slaves, chose to begin the Declaration of Independence by directly contradicting the moral basis of slavery, writing, "We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, and that they are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights," thus undercutting simultaneously any argument that Africans were racially inferior, and also that they or their ancestors could ever have been justly and legally deprived of their freedom. In doing so, however, he did not propose some radically new conception of rights and liberties. Neither have subsequent political philosophers. For the most part, we've just kept the old ones, but with the word "not" inserted here and there. Most of our most precious rights and freedoms are a series of exceptions to an overall moral and legal framework that suggests we shouldn't really have them in the first place. Formal slavery has been eliminated, but, as anyone who works from 9 to 5 can testify, the idea that you can alienate your liberty, at least temporarily, endures. In fact, it determines what most of us have to do for most of our waking hours, except, usually, on weekends. The violence has been largely pushed out of sight. 130 But this is largely because we're no longer able to imagine what a world based on social arrangements that did not require the continual threat of tasers and surveillance cameras would even look like. Chapter 8. Credit versus bullion. And the cycles of history. Bullion is the accessory of war, and not of peaceful trade. Jeffrey W. Gardner. One might well ask, if our political and legal ideas really are founded on the logic of slavery, then how did we ever abolish it? Of course, a cynic might argue that we haven't really abolished slavery, we've just relabeled it. The cynic would have a point. An ancient Greek would certainly have seen the distinction between a slave and an indebted wage laborer as, at best, a legalistic nicety. One still, even the elimination of formal chattel slavery has to be considered a remarkable achievement, and it is worthwhile to wonder how it was accomplished. Especially since it was not just accomplished once. The truly remarkable thing, if one consults the historical record, is that slavery has been eliminated, or effectively eliminated, many times in human history. In Europe, for instance, the institution largely vanished in the centuries following the collapse of the Roman Empire, an historical achievement rarely recognized by those of us used to referring to these events as the beginning of the Dark Ages. No one is quite sure how it happened. Most agree that the spread of Christianity must have had something to do with it, but that can't have been the direct cause, since the Church itself was never explicitly opposed to the institution and in many cases defended it. Instead, the abolition appears to have happened despite the attitudes of both the intellectuals and the political authorities of the time. Yet it did happen, and it had lasting effects. On the popular level, slavery remained so universally detested that even 1,000 years later, when European merchants started trying to revive the trade, they discovered that their compatriots would not countenance slaveholding in their own countries, one reason why planters were eventually obliged to acquire their slaves in Africa and set up plantations in the New World. 3. It is one of the great ironies of history that modern racism, probably the single greatest evil of our last 2 centuries, had to be invented largely because Europeans continued to refuse to listen to the arguments of the intellectuals and jurists and did not accept that anyone they believed to be a full and equal human being could ever be justifiably enslaved. What's more, the demise of ancient slavery was not limited to Europe. Remarkably, right around the same time, in the years around 600 AD, we find almost exactly the same thing happening in India and China, where, over the course of centuries, amidst much unrest and confusion, chattel slavery largely ceased to exist. What all this suggests is that moments of historical opportunity, moments when meaningful change is possible, follow a distinct, even a cyclical pattern, one that has long been far more coordinated across geographical space than we would ever have imagined. There is a shape to the past, and it is only by understanding it that we can begin to have a sense of the historical opportunities that exist in the present. The easiest way to make these cycles visible is to re-examine exactly the phenomenon we've been concerned with over the course of this book, the history of money, debt, and credit. The moment we begin to map the history of money across the last 5,000 years of Eurasian history, startling patterns begin to emerge. In the case of money, one event stands out above all others: the invention of coinage. Coinage appears to have arisen independently in 3 different places, almost simultaneously, on the Great Plain of northern China, in the Ganges River Valley of northeast India, and in the lands surrounding the Aegean Sea, in each case, between roughly 600 and 500 BC. This wasn't due to some sudden technological innovation. The technologies used in making the first coins were, in each case, entirely different. 4. It was a social transformation. Why this happened in exactly this way is an historical mystery. But this much we know: for some reason, in Lydia, India, and China, local rulers decided that whatever long-standing credit systems had existed in their kingdoms were no longer adequate, and they began to issue tiny pieces of precious metals that had previously been used largely in international commerce, in ingot form, and to encourage their subjects to use them in day-to-day transactions. From there, the innovation spread. For more than 1,000 years, states everywhere started issuing their own coinage. But then, right around 600 AD, about the time that slavery was disappearing, the whole trend was suddenly thrown into reverse. Cash dried up. Everywhere, there was a movement back to credit once again. If we look at Eurasian history, over the course of the last 5,000 years, what we see is a broad alternation between periods dominated by credit money and periods in which gold and silver come to dominate, that is, those during which at least a large share of transactions were conducted with pieces of valuable metal being passed from hand to hand. Why? The single most important factor would appear to be war. Bullion predominates, above all, in periods of generalized violence. There's a very simple reason for that. Gold and silver coins are distinguished from credit arrangements by one spectacular feature: they can be stolen. A debt is, by definition, a record, as well as a relation of trust. Someone accepting gold or silver in exchange for merchandise, on the other hand, need trust nothing more than the accuracy of the scales, the quality of the metal, and the likelihood that someone else will be willing to accept it. In a world where war and the threat of violence are everywhere, and this appears to have been an equally accurate description of warring states China, Iron Age Greece, and pre-Mauryan India, there are obvious advantages to making one's transactions simple. This is all the more true when dealing with soldiers. On the one hand, soldiers tend to have access to a great deal of loot, much of which consists of gold and silver, and will always seek a way to trade it for the better things in life. On the other, a heavily armed itinerant soldier is the very definition of a poor credit risk. The economist's barter scenario might be absurd when applied to transactions between neighbors in the same small rural community, but when dealing with a transaction between the resident of such a community and a passing mercenary, it suddenly begins to make a great deal of sense. For much of human history, then, an ingot of gold or silver, stamped or not, has served the same role as the contemporary drug dealer's suitcase full of unmarked bills, an object without a history, valuable because one knows it will be accepted in exchange for other goods just about anywhere, no questions asked. As a result, while credit systems tend to dominate in periods of relative social peace, or across networks of trust, whether created by states or, in most periods, transnational institutions like merchant guilds or communities of faith, in periods characterized by widespread war and plunder, they tend to be replaced by precious metal. What's more, while predatory lending goes on in every period of human history, the resulting debt crises appear to have the most damaging effects at times when money is most easily convertible into cash. As a starting point to any attempt to discern the great rhythms that define the current historical moment, let me propose the following breakdown of Eurasian history according to the alternation between periods of virtual and metal money. The cycle begins with the age of the first agrarian empires, 3500 to 800 BC, dominated by virtual credit money. This is followed by the Axial Age, 800 BC to 600 AD, which will be covered in the next chapter, and which saw the rise of coinage and a general shift to metal bullion. The Middle Ages, 600 to 1450 AD, which saw a return to virtual credit money, will be covered in Chapter 10. Chapter 11 will cover the next turn of the cycle, the Age of Capitalist Empires, which began around 1450 with a massive planetary switch back to gold and silver bullion, and which could only really be said to have ended in 1971, when Richard Nixon announced that the US dollar would no longer be redeemable in gold. This marked the beginning of yet another phase of virtual money, one which has only just begun, and whose ultimate contours are, necessarily, invisible. Chapter 12, the final chapter, will be devoted to applying the insights of history to understanding what it might mean and the opportunities it might throw open. Mesopotamia. 3500 to 800 BC. We have already had occasion to note the predominance of credit money in Mesopotamia, the earliest urban civilization that we know about. In the great temple and palace complexes, not only did money serve largely as an accounting measure rather than physically changing hands, merchants and tradespeople developed creditor arrangements of their own. Most of these took the physical form of clay tablets, inscribed with some obligation of future payment, that were then sealed inside clay envelopes and marked with the borrower's seal. The creditor would keep the envelope as a surety, and it would be broken open on repayment. In some times or places, at least, these bullae appear to have become what we would now call negotiable instruments, since the tablet inside did not simply record a promise to pay the original lender, but was designated to the bearer. In other words, a tablet recording a debt of 5 shekels of silver, at prevailing rates of interest, could circulate as the equivalent of a 5-shekel promissory note, that is, as money. 5. We don't know how often this happened, how many hands such tablets would typically pass through, how many transactions were based on credit, how often merchants actually did weigh out silver in rough chunks to buy and sell their merchandise, or when they were most likely to do so. No doubt all this varied over time. Promissory notes usually circulated within merchant guilds, or between inhabitants of the relatively well-off urban neighborhoods where people knew their neighbors well enough to trust them to be accountable, but not so well that they could rely on one another for more traditional forms of mutual aid. 6 We know even less about the marketplaces frequented by ordinary Mesopotamians, except that tavern keepers operated on credit, and hawkers and operators of market stalls probably did as well. 7. The origins of interest will forever remain obscure, since they preceded the invention of writing. The terminology for interest in most ancient languages is derived from some word for offspring, causing some to speculate that it originates in loans of livestock, but this seems a bit literal-minded. More likely, the first widespread interest-bearing loans were commercial. Temples and palaces would forward wares to merchants and commercial agents, who would then trade them in nearby mountain kingdoms or on trading expeditions overseas. 8. The practice is significant because it implies a fundamental lack of trust. After all, why not simply demand a share in the profits? This seems more fair. A merchant who came back bankrupt would probably have little means of repaying a loan anyway, and profit-sharing partnerships of this sort became common practice in the later Middle East. 9 The answer seems to be that profit-sharing partnerships were typically contracted between merchants, or anyway people of similar background and experience who had ways of keeping track of one another. Palace or temple bureaucrats and world-roaming merchant adventurers had little in common, and the bureaucrats seem to have concluded that one could not normally expect a merchant adventurer returned from a far-off land to be entirely honest about his adventures. A fixed interest rate would render irrelevant whatever elaborate tales of robbery, shipwreck, or attacks by winged snakes or elephants a creative trader might have concocted. The return was fixed in advance. This connection between borrowing and lying, incidentally, is an important one to history. Herodotus remarked about the Persians, "To tell a lie is considered by them the greatest disgrace, and next to that to be in debt, especially because they think that one in debt must of necessity tell lies." 10. Later, Herodotus reported a story told to him by a Persian about the origins of the gold that the Persians had acquired in India. They stole it from the nests of giant ants. 11. Jesus's parable of the unforgiving servant makes a joke out of the matter. 10,000 talents? No problem. Just give me a little more time. But even here, one can see how such endless falsehoods contributed to a broader sense that a world in which moral relations are conceived as debts is also, while in certain ways entertaining, necessarily a world of corruption, guilt, and sin. By the time of the earliest Sumerian documents, this world may not yet have arrived. Still, the principle of lending at interest, even compound interest, was already familiar to everyone. In 2402 BC, for instance, a royal inscription by King Metina of Lagash, one of the earliest we have, complains that his enemy, the king of Umma, had been, for decades, occupying a huge stretch of farmland that had rightfully belonged to Lagash. He announces, if one were to calculate the rental fees for all that land, then the interest that would have been due on that rent, compounded annually, it would reveal that Umma now owes Lagash 4.5 trillion liters of barley. The sum was, as in the parable, intentionally preposterous. 12 It was just an excuse to start a war. Still, he wanted everyone to know that he knew exactly how to do the math. Usury, in the sense of interest-bearing consumer loans, was also well established by Metina's time. The king ultimately had his war and won it, and 2 years later, fresh off his victory, he was forced to publish another edict. This one a general debt cancellation within his kingdom. As he later boasted, he instituted freedom, amargi, in Lagash. He restored the child to its mother, and the mother to her child. He cancelled all interest due. 13 This was, in fact, the very first such declaration we have on record, and the first time in history that the word freedom appears in a political document. In Metina's text is a bit vague on the details, but a half-century later, when his successor Uruanimgina declared a general amnesty during the New Year's ceremonies of 2350 BC, the terms are all spelled out, and they conform to what was to become typical of such amnesties, cancelling not only all outstanding loans, but all forms of debt servitude, even those based on failure to pay fees or criminal penalties, the only thing excepted being commercial loans. Similar declarations are to be found again and again, in Sumerian and later Babylonian and Assyrian records, and always with the same theme: the restoration of justice and equity, the protection of widows and orphans, to ensure, as Hammurabi was to put it when he abolished debts in Babylon in 1761 BC, that the strong might not oppress the weak. 14 In the words of Michael Hudson, the designated occasion for clearing Babylonia's financial slate was the New Year festival, celebrated in the spring. Babylonian rulers oversaw the ritual of breaking the tablets, that is, the debt records, restoring economic balance as part of the calendrical renewal of society along with the rest of nature. Hammurabi and his fellow rulers signaled these proclamations by raising a torch, probably symbolizing the sun god of justice Shamash, whose principles were supposed to guide wise and fair rulers. Persons held as debt pledges were released to rejoin their families. Other debtors were restored cultivation rights to their customary lands, free of whatever mortgage liens had accumulated. 15. Over the next several thousand years, this same list, cancelling the debts, destroying the records, reallocating the land, was to become the standard list of demands of peasant revolutionaries everywhere. In Mesopotamia, rulers appear to have headed off the possibility of unrest by instituting such reforms themselves, as a grand gesture of cosmic renewal, a recreation of the social universe. In Babylonia, during the same ceremony in which the king reenacts his god Marduk's creation of the physical universe, the history of debt and sin was wiped out, and it was time to begin again. But it's also clearer what they saw as the alternative: the world plunged into chaos, with farmers defecting to swell the ranks of nomadic pastoralists, and ultimately, if the breakdown continued, returning to overrun the cities and destroy everything. Egypt. 2650 to 716 BC. Egypt represents an interesting contrast, since, for most of its history, it managed to avoid the development of interest-bearing debt entirely. Egypt was, like Mesopotamia, extraordinarily rich by ancient standards, but it was also a self-contained society, a river running through a desert, and far more centralized than Mesopotamia. The pharaoh was a god, and the state and temple bureaucracies had their hands in everything. There were a dazzling array of taxes and a continual distribution of allotments, wages, and payments from the state. Here, too, money clearly arose as a means of account. The basic unit was the deben, or measure originally referring to measures of grain, and later of copper or silver. A few records make clear the catch-as-catch-can nature of most transactions. In the 15th year of Ramses II, circa 1275 BC, a merchant offered the Egyptian lady Ereno for a Syrian slave girl whose price, no doubt after bargaining, was fixed at 4 deb and 1 kite, about 373 grams, of silver. Ereno made up a collection of clothes and blankets to the value of 2 deb and 2 1/3 kite, the details are set out in the record, and then borrowed a miscellany of objects from her neighbors, bronze vessels, a pot of honey, 10 shirts, 10 deben of copper ingots, till the price was made up. 16. Most merchants were itinerant, either foreigners or commercial agents for the owners of large estates. There's not much evidence for commercial credit, however. Loans in Egypt were still more likely to take the form of mutual aid between neighbors. 17. To state the matter simply, in Mesopotamia, interest-bearing loans by palace and temple officials largely substituted for the lack of a comprehensive system of taxation. In Egypt this was not necessary. Substantial, legally enforceable loans, the kind that can lead to the loss of lands or family members, are documented, but they appear to have been rare, and much less pernicious, as the loans did not bear interest. Similarly, we do occasionally hear of debt bondservants, and even debt slaves, but these seem to have been unusual phenomena and there's no suggestion that their numbers ever reached crisis proportions, as they so regularly did in Mesopotamia and the Levant. 18. In fact, for the first several thousand years, we seem to be in a somewhat different world, where debt really was a matter of guilt and treated largely as a criminal matter. When a debtor failed to repay his debt on time, his creditor could take him to court, where the debtor would be required to promise to pay in full by a specific date. As part of his promise, which was under oath, the debtor also pledged to undergo 100 blows and or repay twice the amount of the original loan if he failed to pay by the date specified. 19. The and or is significant. There was no formal distinction between a fine and a beating. In fact, the entire purpose of the oath, rather like the Cretan custom of having a borrower pretend to snatch the money, seems to have been to create the justification for punitive action, so the debtor could be punished as either a perjurer or a thief. 20. By the time of the New Kingdom, 1550 to 1070, there is more evidence for markets, but it's only by the time we reach the Iron Age, just before Egypt was absorbed into the Persian Empire, that we begin to see evidence for Mesopotamian-style debt crises. Greek sources, for instance, record that the pharaoh Bakhtin reigned 720 to 715 BC, issued a decree abolishing debt bondage and annulling all outstanding liabilities, since he felt it would be absurd for a soldier, perhaps at the moment when he was setting forth to fight for his fatherland, to be hauled off to prison by his creditor for an unpaid loan which, if true, is also one of the earliest mentions of a debt prison. 21 Under the Ptolemies, the Greek dynasty that ruled Egypt after Alexander, periodic clean slates had become institutionized. It's well known that the Rosetta Stone, written both in Greek and Egyptian, proved to be the key that made it possible to translate Egyptian hieroglyphics. Few are aware of what it actually says. The stela was originally raised to announce an amnesty, both for debtors and for prisoners, declared by Ptolemy V in 196 BC. 22. China. 2200 to 771 BC. We can say almost nothing about Bronze Age India, since its writing remains indecipherable, and not much more about early China. What little we do know, mainly culled from dribs and drabs in later literary sources, suggests that the earliest Chinese states were far less bureaucratic than their Western cousins. 23 There being no centralized temple or palace system with priests and administrators managing the storerooms and recording inputs and outputs, there was also little incentive to create a single, uniform unit of account. Instead, the evidence suggests a different path, with social currencies of various sorts still holding sway in the countryside and being converted to commercial purposes in dealings between specified. 19. The and or is significant. There was no formal distinction between a fine and a beating. In fact, the entire purpose of the oath, rather like the Cretan custom of having a borrower pretend to snatch the money, seems to have been to create the justification for punitive action, so the debtor could be punished as either a perjurer or a thief. 20. By the time of the New Kingdom, 1550 to 1070, there is more evidence for markets, but it's only by the time we reach the Iron Age, just before Egypt was absorbed into the Persian Empire, that we begin to see evidence for Mesopotamian-style debt crises. Greek sources, for instance, record that the pharaoh Bakhtin reigned 720 to 715 BC, issued a decree abolishing debt bondage and annulling all outstanding liabilities, since he felt it would be absurd for a soldier, perhaps at the moment when he was setting forth to fight for his fatherland, to be hauled off to prison by his creditor for an unpaid loan which, if true, is also one of the earliest mentions of a debt prison. 21 Under the Ptolemies, the Greek dynasty that ruled Egypt after Alexander, periodic clean slates had become institutionalized. It's well known that the Rosetta Stone, written both in Greek and Egyptian, proved to be the key that made it possible to translate Egyptian hieroglyphics. Few are aware of what it actually says. The stela was originally raised to announce an amnesty, both for debtors and for prisoners, declared by Ptolemy V in 196 BC. 22. China. 2200 to 771 BC. We can say almost nothing about Bronze Age India, since its writing remains indecipherable, and not much more about early China. What little we do know, mainly culled from dribs and drabs in later literary sources, suggests that the earliest Chinese states were far less bureaucratic than their Western cousins. 23 There being no centralized temple or palace system with priests and administrators managing the storerooms and recording inputs and outputs, there was also little incentive to create a single, uniform unit of account. Instead, the evidence suggests a different path, with social currencies of various sorts still holding sway in the countryside and being converted to commercial purposes in dealings between. Later sources recall that early rulers used pearls and jade as their superior method of payment, gold as their middle method of payment, and knives and spades as their lower method of payment. 24 The author can only be talking about gifts here, and hierarchical ones at that, kings and great magnates rewarding their followers for services in theory rendered voluntarily. In most places, long strings of cowrie shells figure prominently, but even here, though we often hear of the cowrie money of early China, and it's easy enough to find texts in which the value of sumptuous gifts are measured in cowries, it's never clear whether people were really carrying them around to buy and sell things in the marketplace. 25. The most likely interpretation is that they were carrying the shells, but for a long time marketplaces themselves were of minor significance, so this use was not nearly as important as the usual uses for social currencies, marriage presents, fines, fees, and tokens of honor. 26 At any rate, all sources insist that there was a wide variety of currencies in circulation. As David Scheidel, one of the premier contemporary scholars of early money, notes. In pre-imperial China, money took the form of cowrie shells, both originals and, increasingly, bronze imitations, tortoise shells, weighed gold and, rarely, silver bars, and most notably, from at least 1000 BC onward, utensil money in the shape of spade blades and knives made of bronze. 27. These were most often used between people who didn't know each other very well. For tabulating debts between neighbors, with local vendors, or with anything having to do with the government, people appear to have employed a variety of credit instruments. Later Chinese historians claim that the earliest of these were knotted strings, rather like the Inca quipu system, and then later, notched strips of wood or bamboo. 28 As in Mesopotamia, these appear to have long predated writing. We don't really know when the practice of lending at interest first reached China either, or whether Bronze Age China came to see the same sorts of debt crises as occurred in Mesopotamia, but there are tantalizing hints in later documents. 29 For instance, later Chinese legends about the origin of coinage ascribe the invention to emperors trying to relieve the effects of natural disasters. One early Han text reports. In ancient times, during the floods of Yu and the droughts of Tang, the common people became so exhausted that they were forced to borrow from one another in order to obtain food and clothing. Emperor Yu coined money for his people from the gold of Mount Li and, Emperor Tang did likewise from the copper of Mount Yan. Therefore the world called them benevolent. 30. Other versions are a little more explicit. The Guanxi, a collection that in early imperial China became the standard primer on political economy, notes, there were people who lacked even gruel to eat, and who were forced to sell their children. To rescue these people, Tang coined money. 31. The story is clearly fanciful. The real origins of coin money were at least 1,000 years later, and it is very hard to know what to make of it. Could this reflect a memory of children being taken away as debt sureties? On the face of it, it seems more like starving people selling their children outright, a practice that was to become commonplace in later periods of Chinese history. 32 But the juxtaposition of loans and the sale of children is suggestive, especially considering what was happening on the other side of Asia at exactly the same time. The Guanxi later goes on to explain that these same rulers instituted the custom of retaining 30% of the harvest in public granaries for redistribution in emergencies, so as to ensure that no one would ever be reduced to such desperate straits again. In other words, they began to set up just the kind of bureaucratic storage facilities that, in places like Egypt and Mesopotamia, had been responsible for creating money as a unit of account to begin with. Chapter 9. The Axial Age. 800 BC to 600 AD. Let us designate this period as the Axial Age. Extraordinary events are crowded into this period. In China lived Confucius and Laozi. All the trends in Chinese philosophy arose. In India it was the age of the Upanishads and of Buddha. As in China, all philosophical trends, including skepticism and materialism, sophistry and nihilism, were developed. Karl Jaspers, Way to Wisdom. The phrase the Axial Age was coined by the German existentialist philosopher Karl Jaspers. In the course of writing a history of philosophy, Jaspers became fascinated by the fact that figures like Pythagoras, 570 to 495 BC, the Buddha, 563 to 483 BC, and Confucius, 551 to 479 BC, were all contemporaries, and that Greece, India, and China, in that period, all saw a sudden efflorescence of debate between contending intellectual schools, each group apparently unaware of the other's existence. Like the simultaneous invention of coinage, why this happened had always been a puzzle. Jaspers wasn't entirely sure himself. To some extent, he suggested, it must have been an effect of similar historical conditions. For most of the great urban civilizations of the time, the early Iron Age was a kind of pause between empires, a time when political landscapes were broken into a checkerboard of often diminutive kingdoms and city-states, most often at constant war externally and locked in constant political debate within. Each case witnessed the development of something akin to a dropout culture, with ascetics and sages fleeing to the wilderness or wandering from town to town seeking wisdom. In each, too, they were eventually reabsorbed into the political order as a new kind of intellectual or spiritual elite, whether as Greek sophists, Jewish prophets, Chinese sages, or Indian holy men. Whatever the reasons, the result, Jaspers argued, was the first period in history in which human beings applied principles of reasoned inquiry to the great questions of human existence. He observed that all these great regions of the world, China, India, and the Mediterranean, witnessed the emergence of almost exactly the same collection of philosophical tendencies, from skepticism to idealism, in fact, that philosophers in each managed to simultaneously develop all the major positions on the nature of cosmos, mind, action, and the ends of human existence that have remained the stuff of philosophical debate ever since. As one of Jaspers' disciples later put it, overstating only slightly, no really new ideas have been added since that time. 2. For Jaspers, the period begins with the Persian prophet Zoroaster, around 800 BC, and ends around 200 BC, to be followed by a spiritual age that centers on figures like Jesus and Muhammad. For my own purposes, I find it more useful to combine the two. Let us define the Axial Age, then, as running from 800 BC to 600 AD. Point 3. This makes the Axial Age the period that saw the birth not only of all the world's major philosophical tendencies, but also all of today's major world religions: Zoroastrianism, Prophetic Judaism, Buddhism, Jainism, Hinduism, Confucianism, Taoism, Christianity, and Islam. 4. The attentive reader may have noticed that the core period of Jaspers' Axial Age, the lifetimes of Pythagoras, Confucius, and the Buddha, corresponds almost exactly to the period in which coinage was invented. What's more, the three parts of the world where coins were first invented were also the very parts of the world where those sages lived. In fact, they became the epicenters of Axial Age religious and philosophical creativity: the kingdoms and city-states around the Yellow River in China, the Ganges Valley in northern India, and the shores of the Aegean Sea. What was the connection? We might start by asking, what is a coin? The normal definition is that a coin is a piece of valuable metal, shaped into a standardized unit, with some emblem or mark inscribed to authenticate it. The world's first coins appear to have been created within the kingdom of Lydia, in western Anatolia, now Turkey, sometime around 600 BC. 5. These first Lydian coins were basically just round lumps of electrum, a gold-silver alloy that occurred naturally in the nearby Pactolus River, that had been heated, then hammered with some kind of insignia. The very first, stamped only with a few letters, appear to have been manufactured by ordinary jewelers, but these disappeared almost instantly, replaced by coins manufactured in a newly established royal mint. Greek cities on the Anatolian coast soon began to strike their own coins, and they came to be adopted in Greece itself. The same thing occurred in the Persian Empire after it absorbed Lydia in 547 BC. In both India and China, we can observe the same pattern. Invented by private citizens, coinage was quickly monopolized by the state. The first Indian money, which seems to have appeared at some point in the 6th century, consisted of bars of silver trimmed down to uniform weights, then punch-marked with some kind of official symbol. 6 Most of the examples discovered by archaeologists contain numerous additional counterpunches, presumably added much in the way that a check or other credit instrument is endorsed before being transferred. This strongly suggests that they were being handled by people used to dealing with more abstract credit instruments. 7 Much early Chinese coinage also shows signs of having evolved directly from social currencies. Some were in fact cast bronze in the shape of cowries, though others took the shape of diminutive knives, discs, or spades. In every case, local governments quickly stepped in, presumably within the space of about a generation. 8 However, since in each of the 3 areas there was a plethora of tiny states, this meant that each ended up with a wide variety of different currency systems. For example, around 700 BC, northern India was still divided into janapadas or tribal territories, some of them monarchies and some republics, and in the 6th century there were still at least 16 major kingdoms. In China, this was the period where the old Zhou Empire first evolved into vying principalities, the Spring and Autumn period, 722 to 481 BC, then splintered into the chaos of the warring states, 475 to 221 BC. Like the Greek city-states, all of the resulting kingdoms, no matter how diminutive, aspired to issue their own official currency. Recent scholarship has shed a great deal of light on how this must have happened. Gold, silver, and bronze, the materials from which coins were made, had long been the media of international trade, but until that time, only the rich actually had much in their possession. A typical Sumerian farmer may well have never had occasion to hold a substantial piece of silver in his hand, except perhaps at his wedding. Most precious metals took the form of wealthy women's anklets and heirloom chalices presented by kings to their retainers, or it was simply stockpiled in temples, in ingot form, as sureties for loans. Somehow, during the Axial Age, all this began to change. Large amounts of silver, gold, and copper were dethesaurized, as the economic historians like to say. It was removed from the temples and houses of the rich and placed in the hands of ordinary people, was broken into tinier pieces, and began to be used in everyday transactions. How? Israeli classicist David Shops provides the most plausible suggestion: most of it was stolen. This was a period of generalized warfare, and it is in the nature of war that precious things are plundered. Soldiers who plunder may indeed go first for the women, the alcoholic drinks, or the food, but they will also be looking around for things of value that are easily portable. A long-term standing army will tend to accumulate many things that are valuable and portable, and the most valuable and portable items are precious metals and precious stones. It may well have been the protracted wars among the states of these areas that first produced a large population of people with precious metal in their possession and a need for everyday necessities. Where there are people who want to buy, there will be people willing to sell, as innumerable tracts on black markets, drug dealing, and prostitution point out. The constant warfare of the archaic age of Greece, of the Janapadas of India, of the warring states of China, was a powerful impetus for the development of market trade, and in particular for market trade based on the exchange of precious metal, usually in small amounts. If plunder brought precious metal into the hands of the soldiers, the market will have spread it through the population. 9. Now, one might object, but surely, war and plunder were nothing new. The Homeric epics, for instance, show a well-nigh obsessive interest in the division of the spoils. True, but what the Axial Age also saw, again, equally in China, India, and the Aegean, was the rise of a new kind of army, made up not of aristocratic warriors and their retainers, but trained professionals. The period when the Greeks began to use coinage, for instance, was also the period when they developed their famous phalanx tactics, which required constant drill and training of the hoplite soldiers. The results were so extraordinarily effective that Greek mercenaries were soon being sought after from Egypt to Crimea. But unlike the Homeric retainers, who could simply be ignored, an army of trained mercenaries needs to be rewarded in some meaningful way. One could perhaps provide them all with livestock, but livestock are hard to transport, or with promissory notes, but these would be worthless in the mercenaries' own country. Allowing each a tiny share of the plunder does seem an obvious solution. These new armies were, directly or indirectly, under the control of governments, and it took governments to turn these chunks of metal into genuine currency. The main reason for this is simple capacity. To create enough coins that the people could begin to use them in everyday transactions required mass production on a scale far beyond the abilities of local merchants or smiths. 10 Of course, we have already seen why governments might have incentive to do so. The existence of markets was highly convenient for governments, and not just because it made it so much easier for them to provision large standing armies. By insisting that only their own coins were acceptable as fees, fines, or taxes, governments were able to overwhelm the innumerable social currencies that already existed in their hinterlands, and to establish something like uniform national markets. Actually, one theory is that the very first Lydian coins were invented explicitly to pay mercenaries. 11 This might help explain why the Greeks, who supplied most of the mercenaries, so quickly became accustomed to the use of coins, and why the use of coinage spread so quickly across the Hellenic world, so that by 480 BC there were at least 100 mints operating in different Greek cities, even though at that time, none of the great trading nations of the Mediterranean had as yet showed the slightest interest in them. The Phoenicians, for example, were considered the consummate merchants and bankers of antiquity. 12 They were also great inventors, having been the first to develop both the alphabet and the abacus. Yet for centuries after the invention of coinage, they preferred to continue conducting business as they always had, with unwrought ingots and promissory notes. 13 Phoenician cities struck no coins until 365 BC, and while Carthage, the great Phoenician colony in North Africa that came to dominate commerce in the western Mediterranean, did so a bit earlier, it was only when forced to do so to pay Sicilian mercenaries, and its issues were marked in Punic, for the people of the camp. 14. On the other hand, in the extraordinary violence of the Axial Age, being a great trading nation, rather than, say, an aggressive military power like Persia, Athens, or Rome, was not, ultimately, a winning proposition. The fate of the Phoenician cities is instructive. Sidon, the wealthiest, was destroyed by the Persian Emperor Artaxerxes III after a revolt in 351 BC. 40,000 of its inhabitants are said to have committed mass suicide rather than surrender. 19 years later, Tyre was destroyed after a prolonged siege by Alexander, 10,000 died in battle, and the 30,000 survivors were sold into slavery. Carthage lasted longer, but when Roman armies finally destroyed the city in 146 BC, hundreds of thousands of Carthaginians were said to have been raped and slaughtered, and 50,000 captives put on the auction block, after which the city itself was razed and its fields sowed with salt. All this may bring home something of the level of violence amidst which Axial Age thought developed. 15 But it also leaves us asking, what exactly was the ongoing relation among coinage, military power, and this unprecedented outpouring of ideas? The Mediterranean. Here again our best information is from the Mediterranean world, and I have already provided some of its outlines. Comparing Athens, with its far-flung naval empire, and Rome, we can immediately detect striking similarities. In each city, history begins with a series of debt crises. In Athens, the first crisis, the one that culminated in Solon's reforms of 594 BC, was so early that coinage could hardly have been a factor. In Rome, too, the earliest crises seem to have preceded the advent of currency. Rather, in each case, coinage became a solution. In brief, one might say that these conflicts over debt had two possible outcomes. The first was that the aristocrats could win, and the poor remained slaves of the rich, which in practice meant that most people would end up clients of some wealthy patron. Such states were generally militarily ineffective. 16 The second was that popular factions could prevail, institute the usual popular program of redistribution of lands and safeguards against debt peonage, and thus create the basis for a class of free farmers whose children would, in turn, be free to spend much of their time training for war. 17. Coinage played a critical role in maintaining this kind of free peasantry, secure in their landholding, not tied to any great lord by bonds of debt. In fact, the fiscal policies of many Greek cities amounted to little more than elaborate systems for the distribution of loot. It's important to emphasize that few ancient cities, if any, went so far as to outlaw predatory lending, or even debt peonage, entirely. Instead, they threw money at the problem. Gold, and especially silver, were acquired in war, or mined by slaves captured in war. Mints were located in temples, the traditional place for depositing spoils, and city-states developed endless ways to distribute coins, not only to soldiers, sailors, and those producing arms or outfitting ships, but to the populace generally, as jury fees, fees for attending public assemblies, or sometimes just as outright distributions, as Athens did most famously when they discovered a new vein of silver in the mines at Laurium in 483 BC. At the same time, insisting that the same coin served as legal tender for all payments due to the state guaranteed that they would be in sufficient demand that markets would soon develop. Many of the political crises in ancient Greek cities similarly turned on the distribution of the spoils. Here is an incident recorded in Aristotle, who provides a conservative take on the origins of a coup in the city of Rhodes around 391 BC. Demagogues here refers to the leaders of the democracy. The demagogues needed money to pay the people for attending the assembly and serving on juries, for if the people did not attend, the demagogues would lose their influence. They raised at least some of the money they needed by preventing the disbursement of the money due the trireme warship commanders under their contracts with the city to build and fit triremes for the Rhodian Navy. Since the trireme commanders were not paid, they were unable in turn to pay their suppliers and workers, who sued the trireme commanders. To escape these lawsuits, the trireme commanders banded together and overthrew the democracy. 18. It was slavery, though, that made all this possible. As the figures concerning Sidon, Tyre, and Carthage suggest, enormous numbers of people were being enslaved in many of these conflicts, and, of course, many slaves ended up working in the mines, producing even more gold, silver, and copper. The mines in Laurium reportedly employed 10 to 20,000 of them. 19. Jeffrey Ingham calls the resulting system a military coinage complex, though I think it would be even better to call it a military coinage slavery complex. 20. Anyway, that describes rather nicely how it worked in practice. When Alexander set out to conquer the Persian Empire, he borrowed much of the money with which to pay and provision his troops, and he minted his first coins, used to pay his creditors and continue to support the money, by melting down gold and silver plundered after his initial victories. 21. However, an expeditionary force needed to be paid, and paid well. Alexander's army, which numbered some 120,000 men, required half a ton of silver a day just for wages. For this reason, conquest meant that the existing Persian system of mines and mints had to be reorganized around providing for the invading army, and ancient mines, of course, were worked by slaves. In turn, most slaves in mines were war captives. Presumably most of the unfortunate survivors of the siege of Tyre ended up working in such mines. One can see how this process might feed upon itself. 22. Alexander was also the man responsible for destroying what remained of the ancient credit systems, since not only the Phoenicians but also the old Mesopotamian heartland had resisted the new coin economy. His armies not only destroyed Tyre, they also dethesaurized the gold and silver reserves of Babylonian and Persian temples, the security on which their credit systems were based, and insisted that all taxes to his new government be paid in his own money. The result was to release the accumulated specie of century onto the market in a matter of months, something like 180,000 talents, or in contemporary terms, an estimated $285 billion. 23. The Hellenistic successor kingdoms established by Alexander's generals, from Greece to India, employed mercenaries rather than national armies, but the story of Rome is, again, similar to that of Athens. Its early history, as recorded by official chroniclers like Livy, is one of continual struggles between patricians and plebeians, and of continual crises over debt. Periodically, these would lead to what were called moments of the secession of the plebs, when the commoners of the city abandoned their fields and workshops, camped outside the city, and threatened mass defection, an interesting halfway point between the popular revolts of Greece and the strategy of exodus typically pursued in Egypt and Mesopotamia. Here, too, the patricians were ultimately faced with a decision. They could use agricultural loans to gradually turn the plebeian population into a class of bonded laborers on their estates, or they could accede to popular demands for debt protection, preserve a free peasantry, and employ the younger sons of free farm families as soldiers. 24. As the prolonged history of crises, secessions, and reforms makes clear, the choice was made grudgingly. 25. The plebs practically had to force the senatorial class to take the imperial option. Still, they did, and over time the Senate gradually legislated into being a welfare system that recycled at least a share of the spoils to soldiers, veterans, and their families. It seems significant, in this light, that the traditional date of the first Roman coinage, 338 BC, is almost exactly the date when debt bondage was finally outlawed, 326 BC. 26. Again, coinage, minted from war spoils, didn't cause the crisis. It was used as a solution. In fact, the entire Roman Empire, at its height, could be understood as a vast machine for the extraction of precious metals and their coining and distribution to the military, combined with taxation policies designed to encourage conquered populations to adopt coins in their everyday transactions. Even so, for most of its history, use of coins was heavily concentrated in two zones within the empire, Italy and a few big cities, and along their frontiers, where the legions were actually stationed. In areas where there were neither mines nor military operations, older credit systems would appear to have continued largely as before. I will add one final note here. In Greece, as in Rome, attempts to solve the debt crisis through military expansion were always, ultimately, just ways of fending off the problem, and they only worked for a limited period of time. When expansion stopped, everything returned to as it had been before. Actually, It's not clear that all forms of debt bondage were ever entirely eliminated even in cities like Athens and Rome. In cities that were not successful military powers, without any source of income to set up welfare policies, debt crises continued to flare up every century or so, and they often became far more acute than they ever had in the Middle East, because there was no mechanism, short of outright revolution, to declare a Mesopotamian-style clean slate. Large populations, even in the Greek world, did, in fact, sink to the rank of serfs and clients. 27. Athenians, as we've seen, seem to assume that a gentleman normally lived a step or two ahead of his creditors. Roman politicians were little different. Of course, much of the debt was owed by members of the senatorial class to each other. In a way, this was just the usual communism of the rich, extending easy credit to one another on terms that they would never think to offer others. Still, under the late Republic, history records many intrigues and conspiracies hatched by desperate debtors, often aristocrats driven by relentless creditors to make common cause with the poor. 28 If we hear less about this sort of thing happening under the emperors, it's probably because there were fewer opportunities for protest. What evidence we have suggests that, if anything, the problem got much worse. 29 Around 100 AD, Plutarch wrote about his own country as if it were under foreign invasion. And as King Darius sent to the city of Athens his lieutenants to Tis and Artaphernes with chains and cords, to bind the prisoners they should take, so these usurers, bringing into Greece boxes full of schedules, bills, and obligatory contracts, as so many irons and fetters for the shackling of poor criminals. For at the very delivery of their money, they immediately ask it back, taking it up at the same moment they lay it down, and they let out that again to interest which they take for the use of what they have before lent. So that they laugh at those natural philosophers who hold that nothing can be made of nothing and of that which has no existence, but with them usury is made and engendered of that which neither is nor ever was. 30. The works of the early Christian fathers likewise resound with endless descriptions of the misery and desperation of those caught in rich lenders' webs. In the end, through this means, that small window of freedom that had been created by the plebs was undone, and the free peasantry largely eliminated. By the waning days of the empire, most people in the countryside who weren't outright slaves had become, effectively, debt peons to some rich landlord, a situation in the end legally formalized by imperial decrees binding peasants to the land. 31 Without a free peasantry to form the basis for the army, the state was forced to rely more and more on arming and employing Germanic barbarians from across the imperial frontiers, with results that need hardly be recalled here. India. In most ways, India could not be more different as a civilization than the ancient Mediterranean. But to a remarkable degree, the same basic pattern repeats itself there as well. The Bronze Age civilization of the Indus Valley collapsed sometime around 1600 BC, it would be about 1,000 years before India saw the emergence of another urban civilization. When it did, that civilization was centered on the fertile plains that surrounded the Ganges farther east. Here too we observe, at first, a checkerboard of different sorts of government, from the famous Kshatriya republics with a populace in arms and urban democratic assemblies, to elective monarchies, to centralized empires like Kosala and Magadha. 32 Both Gautama, the future Buddha, and Mahavira, the founder of Jainism, were born in one of these republics, though both ultimately found themselves teaching within the great empires, whose rulers often became patrons of wandering ascetics and philosophers. Both kingdoms and republics produced their own silver and copper coinage, but in some ways the republics were more traditional, since the self-governing populace in arms consisted of the traditional Kshatriya or warrior caste, who typically held their lands in common and had them worked by serfs or slaves. 33 The kingdoms, on the other hand, were founded on a fundamentally new institution, a trained, professional army, open to young men of a wide variety of backgrounds, their equipment supplied by central authorities. Soldiers were obliged to check their arms and armor when they entered cities, and provided with generous salaries. Whatever their origins, here too, coins and markets sprung up above all to feed the machinery of war. Magadha, which ultimately came out on top, did so largely because it controlled most of the mines. Count Eleazarthasastra, a political treatise written by one of the chief ministers for the Mauryan dynasty that succeeded it, 321 to 185 BC, stated the matter precisely: the treasury is based upon mining, the army upon the treasury, he who is army and treasury may conquer the whole wide earth. 34 The government drew its personnel first of all from a landed class, which provided trained administrators, but even more, full-time soldiers. The salaries of each rank of soldier and administrator were carefully stipulated. These armies could be huge. Greek sources report that Magadha could put to the field a force of 200,000 infantry, 20,000 horses, and about 4,000 elephants, and that Alexander's men mutinied rather than have to face them. Whether on campaign or in garrison, they were inevitably accompanied by a range of different sorts of camp followers, petty traders, prostitutes, and hired servants, which, with the soldiers, seems to have been the very medium through which a cash economy had originally taken form. 35 By Kautilya's time, a few hundred years later, the state was inserting itself into every aspect of the process. Kautilya suggests paying soldiers apparently generous wages, then secretly replacing hawkers with government agents who could charge them twice the normal rates for supplies. He also recommends organizing prostitutes under a ministry in which they could be trained as spies, so as to make detailed reports on their clients' loyalties. Thus was the market economy, born of war, gradually taken over by government. Rather than stifle the spread of currency, the process seems to have doubled and even tripled it. The military logic was extended to the entire economy, the government systematically setting up its granaries, workshops, trading houses, warehouses, and jails, staffed by salaried officials, and all selling products on the market so as to collect the pieces of silver paid off to soldiers and officials and put them back into the royal treasuries again. 36 The result was a monetarization of daily life unlike anything India was to see for another 2,000 years. 37 Something similar seems to have happened with chattel slavery, which became quite commonplace at the time of the rise of the great armies, again, unlike almost any other point in Indian history, but was gradually brought under government control. 38 By Kautilya's time, most war captives were not sold in marketplaces but relocated to government villages on newly reclaimed land. They were not allowed to leave. These government villages were, at least according to the regulations, remarkably dreary places, veritable work camps, with all forms of festive entertainment officially prohibited. Slave hirelings were mostly convicts, rented by the state during their terms. With their armies, spies, and administrators controlling everything, the new Indian kings evinced little interest in the old priestly caste and its Vedic ritual, though many kept up a lively interest in the new philosophical and religious ideas that seemed to have been cropping up everywhere at the time. As time went on, however, the war machine began to sputter. It's not clear exactly why this happened. By the time of Emperor Asoka, 273 to 232 BC, the Mauryan dynasty controlled almost all of present-day India and Pakistan, but the Indian version of the military coinage slavery complex was showing definite signs of strain. Perhaps the clearest sign was the debasement of the coinage, which over the course of 2 centuries or so had gone from almost pure silver to about 50% copper. 39 Asoka, famously, began his reign and conquest, in 265 BC, destroying the Kalingas, one of the last remaining Indian republics, in a war in which hundreds of thousands of human beings were, according to his own account, killed or carried off into slavery. The king later claimed to have been so disturbed and haunted by the carnage that he renounced war altogether, embraced Buddhism, and declared that from that time on, his kingdom would be governed by principles of ahimsa, or non-violence. "Here in my kingdom," he declared in an edict inscribed on one of the great granite pillars in his capital of Patna, which so dazzled the Greek ambassador Megasthenes, "no living being must be killed or sacrificed." 40 Such a statement obviously can't be taken literally. Asoka might have replaced sacrificial ritual with vegetarian feasts, but he didn't abolish the army, abandon capital punishment, or even outlaw slavery. But his rule marked a revolutionary shift in ethos. Aggressive war was abandoned, and much of the army does seem to have been demobilized, along with the network of spies and state bureaucrats, with the new, proliferating mendicant orders, Buddhists, Jains, and also world-renouncing Hindus, given official state support to preach to the villages on questions of social morality. Asoka and his successors diverted substantial resources to these religious orders, with the result that, over the next centuries, thousands of stupas and monasteries were built across the subcontinent. 41 Asoka's reforms are useful to contemplate here because they help reveal just how mistaken some of our basic assumptions are, particularly, that money equals coins, and that more coins in circulation means more commerce and a greater role for private merchants. In reality, the Magadha state promoted markets but had been suspicious of private merchants, seeing them largely as competitors. 42 Merchants had been among the earliest and most ardent supporters of the new religions. Jains, owing to their rigorous enforcement of rules against harm to any living creature, were obliged to become, effectively, a mercantile caste. Mercantile interests fully supported Asoka's reforms. Yet the result was not an increase in the use of cash in everyday affairs but exactly the opposite. Early Buddhist economic attitudes have long been considered something of a puzzle. On the one hand, monks could not own property as individuals, They were expected to live an austere communistic life with little more than a robe and begging bowl as personal possessions, and they were strictly forbidden to so much as touch anything made of gold or silver. On the other hand, however suspicious of precious metals, Buddhism had always had a liberal attitude toward credit arrangements. It is one of the few of the great world religions that has never formally condemned usury. 43 Taken in the context of the times, however, there's nothing particularly mysterious about any of this. It makes perfect sense for a religious movement that rejected violence and militarism, but that was in no way opposed to commerce. 44 As we shall see, while Asoka's own empire was not long to endure, soon to be replaced by a succession of ever weaker and mostly smaller states, Buddhism took root. The decline of the great armies eventually led to the near disappearance of coinage, but also to a veritable efflorescence of increasingly sophisticated forms of credit. China. Until about 475 BC, northern China was still nominally an empire, but the emperors had devolved into figureheads and a series of de facto kingdoms had emerged. The period from 475 to 221 BC is referred to as the Warring States period. At that point, even the pretense of unity was cast aside. Ultimately, the country was reunited by the state of Qin, who established a dynasty that was then immediately overthrown by a series of massive popular insurrections, ushering in the Han Dynasty, 206 BC to 220 AD. Founded by a previously obscure rural constable and peasant leader named Liu Bao, who was the first Chinese leader to adopt the Confucian ideology, exam system, and pattern of civil administration that were to continue for almost 2,000 years. Still, the golden age of Chinese philosophy was the period of chaos that preceded unification, and this followed the typical axial age pattern, the same fractured political landscape, the same rise of trained, professional armies, and the creation of coin money largely in order to pay them. 45 We also see the same government policies designed to encourage the development of markets, chattel slavery on a scale not seen before or since in Chinese history, the appearance of itinerant philosophers and religious visionaries, battling intellectual schools, and eventually, attempts by political leaders to transform the new philosophies into religions of state. 46 There were also significant differences, starting with the currency system. China never minted gold or silver coins. Merchants used precious metals in the form of bullion, but the coins in actual circulation were basically small change, cast bronze discs, usually with a hole in the middle so that they could be strung together. Such strings of cash were produced in extraordinary numbers, and very large amounts had to be assembled for large-scale transactions. When wealthy men wished to make donations to temples, for instance, they had to use ox carts to carry the money. The most plausible explanation is that, especially after unification, Chinese armies were enormous. Some warring states' armies numbered up to 1 million, but not nearly as professional or well paid as those of kingdoms farther west, and from Qin and Han times on, rulers were careful to ensure that this remained the case, to make sure their armies never became an independent power base. 47 There was also a notable difference in that the new religious and philosophical movements in China were from their very beginnings also social movements. Elsewhere, they only gradually became so. In ancient Greece, philosophy began with cosmological speculation. Philosophers were more likely to be individual sages, perhaps surrounded by a few ardent disciples, than founders of movements. 48 Under the Roman Empire, schools of philosophy like the Stoics, Epicureans, and Neoplatonists did become movements of a sort, at least in the sense that they had thousands of educated adherents who practiced philosophy not only by reading, writing, and debating, but even more by meditation, diet, and exercise. Still, philosophical movements were basically confined to the civic elite. It was only with the rise of Christianity and other religious movements that philosophy moved beyond it. 49 One can observe a similar evolution in India, from individual Brahman world renouncers, forest sages, and wandering mendicants with theories about the nature of the soul or the composition of the material universe, to philosophical movements of the Buddhists, Jains, Ajivika, and others mostly long forgotten. 2. Finally, mass religious movements with thousands of monks, shrines, schools, and networks of lay supporters. In China, while many of the founders of the 100 schools of philosophy that blossomed under the warring states were wandering sages who spent their days moving from city to city trying to catch the ears of princes, others were leaders of social movements from the very start. Some of these movements didn't even have leaders, like the School of the Tillers, an anarchist movement of peasant intellectuals who set out to create egalitarian communities in the cracks and fissures between states. 50 The Mohists, egalitarian rationalists whose social base seems to have been urban artisans, not only were philosophically opposed to war and militarism, but organized battalions of military engineers who would actively discourage conflicts by volunteering to fight in any war against the side of the aggressor. Even the Confucians, for all the importance they attached to courtly ritual, were in their early days mainly known for their efforts in popular education. 51. Materialism I. The pursuit of profit. What is one to make of all this? The popular education campaigns of the period perhaps provide a clue. The axial age was the first time in human history when familiarity with the written word was no longer limited to priests, administrators, and merchants, but had become necessary to full participation in civic life. In Athens, it was taken for granted that only a country bumpkin would be entirely illiterate. Without mass literacy, neither the emergence of mass intellectual movements nor the spread of axial age ideas would have been possible. By the end of the period, these ideas had produced a world where even the leaders of barbarian armies descending on the Roman Empire felt obliged to take a position on the question of the mystery of the Trinity, and where Chinese monks could spend time debating the relative merits of the 18 schools of classical Indian Buddhism. No doubt the growth of markets played a role too, not only helping to free people from the proverbial shackles of status or community, but encouraging a certain habit of rational calculation, of measuring inputs and outputs, means and ends, all of which must inevitably have found some echoes in the new spirit of rational inquiry that begins to appear in all the same times and places. Even the word rational is telling. It derives, of course, from ratio how many of X go into Y, a sort of mathematical calculation previously used mainly by architects and engineers, but which, with the rise of markets, everyone who didn't want to get cheated at the marketplace had to learn how to do. Still, we must be careful here. After all, money in itself was nothing new. Sumerian farmers and tradesmen were already perfectly capable of making such calculations in 3500 BC, but none, as far as we know, were so impressed that they concluded, like Pythagoras, that mathematical ratios were the key to understanding the nature of the universe and the movement of celestial bodies, and that all things were ultimately composed of numbers, and they certainly hadn't formed secret societies based on sharing this understanding, debating and purging and excommunicating one another. 52. To understand what had changed, we have to look, again, at the particular kind of markets that were emerging at the beginning of the axial age, impersonal markets, born of war, in which it was possible to treat even neighbors as if they were strangers. Within human economies, motives are assumed to be complex. When a lord gives a gift to a retainer, there is no reason to doubt that it is inspired by a genuine desire to benefit that retainer, even if it is also a strategic move designed to ensure loyalty, and an act of magnificence meant to remind everyone else that he is great and the retainer small. There is no sense of contradiction here. Similarly, gifts between equals are usually fraught with many layers of love, envy, pride, spite, communal solidarity, or any of a dozen other things. Speculating on such matters is a major form of daily entertainment. What's missing, though, is any sense that the most selfish, self-interested, motive is necessarily the real one. Those speculating on hidden motives are just as likely to assume that someone is secretly trying to help a friend or harm an enemy as to acquire some advantage for him or herself. 53 Neither is any of this likely to have changed much in the rise of early credit markets, where the value of an IOU was as much dependent on assessments of its issuer's character as on his disposable income, and motives of love, envy, pride, etc., could never be completely set aside. Cash transactions between strangers were different, and all the more so when trading is set against a background of war and emerges from disposing of loot and provisioning soldiers, when one often had best not ask where the objects traded came from, and where no one is much interested in forming ongoing personal relationships anyway. Here, transactions really do become simply a figuring out of how many of X will go for how many of Y, of calculating proportions, estimating quality, and trying to get the best deal for oneself. The result, during the axial age, was a new way of thinking about human motivation, a radical simplification of motives that made it possible to begin speaking of concepts like profit and advantage and imagining that this is what people are really pursuing, in every aspect of existence, as if the violence of war or the impersonality of the marketplace has simply allowed them to drop the pretense that they ever cared about anything else. It was this, in turn, that allowed human life to seem like it could be reduced to a matter of means-to-end calculation, and hence something that could be examined using the same means that one used to study the attraction and repulsion of celestial bodies. 54 If the underlying assumption very much resembles those of contemporary economists, it's no coincidence, but with the difference that, in an age when money, markets, states, and military affairs were all intrinsically connected, money was needed to pay armies to capture slaves to mine gold to produce money, When cutthroat competition often did involve the literal cutting of throats, it never occurred to anyone to imagine that selfish ends could be pursued by peaceful means. Certainly, this picture of humanity does begin to appear, with startling consistency, across Eurasia, wherever we also see coinage and philosophy appear. China provides an unusually transparent case in point. Already in Confucius's time, Chinese thinkers were speaking of the pursuit of profit as the driving force in human life. The actual term used was li, a word first used to refer to the increase of grain one harvests from a field over and above what one originally planted. The pictogram represents a sheaf of wheat next to a knife. 55 From there it came to mean commercial profit, and thence, a general term for benefit or payback. The following story, which purports to tell the reaction of a merchant's son named Liu Bavai on learning that an exiled prince was living nearby, illustrates the progression nicely. On returning home, he said to his father, "What is the profit on investment that one can expect from plowing fields?" 10 times the investment, replied his father. "And the return on investment in pearls and jades is how much?" 100-fold. "And the return on investment from establishing a ruler and securing the state would be how much?" "It would be incalculable." 56. Liu adopted the prince's cause and eventually contrived to make him king of Qin. He went on to become first minister for the king's son, Qin Shi Huang, helping him defeat the other warring states to become the first emperor of China. We still have a compendium of political wisdom that Liu commissioned for the new emperor, which contains such military advice as the following. As a general principle, when an enemy's army comes, it seeks some profit. Now if they come and find the prospect of death instead, they will consider running away the most profitable thing to do. When all one's enemies consider running to be the most profitable thing to do, no blades will cross. This is the most essential point in military matters. 57. In such a world, heroic considerations of honor and glory, vows to gods or desire for vengeance, were at best weaknesses to be manipulated. In the numerous manuals on statecraft produced at the time, everything was cast as a matter of recognizing interest and advantage, calculating how to balance that which will profit the ruler against that which will profit the people, determining when the ruler's interests are the same as the people's and when they contradict. 58 Technical terms drawn from politics, economics, and military strategy, return on investment, strategic advantage, blended and overlapped. The predominant school of political thought under the warring states was that of the legalists, who insisted that in matters of statecraft, a ruler's interests were the only consideration, even if rulers would be unwise to admit this. Still, the people could be easily manipulated, since they had the same motivations. The people's pursuit of profit, wrote Lord Shang, is utterly predictable, just like the tendency of water to flow downhill. 59 Shang was harsher than most of his fellow legalists in that he believed that widespread prosperity would ultimately harm the ruler's ability to mobilize his people for war, and therefore that terror was the most efficient instrument of governance, but even he insisted that this regime be clothed as a regime of law and justice. Wherever the military coinage slavery complex began to take hold, we find political theorists propounding similar ideas. Kautilya was no different. The title of his book, the Arthasastra, is usually translated as Manual of Statecraft, since it consists of advice to rulers, but its more literal translation is the science of material gain. 60 Like the legalists, Kautilya emphasized the need to create a pretext that governance was a matter of morality and justice, but in addressing the rulers themselves, he insisted that war and peace are considered solely from the point of view of profit, of amassing wealth to create a more effective army, of using the army to dominate markets and control resources to amass more wealth, and so on. 61 In Greece we've already met Thrasymachos. True, Greece was slightly different. Greek city-states did not have kings, and the collapse of private interests and affairs of state was in principle universally denounced as tyranny. Still, in practice, what this meant was that city-states, and even political factions, ended up acting in precisely the same coldly calculating way as Indian or Chinese sovereigns. Anyone who has ever read Thucydides' Melian dialogue, in which Athenian generals present the population of a previously friendly city with elegantly reasoned arguments for why the Athenians have determined that it is to the advantage of their empire to threaten them with collective massacre if they are not willing to become tribute-paying subjects, and why it is equally in the interests of the Melians to submit, will be aware of the results. 62. Another striking feature of this literature is its resolute materialism. Goddesses and gods, magic and oracles, sacrificial ritual, ancestral cults, even caste and ritual status systems all either disappear or are sidelined, no longer treated as ends in themselves but as yet mere tools to be used for the pursuit of material gain. That intellectuals willing to produce such theories should win the ears of princes is hardly surprising. Neither is it particularly surprising that other intellectuals should have been so offended by this sort of cynicism that they began to make common cause with the popular movements that inevitably began to form against those princes. But as is so often the case, oppositional intellectuals were faced with two choices: either adopt the reigning terms of debate, or try to come up with a diametrical inversion. Modi, the founder of Mohism, took the first approach. He turned the concept of profit, into something more like social utility, and then he attempted to demonstrate that war itself is, by definition, an unprofitable activity. For example, he wrote, campaigns can only be fought in spring and autumn, and each had equally deleterious effects. If in the spring then the people miss their sowing and planting, if in the autumn, they miss their reaping and harvesting. Even if they miss only one season, then the number of people who will die of cold and hunger is incalculable. Now let us calculate the army's equipment, the arrows, standards, tents, armor, shields, and sword hilts, the number of these which will break and perish and not come back, so also with oxen and horses. 63. His conclusion: if one could add up the total costs of aggression in human lives, animal lives, and material damage, one would be forced to the conclusion that they never outweighed the benefits, even for the victor. In fact, Modi took this sort of logic so far that he ended up arguing that the only way to optimize the overall profit of humanity was to abandon the pursuit of private profit entirely and adopt a principle of what he called universal love, essentially arguing that if one takes the principle of market exchange to its logical conclusion, it can only lead to a kind of communism. The Confucians took the opposite approach, rejecting the initial premise. A good example is most of the opening of Mencius' much-remembered conversation with King Hui. "Venerable sir," the king greeted him, "since you have not counted 1,000 miles too far to come here, may I suppose that you also have something with which you may profit my kingdom?" Mencius replied, "Why must your majesty necessarily use this word profit? What I have are only these two topics, benevolence and righteousness, and nothing else." 64. Still, the endpoint was roughly the same. The Confucian ideal of of humane benevolence, was basically just a more complete inversion of profit-seeking calculation than Modi's universal love. The main difference was that the Confucians added a certain aversion to calculation itself, preferring what might almost be called an art of decency. Taoists were later to take this even further with their embrace of intuition and spontaneity. All were so many attempts to provide a mirror image of market logic. Still, a mirror image is, ultimately, just that, the same thing, only backwards. Before long in each case we end up with an endless maze of paired opposites: egoism versus altruism, profit versus charity, materialism versus idealism, calculation versus spontaneity, none of which could ever have been imagined except by someone starting out from pure, calculating, self-interested market transactions. 65. Materialism too. Substance. As in the near presence of death, despise poor flesh, this refuse of blood and bones, this web and tissue of nerves and veins and arteries. Marcus Aurelius, Meditations 2.2. Taking pity on the hungry wolf, Wen Huang announced, "I do not covet this filthy bag of meat. I give it over to you that I may quickly acquire a body of more enduring strength. This donation will help benefit us both." Discourse on the Pure Land 21.12. As I've already observed, China was unusual because philosophy there began with debates about ethics and only later turned to speculations about the nature of the cosmos. In both Greece and India, cosmological speculation came first. In each, too, questions about the nature of the physical universe quickly give way to speculation about mind, truth, consciousness, meaning, language, illusion, world spirits, cosmic intelligence, and the fate of the human soul. This particular maze of mirrors is so complex and dazzling that it's extraordinarily difficult to discern the starting point, that is, what, precisely, is being reflected back and forth. Here anthropology can be helpful, as anthropologists have the unique advantage of being able to observe how human beings who have not previously been part of these conversations react when first exposed to axial age concepts. Every now and then too, we are presented with moments of exceptional clarity, ones that reveal the essence of our own thought to be almost exactly the opposite of what we thought it to be. Maurice Lienhardt, a Catholic missionary who had spent many long years teaching the gospel in New Caledonia, experienced such a moment in the 1920s, when he asked one of his students, an aged sculptor named Boss Oo, how he felt about having been introduced to spiritual ideas. Once, Waiting to assess the mental progress of the Kanaks I had taught for many years, I risked the following suggestion: in short, we introduce the notion of the spirit to your way of thinking? He objected, "Spirit? Bah! You didn't bring us the spirit. We already knew the spirit existed. We have always acted in accord with the spirit. What you've brought us is the body." 66. The notion that humans had souls appeared to Baso to be self-evident. The notion that there was such a thing as the body, apart from the soul, a mere material collection of nerves and tissues, let alone that the body is the prison of the soul, that the mortification of the body could be a means to the glorification or liberation of the soul, all this, it turns out, struck him as utterly new and exotic. Axial age spirituality, then, is built on a bedrock of materialism. This is its secret, one might almost say, the thing that has become invisible to us. 67 But if one looks at the very beginnings of philosophical inquiry in Greece and India, the point when there was as yet no difference between what we'd now call philosophy and what we'd now call science, this is exactly what one finds. Theory, if we can call it that, begins with the questions: what substance is the world made of? What is the underlying material behind the physical forms of objects in the world? Is everything made up of varying combinations of certain basic elements: earth, air, water, fire, stone, motion, mind, number, or are these basic elements just the forms taken by some even more elementary substance, for instance, as Nyaya and later Democritus proposed, atomic particles? 68 In just about every case, some notion of God, mind, spirit, some active organizing principle that gave form to and was not itself substance, emerged as well. But this was the kind of spirit that, like Leonhardt's God, only emerges in relation to inert matter. 69. 2. Connect this impulse, too, with the invention of coinage might seem like pushing things a bit far, but, at least for the classical world, there is an emerging scholarly literature, first set off by Harvard literary theorist Mark Schell, and more recently set forth by British classicist Richard Seaford in a book called Money and the Early Greek Mind, that aims to do exactly that. 70. In fact, some of the historical connections are so uncannily close that they are very hard to explain any other way. Let me give an example. After the first coins were minted around 600 BC in the kingdom of Lydia, the practice quickly spread to Ionia, the Greek cities of the adjacent coast. The greatest of these was the great walled metropolis of Miletus, which also appears to have been the first Greek city to strike its own coins. It was Ionia, too, that provided the bulk of the Greek mercenaries active in the Mediterranean at the time, with Miletus their effective headquarters. Miletus was also the commercial center of the region and, perhaps, the first city in the world where everyday market transactions came to be carried out primarily in coins instead of credit. 71 Greek philosophy, in turn, begins with three men: Thales, of Miletus, circa 624 BC circa 546 BC, Anaximander, of Miletus, circa 610 BC circa 546 BC, and Anaximenes, of Miletus, circa 585 BC circa 525 BC, in other words, men who were living in that city at exactly the time that coinage was first introduced. 72 All three are remembered chiefly for their speculations on the nature of the physical substance from which the world ultimately sprang. Thales proposed water, Anaximenes, air. Anaximander made up a new term, apeiron, the unlimited, a kind of pure abstract substance that could not itself be perceived but was the material basis of everything that could be. In each case, the assumption was that this primal substance, by being heated, cooled, combined, divided, compressed, extended, or set in motion, gave rise to the endless particular stuffs and substances that humans actually encounter in the world, from which physical objects are composed, and was also that into which all those forms would eventually dissolve. It was something that could turn into everything. As Seaford emphasizes, so was money. Gold, shaped into coins, is a material substance that is also an abstraction. It is both a lump of metal and something more than a lump of metal. It's a drachma or an obol, a unit of currency which, at least if collected in sufficient quantity, taken to the right place at the right time, turned over to the right person, could be exchanged for absolutely any other object whatsoever. 73. For Seaford, what was genuinely new about coins was their double-sidedness, the fact that they were both valuable pieces of metal and, at the same time, something more. At least within the communities that created them, ancient coins were always worth more than the gold, silver, or copper of which they were composed. Seaford refers to this extra value by the inelegant term fiduciarity, which comes from the term for public trust, the confidence a community places in its currency. 74 True, At the height of classical Greece, when there were hundreds of city-states producing different currencies according to a number of different systems of weights and denominations, merchants often did carry scales and treat coins, particularly foreign coins, like so many chunks of silver, just as Indian merchants seem to have treated Roman coins, but within a city, that city's currency had a special status, since it was always acceptable at face value when used to pay taxes, public fees, or legal penalties. This is, incidentally, why ancient governments were so often able to introduce base metal into their coins without leading to immediate inflation. A debased coin might have lost value when traded overseas, but at home, it was still worth just as much when purchasing a license, or entering the public theater. 75 This is also why, during public emergencies, Greek city-states would occasionally strike coins made entirely of bronze or tin, which everyone would agree, while the emergency lasted, to treat as if they were really made of silver. 76. This is the key to Seiferd's argument about materialism and Greek philosophy. A coin was a piece of metal, but by giving it a particular shape, stamped with words and images, the civic community agreed to make it something more. But this power was not unlimited. Bronze coins could not be used forever. If one debased the coinage, inflation would eventually set in. It was as if there was a tension there between the will of the community and the physical nature of the object itself. Greek thinkers were suddenly confronted with a profoundly new type of object, one of extraordinary importance, as evidenced by the fact that so many men were willing to risk their lives to get their hands on it, but whose nature was a profound enigma. Consider this word, materialism. What does it mean to adopt a materialist philosophy? What is material, anyway? Normally, we speak of materials when we refer to objects that we wish to make into something else. A tree is a living thing. It only becomes wood when we begin to think about all the other things you could carve out of it. And of course you can carve a piece of wood into almost anything. The same is true of clay, or glass, or metal. They're solid and real and tangible, but also abstractions, because they have the potential to turn into almost anything else, or, not precisely that. One can't turn a piece of wood into a lion or an owl, but one can turn it into an image of a lion or an owl. It can take on almost any conceivable form. So already in any materialist philosophy, we are dealing with an opposition between form and content, substance and shape, a clash between the idea, sign, emblem, or model in the creator's mind, and the physical qualities of the materials on which it is to be stamped, built, or imposed, from which it will be brought into reality. 77 With coins this rises to an even more abstract level because that emblem can no longer be conceived as the model in one person's head, but is rather the mark of a collective agreement. The images stamped on Greek coins, Miletus lion, Athens owl, were typically the emblems of the city's god, but they were also a kind of collective promise, by which citizens assured one another that not only would the coin be acceptable in payment of public debts, but in a larger sense, that everyone would accept them, for any debts, and thus, that they could be used to acquire anything anyone wanted. The problem is that this collective power is not unlimited. It only really applies within the city. The farther you go outside, into places dominated by violence, slavery, and war, the sort of place where even philosophers taking a cruise might end up on the auction block, the more it turns into a mere lump of precious metal. 78. The war between spirit and flesh, then, between the noble idea and ugly reality, the rational intellect versus stubborn corporeal drives and desires that resist it, even the idea that peace and community are not things that emerge spontaneously but that need to be stamped onto our baser material natures like a divine insignia stamped into base metal, all those ideas that came to haunt the religious and philosophical traditions of the axial age, and that have continued to surprise people like Bosso ever since, can already be seen as inscribed in the nature of this new form of money. It would be foolish to argue that all axial age philosophy was simply a meditation on the nature of coinage, but I think Seifert is right to argue that this is a critical starting place, one of the reasons that the pre-Socratic philosophers began to frame their questions in the peculiar way they did, asking, for instance, what are ideas? Are they merely collective conventions? Do they exist, as Plato insisted, in some divine domain beyond material existence? Or do they exist in our minds? Or do our minds themselves ultimately partake of that divine immaterial domain? And if they do, what does this say about our relation to our bodies? In India and China, the debate took different forms, but materialism was always the starting point. We only know the ideas of most truly materialist thinkers from the works of their intellectual enemies, as is the case with the Indian king Payasi, who enjoyed debating Buddhist and Jain philosophers, taking the position that the soul does not exist, that human bodies are nothing but particular configurations of air, water, earth, and fire, their consciousness the result of the elements' mutual interaction, and that when we die, the elements simply dissolve. 79 Clearly, though, such ideas were commonplace. Even the axial age religions are often startlingly lacking in the plethora of supernatural forces seen, before and after, as witnessed by continued debates over whether Buddhism even is a religion, since it rejects any notion of a supreme being, or whether Confucius' admonitions that one should continue to venerate one's ancestors was merely a way of encouraging filial piety, or based on a belief that dead ancestors did, in some sense, continue to exist. The fact that we have to ask says everything. Yet at the same time, what endures, above all, from that age, in institutional terms, are what we call the world religions. What we see then is a strange kind of back and forth, attack and riposte, whereby the market, the state, war, and religion all continually separate and merge with one another. Let me summarize it as briefly as I can. 1. Markets appear to have first emerged, in the Near East at least, as a side effect of government administrative systems. Over time, however, the logic of the market became entangled in military affairs, where it became almost indistinguishable from the mercenary logic of axial age warfare, and then, finally, that logic came to conquer government itself, to define its very purpose. 2. As a result, everywhere we see the military coinage slavery complex emerge, we also see the birth of materialist philosophies. They are materialist, in fact, in both senses of the term, in that they envision a world made up of material forces, rather than divine powers, and in that they imagine the ultimate end of human existence to be the accumulation of material wealth, with ideals like morality and justice being reframed as tools designed to satisfy the masses. 3. Everywhere, too, we find philosophers who react to this by exploring ideas of humanity and the soul, attempting to find a new foundation for ethics and morality. 4. Everywhere, some of these philosophers made common cause with social movements that inevitably formed in the face of these new and extraordinarily violent and cynical elites. The result was something new to human history, popular movements that were also intellectual movements, due to the assumption that those opposing existing power arrangements did so in the name of some kind of theory about the nature of reality. 5. Everywhere, these movements were also first and foremost peace movements, in that they rejected the new conception of violence, and especially aggressive war, as the foundation of politics. 6. Everywhere, too, there seems to have been an initial impulse to use the new intellectual tools provided by impersonal markets to come up with a new basis for morality, and everywhere, it foundered. Mohism, with its notion of social profit, flourished briefly and then collapsed. It was replaced by Confucianism, which rejected such ideas outright. We have already seen that reimagining moral responsibility in terms of debt, an impulse that cropped up in both Greece and India, while almost inevitable given the new economic circumstances, seems to prove uniformly unsatisfying. 80 The stronger impulse is to imagine another world where debt, and with it, all other worldly connections, can be entirely annihilated, where social attachments are seen as forms of bondage, just as the body is a prison. 7. Rulers' attitudes changed over time. At first, most appear to have affected an attitude of bemused tolerance toward the new philosophical and religious movements while privately embracing some version of cynical realpolitik. But as warring cities and principalities were replaced by great empires and especially, as those empires began to reach the limits of their expansion, sending the military coinage slavery complex into crisis, all this changed. In India, Asoka tried to refound his kingdom on Buddhism. In Rome, Constantine turned to the Christians. In China, the Han Emperor Wu Ti, 157–87 BC, faced with a similar military and financial crisis, adopted Confucianism as the philosophy of state. Of the three, only Wu Ti was ultimately successful. The Chinese Empire endured, in one form or another, for 2,000 years, almost always with Confucianism as its official ideology. In Constantine's case the Western Empire fell apart, but the Roman Church endured. Asoka's project could be said to be the least successful. Not only did his empire fall apart, replaced by an endless series of weaker, usually fragmentary kingdoms, but Buddhism itself was largely driven out of his one-time territories, though it did establish itself much more firmly in China, Nepal, Tibet, Sri Lanka, Korea, Japan, and much of Southeast Asia. 8. The ultimate effect was a kind of ideal division of spheres of human activity that endures to this day, on the one hand the market, on the other, religion. To put the matter crudely, if one relegates a certain social space simply to the selfish acquisition of material things, it is almost inevitable that soon someone else will come to set aside another domain in which to preach that, from the perspective of ultimate values, material things are unimportant, that selfishness, or even the self, are illusory, and that to give is better than to receive. If nothing else, it is surely significant that all the axial age religions emphasize the importance of charity, a concept that had barely existed before. Pure greed and pure generosity are complementary concepts, neither could really be imagined without the other, both could only arise in institutional contexts that insisted on such pure and single-minded behavior, and both seem to have appeared together wherever impersonal, physical, cash money also appeared on the scene. As for the religious movements, it would be easy enough to write them off as escapist, as promising the victims of the axial age empire's liberation in the next world as a way of letting them accept their lot in this one, and convincing the rich that all they really owed the poor were occasional charitable donations. Radical thinkers almost invariably do write them off in this way. Surely, the willingness of the governments themselves to eventually embrace such religions would seem to support this conclusion. But the issue is more complicated. First of all, there is something to be said for escapism. Popular uprisings in the ancient world usually ended in the massacre of the rebels. As I've already observed, physical escape, such as via exodus or defection, has always been the most effective response to oppressive conditions since the earliest times we know about. Where physical escape is not possible, what, exactly, is an oppressed peasant supposed to do? Sit and contemplate her misery? At the very least, otherworldly religions provided glimpses of radical alternatives. Often they allowed people to create other worlds within this one, liberated spaces of one sort or another. It is surely significant that the only people who succeeded in abolishing slavery in the ancient world were religious sects, such as the Essenes, who did so, effectively, by defecting from the larger social order and forming their own utopian communities. 81 Or, in a smaller but more enduring example, the democratic city-states of northern India were all eventually stamped out by the great empires. Kautilya provides extensive advice on how to subvert and destroy democratic constitutions, but the Buddha admired the democratic organization of their public assemblies and adopted it as the model for his followers. 82 Buddhist monasteries are still called Sangha, the ancient name for such republics, and continue to operate by the same consensus-finding process to this day, preserving a certain egalitarian democratic ideal that would otherwise have been entirely forgotten. Finally, the larger historical achievements of these movements are not, in fact, insignificant. As they took hold, things began to change. Wars became less brutal and less frequent. Slavery faded as an institution, to the point at which, by the Middle Ages, it had become insignificant or even non-existent across most of Eurasia. Everywhere too, the new religious authorities began to seriously address the social dislocations introduced by debt. Chapter 10. The Middle Ages. 600 AD to 1450 AD. Artificial wealth comprises the things which of themselves satisfy no natural need, for example money, which is a human contrivance. St. Thomas Aquinas. If the axial age saw the emergence of complementary ideals of commodity markets and universal world religions, the Middle Ages were the period in which those two institutions began to merge. Everywhere, the age began with the collapse of empires. Eventually, new states formed, but in these new states, the nexus between war, bullion, and slavery was broken. Conquest and acquisition for their own sake were no longer celebrated as the end of all political life. At the same time, economic life, from the conduct of international trade to the organization of local markets, came to fall increasingly under the regulation of religious authorities. One result was a widespread movement to control, or even forbid, predatory lending. Another was a return, across Eurasia, to various forms of virtual credit money. Granted, this is not the way we're used to thinking of the Middle Ages. For most of us, medieval remains a synonym for superstition, intolerance, and oppression. Yet for most of the Earth's inhabitants, it could only be seen as an extraordinary improvement over the terrors of the axial age. One reason for our skewed perception is that we are used to thinking of the Middle Ages as something that happened primarily in Western Europe, in territories that had been little more than border outposts of the Roman Empire to begin with. According to the conventional wisdom, with the collapse of the empire, the cities were largely abandoned and the economy reverted to barter, taking at least 5 centuries to recover. Even for Europe, though, this is based on a series of unquestioned assumptions that, as I've said, crumble the moment one starts seriously poking at them. Chief among them is the idea that the absence of coins means the absence of money. True, the destruction of the Roman war machine also meant that Roman coins went out of circulation, and the few coins produced within the Gothic or Frankish kingdoms that established themselves over the ruins of the old empire were largely fiduciary in nature. One still, A glance at the barbarian law codes reveals that even at the height of the Dark Ages, people were still carefully keeping accounts in Roman money as they calculated interest rates, contracts, and mortgages. Again, cities shriveled, and many were abandoned, but even this was something of a mixed blessing. Certainly, it had a terrible effect on literacy, but one must also bear in mind that ancient cities could only be maintained by extracting resources from the countryside. Roman Gaul, for instance, had been a network of cities, connected by the famous Roman roads to an endless succession of slave plantations, which were owned by the urban grandees. After around 400 AD, the population of the towns declined radically, but the plantations also disappeared. In the following centuries, many came to be replaced by manors, churches, and even later, castles, where new local lords extracted their own dues from the surrounding farmers. But one need only do the math, since medieval agriculture was no less efficient than ancient agriculture. In fact, it rapidly became a great deal more so. The amount of work required to feed a handful of mounted warriors and clergymen could not possibly have been anything like that required to feed entire cities. However oppressed medieval serfs might have been, their plight was nothing compared with that of their axial age equivalents. Still, the Middle Ages proper are best seen as having begun not in Europe but in India and China, between 400 and 600 AD, and then sweeping across much of the western half of Eurasia with the advent of Islam. They only really reached Europe 400 years later. Let us begin our story, then, in India. Medieval India. Flight into hierarchy. I left off in India with Asoka's embrace of Buddhism, but I noted that, ultimately, his project foundered. Neither his empire nor his church was to endure. It took a good deal of time, however, for this failure to occur. The Mauryans represented a high water mark of empire. The next 500 years saw a succession of kingdoms, most of them strongly supportive of Buddhism. Stupas and monasteries sprang up everywhere, but the states that sponsored them grew weaker and weaker, centralized armies dissolved, soldiers, like officials, increasingly came to be paid by land grants rather than salaries. As a result, the number of coins in circulation steadily declined. Here too, the early Middle Ages witnessed a dramatic decline of cities, where the Greek ambassador Megasthenes described Asoka's capital of Patna as the largest city in the world of his day. Medieval Arab and Chinese travelers described India as a land of endless tiny villages. As a result, most historians have come to write, much as they do in Europe, of a collapse of the money economy, of commerce becoming a reversion to barter. Here too, this appears to be simply untrue. What vanished were the military means to extract resources from the peasants. In fact, Hindu law books written at the time show increasing attention to credit arrangements, with a sophisticated language of sureties, collateral, mortgages, promissory notes, and compound interest. For one need only consider how the Buddhist establishments popping up all over India during these centuries were funded. While the earliest monks were wandering mendicants, owning little more than their begging bowls, early medieval monasteries were often magnificent establishments with vast treasuries. Still, in principle, their operations were financed almost entirely through credit. The key innovation was the creation of what were called the perpetual endowments or inexhaustible treasuries. Say a lay supporter wished to make a contribution to her local monastery. Rather than offering to provide candles for a specific ritual, or servants to attend to the upkeep of the monastic grounds, she would provide a certain sum of money, or something worth a great deal of money, that would then be loaned out in the name of the monastery, at the accepted 15% annual rate. The interest on the loan would then be earmarked for that specific purpose. 5 An inscription discovered at the great monastery of Sansi sometime around 450 AD provides a handy illustration. A woman named Harasvamini donates the relatively modest sum of 12 dinars to the noble community of monks. 6 The text carefully inscribes how the income is to be divided up. The interest on 5 of the dinars was to provide daily meals for 5 different monks. The interest from another 3 would pay to light 3 lamps for the Buddha, in memory of her parents, and so forth. The inscription ends by saying that this was a permanent endowment, created with a document in stone to last as long as the moon and the sun. Since the principal would never be touched, the contribution would last forever. 7. Some of these loans presumably went to individuals, others were commercial loans to guilds of bamboo workers, braziers, and potters, or to village assemblies. 8 We have to assume that in most cases the money is an accounting unit. What were really being transacted were animals, wheat, silk, butter, fruit, and all the other goods whose appropriate rates of interest were so carefully stipulated in the law codes of the time. Still, large amounts of gold did end up flowing into monastic coffers. When coins go out of circulation, after all, the metal doesn't simply disappear. In the Middle Ages, and this seems to have been true across Eurasia, the vast majority of it ended up in religious establishments, churches, monasteries, and temples, either stockpiled in hoards and treasuries or gilded onto or cast into altars, sanctums, and sacred instruments. Above all, it was shaped into images of gods. As a result, those rulers who did try to put an axial age-style coinage system back into circulation, invariably, to fund some project of military expansion, often had to pursue self-consciously anti-religious policies in order to do so. Probably the most notorious was one Harsa, who ruled Kashmir from 1089 to 1101 AD, who is said to have appointed an officer called the Superintendent for the Destruction of the Gods. According to later histories, Harsa employed leprous monks to systematically desecrate divine images with urine and excrement, thus neutralizing their power, before dragging them off to be melted down. 9 He is said to have destroyed more than 4,000 Buddhist establishments before being betrayed and killed, the last of his dynasty, and his miserable fate was long held out as an example of where the revival of the old ways was likely to lead one in the end. For the most part, then, the gold remained sacrosanct, laid up in the sacred places, though in India, over time, these were increasingly Hindu ones, not Buddhist. What we now see as traditional Hindu village India appears to have been largely a creation of the early Middle Ages. We do not know precisely how it happened. As kingdoms continued to rise and fall, the world inhabited by kings and princes became increasingly distant from that of most people's everyday affairs. During much of the period immediately following the collapse of the Mauryan Empire, for instance, much of India was governed by foreigners. 10 Apparently, this increasing distance allowed local Brahmins to begin reshaping the new, increasingly rural, society along strictly hierarchical principles. They did it above all by seizing control of the administration of law. The Dharmasastra, law codes produced by Brahmin scholars between roughly 200 BC and 400 AD, give us a good idea of the new vision of society. In it, old ideas like the Vedic conception of a debt to gods, sages, and ancestors were resuscitated, but now, they applied only and specifically to Brahmins, whose duty and privilege it was to stand in for all humanity before the forces that controlled the universe. 11 Far from being required to attain learning, members of the inferior classes were forbidden to do so. The laws of Manu, for instance, set down that any Sudra, the lowest caste, assigned to farming and material production, who so much as listened in on the teaching of the law or sacred texts should have molten lead poured into their ears. On the occasion of a repeat offense, they should have their tongues cut out. 12 At the same time Brahmins, however ferociously they guarded their privileges, also adopted aspects of once radical Buddhist and Jain ideas like karma, reincarnation, and ahimsa. Brahmins were expected to refrain from any sort of physical violence, and even to become vegetarians. In alliance with representatives of the old warrior caste, they also managed to win title to most of the land in the ancient villages. Artisans and craftsmen fleeing the decline or destruction of cities often ended up as suppliant refugees and, gradually, low-caste clients. The result was increasingly complex local patronage systems in the countryside, Jajmani systems, as they came to be known, where the refugees provided services for the landowning castes, who took on many of the roles once held by the state, providing protection and justice, extracting labor dues, and so on, but also protected local communities from actual royal representatives. 13 This latter function is crucial. Foreign visitors were later to be awed by the self-sufficiency of the traditional Indian village, with its elaborate system of landowning castes, farmers, and such service castes as barbers, smiths, tanners, drummers, and washermen, all arranged in hierarchical order, each seen as making its own unique and necessary contribution to their little society, all of it typically operating entirely without the use of metal currency. It was only possible for those reduced to the status of Sudras and untouchables to have a chance of accepting their lowly position because the exaction of local landlords was, again, on nothing like the same scale as that under earlier governments, under which villagers had to support cities of upwards of 1 million people, and because the village community became an effective means of holding the state and its representatives at least partially at bay. We don't know the mechanisms that brought this world about, but the role of debt was surely significant. The creation of thousands of Hindu temples alone must have involved hundreds of thousands, even millions, of interest-bearing loans, since, while Brahmins were themselves forbidden to lend money at interest, temples were not. We can already observe, in the earliest of the new law codes, the laws of Manu, local authorities struggling to reconcile old customs like debt peonage and chattel slavery with the desire to establish an overarching hierarchical system in which everyone knew their place. The laws of Manu carefully classify slaves into 7 types depending on how they were reduced to slavery, war, debt, self-sale, and explain the conditions under which each might be emancipated, but then go on to say that suitors can never really be emancipated, since, after all, they were created to serve the other castes. 14 Similarly, where earlier codes had established a 15% annual rate of interest, with exceptions for commercial loans, 15 the new codes organized interest by caste, stating that one could charge a maximum of 2% a month for a Brahmin, 3% for a Kshatriya, warrior, 4% for a Vaisya, merchant, and 5% for a Sudra, which is the difference between 24% annually on the one extreme and a hefty 60% on the other. 16 The laws also identify 5 different ways interest can be paid, of which the most significant for our concerns is bodily interest, physical labor in the creditor's house or fields, to be rendered until such time as the principal is cleared. Even here, though, caste considerations were paramount. No one could be forced into the service of anyone of lower caste, moreover, since debts were enforceable on a debtor's children and even grandchildren, until the principal is cleared could mean quite some time, as the Indian historian R.S. Sharma notes. Such stipulations remind us of the present practice according to which several generations of the same family have been reduced to the position of hereditary plowmen in consideration of some paltry sum advanced to them. 17. Indeed, India has become notorious as a country in which a very large part of the working population is laboring in effective debt peonage to a landlord or other creditor. Such arrangements became even easier over time. By about 1000 AD, restrictions on usury by members of the upper castes in Hindu law codes largely disappeared. On the other hand, 1000 AD was about the same time that Islam appeared in India, a religion dedicated to eradicating usury altogether. So at the very least we can say that these things never stopped being contested. And even Hindu law of that time was far more humane than almost anything found in the ancient world. Debtors were not, generally speaking, reduced to slavery, and there is no widespread evidence of the selling of women or children. In fact, overt slavery had largely vanished from the countryside by this time. And debt peons were not even pawns, exactly, by law, they were simply paying interest on a freely contracted agreement. Paying the principal might take generations, but the law stipulated that even if it was never paid, in the third generation, they would be not. We can already observe, in the earliest of the new law codes, the laws of Manu, local authorities struggling to reconcile old customs like debt peonage and chattel slavery with the desire to establish an overarching hierarchical system in which everyone knew their place. The laws of Manu carefully classify slaves into 7 types depending on how they were reduced to slavery, war, debt, self-sale, and explain the conditions under which each might be emancipated, but then go on to say that suitors can never really be emancipated, since, after all, they were created to serve the other castes. 14 Similarly, where earlier codes had established a 15% annual rate of interest, with exceptions for commercial loans, 15 the new codes organized interest by caste, stating that one could charge a maximum of 2% a month for a Brahmin, 3% for a Kshatriya, warrior, 4% for a Vaisya, merchant, and 5% for a Sudra, which is the difference between 24% annually on the one extreme and a hefty 60% on the other. 16 Laws also identify 5 different ways interest can be paid, of which the most significant for our concerns is bodily interest, physical labor in the creditor's house or fields, to be rendered until such time as the principal is cleared. Even here, though, caste considerations were paramount. No one could be forced into the service of anyone of lower caste, moreover, since debts were enforceable on a debtor's children and even grandchildren, until the principal is cleared could mean quite some time, as the Indian historian R.S. Sharma notes. Such stipulations remind us of the present practice according to which several generations of the same family have been reduced to the position of hereditary plowmen in consideration of some paltry sum advanced to them. 17. Indeed, India has become notorious as a country in which a very large part of the working population is laboring in effective debt peonage to a landlord or other creditor. Such arrangements became even easier over time. By about 1000 AD, restrictions on usury by members of the upper castes in Hindu law codes largely disappeared. On the other hand, 1000 AD was about the same time that Islam appeared in India, a religion dedicated to eradicating usury altogether. So at the very least we can say that these things never stopped being contested. And even Hindu law of that time was far more humane than almost anything found in the ancient world. Debtors were not, generally speaking, reduced to slavery, and there is no widespread evidence of the selling of women or children. In fact, overt slavery had largely vanished from the countryside by this time. And debt peons were not even pawns, exactly, by law, They were simply paying interest on a freely contracted agreement. Paying the principal might take generations, but the law stipulated that even if it was never paid, in the third generation, they would be. There is a peculiar tension here, a kind of paradox. Debt and credit arrangements may well have played a crucial role in creating the Indian village system, but they could never really become their basis. It might have made a certain sense to declare that, just as Brahmins had to dispatch their debts to the gods, everyone should be, in a certain sense, in debt to those above them. But in another sense, that would have completely subverted the very idea of caste, which was that the universe was a vast hierarchy in which different sorts of people were assumed to be of fundamentally different natures, that these ranks and grades were fixed forever, and that when goods and services moved up and down the hierarchy, they followed not principles of exchange at all but, as in all hierarchical systems, custom and precedent. The French anthropologist Louis Dumont made the famous argument that one cannot even really talk about inequality here, because to use that phrase implies that one believes people should or could be equal, and this idea was completely alien to Hindu conceptions. 18 For them to have imagined their responsibilities as debts would have been profoundly subversive, since debts are by definition arrangements between equals, at least in the sense that they are equal parties to a contract, that could and should be repaid. 19. Politically, it is never a particularly good idea to first tell people they are your equals, and then humiliate and degrade them. This is presumably why peasant insurrections, from Chiapas to Japan, have so regularly aimed to wipe out debts, rather than focus on more structural issues like caste systems, or even slavery. 20 The British Raj discovered this to their occasional chagrin when they used debt peonage, superimposed on the caste system, as the basis of their labor system in colonial India. Perhaps the paradigmatic popular insurrection was the Deccan riots of 1875, when indebted farmers rose up to seize and systematically destroy the account books of local moneylenders. Debt peonage, it would appear, is far more likely to inspire outrage and collective action than is a system premised on pure inequality. China. Buddhism, the economy of infinite debt. By medieval standards, India was unusual for resisting the appeal of the great axial age religions, but we observe the basic pattern: the decline of empire, armies, and cash economy, the rise of religious authorities, independent of the state, who win much of their popular legitimacy through their ability to regulate emerging credit systems. China might be said to represent the opposite extreme. This was the one place where a late axial age attempt to yoke empire and religion together was a complete success. True, here as elsewhere, there was an initial period of breakdown. After the collapse of the Han dynasty around 220 AD, the central state broke apart, cities shrank, coins disappeared, and so on. But in China this was only temporary. As Max Weber long ago pointed out, once one sets up a genuinely effective bureaucracy, it's almost impossible to get rid of it. And the Chinese bureaucracy was uniquely effective. Before long, the old Han system re-emerged, a centralized state, run by Confucian scholar gentry trained in the literary classics, selected through a national exam system, working in meticulously organized national and regional bureaus where the money supply, like other economic matters, was continually monitored and regulated. Chinese monetary theory was always chartalist. This was partly just an effect of size. The empire and its internal market were so huge that foreign trade was never especially important, therefore, those running the government were well aware that they could turn pretty much anything into money, simply by insisting that taxes be paid in that form. The two great threats to the authorities were always the same: the nomadic peoples to the north, who they systematically bribed, but who nonetheless periodically swept over and conquered sections of China, and popular unrest and rebellion. The latter was almost constant, and on a scale unknown anywhere else in human history. There were decades in Chinese history when the rate of recorded peasant uprisings was roughly 1.8 per hour. 21 What's more, such uprisings were frequently successful. Most of the most famous Chinese dynasties that were not the product of barbarian invasion, the Yuan or Qing, were originally peasant insurrections, the Han, Tang, Song, and Ming. In no other part of the world do we see anything like this. As a result, Chinese statecraft ultimately came down to funneling enough resources to the cities to feed the urban population and keep the nomads at bay, without causing the notoriously contumacious rural population to rise up in arms. The official Confucian ideology of patriarchal authority, equal opportunity, promotion of agriculture, light taxes, and careful government control of merchants seemed expressly designed to appeal to the interests and sensibilities of a potentially rebellious, rural patriarch. 22. One need hardly add that in these circumstances, limiting the depredations of the local village loan shark, the traditional bane of rural families, was a constant government concern. Over and over we hear the same familiar story: peasants down on their luck, whether due to natural disaster or the need to pay for a parent's funeral, would fall into the hands of predatory lenders, who would seize their fields and houses, forcing them to work or pay rent in what had once been their own lands. The threat of rebellion would then drive the government to institute a dramatic program of reforms. One of the first we know about came in the form of a coup d'état in 9 AD, when a Confucian official named Wang Mang seized the throne to deal, so he claimed, with a nationwide debt crisis. According to proclamations made at the time, the practice of usury had caused the effective tax rate, that is, the amount of the average peasant's harvest that ended up being carried off by someone else, to rise from just over 3% to 50%. 23 In reaction, Wang Mang instituted a program reforming the currency, nationalizing large estates, promoting state-run industries, including public granaries, and banning private holding of slaves. Wang Mang also established a state loan agency that would offer interest-free funeral loans for up to 90 days for those caught unprepared by the death of relatives, as well as long-term loans of 3% monthly or 10% annual income rates for commercial or agricultural investments. 24 With this scheme, one historian remarks, Wang was confident that all business transactions would be under his scrutiny and the abuse of usury would be forever eradicated. 25. Needless to say, it was not. And later Chinese history is full of similar stories: widespread inequality and unrest followed by the appointment of official commissions of inquiry, regional debt relief, either blanket amnesties or annulments of all loans in which interest had exceeded the principal, cheap grain loans, famine relief, laws against the selling of children. 26 All this became the standard fare of government policy. It was very unevenly successful. It certainly did not create an egalitarian peasant utopia, but it prevented any widespread return to axial age conditions. We are used to thinking of such bureaucratic interventions, particularly the monopolies and regulations, as state restriction on the market owing to the prevailing prejudice that sees markets as quasi-natural phenomena that emerge by themselves, and governments as having no role other than to squelch or siphon from them. I have repeatedly pointed out how mistaken this is, but China provides a particularly striking example. The Confucian state may have been the world's greatest and most enduring bureaucracy, but it actively promoted markets, and as a result, commercial life in China soon became far more sophisticated, and markets more developed, than anywhere else in the world. This despite the fact that Confucian orthodoxy was overtly hostile to merchants and even the profit motive itself. Commercial profit was seen as legitimate only as compensation for the labor that merchants expended in transporting goods from one place to another, but never as fruits of speculation. What this meant in practice was that they were pro-market but anti-capitalist. Again, this seems bizarre, since we're used to assuming that capitalism and markets are the same thing, but, as the great French historian Fernand Braudel pointed out, in many ways they could equally well be conceived as opposites. While markets are ways of exchanging goods through the medium of money, historically, ways for those with a surplus of grain to acquire candles and vice versa, in economic shorthand, CMC, for commodity money other commodity. Capitalism for Braudel is first and foremost the art of using money to get more money, MCM. Normally, the easiest way to do this is by establishing some kind of formal or de facto monopoly. For this reason, capitalists, whether merchant princes, financiers, or industrialists, invariably try to ally themselves with political authorities to limit the freedom of the market, so as to make it easier for them to do so. 27 From this perspective, China was for most of its history the ultimate anti-capitalist market state. 28 Unlike later European princes, Chinese rulers systematically refused to team up with would-be Chinese capitalists, who always existed. Instead, like their officials, they saw them as destructive parasites, though, unlike the usurers, ones whose fundamentally selfish and antisocial motivations could still be put to use in certain ways. In Confucian terms, merchants were like soldiers. Those drawn to a career in the military were assumed to be driven largely by a love of violence. As individuals, they were not good people, but they were also necessary to defend the frontiers. Similarly, merchants were driven by greed and basically immoral, yet if kept under careful administrative supervision, they could be made to serve the public good. 29 Whatever one might think of the principles, the results are hard to deny. For most of its history, China maintained the highest standard of living in the world. Even England only really overtook it in perhaps the 1820s, well past the time of the Industrial Revolution. 30. Confucianism is not precisely a religion, perhaps, it is usually considered more an ethical and philosophical system. So China too could be considered something of a departure from the common medieval pattern, whereby commerce was, almost everywhere, brought under the control of religion. But it wasn't a complete departure. One need only consider the remarkable economic role of Buddhism in this same period. Buddhism had arrived in China through the Central Asia caravan routes and in its early days was largely a religion promoted by merchants, but in the chaos following the collapse of the Han dynasty in 220 AD, it began to take popular roots. The Liang, 502–557, and Tang, 618–907, dynasties saw outbreaks of passionate religious fervor, in which thousands of rural young people across China would renounce their farms, shops, and families to seek ordination as Buddhist monks and nuns, where merchants or landed magnates pledged their entire fortunes to the propagation of the Dharma. Building projects hollowed out whole mountains to create bodhisattvas and giant statues of the Buddha, and pageants where monks and devotees ritually burned their heads and hands or, in some instances, set themselves on fire. By the mid-5th century, there were dozens of such spectacular suicides. They became, as one historian put it, a macabre kind of fashion. 31. Historians differ over their meaning. Certainly the passions unleashed provided a dramatic alternative to the state orthodoxy of the Confucian literati. But it's also surprising, to say the least, to see this in a religion promoted above all by the commercial classes. The French sinologist Jacques Journet observes, "It is clear that these suicides, so contrary to traditional morality, aimed to redeem the sins of all beings, to compel the gods and men at one and the same time. And they were staged, usually, in the 5th century, a pyre was erected on a mountain. The suicide took place in the presence of a large crowd uttering lamentations and bringing forward rich offerings. People of all social ranks attended the spectacle together. After the fire had burned out, the ashes of the monk were collected and a stupa, a new place of worship, was created to house them. 32. Journet's picture of dozens of Christ-like redeemers seems overstated, but the precise meaning of these suicides was unclear, and widely debated, even in the Middle Ages. Some contemporaries saw them as the ultimate expression of contempt for the body, others as recognition of the illusory nature of the self and all material attachments, yet others, as the ultimate form of charity, the giving of that which can only be most precious, one's very physical existence, as a sacrifice to the benefit of all living things, a sentiment that one 10th century biographer expressed in the following verses. To give away the thing that is difficult to part with is the best offering amongst the alms. Let this impure and sinful body turn into something like a diamond. 33. That is, an object of eternal value, an investment that can bear fruit for all eternity. I draw attention to this because this sentiment provides an elegant illustration of a problem that seems to have first appeared in the world with notions of pure charity that always seem to accompany axial age religions, and which provided endless philosophical conundrums. In human economies, it does not appear to have occurred to anyone that any act could be either purely selfish or purely altruistic. As I noted in Chapter 5, an act of absolute selfless giving can only also be absolutely antisocial, hence, in a way, inhuman. It is merely the mirror image of an act of theft or even murder, hence, it makes a certain sort of sense that suicide be conceived as the ultimate selfless gift. Yet this is the door that necessarily opens as soon as one develops a notion of profit and then tries to conceive its opposite. This tension seems to hang over the economic life of medieval Chinese Buddhism, which, true to its commercial origins, retained a striking tendency to employ the language of the marketplace. One purchases felicity, and sells one's sins, wrote one monk, just as in commercial operations. 34. Nowhere was this so true as in those schools, such as the school of the 3 stages, that adopted the notion of karmic debt that each of the sins of one's accumulated past lives continues as a debt needing to be discharged. An obscure and unusual view in classical Indian Buddhism, the notion of karmic debt took on a powerful new life in China. 35 As one 3 stages text puts it, we all know that insolvent debtors will be reborn as animals or slaves, but in reality, we are all insolvent debtors, because acquiring the money to repay our temporal debts necessarily means acquire new, spiritual ones, since every means of acquiring wealth will necessarily involve exploiting, damaging, and causing suffering to other living beings. Some use their power and authority as officials in order to bend the law and seize wealth. Some prosper in the marketplace, they engage in an excess of lies and cheat and extort profits from others. Still others, farmers, burn the mountains and marshes, flood the fields, plow and mill, destroying the nests and burrows of animals. There is no avoiding the fact of our past debts, and it is difficult to comprehend the number of separate lives it would require if you wanted to pay them one by one. 36. As Journet remarks, the idea of life as an endless burden of debt would surely have struck a chord with Chinese villagers, for whom this was all too often literally true, but, as he also points out, like their counterparts in ancient Israel, They were also familiar with that sense of sudden liberation that came with official amnesties. There was a way to achieve that too. All that was required was to make regular donations to some monastery's inexhaustible treasury. The moment one does so, the debts from every one of one's past lives are instantly blotted out. The author even provides a little parable, not unlike Jesus's parable of the ungrateful servant, but far more optimistic. How, it might be asked, would a poor man's tiny contribution possibly have such cosmic effects? Answer: in a parable it is like a poor man burdened by a debt of 1,000 strings of coins to another person. He always suffers from his debt, and the poor man is afraid whenever the debt master comes to collect. He visits the rich man's house and confesses he is beyond the time limit and begs forgiveness for his offense. He is poor and without a station in life. He tells him that each day he makes a single coin he will return it to the rich man. On hearing this, the rich man is very pleased and forgives him for being overdue. Moreover, the poor man is not dragged away to jail. Giving to the inexhaustible storehouse is also like this. 37. One might almost call this salvation on the installment plan, but the implication is that the payments shall be made, like the interest payments on the wealth when it is subsequently loaned out, for all eternity. Other schools concentrated not on karmic debt, but on one's debt to one's parents. Where Confucians built their system of morality above all on filial piety to fathers, Chinese Buddhists were primarily concerned with mothers, with the care and suffering required in raising, feeding, and educating children. A mother's kindness is unlimited, her selflessness absolute. This was seen to be embodied above all in the act of breastfeeding, the fact that mothers transform their very flesh and blood into milk. They feed their children with their own bodies. In doing so, however, they allow unlimited love to be precisely quantified. One author calculated that the average infant absorbs precisely 180 pecks of mother's milk in its first 3 years of life, and this constitutes its debt as an adult. The figure soon became canonical. To repay this milk debt, or indeed one's debt to one's parents more generally, was simply impossible. If you stacked up jewels from the ground up to the 28th heaven, wrote one Buddhist author, it would not compare with the value of your parents' nurturance. 38 Even if you were to cut your own flesh to offer her 3 times a day for 4 billion years, wrote another, it would not pay back even a single day of what your mother did for you. 39. The solution, however, is the same, donating money to the inexhaustible treasuries. The result was an elaborate cycle of debts and forms of redemption. A man begins with an unpayable milk debt. The only thing of comparable value is the Dharma, the Buddhist truth itself. One can thus repay one's parents by bringing them to Buddhism. Indeed, this can be done even after death, when one's mother will otherwise wind up as a hungry ghost in hell. If one makes a donation to the inexhaustible treasuries in her name, sutras will be recited for her, she will be delivered. The money, in the meantime, will be put partly to work as charity, as pure gift, but partly, too, as in India, as interest-bearing loans, earmarked for specific purposes for the furtherance of Buddhist education, ritual, or monastic life. The Chinese Buddhist approach to charity was nothing if not multifaceted. Festivals often led to vast outpourings of contributions, with wealthy adherents vying with one another in generosity, often driving their entire fortunes to the monasteries, in the forms of ox carts laden with millions of strings of cash, a kind of economic self-immolation that paralleled the spectacular monastic suicides. Their contributions swelled the inexhaustible treasuries. Some would be given to the needy, particularly in times of hardship. Some would be loaned. One practice that hovered between charity and business was providing peasants with alternatives to the local moneylender. Most monasteries had attendant pawnshops where the local poor could place some valuable possession, a robe, a couch, a mirror, in hock in exchange for low-interest loans. 40 Finally, there was the business of the monastery itself, that portion of the inexhaustible treasury turned over to the management of lay brothers, and either put out at loan or invested. Since monks were not allowed to eat the products of their own fields, the fruit or grain had to be put on the market, further swelling monastic revenues. Most monasteries came to be surrounded not only by commercial farms but veritable industrial complexes of oil presses, flour mills, shops, and hostels, often with thousands of bonded workers. 41 At the same time, the treasuries themselves became, as Jernet was perhaps the first to point out, the world's first genuine forms of concentrated finance capital. They were, after all, enormous concentrations of wealth managed by what were in effect monastic corporations, which were constantly seeking new opportunities for profitable investment. They even shared the quintessential capitalist imperative of continual growth. The treasuries had to expand, since according to Mahayana doctrine, genuine liberation would not be possible until the whole world embraced the Dharma. 42. This was precisely the situation, huge concentrations of capital interested in nothing more than profit, that Confucian economic policy was supposed to prevent. Still, it took some time for Chinese governments to recognize the threat. Government attitudes veered back and forth. At first, especially in the chaotic years of the early Middle Ages, monks were welcomed, even given generous land grants and provided with convict laborers to reclaim forests and marshes, and tax-exempt status for their business enterprises. 43 A few emperors converted, and while most of the bureaucracy kept the monks at arm's length, Buddhism became especially popular with court women, as well as with eunuchs and many scions of wealthy families. As time went on, though, administrators turned from seeing monks as a boon to rural society to its potential ruination. Already, by 511 AD, there were decrees condemning monks for diverting grain that was supposed to be used for charitable purposes to high-interest loans, and altering debt contracts. A government commission had to be appointed to review the accounts and nullify any loans in which interest was found to have exceeded principal. In 713 AD we have another decree, confiscating two inexhaustible treasuries of the Three Stages sect, whose members they accused of fraudulent solicitation. 44 Before long there were major campaigns of government repression, at first often limited to certain regions, but over time, more often empire-wide. During the most severe, carried out in 845 AD, a total of 4,600 monasteries were razed along with their shops and mills, 260,000 monks and nuns forcibly defrocked and returned to their families, but at the same time, according to government reports, 150,000 temple serfs released from bondage. Whatever the real reasons behind the waves of repression, and these were no doubt many, the official reason was always the same: a need to restore the money supply. The monasteries were becoming so large, and so rich, administrators insisted, that China was simply running out of metal. The great repressions of Buddhism under the Zhou Emperor Wu between 574 and 577, under Wucheng in 842 to 845, and finally in 955, presented themselves primarily as measures of economic recovery. Each of them provided an opportunity for the imperial government to procure the necessary copper for the minting of new coins. 45. One reason is that monks appear to have been systematically melting down strings of coins, often hundreds of thousands at a time, to build colossal copper or even gilded copper statues of the Buddha, along with other objects such as bells and copper chimes, or even such extravagances as mirrored halls or gilded copper roof tiles. The result, according to official commissions of inquiry, was economically disastrous. The price of metals would soar, coinage disappear, and rural marketplaces cease to function, even as those rural people whose children had not become monks often fell deeper into debt to the monasteries. It perhaps stands to reason that Chinese Buddhism, a religion of merchants that then took popular roots, should have developed in this direction, a genuine theology of debt, even perhaps a practice of absolute self-sacrifice, of abandoning everything, one's fortune or even one's life, that ultimately led to collectively managed finance capital. The reason that the result seems so weird, so full of paradoxes, is that it is again an attempt to apply the logic of exchange to questions of eternity. Recall an idea from earlier in the book: exchange, unless it's an instantaneous cash transaction, creates debts. Debts linger over time. If you imagine all human relations as exchange, then insofar as people do have ongoing relations with one another, those relations are laced with debt and sin. The only way out is to annihilate the debt, but then social relations vanish too. This is quite in accord with Buddhism, whose ultimate aim is indeed the attainment of emptiness, absolute liberation, the annihilation of all human and material attachments, since these are all ultimately causes of suffering. For Mahayana Buddhists, however, absolute liberation cannot be achieved by any one being independently. The liberation of each depends on all the others. Therefore, until the end of time, such matters are in a certain sense always in suspension. In the meantime, exchange dominates. One purchases felicity, and sells one's sins, just as in commercial operations. Even acts of charity and self-sacrifice are not purely generous, one is purchasing merit from the bodhisattvas. 46 The notion of infinite debt comes in when this logic slams up against the absolute, or, one might perhaps better say, against something that utterly defies the logic of exchange. Because there are things that do. This would explain, for instance, the odd urge to first quantify the exact amount of milk one has absorbed at one's mother's breast, and then to say that there is no conceivable way to repay it. Exchange implies interaction between equivalent beings. Your mother, on the other hand, is not an equivalent being. She created you out of her own flesh. This is exactly the point that I suggested the Vedic authors were subtly trying to make when they talked about debts to the gods. Of course you cannot really pay your debt to the universe. That would imply that 1. You and 2. Everything that exists, including you, are in some sense equivalent entities. This is clearly absurd. The closest you can come to repayment is to simply recognize that fact. Such recognition is the true meaning of sacrifice. Like Rosepabe's original money, a sacrificial offering is not a way to pay a debt, but a way to acknowledge the impossibility of the idea that there could ever be repayment. The parallel was not missed in certain mythological traditions. According to one famous Hindu myth, two gods, the brothers Kartikeya and Ganesha, had a quarrel over who should be the first to marry. Their mother Parvati suggested a contest. The winner would be the one to most quickly circle the entire universe. Kartikeya set off on the back of a giant peacock. It took him 3 years to transverse the limits of the cosmos. Ganesha bided his time, then, finally, walked in a circle around his mother, remarking, "You are the universe to me." I've also argued that any system of exchange is always necessarily founded on something else, something that, in its social manifestation at least, is ultimately communism. With all those things that we treat as eternal, that we assume will always be there, our mother's love, true friendship, sociality, humanity, belonging, the existence of the cosmos, no calculation is necessary, or even ultimately possible. Insofar as there is give and take, they follow completely different principles. What, then, happens to such absolute and unlimited phenomena when one tries to imagine the world as a set of transactions, as exchange? Generally, one of two things. We either ignore or deify them. Mothers, and caregiving women in general, are a classic case in point, or we do both. What we treat as eternal in our actual relations with one another vanishes and reappears as an abstraction, an absolute. 47 In the case of Buddhism, this was framed as the inexhaustible merit of bodhisattvas, who exist, in a certain sense, outside of time. They are at once the model for the inexhaustible treasuries and also their practical foundation. One can only repay one's endless karmic debt, or one's infinite milk debt, by drawing on this equally infinite pool of redemption, which, in turn, becomes the basis for the actual material funds of the monasteries, which are equally eternal, a pragmatic form of communism. In fact, since they were vast pools of wealth collectively owned and collectively managed, the center of vast projects of human cooperation, which were assumed to be similarly eternal. Yet at the same time, here I think Jernet is right, this communism became the basis, in turn, of something very much like capitalism. The reason was, above all, the need for constant expansion. Everything, even charity, was an opportunity to proselytize. The Dharma had to grow, ultimately, to encompass everyone and everything, in order to effect the salvation of all living beings. The Middle Ages were marked by a general move toward abstraction. Real gold and silver ended up largely in churches, monasteries, and temples. Money became virtual again, and at the same time, the tendency everywhere was to set up overarching moral institutions meant to regulate the process and, in particular, to establish certain protections for debtors. China was unusual in that it was one place where an axial age empire managed to survive, though, at first, only barely. Chinese governments did manage to keep coins in circulation in most places most of the time. This was made easier by their reliance exclusively on small denomination coins made of bronze. Even so, it clearly took enormous efforts. As usual, we don't know a lot about how everyday economic transactions took place, but what we do know suggests that in small-scale transactions, coins were probably most often used in dealing with strangers. As elsewhere, local shopkeepers and merchants extended credit. Most accounts seem to have been kept through the use of tally sticks, strikingly similar to those used in England, except that rather than hazelwood they were usually made of a split piece of notched bamboo. Here, too, the creditor took one half, and the debtor held the other. They were joined at the moment of repayment, and often broken afterward to mark the cancellation of the debt. 48 To what degree were they transferable? We don't really know. Most of what we do know is from casual references in texts that are mainly about something else, anecdotes, jokes, and poetic allusions. The great collection of Taoist wisdom, the Lizi, probably written during the Han Dynasty, contains one such. There was a man of Sung who was strolling in the street and picked up a half-dally someone had lost. He took it home and stored it away, and secretly counted the indentations of the broken edge. He told a neighbor, "I shall be rich any day now." 49. Rather like someone who finds a key and figures just as soon as I can figure out which lock. 50 Another story tells of how Liu Bang, a bibulous local constable and future founder of the Han Dynasty, used to go on all-night drinking binges, running up enormous tabs. Once, while he lay collapsed in a drunken stupor in a wine shop, the owner saw a dragon hovering over his head, a sure sign of future greatness, and immediately broke the tally, forgiving him his accumulated drinking debts. 51. Tallies weren't just used for loans, but for any sort of contract, which is why early paper contracts also had to be cut in half and one half kept by each party. 52 With paper contracts, there was a definite tendency for the creditor's half to function as an IOU and thus become transferable. By 806 AD, for instance, right around the apogee of Chinese Buddhism, merchants moving tea over long distances from the far south of the country and officials transporting tax payments to the capital, all of them concerned with the dangers of carrying bullion over long distances, began to deposit their money with bankers in the capital and devised a system of promissory notes. They were called flying cash, also divided in half, like tallies, and redeemable for cash in their branches in the provinces. They quickly started passing from hand to hand and operated something like currency. The government first tried to forbid their use, then a year or two later, and this became a familiar pattern in China, when it realized that it could not suppress them, switched gears and established a bureau empowered to issue such notes themselves. 53. By the early Song dynasty, 960 to 1279 AD, local banking operations all over China were running similar operations, accepting cash and bullion for safekeeping and allowing depositors to use their receipts as promissory notes, as well as trading in government coupons for salt and tea. Many of these notes came to circulate as de facto money. 54 The government, as usual, first tried to ban the practice, then control it, granting a monopoly to 16 leading merchants, then, finally, set up a government monopoly, the Bureau of Exchange Medium, established in 1023, and before long, aided by the newly invented printing press, was operating factories in several cities employing thousands of workers and producing literally millions of notes. 55. At first, this paper money was meant to circulate for a limited time. Notes would expire after 2, then 3, then 7 years, and was redeemable in bullion. Over time, especially as the Song came under increasing military pressure, the temptation to simply print money with little or no backup became overwhelming, and, moreover, Chinese governments were rarely completely willing to accept their own paper money for tax purposes. Combine this with the fact that the bills were worthless outside China, and it's rather surprising that the system worked at all. Certainly, inflation was a constant problem and the money would periodically have to be recalled and reissued. Occasionally, the whole system would break down, but then people would resort to their own expedients, privately issued tea checks, noodle checks, bamboo tallies, wine tallies, etc. 56 Still, the Mongols, who ruled China from 1271 to 1368 AD, chose to maintain the system, and it was only abandoned in the 17th century. This is important to note because the conventional account tends to represent China's experiment with paper money as a failure, even, for medalists, proof that fiat money, backed only by state power, will always eventually collapse. 57 This is especially odd, since the centuries when paper money was in use are usually considered the most economically dynamic in Chinese history. Surely, if the United States government is ultimately forced to abandon the use of Federal Reserve notes in 2400 AD, no one would thereby conclude paper money was always intrinsically unworkable. Nonetheless, the main point I'd like to emphasize here is that terms like fiat money, however common, are deceptive. Almost all of the new forms of paper money that emerged were not originally created by governments at all, they were simply ways of recognizing and expanding the use of credit instruments that emerged from everyday economic transactions. If it was only China that developed paper money in the Middle Ages, this was largely because only in China was there a government large and powerful enough, but also, sufficiently suspicious of its mercantile classes, to feel it had to take charge of such operations itself. The Near West. Islam, capitalist credit. Prices depend on the will of Allah, it is He who raises and lowers them. Attributed to the Prophet Muhammad. The profit of each partner must be in proportion to the share of each in the adventure. Islamic legal precept. For most of the Middle Ages, the economic nerve center of the world economy and the source of its most dramatic financial innovations was neither China nor India, but the West, which, from the perspective of the rest of the world, meant the world of Islam. During most of this period, Christendom, lodged in the declining empire of Byzantium and the obscure semi-barbarous principalities of Europe, was largely insignificant. Since people who live in Western Europe have so long been in the habit of thinking of Islam as the very definition of the East, it's easy to forget that, from the perspective of any other great tradition, the difference between Christianity and Islam is almost negligible. One need only pick up a book on, say, medieval Islamic philosophy to discover disputes between the Baghdad Aristotelians and the Neo-Pythagoreans in Basra, or Persian Neoplatonists, essentially, scholars doing the same work of trying to square the revealed religion tradition beginning with Abraham and Moses with the categories of Greek philosophy, and doing so in a larger context of mercantile capitalism, universalistic missionary religion, scientific rationalism, poetic celebrations of romantic love, and periodic waves of fascination with mystical wisdom from the East. From a world historical perspective, it seems much more sensible to see Judaism, Christianity, and Islam as three different manifestations of the same great Western intellectual tradition, which for most of human history has centered on Mesopotamia and the Levant, extending into Europe as far as Greece and into Africa as far as Egypt, and sometimes farther west across the Mediterranean or down the Nile. Economically, most of Europe was until perhaps the High Middle Ages in exactly the same situation as most of Africa, plugged into the larger world economy, if at all, largely as an exporter of slaves, raw materials and the occasional exotica, amber, elephant tusks, and importer of manufactured goods, Chinese silks and porcelain, Indian calicos, Arab steel. To get a sense of comparative economic development, even if the examples are somewhat scattered over time, consider the following table: 58. What's more, for most of the Middle Ages, Islam was not only the core of Western civilization, it was its expansive edge, working its way into India, expanding in Africa and Europe, sending missionaries and winning converts across the Indian Ocean. The prevailing Islamic attitude toward law, government, and economic matters was the exact opposite of that prevalent in China. Confucians were suspicious of governance through strict codes of law, preferring to rely on the inherent sense of justice of the cultivated scholar, a scholar who was simply assumed to also be a government official. Medieval Islam, on the other hand, enthusiastically embraced law, which was seen as a religious institution derived from the Prophet, but tended to view government, more often than not, as an unfortunate necessity, an institution that the truly pious would do better to avoid. 59. In part, this was because of the peculiar nature of Islamic government. The Arab military leaders who, after Muhammad's death in 632 AD, conquered the Sasanian Empire and established the Abbasid Caliphate, always continued to see themselves as people of the desert, and never felt entirely part of the urban civilizations they had come to rule. This discomfort took a long time to overcome, on either side. It took the bulk of the population several centuries to convert to the conqueror's religion, and even when they did, they never seemed to have really identified with their rulers. Government was seen as military power, necessary, perhaps, to defend the faith, but fundamentally exterior to society. In part, too, it was because of the peculiar alliance between merchants and common folk that came to be aligned against them. After Caliph al-Ma'mun's abortive attempt to set up a theocracy in 832 AD, the government took a hands-off position on questions of religion. The various schools of Islamic law were free to create their own educational institutions and maintain their own separate system of religious justice. Crucially, it was the ulama, the legal scholars, who were the principal agents in the conversion of the bulk of the empire's population to Islam in Mesopotamia, Syria, Egypt, and North Africa in those same years. 60 But, like the elders in charge of guilds, civic associations, commercial sodalities, and religious brotherhoods, they did their best to keep the government, with its armies and ostentation, at arm's length. 61 The best princes are those who visit religious teachers, one proverb put it, the worst religious teachers are those who allow themselves to be visited by princes. 62 A medieval Turkish story brings it home even more pointedly. The king once summoned Nasruddin to court. "Tell me," said the king, "you are a mystic, a philosopher, a man of unconventional understandings. I have become interested in the issue of value. It's an interesting philosophical question. How does one establish the true worth of a person, or an object? Take me for example. If I were to ask you to estimate my value, what would you say?" "Oh," Nasruddin said, "I'd say about 200 dinars. The emperor was flabbergasted. "What? But this belt I'm wearing is worth 200 dinars. "I know," said Nasruddin. "Actually, I was taking the value of the belt into consideration." This disjuncture had profound economic effects. It meant that the caliphate, and later Muslim empires, could operate in many ways much like the old Axial Age empires, creating professional armies, waging wars of conquest, capturing slaves, melting down loot and distributing it in the form of coins to soldiers and officials, demanding that those coins be rendered back as taxes, but at the same time, without having nearly the same effects on ordinary people's lives. Over the course of the wars of expansion, For example, enormous quantities of gold and silver were indeed looted from palaces, temples, and monasteries and stamped into coinage, allowing the caliphate to produce gold dinars and silver dirhams of remarkable purity, that is, with next to no fiduciary element, the value of each coin corresponding almost precisely to its weight in precious metal. 63 As a result, they were able to pay their troops extraordinarily well. A soldier in the caliph's army, for example, received almost 4 times the wages once received by a Roman legionary. 64 We can, perhaps, speak of a kind of military coinage slavery complex here, but it existed in a kind of bubble. Wars of expansion, and trade with Europe and Africa, did produce a fairly constant flow of slaves, but in dramatic contrast to the ancient world, very few of them ended up laboring in farms or workshops. Most ended up as decoration in the houses of the rich or, increasingly over time, as soldiers. Over the course of the Abbasid dynasty, 750 to 1258 AD, in fact, the empire came to rely, for its military forces, almost exclusively on Mamluks, highly trained military slaves captured or purchased from the Turkish steppes. The policy of employing slaves as soldiers was maintained by all of the Islamic successor states, including the Mughals, and culminated in the famous Mamluk Sultanate in Egypt in the 13th century, but historically, it was unprecedented. 65 In most times and places, slaves are, for obvious reasons, the very last people to be allowed anywhere near weapons. Here it was systematic. But, in a strange way, it also made perfect sense. If slaves are, by definition, people who have been severed from society, this was the logical consequence of the wall created between society and the medieval Islamic State. 66 Religious teachers appear to have done everything they could to prop up the wall. One reason for the recourse to slave soldiers was their tendency to discourage the faithful from serving in the military, since it might mean fighting fellow believers. The legal system that they created also ensured that it was effectively impossible for Muslims, or for that matter Christian or Jewish subjects of the Caliphate, to be reduced to slavery. Here al-Wahid seems to have been largely correct. Islamic law took aim at just about all the most notorious abuses of earlier, axial age societies. Slavery through kidnapping, judicial punishment, debt, and the exposure or sale of children, even through the voluntary sale of one's own person, all were forbidden, or rendered unenforceable. 67 Likewise with all the other forms of debt peonage that had loomed over the heads of poor Middle Eastern farmers and their families since the dawn of recorded history. Finally, Islam strictly forbade usury, which it interpreted to mean any arrangement in which money or a commodity was lent at interest, for any purpose whatsoever. 68 In a way, one can see the establishment of Islamic courts as the ultimate triumph of the patriarchal rebellion that had begun so many thousands of years before, a universal embrace of the ethos of the desert or the steppe, real or imagined, even as the faithful did their best to keep the heavily armed descendants of actual nomads confined to their camps and palaces. It was made possible by a profound shift in class alliances. The great urban civilizations of the Middle East had always been dominated by a de facto alliance between administrators and merchants, both of whom kept the rest of the population either in debt peonage or in constant peril of falling into it. In converting to Islam, the commercial classes, so long the arch-villains in the eyes of ordinary farmers and townsfolk, effectively agreed to change sides, abandon all their most hated practices, and become instead the leaders of a society that now defined itself against the state. It was possible because, from the beginning, Islam had a positive view toward commerce. Muhammad himself had begun his adult life as a merchant, and no Islamic thinker ever treated the honest pursuit of profit as itself intrinsically immoral or inimical to faith. Neither in practice did the prohibitions against usury, which for the most part were scrupulously enforced, even in the case of commercial loans, in any sense mitigate against the growth of commerce, or even the development of complex credit instruments. 69 To the contrary, the early centuries of the Caliphate saw an immediate efflorescence in both. Profits were still possible because Islamic jurists were careful to allow for certain service fees and other considerations, notably, allowing goods bought on credit to be priced slightly higher than those bought for cash, that ensured that bankers and traders still had an incentive to provide credit services. 70 Still, these incentives were never enough to allow banking to become a full-time occupation. Instead, almost any merchant operating on a sufficiently large scale could be expected to combine banking with a host of other money-making activities. As a result, credit instruments soon became so essential to trade that almost anyone of prominence was expected to keep most of his or her wealth on deposit and to make everyday transactions not by counting out coins, but by ink pot and paper. Promissory notes were called sack, checks, or ruka notes. Checks could bounce. One German historian, picking through a multitude of old Arabic literary sources, recounts that about 900 a great man paid a poet in this way, only the banker refused the check, so that the disappointed poet composed a verse to the effect that he would gladly pay 1,000,000 on the same plan. A patron of the same poet and singer, 936, during a concert wrote a check in his favor on a banker for 500 dinars. When paying, the banker gave the poet to understand that it was customary to charge 1 dirham discount on each dinar, i.e., about 10%. Only if the poet would spend the afternoon and evening with him, he would make no deduction. By about 1000 the banker had made himself indispensable in Basra. Every trader had his banking account, and paid only in checks on his bank in the bazaar. 71. Checks could be countersigned and transferred, and letters of credit, suftaja, could travel across the Indian Ocean or the Sahara. 72 If they did not turn into de facto paper money, it was because, since they operated completely independent of the state, they could not be used to pay taxes. For instance, their value was based almost entirely on trust and reputation. 73 Appeal to the Islamic courts was generally voluntary or mediated by merchant guilds and civic associations. In such a context, having a famous poet compose verses making fun of you for bouncing a check was probably the ultimate disaster. When it came to finance, instead of interest-bearing investments, the preferred approach was partnerships, where, often, one party would supply the capital, the other carry out the enterprise. Instead of fixed return, the investor would receive a share of the profits. Even labor arrangements were often organized on a profit-sharing basis. 74 In all such matters, reputation was crucial. In fact, one lively debate in early commercial law was over the question of whether reputation could, like land, labor, money, or other resources, itself be considered a form of capital. It sometimes happened that merchants would form partnerships with no capital at all, but only their good names. This was called partnership of good reputation. As one legal scholar explained, as for the credit partnership, it is also called the partnership of the penniless, sharika al-mafalis. It comes about when two people form a partnership without any capital in order to buy on credit and then sell. It is designated by this name partnership of good reputations because their capital consists of their status and good reputations, for credit is extended only to him who has a good reputation among people. 75. Some legal scholars objected to the idea that such a contract could be considered legally binding, since it was not based on an initial outlay of material capital. Others considered it legitimate, provided that partners make an equitable partition of the profits, since reputation cannot be quantified. The remarkable thing here is the tacit recognition that, in a credit economy that operates largely without state mechanisms of enforcement, without police to arrest those who commit fraud, or bailiffs to seize a debtor's property, a significant part of the value of a promissory note is indeed the good name of a signatory. As Pierre Bourdieu was later to point out in describing a similar economy of trust in contemporary Algeria, it's quite possible to turn honor into money, almost impossible to convert money into honor. 76. These networks of trust, in turn, were largely responsible for the spread of Islam over the caravan routes of Central Asia and the Sahara, and especially across the Indian Ocean, the main conduit of medieval world trade. Over the course of the Middle Ages, the Indian Ocean effectively became a Muslim lake. Muslim traders appear to have played a key role in establishing the principle that kings and their armies should keep their quarrels on dry land. The seas were to be a zone of peaceful commerce. At the same time, Islam gained a toehold in trade emporia from Aden to the Moluccas because Islamic courts were so perfectly suited to provide those functions that made such ports attractive, means of establishing contracts, recovering debts, creating a banking sector capable of redeeming or transferring letters of credit. 77 The level of trust thereby created between merchants in the Great Malay Entrepot Malacca, gateway to the Spice Islands of Indonesia, was legendary. The city had Swahili, Arab, Egyptian, Ethiopian, and Armenian quarters, as well as quarters for merchants from different regions of India, China, and Southeast Asia. Yet it was said that its merchants shunned enforceable contracts, preferring to seal transactions with a handshake and a glance at heaven. 78. In Islamic society, the merchant became not just a respected figure, but a kind of paragon, like the warrior, a man of honor able to pursue far-flung adventures, unlike him, able to do so in a fashion damaging to no one. The French historian Maurice Lombard draws a striking, if perhaps rather idealized, picture of him in his stately townhouse, surrounded by slaves and hangers-on, in the midst of his collections of books, travel souvenirs, and rare ornaments, along with his ledgers, correspondence, and letters of credit, skilled in the arts of double-entry bookkeeping along with secret codes and ciphers, giving alms to the poor, supporting places of worship, perhaps, dedicating himself to the writing of poetry, while still able to translate his general creditworthiness into great capital reserves by appealing to family and partners. 79 Lombard's picture is to some degree inspired by the famous 1001 Nights description of Sinbad, who, having spent his youth in perilous mercantile ventures to faraway lands, finally retired, rich beyond dreams, to spend the rest of his life amidst gardens and dancing girls, telling tall tales of his adventures. Here's a glimpse, from the eyes of a humble porter, also named Sinbad, when first summoned to see him by the master's page. He found it to be a goodly mansion, radiant and full of majesty, till he brought him to a grand sitting room wherein he saw a company of nobles and great lords seated at tables garnished with all manner of flowers and sweet-scented herbs, besides great plenty of dainty viands and fruits dried and fresh and confections and wines of the choicest vintages. There also were instruments of music and mirth and lovely slave girls playing and singing. All the company was ranged according to rank, and in the highest place sat a man of worshipful and noble aspect whose bearded sides hoariness had stricken, and he was stately of stature and fair of favour, agreeable of aspect and full of gravity and dignity and majesty. So Sinbad the porter was confounded at that which he beheld and said in himself, "By Allah, this must be either some king's palace, or a piece of paradise." 80. It's worth quoting not only because it represents a certain ideal, a picture of the perfect life, but because there's no real Christian parallel. It would be impossible to conceive of such an image appearing in, say, a medieval French romance. The veneration of the merchant was matched by what can only be called the world's first popular free market ideology. True, one should be careful not to confuse ideals with reality. Markets were ever entirely independent from the government. Islamic regimes did employ all the usual strategies of manipulating tax policy to encourage the growth of markets, and they periodically tried to intervene in commercial law. 81 Still, there was a very strong popular feeling that they shouldn't. Once freed from its ancient scourges of debt and slavery, the local bazaar had become, for most, not a place of moral danger, but the very opposite, the highest expression of the human freedom and communal solidarity, and thus to be protected assiduously from state intrusion. There was a particular hostility to anything that smacked of price fixing. One much-repeated story held that the Prophet himself had refused to force merchants to lower prices during a shortage in the city of Medina, on the grounds that doing so would be sacrilegious, since, in a free market situation, prices depend on the will of God. 82 Most legal scholars interpreted Muhammad's decision to mean that any government interference in market mechanisms should be considered similarly sacrilegious, since markets were designed by God to regulate themselves. 83. If all this bears a striking resemblance to Adam Smith's invisible hand, which was also the hand of divine providence, it might not be a complete coincidence. In fact, many of the specific arguments and examples that Smith uses appear to trace back directly to economic tracts written in medieval Persia. For instance, not only does his argument that exchange is a natural outgrowth of human rationality and speech already appear both in Ghazali, 1058-1111 AD, and Tusi, 1201-1274 AD, both use exactly the same illustration, that no one has ever observed two dogs exchanging bones. 84 Even more dramatically, Smith's most famous example of division of labor, the pin factory, where it takes 18 separate operations to produce one pin, already appears in Ghazali's Ihya, in which he describes a needle factory, where it takes 25 different operations to produce a needle. 85. The differences, however, are just as significant as the similarities. One telling example, like Smith, Tusi begins his treatise on economics with a discussion of the division of labor, but where for Smith, the division of labor is actually an outgrowth of our natural propensity to truck and barter in pursuit of individual advantage, for Tusi, it was an extension of mutual aid. Let us suppose that each individual were required to busy himself with providing his own sustenance, clothing, dwelling place and weapons, first acquiring the tools of carpentry and the smith's trade, then readying thereby tools and implements for sowing and reaping, grinding and kneading, spinning and weaving. Clearly, he would not be capable of doing justice to any one of them. But when men render aid to each other, each one performing one of these important tasks that are beyond the measure of his own capacity, and observing the law of justice in transactions by giving greatly and receiving in exchange of the labor of others, then the means of livelihood are realized, and the succession of the individual and the survival of the species are assured. 86. As a result, he argues, divine providence has arranged us to have different abilities, desires, and inclinations. The market is simply one manifestation of this more general principle of mutual aid, of the matching of abilities, supply, and needs, demand, or, to translate it into my own earlier terms, it is not only founded on, but is itself an extension of the kind of baseline communism on which any society must ultimately rest. All this is not to say that Tusi was in any sense a radical egalitarian. Quite the contrary. If men were equal, he insists, they would all perish. We need differences between rich and poor, he insisted, just as much as we need differences between farmers and carpenters. Still, once you start from the initial premise that markets are primarily about cooperation rather than competition, and while Muslim economic thinkers did recognize and accept the need for market competition, they never saw competition as its essence. 87, the moral implications are very different. Nasruddin's story about the quail eggs might have been a joke, but Muslim ethicists did often enjoin merchants to drive a hard bargain with the rich so they could charge less, or pay more, when dealing with the less fortunate. 88. Ghazali's take on the division of labor is similar, and his account of the origins of money is if anything even more revealing. It begins with what looks much like the myth of barter, except that, like all Middle Eastern writers, he starts not with imaginary primitive tribesmen, but with strangers meeting in an imaginary marketplace. Sometimes a person needs what he does not own and he owns what he does not need. For example, a person has saffron but needs a camel for transportation, and one who owns a camel does not presently need that camel but he wants saffron. Thus, there is the need for an exchange. However, for there to be an exchange, there must be a way to measure the two objects, for the camel owner cannot give the whole camel for a quantity of saffron. There is no similarity between saffron and camel so that equal amount of that weight and form can be given. Likewise is the case of one who desires a house but owns some cloth, or desires a slave but owns socks, or desires flour but possesses a donkey. These goods have no direct proportionality, so one cannot know how much saffron will equal a camel's worth. Such barter transactions would be very difficult. 89. Ghazali also notes that there might also be a problem of one person not even needing what the other has to offer, but this is almost an afterthought. For him, the real problem is conceptual. How do you compare two things with no common qualities? His conclusion: it can only be done by comparing both to a third thing with no qualities at all. For this reason, he explains, God created dinars and dirhams, coins made out of gold and silver, two metals that are otherwise no good for anything. Dirhams and dinars are not created for any particular purpose, they are useless by themselves, they are just like stones. They are created to circulate from hand to hand, to govern and to facilitate transactions. They are symbols to know the value and grades of goods. 90. They can be symbols, units of measure, because of this very lack of usefulness, indeed lack of any particular feature other than value. A thing can only be exactly linked to other things if it has no particular special form or feature of its own. For example, a mirror that has no color can reflect all colors. The same is the case with money, it has no purpose of its own, but it serves as medium for the purpose of exchanging goods. 91. From this it also follows that lending money at interest must be illegitimate, since it means using money as an end in itself. Money is not created to earn money. In fact, he says, in relation to other goods, dirhams and dinars are like prepositions in a sentence, words that, as the grammarians inform us, are used to give meaning to other words, but can only do so because they have no meaning in themselves. Money is thus a unit of measure that provides a means of assessing the value of goods, but also one that operates as such only if it stays in constant motion. To enter into monetary transactions in order to obtain even more money, even if it's a matter of MCM, let alone would be, according to Ghazali, the equivalent of kidnapping a postman. 92. Whereas Ghazali speaks only of gold and silver, what he describes, money as symbol, as abstract measure, having no qualities of its own, whose value is only maintained by constant motion, is something that would never have occurred to anyone were it not in an age when it was perfectly normal for money to be employed in purely virtual form. Much of our free market doctrine, then, appears to have been originally borrowed piecemeal from a very different social and moral universe. 93 The mercantile classes of the medieval Near West had pulled off an extraordinary feat. By abandoning the usurious practices that had made them so obnoxious to their neighbors for untold centuries before, they were able to become, alongside religious teachers, the effective leaders of their communities that are still seen as organized, to a large extent, around the twin poles of mosque and bazaar. 94 The spread of Islam allowed the market to become a global phenomenon, operating largely independent of governments, according to its own internal laws. But the very fact that this was, in a certain way, a genuine free market, not one created by the government and backed by its police and prisons, a world of handshake deals and paper promises backed only by the integrity of the signer, meant that it could never really become the world imagined by those who later adopted many of the same ideas and arguments, one of purely self-interested individuals vying for material advantage by any means at hand. The Far West. Christendom, commerce, lending, and war. Where there is justice in war, there is also justice in usury. St. Ambrose. Europe, as I mentioned, came rather late to the Middle Ages, and for most of it was something of a hinterland. Still, the period began much as it did elsewhere, with the disappearance of coinage. Money retreated into virtuality. Everyone continued to calculate costs in Roman currency, then, later, in Carolingian imaginary money, the purely conceptual system of pounds, shillings, and pence used across Western Europe to keep accounts well into the 17th century. Local mints did gradually come back into operation, producing coins in an endless variety of weight, purity, and denominations. How these related to the pan-European system, though, was a matter of manipulation. Kings regularly issued decrees revaluing their own coins in relation to the money of account, crying up the currency by, say, declaring that, henceforth, one of their écus or escudos would no longer be worth 1/12 but now 1/8 of a shilling, thus effectively raising taxes, or crying down the value of their coins by doing the reverse, thus effectively reducing their debts. 95 The real gold or silver content of coins was endlessly readjusted, and currencies were frequently called in for remending. Meanwhile, most everyday transactions dispensed with cash entirely, operating through tallies, tokens, ledgers, or transactions in kind. As a result, when the scholastics came to address economic questions in the 13th century, they quickly adopted Aristotle's position that money was a mere social convention, that it was, basically, whatever human beings decided that it was. 96. All this fit the broader medieval pattern. Actual gold and silver, such of it as was still around, was increasingly laid up in sacred places. As centralized states disappeared, the regulation of markets was increasingly in the hands of the Church. At first, the Catholic attitudes toward usury were just as harsh as Muslim ones, and attitudes toward merchants, considerably harsher. In the first case, they had little choice, as many biblical texts were quite explicit. Consider Exodus 22:25. If you lend money to my people, to the poor among you, you are not to act as a creditor to him, you shall not charge him interest. Both the Psalms, 15:5, 54:12, and Prophets, Jeremiah 9.6, Nehemiah 5:11, were explicit in assigning usurers to death and hellfire. What's more, the early Christian fathers, who laid the foundation of church teachings on social issues in the waning years of the Roman Empire, were writing amidst the ancient world's last great debt crisis, one that was effectively in the process of destroying the empire's remaining free peasantry. 97 While few were willing to condemn slavery, all condemned usury. Usury was seen above all as an assault on Christian charity, on Jesus' injunction to treat the poor as they would treat the Christ himself, giving without expectation of return and allowing the borrower to decide on recompense, Luke 6:34-35. In 365 AD, for instance, Saint Basil delivered a sermon on usury in Cappadocia that set the standard for such issues. The Lord gave his own injunction quite plainly in the words, "From him that would borrow of thee turn not thou away." 98. But what of the money lover? He sees before him a man under stress of necessity bent to the ground in supplication. He sees him hesitating at no act, no words, of humiliation. He sees him suffering undeserved misfortune, but he is merciless. He does not reckon that he is a fellow creature. He does not give in to his entreaties. He stands stiff and sour. He is moved by no prayers, his resolution is broken by no tears. He persists in refusal. 99. That is, until the suppliant mentions interest. Basil was particularly offended by the crass dishonesty by which money-lenders operated, their abuse of Christian fellowship. The man in need comes seeking a friend, the rich man pretends to be one. In fact, he's a secret enemy, and everything he says is a lie. Witness, Saint Basil said, how the rich man will always at first swear mighty oaths that he has no money to his name. Then the suppliant mentions interest, and utters the word security. All is changed. The frown is relaxed, with a genial smile he recalls old family connection. Now it is my friend. I will see, says he, if I have any money by me. Yes, there is that sum which a man I know has left in my hands on deposit for profit. He stipulated a very heavy rate of interest. However, I shall certainly take something off, and give it to you on better terms. With pretenses of this kind and talk like this he fawns on the wretched victim, and induces him to swallow the bait. Then he binds him with a written security, adds loss of liberty to the trouble of his pressing poverty, and is off. The man who has made himself responsible for interest that he cannot pay has accepted voluntary slavery for a life. 100. The borrower, coming home with his newfound money, at first rejoices. But quickly, the money slips away, interest accumulates, and his possessions are sold off. Basil grows poetic in describing the debtor's plight. It's as if time itself has become his enemy. Every day and night conspires against him, as they are the parents of interest. His life becomes a sleepless daze of anxious uncertainty, as he is humiliated in public, while at home, he is constantly hiding under the couch at every unexpected knock on the door and can barely sleep, startled awake by nightmare visions of his creditor standing over his pillow. 101. Probably the most famous ancient homily on usury, though, was St. Ambrose's de Tobia, pronounced over several days in Milan in 380 BC. He reproduces the same vivid details as Basil: fathers forced to sell their children, debtors who hanged themselves out of shame. Usury, he observes, must be considered a form of violent robbery, even murder. 102 Ambrose, though, added one small proviso that was later to have enormous influence. His sermon was the first to carefully examine every biblical reference to money lending, which meant that he had to address the one problem later authors always had to struggle with, the fact that, in the Old Testament, usury is not quite forbidden to everyone. The key sticking point is always Deuteronomy 23:19-20. Thou shalt not lend upon usury to thy brother, usury of money, usury of victuals, usury of anything that is lent upon usury. Unto a stranger thou mayest lend upon usury, but unto thy brother thou shalt not lend upon usury. So who then is this stranger, or, a better translation of the Hebrew nokri, foreigner? Presumably, Ambrose concluded, one against whom robbery and murder would have been justified as well. After all, the ancient Jews lived amidst tribes like the Amalekites, on whom God had specifically instructed them to make war. If by extracting interest one is, as he puts it, fighting without a sword, then it is only legitimate to do so from those whom it would not be a crime to kill. 103 For Ambrose, living in Milan, all this was something of a technicality. He included all Christians and all those subject to Roman law as brothers. There weren't, then, a lot of Amalekites around. 104 Later, the exception of St. Ambrose, as it came to be known, was to become extremely important. All of these sermons, and there were many of them, left certain critical questions unanswered. What should the rich man do when receiving a visit from his troubled neighbor? True, Jesus had said to give without expectation of return, but it seemed unrealistic to expect most Christians to do that. And even if they did, what sort of ongoing relationships would that create? Saint Basil took the radical position. God had given us all things in common, and he had specifically instructed the rich to give their possessions to the poor. The communism of the apostles, who pooled all their wealth and took freely what they needed, was thus the only proper model for a truly Christian society. 105 Few of the other Christian fathers were willing to take things this far. True, they admitted, communism was the ideal, but in this fallen and temporary world, it was simply unrealistic. The Church must accept existing property arrangements, but also come up with spiritual arguments to encourage the rich to nonetheless act with Christian charity. Many of these employed distinctly commercial metaphors. Even Basil was willing to indulge in this sort of thing. Whenever you provide for the destitute on account of the Lord, it is both a gift and a loan. It is a gift because you entertain no hope in recovering it, a loan because of our Lord's munificence in paying you back on his behalf, when, having taken a small sum for the poor, he will give you back a vast sum in return. For he who takes pity on the poor, lends to God. 106. Since Christ is in the poor, a gift of charity is a loan to Jesus, to be repaid in heaven with interest inconceivable on earth. Charity, however, is a way of maintaining inequality, not undermining it. What Basil is talking about here really has nothing to do with debt, and playing with such metaphors seems ultimately to serve only to underline the fact that the rich man doesn't owe the poor suppliant anything, any more than God is in any way legally bound to save the soul of anyone who feeds a beggar. Debt here dissolves into a pure hierarchy, hence, the Lord, where utterly different beings provide each other utterly different kinds of benefit. Later theologians were to explicitly confirm this. Human beings live in time, noted St. Thomas Aquinas, so it makes sense to say that sin is a debt of punishment we owe to God. But God lives outside of time. By definition, he cannot owe anything to anyone. His grace can therefore only be a gift given with no obligation. 107. This, in turn, provides an answer to the question, what are they really asking the rich man to do? The Church opposed usury, but it had little to say about relations of feudal dependency, where the rich man provides charity and the poor suppliant shows his gratitude in other ways. Neither, When these kinds of arrangements began to emerge across the Christian West, did the Church offer any significant objections? 108 Former debt peons were gradually transformed into serfs or vassals. In some ways, the relationship was not much different, since vassalage was, in theory, a voluntary, contractual relationship. Just as a Christian has to be able to freely choose to submit himself to the Lord, so did a vassal have to agree to make himself someone else's man. All this proved perfectly consonant with Christianity. Commerce, on the other hand, remained a problem. There was not much of a leap between condemning usury as the taking of whatever exceeds the amount loaned and condemning any form of profit-taking. Many, St. Ambrose among them, were willing to take that leap. Where Muhammad declared that an honest merchant deserved a place by the seat of God in heaven, men like Ambrose wondered if an honest merchant was not a contradiction in terms. Many held that one simply could not be both a merchant and a Christian. 109 In the early Middle Ages, this was not a pressing issue, especially since so much commerce was conducted by foreigners. The conceptual problems, however, were never resolved. What did it mean that one could only lend to strangers? Was it just usury, or was even commerce tantamount to war? Probably the most notorious, and often catastrophic, way that this problem worked itself out in the High Middle Ages was in relations between Christians and Jews. In the years since Nehemiah, Jewish attitudes toward lending had themselves changed. In the time of Augustus, Rabbi Hillel had effectively rendered the sabbatical year a dead letter by allowing two parties to place a writer on any particular loan contract agreeing that it would not apply. While both the Torah and the Talmud stand opposed to loans on interest, exceptions were made in dealing with Gentiles, particularly as, over the course of the 11th and 12th centuries, European Jews were excluded from almost any other line of work. 110 This in turn made it harder to contain the practice, as witnessed in the common joke, current in 12th century ghettos to justify usury between Jews. It consisted, it is said, of reciting Deuteronomy 23:20 in interrogative tones to make it mean the opposite of its obvious sense. Unto a foreigner thou mayest lend upon usury, but unto thy brother thou shalt not lend upon usury? 111. On the Christian side, in 1140 AD, the exception of St. Ambrose found its way into Gratian's Decretum, which came to be considered the definitive collection of canon law. At the time, economic life fell very much under the jurisdiction of the Church. While that might appear to leave Jews safely outside the system, in reality, matters were more complicated. For one thing, while both Jews and Gentiles would occasionally attempt to make recourse to the exception, the prevailing opinion was that it only really applied to Saracens or others with whom Christendom was literally at war. After all, Jews and Christians lived in the same towns and villages. If one were to concede that the exception allowed Jews and Christians the right to lend to each other at interest, it would also mean that they had the right to murder one another. 112 No one really wanted to say that. On the other hand, real relations between Christians and Jews often did seem to skate perilously close to this unfortunate ideal, though obviously the actual murder, apart from mere economic aggression, was all on one side. In part, this was due to the habit of Christian princes of exploiting, for their own purposes, the fact that Jews did sit slightly outside the system. Many encouraged Jews to operate as moneylenders, under their protection, simply because they also knew that protection could be withdrawn at any time. The kings of England were notorious in this regard. They insisted that Jews be excluded from merchant and craft guilds, but granted them the right to charge extravagant rates of interest, backing up the loans by the full force of law. 113 Debtors in medieval England were regularly thrown in prisons until their families settled with the creditor. 114 Yet the same thing regularly happened to the Jews themselves. In 1210 AD, for example, King John ordered a tallage, or emergency levy, to pay for his wars in France and Ireland. According to one contemporary chronicler, all the Jews throughout England, of both sexes, were seized, imprisoned, and tortured severely, in order to do the king's will with their money. Most who were put to torture offered all they had and more, but on that occasion, one particularly wealthy merchant, a certain Abraham of Bristol, who the king decided owed him 10,000 marks of silver, a sum equivalent to about a sixth of John's total annual revenue, became famous for holding out. The king therefore ordered that one of his molars be pulled out daily, until he paid. After 7 had been extracted, Abraham finally gave in. 115. John's successor, Henry III, 1216–1272 AD, was in the habit of turning over Jewish victims to his brother the Earl of Cornwall, so that, as another chronicler put it, those whom one brother had flayed, the other might embowel. 116 Such stories about the extraction of Jewish teeth, skin, and intestines are, I think, important to bear in mind when thinking about Shakespeare's imaginary merchant of Venice demanding his pound of flesh. 117 It all seems to have been a bit of a guilty projection of terrors that Jews had never really visited on Christians, but that had been directed the other way around. The terror inflicted by kings carried in it a peculiar element of identification. The persecutions and appropriations were an extension of the logic whereby kings effectively treated debts owed to Jews as ultimately owed to themselves, even setting up a branch of the treasury, the exchequer of the Jews, to manage them. 118 This was of course much in keeping with the popular English impression of their kings as themselves a group of rapacious Norman foreigners. But it also gave the kings the opportunity to periodically play the populist card, dramatically snubbing or humiliating their Jewish financiers, turning a blind eye or even encouraging pogroms by townsfolk who chose to take the exception of St. Ambrose literally and treat moneylenders as enemies of Christ who could be murdered in cold blood. Particularly gruesome massacres occurred in Norwich in 1144 AD, and in Blois, France, in 1171. Before long, as Norman Cohn put it, what had once been a flourishing Jewish culture had turned into a terrorized society locked in perpetual warfare with the greater society around it. 119. One mustn't exaggerate the Jewish role in lending. Most Jews had nothing to do with the business, and those who did were typically bit players, making minor loans of grain or cloth for a return in kind. Others weren't even really Jews. Already in the 1190s, preachers were complaining about lords who would work hand in glove with Christian moneylenders claiming they were our Jews and thus under their special protection. 120 By the 1100s, most Jewish moneylenders had long since been displaced by Lombards, from northern Italy, and Cahorsins, from the French town of Cahors, who established themselves across Western Europe and became notorious rural usurers. 121. The rise of rural usury was itself a sign of a growing free peasantry. There had been no point in making loans to serfs, since they had nothing to repossess. It accompanied the rise of commercial farming, urban craft guilds, and the commercial revolution of the High Middle Ages, all of which finally brought Western Europe to a level of economic activity comparable to that long since considered normal in other parts of the world. The Church quickly came under considerable popular pressure to do something about the problem, and at first, it did try to tighten the clamps. Existing loopholes in the usury laws were systematically closed, particularly the use of mortgages. These latter began as an expedient. As in medieval Islam, those determined to dodge the law could simply present the money, claim to be buying the debtor's house or field, and then rent the same house or field back to the debtor until the principal was repaid. In the case of a mortgage, the house was in theory not even purchased but pledged as security, but any income from it accrued to the lender. In the 11th century, this became a favorite trick of monasteries. In 1148, it was made illegal. Henceforth, all income was to be subtracted from the principal. Similarly, in 1187, merchants were forbidden to charge higher prices when selling on credit, the Church thereby going much further than any school of Islamic law ever had. In 1179, usury was made a mortal sin, and usurers were excommunicated and denied Christian burial. 122 Before long, new orders of itinerant friars like the Franciscans and Dominicans organized preaching campaigns, traveling town to town, village to village, threatening moneylenders with the loss of their eternal souls if they did not make restitution to their victims. All this was echoed by a heady intellectual debate in the newly founded universities, not so much as to whether usury was sinful and illegal, but precisely why. Some argued that it was theft of another's material possessions, others that it constituted a theft of time, charging others for something that belonged only to God. Some held that it embodied the sin of sloth, since like the Confucians, Catholic thinkers usually held that a merchant's profit could only be justified as payment for his labor, i.e., in transporting goods to wherever they were needed, whereas interest accrued even if the lender did nothing at all. Soon the rediscovery of Aristotle, who returned in Arabic translation, and the influence of Muslim sources like Ghazali and Ibn Sina, added new arguments, that treating money as an end in itself defied its true purpose, that charging interest was unnatural, in that it treated mere metal as if it were a living thing that could breed or bear fruit. 123. But as the Church authorities soon discovered, when one opens up such debates, it's very hard to keep a lid on them. Soon, new popular religious movements were appearing everywhere, and many took up the same direction so many had in late antiquity, not only challenging commerce but questioning the very legitimacy of private property. Most of these movements were labeled heresies and violently suppressed, but some of their arguments were taken up by members of the mendicant orders themselves. By the 13th century, the great intellectual debate was between the Franciscans and the Dominicans over apostolic poverty, basically, over whether Christianity could be reconciled with property of any sort. At the same time, the revival of Roman law, which, as we've seen, began from the assumption of absolute private property, put new intellectual weapons in the hands of those who wish to argue that, at least in the case of commercial loans, usury laws should be relaxed. The great discovery in this case was the notion of interesse, which is where our word interest originally comes from, a compensation for loss suffered because of late payment. 124 The argument soon became that if a merchant made a commercial loan, even for some minimal period, say, a month, it was not usurious for him to charge a percentage for each month afterward, since this was a penalty, not rental for the money, and it was justified as compensation for the profit he would have made, had he placed it in some profitable investment, as any merchant would ordinarily be expected to do. 125. The reader may be wondering how it could have been possible for usury laws to move in two opposite directions simultaneously. The answer would seem to be that politically, the situation in Western Europe was remarkably chaotic. Most kings were weak, their holdings fractured and uncertain. The continent was a checkerboard of baronies, principalities, urban communes, manors, and church estates. Jurisdictions were constantly being renegotiated, usually by war. Merchant capitalism of the sort long familiar in the Muslim Near West only really managed to establish itself, quite late, compared with the situation in the rest of the medieval world, when merchant capitalists managed to secure a political foothold in the independent city-states of northern Italy, most famously, Venice, Florence, Genoa, and Milan, followed by the German cities of the Hanseatic League. 126 Italian bankers ultimately managed to free themselves from the threat of expropriation by themselves taking over governments and by doing so, acquiring their own court systems, capable of enforcing contracts, and, even more critically, their own armies. 127. What jumps out, in comparison with the Muslim world, are these links of finance, trade, and violence. Whereas Persian and Arab thinkers assumed that the market emerged as an extension of mutual aid, Christians never completely overcame the suspicion that commerce was really an extension of usury, a form of fraud only truly legitimate when directed against one's mortal enemies. Debt was, indeed, sin, on the part of both parties to the transaction. Competition was essential to the nature of the market, but competition was, usually, non-violent warfare. There was a reason why, as I've already observed, the words for truck and barter in almost all European languages were derived from terms meaning swindle, bamboozle, or deceive. Some disdained commerce for that reason. Others embraced it. Few would have denied that the connection was there. One need only examine the way that Islamic credit instruments, or for that matter, the Islamic ideal of the merchant adventurer, were eventually adopted to see just how intimate this connection really was. It is often held that the first pioneers of modern banking were the military order of the Knights of the Temple of Solomon, commonly known as the Knights Templar. A fighting order of monks, they played a key role in financing the Crusades. Through the Templars, a lord in southern France might take out a mortgage on one of his tenements and receive a draft, a bill of exchange, modeled on the Muslim suftaja, but written in a secret code, redeemable for cash from the temple in Jerusalem. In other words, Christians appear to have first adopted Islamic financial techniques to finance attacks against Islam. The Templars lasted from 1118 to 1307, but they finally went the way of so many medieval trading minorities. King Philip IV, deep in debt to the order, turned on them, accusing them of unspeakable crimes. Their leaders were tortured and ultimately killed, and their wealth was expropriated. 128 Much of the problem was that they lacked a powerful home base. Italian banking houses such as the Bardi, Peruzzi, and Medici did much better. In banking history, the Italians are most famous for their complex joint stock organization and for spearheading the use of Islamic-style bills of exchange. 129 At first these were simple enough, basically just a form of long-distance money changing. A merchant could present a certain amount in florins to a banker in Italy and receive a notarized bill registering the equivalent in the international money of account, Carolingi and Dernier, due in, say, 3 months' time, and then after it came due, either he or his agent could cash it for an equivalent amount of local currency in the Champagne fairs, which were both the great yearly commercial emporia and great financial clearing houses of the European High Middle Ages. But they quickly morphed into a plethora of new, creative forms, mainly a way of navigating, or even profiting from, the endlessly complicated European currency situation. 130. Most of the capital for these banking enterprises derived from the Mediterranean trade in Indian Ocean spices and Eastern luxuries. Yet, unlike the Indian Ocean, the Mediterranean was a constant war zone. Venetian galleys doubled as both merchant vessels and warships, replete with cannon and marines, and the differences between trade, crusade, and piracy often depended on the balance of forces at any given moment. 131 The same was true on land. where Asian empires tended to separate the sphere of warriors and merchants. In Europe they often written in a secret code, redeemable for cash from the temple in Jerusalem. In other words, Christians appear to have first adopted Islamic financial techniques to finance attacks against Islam. The Templars lasted from 1118 to 1307, but they finally went the way of so many medieval trading minorities. King Philip IV, deep in debt to the order, turned on them, accusing them of unspeakable crimes. Their leaders were tortured and ultimately killed, and their wealth was expropriated. 128 Much of the problem was that they lacked a powerful home base. Italian banking houses such as the Bardi, Peruzzi, and Medici did much better. In banking history, the Italians are most famous for their complex joint stock organization and for spearheading the use of Islamic-style bills of exchange. 129 At first these were simple enough, basically just a form of long-distance money changing. A merchant could present a certain amount in florins to a banker in Italy and receive a notarized bill registering the equivalent in the international money of account, Carolingi and Dernier, due in, say, 3 months' time, and then after it came due, either he or his agent could cash it for an equivalent amount of local currency in the Champagne fairs, which were both the great yearly commercial emporia and great financial clearing houses of the European High Middle Ages. But they quickly morphed into a plethora of new, creative forms, mainly a way of navigating, or even profiting from, the endlessly complicated European currency situation. 130. Most of the capital for these banking enterprises derived from the Mediterranean trade in Indian Ocean spices and Eastern luxuries. Yet, unlike the Indian Ocean, the Mediterranean was a constant war zone. Venetian galleys doubled as both merchant vessels and warships, replete with cannon and marines, and the differences between trade, crusade, and piracy often depended on the balance of forces at any given moment. 131 The same was true on land, where Asian empires tended to separate the sphere of warriors and merchants. In Europe they often, all up and down Central Europe, from Tuscany to Flanders, from Brabant to Livonia, merchants not only supplied warriors, as they did all over Europe, they sat in governments that made war and, sometimes, buckled on armor and went into battle themselves. Such places make a long list, not only Florence, Milan, Venice, and Genoa, but also Augsburg, Nuremberg, Strasbourg, and Zurich, not only Lübeck, Hamburg, Bremen, and Danzig, but also Bruges, Ghent, Leiden, and Cologne. Some of them, Florence, Nuremberg, Siena, Bern, and Ulm come to mind, built considerable territorial states. 132. The Venetians were only the most famous in this regard. They created a veritable mercantile empire over the course of the 11th century, seizing islands like Crete and Cyprus and establishing sugar plantations that eventually, anticipating a pattern eventually to become all too familiar in the New World, came to be staffed largely by African slaves. 133 Genoa soon followed suit. One of their most lucrative businesses was raiding and trading along the Black Sea to acquire slaves to sell to the Mamluks in Egypt or to work mines leased from the Turks. 134 The Genoese Republic was also the inventor of a unique mode of military financing, which might be known as war by subscription, whereby those planning expeditions sold shares to investors in exchange for the rights to an equivalent percentage of the spoils. It was precisely the same galleys, with the same merchant adventurers aboard, who would eventually pass through the Pillars of Hercules to follow the Atlantic coast to Flanders or the Champagne fairs, carrying cargoes of nutmeg or cayenne, silks and woolen goods, along with the inevitable bills of exchange. 135. It would be instructive, I think, to pause a moment to think about this term, merchant adventurer. Originally, it just meant a merchant who operated outside of his own country. It was around this same time, however, at the height of the fairs of Champagne and the Italian merchant empires, between 1160 and 1172, that the term adventure began to take on its contemporary meaning. The man most responsible for it was the French poet Chrétien de Troyes, author of the famous Arthurian romances, most famous, perhaps, for being the first to tell the story of Sir Percival and the Holy Grail. The romances were a new sort of literature featuring a new sort of hero, the knight-errant, a warrior who roamed the world in search of, precisely, adventure in the contemporary sense of the word, perilous challenges, love, treasure, and renown. Stories of knightly adventure quickly became enormously popular. Chrétien was followed by innumerable imitators, and the central characters in the stories, Arthur and Guinevere, Lancelot, Gawain, Percival, and the rest, became known to everyone, as they are still. This courtly ideal of the gallant knight, the quest, the joust, romance and adventure, remains central to our image of the Middle Ages. 136. The curious thing is that it bears almost no relation to reality. Nothing remotely like a real knight-errant ever existed. Knights had originally been a term for freelance warriors, drawn from the younger or, often, bastard sons of the minor nobility. Unable to inherit, they were often forced to band together to seek their fortunes. Many of these bands became little more than roving gangs of thugs, in an endless pursuit of plunder, precisely the sort of people who made merchants' lives so dangerous. Culminating in the 12th century, there was a concerted effort to bring this dangerous population under the control of the civil authorities. Not only the code of chivalry, but the tournament, the joust, all these were more than anything else ways of keeping them out of trouble, as it were, in part by setting knights against each other, in part by turning their entire existence into a kind of stylized game. 137 The ideal of the lone wandering knight, in search of some gallant adventure, on the other hand, seems to have come out of nowhere. This is important, since it lies at the very heart of our image of the Middle Ages, and the explanation, I think, is revealing. We have to recall that merchants had begun to achieve unprecedented social and even political power around this time, but that, in dramatic contrast to Islam, where a figure like Sindbad, the successful merchant adventurer, could serve as a fictional exemplar of the perfect life, merchants, unlike warriors, were never seen as paragons of much of anything. It's likely no coincidence that Créteil was living in Troyes, at the very heartland of the Champagne fairs that had become, in turn, the commercial hub of Western Europe. 138 While he appears to have modeled his vision of Camelot on the elaborate court life under his patron Henri the Liberal, 1152–1181, Count of Champagne, and his wife Marie, daughter of Eleanor of Aquitaine, the real court was staffed by low-born commerçants, who served as sergeants of the fairs, leaving most real knights in the role of onlookers, guards, or, at tournaments, entertainers. This is not to say that tournaments did not become a kind of economic focus in their own right, according to one early 20th century medievalist, Amy Kelly. The biographer of Guillaume le Maréchal gives an idea of how this rabble of courtly routiers amused itself on the jousting fields of Western Europe. To the tournaments, occurring in a brisk season about twice a month from Pentecost to the Feast of St. John, flocked the young bloods, sometimes 3,000 strong, taking possession of the nearest town. Thither also flocked horse-dealers from Lombardy and Spain, from Brittany and the Low Countries, as well as armorers, haberdashers for man and beast, usurers, mimes and storytellers, acrobats, necromancers, and other gentlemen of the lists, the field, the road. Entertainers of every stripe found liberal patronage. There were feasts in upper chambers, and forges rang in the smithies all night long. Brawls with grisly incidents, a cracked skull, a gouged eye, occurred as the betting progressed and the dice flew. To cry out their champions in the field came ladies of fair name and others of no name at all. The hazards, the concourse, the prizes, keyed men to the pitch of war. The stakes were magnificent, for the victor held his prize, horse and man, for ransom. And for these ransoms fiefs wed and gage, or the hapless victim fell into the hands of usurers, giving his men, and in extremity, himself, as hostages. Fortunes were made and lost on the point of a lance, and many a mother's son failed to ride home. 139. So, it was not only that the merchants supplied the materials that made the fairs possible, since vanquished knights technically owed their lives to the victors, merchants ended up, in their capacity as money lenders, making good business out of liquidating their assets. Alternately, a knight might borrow vast sums to outfit himself in magnificence, hoping to impress some fair lady, with handsome dowry, with his victories; others, to take part in the continual whoring and gambling that always surrounded such events. Losers would end up having to sell their armor and horses, and this created the danger that they would go back to being highwaymen, foment pogroms, if their creditors were Jews, or, if they had lands, make new fiscal demands on those unfortunate enough to live on them. Others turned to war, which itself tended to drive the creation of new markets. 140 In one of the most dramatic of such incidents, in November 1199, a large number of knights at a tournament at the castle of Acry in Champagne, sponsored by Henry's son, Theobald, were seized by a great religious passion, abandoned their games, and swore a vow to instead retake the Holy Land. The Crusader army then proceeded to commission the Venetian fleet for transport in exchange for a promise of a 50% share in all resulting profits. In the end, rather than proceeding to the Holy Land, they ended up sacking the, much wealthier, Orthodox, Christian city of Constantinople after a prolonged and bloody siege. A Flemish count named Baldwin was installed as Latin Emperor of Constantinople, but attempting to govern a city that had been largely destroyed and stripped of everything of value ensured that he and his barons soon ended up in great financial difficulties. In a gigantic version of what was happening on the small scale in so many tournaments, they were ultimately reduced to stripping the metal off the church roofs and auctioning holy relics to pay back their Venetian creditors. By 1259, Baldwin had sunk to the point of taking out a mortgage on his own son, who was taken back to Venice as security for a loan. 141. All this does not really answer the question, whence, then, this image of the solitary knight-errant, wandering the forests of a mythic Albion, challenging rivals, confronting ogres, fairies, wizards, and mysterious beasts? The answer should be clear by now. Really, this is just a sublimated, romanticized image of the traveling merchants themselves, men who did, after all, set off on lonely ventures through wilds and forests, whose outcome was anything but certain. 142. And what of the Grail, that mysterious object that all the knights-errant were ultimately seeking? Oddly enough, Richard Wagner, composer of the opera Parsifal, first suggested that the Grail was a symbol inspired by the new forms of finance. 143 where earlier epic heroes sought after, and fought over, piles of real, concrete gold and silver, the Nibelung's hoard. These new ones, born of the new commercial economy, pursued purely abstract forms of value. No one, after all, knew precisely what the Grail was. Even the epics disagree, sometimes it's a plate, sometimes a cup, sometimes a stone. Wolfram von Eschenbach imagined it to be a jewel knocked from Lucifer's helmet in a battle at the dawn of time. In a way, it doesn't matter. The point is that it's invisible, intangible, but at the same time of infinite, inexhaustible value, containing everything, capable of making the wasteland flower, feeding the world, providing spiritual sustenance, and healing wounded bodies. Mark Shelley even suggested that it would best be conceived as a blank check, the ultimate financial abstraction. 144. What, then, were the Middle Ages? Each of us is a mere symbolon of a man, the result of bisection, like the flat fish, two out of one, and each of us is constantly searching for his corresponding symbolon. Plato, The Symposium. There is one way that Wagner got it wrong. The introduction of financial abstraction was not a sign that Europe was leaving the Middle Ages, but that it was finally, belatedly, entering it. Wagner's not really to blame here. Almost everyone gets this wrong, because the most characteristic medieval institutions and ideas arrived so late in Europe that we tend to mistake them for the first stirrings of modernity. We've already seen this with bills of exchange, already in use in the East by 700 or 800 AD, but only reaching Europe several centuries later. The independent university, perhaps the quintessential medieval institution, is another case in point. Nalanda was founded in 427 AD, and there were independent institutions of higher learning all over China and the Near West, from Cairo to Constantinople, centuries before the creation of similar institutions in Oxford, Paris, and Bologna. If the axial age was the age of materialism, the Middle Ages were above all else the age of transcendence. The collapse of the ancient empires did not, for the most part, lead to the rise of new ones. 145 Instead, once subversive popular religious movements were catapulted into the status of dominant institutions. Slavery declined or disappeared, as did the overall level of violence. As trade picked up, so did the pace of technological innovation. Greater peace brought greater possibilities not only for the movement of silks and spices, but also of people and ideas. The fact that monks in medieval China could devote themselves to translating ancient treatises in Sanskrit, and that students in madrasas in medieval Indonesia could debate legal terms in Arabic, is testimony to the profound cosmopolitanism of the age. Our image of the Middle Ages as an age of faith and hence, of blind obedience to authority, is a legacy of the French Enlightenment. Again, it makes sense only if you think of the Middle Ages as something that happened primarily in Europe. Not only was the Far West an unusually violent place by world standards, the Catholic Church was extraordinarily intolerant. It's hard to find many medieval Chinese, Indian, or Islamic parallels, for example, to the burning of witches or the massacre of heretics. More typical was the pattern that prevailed in certain periods of Chinese history, when it was perfectly acceptable for a scholar to dabble in Taoism in his youth, become a Confucian in middle age, then turn to Buddhism on retirement. If there is an essence to medieval thought, it lies not in blind obedience to authority, but rather in a dogged insistence that the values that govern our ordinary daily affairs, particularly those of the court and marketplace, are confused, mistaken, illusory, or perverse. True value lay elsewhere, in a domain that cannot be directly perceived, but only approached through study or contemplation. But this in turn made the faculties of contemplation, and the entire question of knowledge, an endless problem. Consider for example the great conundrum, pondered by Muslim, Christian, and Jewish philosophers alike: what does it mean to simultaneously say that we can only know God through our faculties of reason, but that reason itself partakes of God? Chinese philosophers were struggling with similar conundrums when they asked, do we read the classics or do the classics read us? Almost all the great intellectual debates of the age turned on this question in one way or another. Is the world created by our minds, or our minds by the world? We can see the same tensions within predominant theories of money. Aristotle had argued that gold and silver had no intrinsic value in themselves, and that money therefore was just a social convention, invented by human communities to facilitate exchange. Since it had come about by agreement, therefore it is within our power to change it or render it useless if we all decide that that's what we want to do. 146 This position gained little traction in the materialist intellectual environment of the Axial Age, but by the later Middle Ages, it had become standard wisdom. Ghazali was among the first to embrace it. In his own way, he took it even further, insisting that the fact that a gold coin has no intrinsic value is the basis of its value as money, since this very lack of intrinsic value is what allows it to govern, measure, and regulate the value of other things. But, at the same time, Ghazali denied that money was a social convention. It was given to us by God. 147. Ghazali was a mystic and a political conservative, so one might argue that he ultimately shied away from the most radical implications of his own ideas. But one could also ask whether, in the Middle Ages, arguing that money was an arbitrary social convention was really all that radical a position. After all, when Christian and Chinese thinkers insisted that it was almost always as a way of saying that money is whatever the king or the emperor wished it to be. In that sense, Ghazali's position was perfectly consonant with the Islamic desire to protect the market from political interference by saying that it fell properly under the aegis of religious authorities. The fact that medieval money took such abstract, virtual forms, checks, tallies, paper money, meant that questions like these, what does it mean to say that money is a symbol, cut to the core of the philosophical issues of the day. Nowhere is this so true as in the history of the word symbol itself. Here we encounter some parallels so extraordinary that they can only be described as startling. When Aristotle argued that coins are merely social conventions, the term he used was symbolon, from which our own word symbol is derived. Symbolon was originally the Greek word for tally, an object broken in half to mark a contract or agreement, or marked and broken to record a debt. So our word symbol traces back originally to objects broken to record debt contracts of one sort or another. This is striking enough. What's really remarkable, though, is that the contemporary Chinese word for symbol, fu, or fu hao, has almost exactly the same origin. 148. Let's start with the Greek term symbolon. Two friends at dinner might create a symbolon if they took some object, a ring, a knucklebone, a piece of crockery, and broke it in half. Any time in the future when neither of them had need of the other's help, they could bring their halves as reminders of the friendship. Archaeologists have found hundreds of little broken friendship tablets of this sort in Athens, often made of clay. Later they became ways of sealing a contract, the object standing in the place of witnesses. 149 The word was also used for tokens of every sort, those given to Athenian jurors entitling them to vote, or tickets for admission to the theater. It could be used to refer to money too, but only if that money had no intrinsic value. Bronze coins whose value was fixed only by local convention. 150 Used for written documents, a symbolon could also be passport, contract, commission, or receipt. By extension, it came to mean omen, portent, symptom, or finally, in the now familiar sense, symbol. The path to the latter appears to have been twofold. Aristotle fixed on the fact that a tally could be anything, what the object was didn't matter, all that mattered was that there was a way to break it in half. It is exactly so with language. Words are sounds we use to refer to objects, or to ideas, but the relation is arbitrary. There's no particular reason, for example, that English speakers should choose dog to refer to an animal and God to refer to a deity, rather than the other way around. The only reason is social convention, an agreement between all speakers of a language that this sound shall refer to that thing. In this sense, all words were arbitrary tokens of agreement. 151 So, of course, is money, for Aristotle, not only worthless bronze coins that we agree to treat as if they were worth a certain amount, but all money, even gold, is just a symbolon, a social convention. 152. All this came to seem almost commonsensical in the 13th century of Thomas Aquinas, when rulers could change the value of currency simply by issuing a decree. Still, medieval theories of symbols derived less from Aristotle than from the mystery religions of antiquity, where symbolon came to refer to certain cryptic formulae or talismans that only initiates could understand. 153 It thus came to mean a concrete token, perceptible to the senses, that could only be understood in reference to some hidden reality entirely beyond the domain of sensory experience. 154. The theorist of the symbol whose work was most widely read and respected in the Middle Ages was a 6th century Greek Christian mystic whose real name has been lost to history, but who has come to be known by his pseudonym Dionysius the Areopagite. 155 Dionysius took up the notion in this latter sense to confront what was to become the great intellectual problem of the age: how is it possible for humans to have knowledge of God? How can we, whose knowledge is confined to what our senses can perceive of the material universe, have knowledge of a being whose nature is absolutely alien to that material universe, that infinity beyond being, as he puts it, that oneness that is beyond intelligence? 156 It would be impossible were it not for the fact that God, being all-powerful, can do anything, and therefore, just as he places his own body in the Eucharist, so can he reveal himself to our minds through an endless variety of material shapes. Intriguingly, Dionysius warns us that we cannot begin to understand how symbols work until we rid ourselves of the notion that divine things are likely to be beautiful. Images of luminous angels and celestial chariots are only likely to confuse us, since we will be tempted to imagine that that's what heaven is actually like, and in fact we cannot possibly conceive of what heaven is like. Instead, effective symbols are, like the original symbolon, homely objects selected apparently at random, often ugly, ridiculous things, whose very incongruity reminds us that they are not God, of the fact that God transcends all materiality, even as, in another sense, they are God. 157 But the notion that they are in any sense tokens of agreement between equals is gone entirely. Symbols are gifts, absolute, free, hierarchical gifts, presented by a being so far above us that any thought of reciprocity, debt, or mutual obligation is simply inconceivable. 158. Compare the Greek dictionary above to the following, from a Chinese dictionary. Fu. To agree with, to tally. The two halves of a tally. Evidence, proof of identity, credentials. To fulfill a promise, to keep one's word. To reconcile. The mutual agreement between heaven's appointment and human affairs. A tally, a check. An imperial seal or stamp. A warrant, a commission, credentials. Like fitting the two halves of a tally, in exact agreement. A symbol, a sign. 159. The evolution is almost exactly the same. Like symbola, fu can be tallies, contracts, official seals, warrants, passports, or credentials. As promises, they can embody an agreement, a debt contract, or even a relation of feudal vassalage, since a minor lord agreeing to become another man's vassal would split a tally just as he would if borrowing grain or money. The common feature seems to be a contract between two parties that begin as equal in which one agrees to become subordinate. Later, as the state became more centralized, we mainly hear about fu presented to officials as a means of conveying order. The official would take the left half with him when posted to the provinces, and when the emperor wished to send an important command, he would send the right half with the messenger to make sure that the official knew it was actually the imperial will. 160. We've already seen how paper money seems to have developed from paper versions of such debt contracts, ripped in half and reunited. For Chinese theorists, of course, Aristotle's argument that money was simply a social convention was hardly radical, it was simply assumed. Money was whatever the emperor established it to be. Though even here there was a slight proviso, as evidenced in the entry above, that fu could also refer to the mutual agreement between heaven's appointment and human affairs. Just as officials were appointed by the emperor was ultimately appointed by a higher power, and he could only rule effectively as long as he kept its mandate, which is why propitious omens were called fu, signs that heaven approved of the ruler, just as natural disasters were a sign that he had strayed. 161. Here Chinese ideas did grow a bit closer to the Christian ones. But Chinese conceptions of the cosmos had one crucial difference: since there was no emphasis on the absolute gulf between our world and the one beyond it, contractual relations with the gods were by no means out of the question. This was particularly true in medieval Taoism, where monks were ordained through a ceremony called rending the tally, ripping apart a piece of paper that represented a contract with heaven. 162 It was the same with the magical talismans, also called fu, which an adept might receive from his master. These were literally tallies. The adept kept one, the other half was said to be retained by the gods. Such talismanic fu took the form of diagrams, said to represent a form of celestial writing, comprehensible only to the gods, which committed them to assist the bearer, often giving the adept the right to call on armies of divine protectors with whose help he could slay demons, cure the sick, or otherwise attain miraculous powers. But they could also become, like Dionysius' symbola, objects of contemplation, by which one's mind can ultimately attain some knowledge of the invisible world beyond our own. 163. Many of the most compelling visual symbols to emerge from medieval China trace back to such talismans, the river symbol or, for that matter, the yin-yang symbol that seems to have developed out of it. 164. Just looking at a yin-yang symbol, it is easy enough to imagine the left and right, sometimes, too, called male and female, halves of a tally. A tally does away with the need for witnesses. If the two surfaces agree, then everyone knows that the agreement between the contracting parties exists as well. This is why Aristotle saw it as a fit metaphor for words. Word A corresponds to concept B because there is a tacit agreement that we shall act as if it does. The striking thing about tallies is that even though they might begin as simple tokens of friendship and solidarity, in almost all the later examples, what the two parties actually agree to create is a relation of inequality, of debt, obligation, subordination to another's orders. This is in turn what makes it possible to use the metaphor for the relation between the material world and that more powerful world that ultimately gives it meaning. The two sides are the same. Yet what they create is absolute difference. Hence, for a medieval Christian mystic, as for medieval Chinese magicians, symbols could be literal fragments of heaven, even if, for the first, they provided a language whereby one could have some understanding of beings one could not possibly interact with, while for the second, they provided a way of interacting, even making practical arrangements, with beings whose language one could not possibly understand. On one level, this is just another version of the dilemmas that always arise when we try to reimagine the world through debt, that peculiar agreement between two equals that they shall no longer be equals, until such time as they become equals once again. Still, the problem took on a peculiar piquancy in the Middle Ages, when the economy became, as it were, spiritualized. As gold and silver migrated to holy places, ordinary transactions everywhere came to be carried out primarily through credit. Inevitably, arguments about wealth and markets became arguments about debt and morality, and arguments about debt and morality became arguments about the nature of our place in the universe. As we've seen, the solutions varied considerably. Europe and India saw a return to hierarchy. Society became a ranked order of priests, warriors, merchants, and farmers, or in Christendom, just priests, warriors, and farmers. Debts between the orders were considered threatening because they implied the potential of equality, and they often led to outright violence. In China, in contrast, the principle of debt often became the governing principle of the cosmos. Karmic debts, milk debts, debt contracts between human beings and celestial powers. From the point of view of the authorities, all these led to excess, and potentially to vast concentrations of capital that might throw the entire social order out of balance. It was the responsibility of government to intervene constantly to keep markets running smoothly and equitably, thus avoiding new outbreaks of popular unrest. In the world of Islam, where theologians held that God recreated the entire universe at every instant, market fluctuations were instead seen as merely another manifestation of divine will. The striking thing is that the Confucian condemnation of the merchant and the Islamic celebration of the merchant ultimately led to the same thing: prosperous societies with flourishing markets, but where the elements never came together to create the great merchant banks and industrial firms that were to become the hallmark of modern capitalism. It's especially striking in the case of Islam. Certainly, the Islamic world produced figures who would be hard to describe as anything but capitalists. Large-scale merchants were referred to as sahib al-mal, owners of capital, and legal theorists spoke freely about the creation and expansion of capital funds. At the height of the caliphate, some of these merchants were in possession of millions of dinars and seeking profitable investment. Why did nothing like modern capitalism emerge? I would highlight two factors. First, Islamic merchants appear to have taken their free market ideology seriously. The marketplace did not fall under the direct supervision of the government. Contracts were made between individuals, ideally, with a handshake and a glance at heaven, and thus honor and credit became largely indistinguishable. This is inevitable. You can't have cutthroat competition where there is no one stopping people from literally cutting one another's throats. Second, Islam also took seriously the principle, later enshrined in classical economic theory but only unevenly observed in practice, that profits are the reward for risk. Trading enterprises were assumed to be, quite literally, adventures, in which traders expose themselves to the dangers of storm and shipwreck, savage nomads, forests, steppes, and deserts, exotic and unpredictable foreign customs, and arbitrary governments. Financial mechanisms designed to avoid these risks were considered impious. This was one of the objections to usury: if one demands a fixed rate of interest, the profits are guaranteed. Similarly, commercial investors were expected to share the risk. This made most of the forms of finance and insurance that were to later develop in Europe impossible. 165. In this sense, the Buddhist monasteries of early medieval China represent the opposite extreme. The inexhaustible treasuries were inexhaustible because, by continually lending their money out at interest and never otherwise touching their capital, they could guarantee effectively risk-free investments. That was the entire point. By doing so, Buddhism, unlike Islam, produced something very much like what we now call corporations, entities that, through a charming legal fiction, we imagine to be persons, just like human beings, but immortal, never having to go through all the human untidiness of marriage, reproduction, infirmity, and death. To put it in properly medieval terms, they are very much like angels. Legally, our notion of the corporation is very much a product of the European High Middle Ages. The legal idea of a corporation as a fictive person, persona ficta, a person who, as Maitland, the great British legal historian, put it, is immortal, who sues and is sued, who holds lands, has a seal of his own, who makes regulations for those natural persons of whom he is composed. 166, was first established in canon law by Pope Innocent IV in 1250 AD, and one of the first kinds of entities it applied to were monasteries, as also to universities, churches, municipalities, and guilds. 167. The idea of the corporation as an angelic being is not mine, incidentally. I borrowed it from the great medievalist Ernst Kantorowicz, who pointed out that all this was happening right around the same time that Thomas Aquinas was developing the notion that angels were really just the personification of Platonic ideas. 168. According to the teachings of Aquinas, he notes, every angel represented a species. Little wonder then that finally the personified collectives of the jurists, which were juristically immortal species, displayed all the features otherwise attributed to angels. The jurists themselves recognized that there was some similarity between their abstractions and the angelic beings. In this respect, it may be said that the political and legal world of thought of the later Middle Ages began to be populated by immaterial angelic bodies, large and small. They were invisible, ageless, sempiternal, immortal, and sometimes even ubiquitous, and they were endowed with a corpus intellectual or mysticum, an intellectual or mystical body, which could stand any comparison with the spiritual bodies of the celestial beings. 169. All this is worth emphasizing because while we are used to assuming that there's something natural or inevitable about the existence of corporations, in historical terms, they are actually strange, exotic creatures. No other great tradition came up with anything like it. 170. They are the most peculiarly European addition to that endless proliferation of metaphysical entities so characteristic of the Middle Ages, as well as the most enduring. They have, of course, changed a great deal over time. Medieval corporations owned property, and they often engaged in complex financial arrangements, but in no case were they profit-seeking enterprises in the modern sense. The ones that came closest were, perhaps unsurprisingly, monastic orders, above all, the Cistercians, whose monasteries became something like the Chinese Buddhist ones, surrounded by mills and smithies, practicing rationalized commercial agriculture with a workforce of lay brothers who were effectively wage laborers, spinning and exporting wool. Some even talk about monastic capitalism. 171. Still, the ground was only really prepared for capitalism in the familiar sense of the term when the merchants began to organize themselves into eternal bodies as a way to win monopolies, legal or de facto, and avoid the ordinary risks of trade. An excellent case in point was the Society of Merchant Adventurers, chartered by King Henry IV in London in 1407, who, despite the romantic-sounding name, were mainly in the business of buying up British woolens and selling them in the Flanders fairs. They were not a modern joint stock company, but a rather old-fashioned medieval merchant guild, but they provided a structure whereby older, more substantial merchants could provide loans to younger ones, and they managed to secure enough of an exclusive control over the woolen trade that substantial profits were pretty much guaranteed. 172. When such companies began to engage in armed ventures overseas, though, a new era of human history might be said to have begun. Chapter 11. Age of the Great Capitalist Empires. 1450 to 1971 AD. 11 pesos, then, and as you can't pay me the 11 pesos, that makes another 11 pesos, 22 in all, 11 for the serape and the patate and 11 because you can't pay. Is that right, Criziero? Criziero had no knowledge of figures, so it was very natural that he said, "That is right, patron." Don Arnulfo was a decent, honorable man. Other landowners were a good deal less soft-hearted with their peons. The shirt is 5 pesos. Right? Very well. And as you can't pay for it, that's 5 pesos. And as you remain in my debt for the 5 pesos, that's 5 pesos. And as I shall never have the money from you, that's 5 pesos. So that makes 5 and 5 and 5 and 5. That's 20 pesos. Agreed? Yes, patron, agreed. The peon can get the shirt nowhere else when he needs one. He can get credit nowhere but from his master, for whom he works and from whom he can never get away as long as he owes him a centavo. Beethoven, the Carita. The epoch that began with what we're used to calling the Age of Exploration was marked by so many things that were genuinely new: the rise of modern science, capitalism, humanism, the nation-state, that it may seem odd to frame it as just another turn of an historical cycle. Still, from the perspective I've been developing in this book, that is what it was. The era begins around 1450 with a turn away from virtual currencies and credit economies and back to gold and silver. The subsequent flow of bullion from the Americas sped the process immensely, sparking a price revolution in Western Europe that turned traditional society upside down. What's more, the return to bullion was accompanied by the return of a whole host of other conditions that, during the Middle Ages, had been largely suppressed or kept at bay: vast empires and professional armies, massive predatory warfare, untrammeled usury and debt peonage, but also materialist philosophies, a new burst of scientific and philosophical creativity, even the return of chattel slavery. It was in no way a simple repeat performance. All the axial age pieces reappeared, but they came together in an entirely different way. The 1400s are a peculiar period in European history. It was a century of endless catastrophe. Large cities were regularly decimated by the Black Death, the commercial economy sagged and in some regions collapsed entirely, whole cities went bankrupt, defaulting on their bonds, the knightly classes squabbled over the remnants, leaving much of the countryside devastated by endemic warfare. Even in geopolitical terms, Christendom was staggering, with the Ottoman Empire not only scooping up what remained of Byzantium but pushing steadily into Central Europe, its forces expanding on land and sea. At the same time, from the perspective of many ordinary farmers and urban laborers, times couldn't have been much better. One of the perverse effects of the bubonic plague, which killed off about one-third of the European workforce in the years after it first struck in 1347, was that wages increased dramatically. It didn't happen immediately, but this was largely because the first reaction of the authorities was to enact legislation freezing wages, or even attempting to tie free peasants back to the land again. Such efforts were met with powerful resistance, culminating in a series of popular uprisings across Europe, the famous English Peasant Revolt of 1381 being only the most famous example. All these were squelched, but the authorities were also forced to compromise. Before long, so much wealth was flowing into the hands of ordinary people that governments had to start introducing new laws forbidding the lowborn to wear silks and ermine, and to limit the number of feast days, which, in many towns and parishes, began eating up one-third or even half of the year. The 15th century is, in fact, considered the heyday of medieval festive life, with its floats and dragons, maypoles and church ales, its abbots of unreason and lords of misrule. 1. Over the next centuries, all this was to be destroyed. In England, the festive life was systematically attacked by Puritan reformers, then eventually by reformers everywhere, Catholic and Protestant alike. At the same time, its economic basis in popular prosperity dissolved. Why this happened has been a matter of intense historical debate for centuries. This much we know: it began with a massive inflation. Between 1500 and 1650, for instance, prices in England increased 500%, but wages rose much more slowly, so that in 5 generations, real wages fell to perhaps 40% of what they had been. The same thing happened everywhere in Europe. Why? The favorite explanation, ever since a French lawyer named Jean Bodin first proposed it in 1568, was the vast influx of gold and silver that came pouring into Europe after the conquest of the New World. As the value of precious metals collapsed, the argument went, the price of everything else skyrocketed, and wages simply couldn't keep up. There is some evidence to support this. The height of popular prosperity around 1450 did correspond to a period when bullion, and therefore, coin, was in particularly short supply. 3. The lack of cash sometimes played havoc with international trade. In the 1460s, we hear of ships full of wares forced to turn back from major ports, as no one had any cash on hand to buy from them. The problem only started to turn around later in the decade, with a sudden burst of silver mining in Saxony and the Tyrol, followed by the opening of new sea routes to the Gold Coast of West Africa. Then came the conquests of Cortés and Pizarro. Between 1520 and 1640, untold tons of gold and silver from Mexico and Peru were transported across the Atlantic and Pacific in Spanish treasure ships. The problem with the conventional story is that very little of that gold and silver lingered very long in Europe. Most of the gold ended up in temples in India, and the overwhelming majority of the silver bullion was ultimately shipped off to China. The latter is crucial. If we really want to understand the origins of the modern world economy, the place to start is not in Europe at all. The real story is of how China abandoned the use of paper money. It's a story worth telling briefly, because very few people know it. After the Mongols conquered China in 1271, they kept the system of paper money in place, and even made occasional, if usually disastrous, attempts to introduce it in the other parts of their empire. In 1368, however, they were overthrown by another of China's great popular insurrections, and a former peasant leader was once again installed in power. During their century of rule, the Mongols had worked closely with foreign merchants, who became widely detested. Partly as a result, the former rebels, now the Ming dynasty, were suspicious of commerce in any form, and they promoted a romantic vision of self-sufficient agrarian communities. This had some unfortunate consequences. For one thing, it meant the maintenance of the old Mongol tax system, paid in labor and in kind, especially since that, in turn, was based on a quasi-caste system in which subjects were registered as farmers, craftsmen, or soldiers and forbidden to change their jobs. This proved extraordinarily unpopular. While government investment in agriculture, roads, and canals did set off a commercial boom, much of this commerce was technically illegal, and taxes on crops were so high that many indebted farmers began to flee their ancestral lands. Typically, such floating populations can be expected to seek just about anything but regular industrial employment. Here, as in Europe, most preferred a combination of odd jobs, peddling, entertainment, piracy, or banditry. In China, many also turned prospector. There was a minor silver rush, with illegal mines cropping up everywhere. Uncoined silver ingots, instead of official paper money and strings of bronze coins, soon became the real money of the off-the-books informal economy. When the government attempted to shut down illegal mines in the 1430s and 1440s, their efforts sparked local insurrections in which miners would make common cause with displaced peasants, seize nearby cities, and sometimes threaten entire provinces. 5. In the end, the government gave up even trying to suppress the informal economy. Instead, they swung the other way entirely. They stopped issuing paper money, legalized the mines, allowed silver bullion to become the recognized currency for large transactions, and even gave private mints the authority to produce strings of cash. 6. This, in turn, allowed the government to gradually abandon the system of labor exactions and substitute a uniform tax system payable in silver. Effectively, the Chinese government had gone back to its old policy of encouraging markets and merely intervening to prevent any undue concentrations of capital. It quickly proved spectacularly successful, and Chinese markets boomed. Indeed, many speak of the Ming as having accomplished something almost unique in world history. This was a time when the Chinese population was exploding, but living standards markedly improved. 7. The problem was that the new policy meant that the regime had to ensure an abundant supply of silver in the country, so as to keep its price low and minimize popular unrest. But, as it turned out, the Chinese mines were very quickly exhausted. In the 1530s, new silver mines were discovered in Japan, but these were exhausted in a decade or two as well. Before long, China had to turn to Europe and the New World. Now, since Roman times, Europe had been exporting gold and silver to the East. The problem was that Europe had never produced much of anything that Asians wanted to buy, so it was forced to pay in specie for silks, spices, steel, and other imports. The early years of European expansion were largely attempts to gain access either to Eastern luxuries or to new sources of gold and silver with which to pay for them. In those early days, Atlantic Europe really had only one substantial advantage over its Muslim rivals, an active and advanced tradition of naval warfare, honed by centuries of conflict in the Mediterranean. The moment when Vasco da Gama entered the Indian Ocean in 1498, the principle that the sea should be a zone of peaceful trade came to an immediate end. Portuguese flotillas began bombarding and sacking every port city they came across, then seizing control of strategic points and extorting protection money from unarmed Indian Ocean merchants for the right to carry on their business unmolested. At almost exactly the same time, Christopher Columbus, a Genoese mapmaker seeking a shortcut to China, touched land in the New World, and the Spanish and Portuguese empires stumbled into the greatest economic windfall in human history, entire continents full of unfathomable wealth, whose inhabitants, armed only with Stone Age weapons, began conveniently dying almost as soon as they arrived. The conquest of Mexico and Peru led to the discovery of enormous new sources of precious metal, and these were exploited ruthlessly and systematically. even to the point of largely exterminating the surrounding populations to extract as much precious metal as quickly as possible. As Kenneth Pomeranz has recently pointed out, none of this would have been possible were it not for the practically unlimited Asian demand for precious metals. Had China in particular not had such a dynamic economy that changing its metallic base could absorb the staggering quantities of silver mined in the New World over 3 centuries, those mines might have become unprofitable within a few decades. The massive inflation of silver-denominated prices in Europe from 1500 to 1640 indicates a shrinking value for the metal there even with Asia draining off much of the supply. 8. By 1540, a silver glut caused a collapse in prices across Europe. The American mines would, at this point, simply have stopped functioning, and the entire project of American colonization foundered, had it not been for the demand from China. 9 Treasure galleons moving toward Europe soon refrained from unloading their cargoes, instead rounding the Horn of Africa and proceeding across the Indian Ocean toward Canton. After 1571, with the foundation of the Spanish city of Manila, they began to move directly across the Pacific. By the late 16th century, China was importing almost 50 tons of silver a year, about 90% of its silver, and by the early 17th century, 116 tons, or over 97%. 10 Huge amounts of silk, porcelain, and other Chinese products had to be exported to pay for it. Many of these Chinese products, in turn, ended up in the new cities of Central and South America. This Asian trade became the single most significant factor in the emerging global economy, and those who ultimately controlled the financial levers, particularly Italian, Dutch, and German merchant bankers, became fantastically rich. But how exactly did the new global economy cause the collapse of living standards in Europe? One thing we do know, it clearly was not by making large amounts of precious metal available for everyday transactions. If anything, the effect was the opposite. While European mints were stamping out enormous numbers of reals, thalers, ducats, and doubloons, which became the new medium of trade from Nicaragua to Bengal, almost none found their way into the pockets of ordinary Europeans. Instead, we hear constant complaints about the shortage of currency. In England, for much of the Tudor period the circulating medium was so small that the taxable population simply did not have sufficient coin in which to pay the benevolences, subsidies, and tenths levied upon them, and time again household plate, the handiest near money that most people possessed, had to be surrendered. 11. This was the case in most of Europe. Despite the massive influx of metal from the Americas, most families were so low on cash that they were regularly reduced to melting down the family silver to pay their taxes. This was because taxes had to be paid in metal. Everyday business, in contrast, continued to be transacted much as it had in the Middle Ages, by means of various forms of virtual credit money, tallies, promissory notes, or, within smaller communities, simply by keeping track of who owed what to whom. What really caused the inflation is that those who ended up in control of the bullion, governments, bankers, large-scale merchants, were able to use that control to begin changing the rules, first by insisting that gold and silver were money, and second by introducing new forms of credit money for their own use while slowly undermining and destroying the local systems of trust that had allowed small-scale communities across Europe to operate largely without the use of metal currency. This was a political battle, even if it was also a conceptual argument about the nature of money. The new regime of bullion money could only be imposed through almost unparalleled violence, not only overseas, but at home as well. In much of Europe, the first reaction to the price revolution and accompanying enclosures of common lands was not very different from what had so recently happened in China, thousands of one-time peasants fleeing or being forced out of their villages to become vagabonds or masterless men, a process that culminated in popular insurrections. The reaction of European governments, however, was entirely different. The rebellions were crushed, and this time, no subsequent concessions were forthcoming. Vagabonds were rounded up, exported to the colonies as indentured laborers, and drafted into colonial armies and navies, or, eventually, set to work in factories at home. Almost all of this was carried out through a manipulation of debt. As a result, the very nature of debt, too, became once again one of the principal bones of contention. Part 1. Greed, terror, indignation, debt. No doubt scholars will never stop arguing about the reasons for the Great Price Revolution largely because it's not clear what kind of tools can be applied. Can we really use the methods of modern economics, which were designed to understand how contemporary economic institutions operate, to describe the political battles that led to the creation of those very institutions? This is not just a conceptual problem. There are moral dangers here. To take what might seem an objective economic approach to the origins of the world economy would be to treat the behavior of early European explorers, merchants, and conquerors as if they were simply rational responses to opportunities, as if this were just what anyone would have done in the same situation. This is what the use of equations so often does, make it seem perfectly natural to assume that, if the price of silver in China is twice what it is in Seville, and inhabitants of Seville are capable of getting their hands on large quantities of silver and transporting it to China, then clearly they will, even if doing so requires the destruction of entire civilizations. Or if there is a demand for sugar in England, and enslaving millions is the easiest way to acquire labor to produce it, then it is inevitable that some will enslave them. In fact, history makes it quite clear that this is not the case. Any number of civilizations have probably been in a position to wreak havoc on the scale that the European powers did in the 16th and 17th centuries. Ming China itself was an obvious candidate, but almost none actually did so. 12. Consider, for instance, how the gold and silver from the American mines were extracted. Mining operations began almost immediately upon the fall of the Aztec capital of Tenochtitlan in 1521. While we are used to assuming that the Mexican population was devastated simply as an effect of newly introduced European diseases, contemporary observers felt that the dragooning of the newly conquered natives to work in the mines was at least equally responsible. 13 In the Conquest of America, Zvetan Todorov offers a compendium of some of the most chilling reports, mostly from Spanish priests and friars who, even when committed in principle to the belief that the extermination of the Indians was the judgment of God, could not disguise their horror at scenes of Spanish soldiers testing the blades of their weapons by eviscerating random passers-by and tearing babies off their mothers' backs to be eaten by dogs. If these were just sporadic incidents, they might be written off as what one would expect when a collection of heavily armed men, many of violent criminal background, are given absolute impunity, but the reports from the mines imply something far more systematic. When Fray Toribio de Motolinia wrote of the 10 plagues that he believed God had visited on the inhabitants of Mexico, he listed smallpox, war, famine, labor exactions, taxes, which caused many to sell their children to money lenders, others to be tortured to death in cruel prisons, and the thousands who died in the building of the capital city. Above all, he insisted, were the uncountable numbers who died in the mines. The 8th plague was the slaves whom the Spaniards made in order to put them to work in the mines. At first those who were already slaves of the Aztecs were taken, then those who had given evidence of insubordination, finally all those who could be caught. During the first years after the conquest, the slave traffic flourished, and slaves often changed master. They produced so many marks on their faces, in addition to the royal brand, that they had their faces covered with letters, for they bore the marks of all who had bought and sold them. The 9th plague was the service in the mines, to which the heavily laden Indians traveled 60 leagues or more to carry provisions. When their food gave out they died, either at the mines or on the road, for they had no money to buy food and there was no one to give it to them. Some reached home in such a state that they died soon after. The bodies of those Indians and of the slaves who died in the mines produced such a stench that it caused a pestilence, especially at the mines of Oaxaca. For half a league around these mines and along a great part of the road one could scarcely avoid walking over dead bodies or bones, and the flocks of birds and crows that came to fatten themselves upon the corpses were so numerous that they darkened the sun. 14. Similar scenes were reported in Peru, where whole regions were depopulated by forced service in the mines, and Hispaniola, where the indigenous population was eradicated entirely. 15. When dealing with conquistadors, we are speaking not just of simple greed, but greed raised to mythic proportions. This is, after all, what they are best remembered for. They never seem to get enough. Even after the conquest of Tenochtitlan or Cusco, and the acquisition of hitherto unimaginable riches, the conquerors almost invariably regrouped and started off in search of more treasure. Moralists throughout the ages have inveighed against the endlessness of human greed, just as they have against our supposedly endless lust for power. What history actually reveals, though, is that while humans may be justly accused of having a proclivity to accuse others of acting like conquistadors, few really act this way themselves. Even for the most ambitious of us, our dreams are more like Sinbad's, to have adventures, to acquire the means to settle down and live an enjoyable life, and then, to enjoy it. Max Weber of course argued that the essence of capitalism is the urge, which he thought first appeared in Calvinism, never to settle down, but to engage in endless expansion. But the conquistadors were good medieval Catholics, even if ones usually drawn from the most ruthless and unprincipled elements of Spanish society. Why the unrelenting drive for more and more and more? It might help, I think, to go back to the very onset of Hernán Cortés's conquest of Mexico. What were his immediate motives? Cortés had migrated to the colony of Hispaniola in 1504, dreaming of glory and adventure, but for the first decade and a half, his adventures had largely consisted of seducing other people's wives. In 1518, however, he managed to finagle his way into being named commander of an expedition to establish a Spanish presence on the mainland. As Bernal Díaz del Castillo, who accompanied him, later wrote, around this time, he began to adorn himself and be more careful of his appearance than before. He wore a plume of feathers, with a medallion and a gold chain, and a velvet cloak trimmed with loops of gold. In fact, he looked like a bold and gallant captain. However, he had no money to defray the expenses I have spoken about, for at the time he was very poor and much in debt, despite the fact that he had a good estate of Indians and was getting gold from the mines. But all this he spent on his person, on finery for his wife, whom he had recently married, and on entertaining guests. When some merchant friends of his heard that he had obtained his command as captain general, they lent him 4,000 gold pesos in coin and another 4,000 in goods secured on his Indians and estates. He then ordered 2 standards and banners to be made, worked in gold with the royal arms and a cross on each side with a legend which said, "Comrades, let us follow the sign of the Holy Cross with true faith, and through it we shall conquer." 16. In other words, he'd been living beyond his means, got himself in trouble, and decided, like a reckless gambler, to double down and go for broke. Unsurprising, then, that when the governor at the last minute decided to cancel the expedition, Cortés ignored him and sailed for the mainland with 600 men, offering each an equal share in the expedition's profits. On landing he burned his boats, effectively staking everything on victory. Let us skip, then, from the beginning of Díaz's book to its final chapter. 3 years later, through some of the most ingenious, ruthless, brilliant, and utterly dishonorable behavior by a military leader ever recorded, Cortés had his victory. After 8 months of grueling house-to-house warfare and the death of perhaps 100,000 Aztecs, Tenochtitlan, one of the greatest cities of the world, lay entirely destroyed. The imperial treasury was secured, and the time had come, then, for it to be divided in shares amongst the surviving soldiers. Yet, according to Díaz, the result among the men was outrage. The officers connived to sequester most of the gold, and when the final tally was announced, the troops learned that they would be receiving only 50 to 80 pesos each. What's more, the better part of their shares was immediately seized again by the officers in their capacity of creditors, since Cortés had insisted that the men be billed for any replacement equipment and medical care they had received during the siege. Most found they had actually lost money on the deal. Díaz writes, "We were all very deeply in debt. A crossbow was not to be purchased for less than 40 or 50 pesos, a musket cost 100, a sword 50, and a horse from 800 to 1,000 pesos, and above. Thus extravagantly did we have to pay for everything. A surgeon, who called himself Master Juan, who had tended some very bad wounds, charged wildly inflated fees, and so did a quack named Murcia, who was an apothecary and a barber and also treated wounds, and there were 30 other tricks and swindles for which payment was demanded of our shares as soon as we received them." Serious complaints were made about this, and the only remedy that Cortés provided was to appoint 2 trustworthy persons who knew the prices of goods and could value anything that we had bought on credit. An order went out that whatever price was placed on our purchases or the surgeon's cures must be accepted, but that if we had no money, our creditors must wait 2 years for payment. 17. Spanish merchants soon arrived charging wildly inflated prices for basic necessities, causing further outrage, until our general, becoming weary of the continual reproaches which were thrown out against him, saying he had stolen everything for himself, and the endless petitions for loans and advance in pay, determined at once to get rid of the most troublesome fellows, by forming settlements in those provinces which appeared most eligible for this purpose. 18. These were the men who ended up in control of the provinces and who established local administration, taxes, and labor regimes. Which makes it a little easier to understand the descriptions of Indians with their faces covered by names like so many counter-endorsed checks, or the mines surrounded by miles of rotting corpses. We are not dealing with a psychology of cold, calculating greed, but of a much more complicated mix of shame and righteous indignation, and of the frantic urgency of debts that would only compound and accumulate. These were, almost certainly, interest-bearing loans, and outrage at the idea that, after all they had gone through, they should be held to owe anything to begin with. And what of Cortés? He had just pulled off perhaps the greatest act of theft in world history. Certainly, his original debts had now been rendered inconsequential. Yet he somehow always seemed to find himself in new ones. Creditors were already starting to repossess his holdings while he was off on an expedition to Honduras in 1526. On his return, he wrote the Emperor Charles V that his expenses were such that all I have received has been insufficient to relieve me from misery and poverty, being at the moment I write in debt for upwards of 500 ounces of gold, without possessing a single peso towards it. 19 Disingenuous, no doubt, Cortés at the time owned his own personal palace, but only a few years later, he was reduced to pawning his wife's jewelry to help finance a series of expeditions to California, hoping to restore his fortunes. When those failed to turn a profit, he ended up so besieged by creditors that he had to return to Spain to petition the emperor in person for relief. 20. If all this seems suspiciously reminiscent of the Fourth Crusade, with its indebted knights stripping whole foreign cities of their wealth and still somehow winding up only one step ahead of their creditors, there is a reason. The financial capital that backed these expeditions came from more or less the same place, if in this case Genoa, not Venice. What's more, that relationship, between the daring adventurer on the one hand, the gambler willing to take any sort of risk, and on the other, the careful financier, whose entire operations are organized around producing steady, mathematical, inexorable growth of income, lies at the very heart of what we now call capitalism. As a result, our current economic system has always been marked by a peculiar dual character. Scholars have long been fascinated by debates that ensued in Spanish universities like Santander about the humanity of the Indians. Did they have souls? Could they have legal rights? Was it legitimate to forcibly enslave them? Just as they have argued about the real attitudes of the conquistadors, was it contempt, revulsion, or even grudging admiration for their adversaries? 21 The real point is that at the key moments of decision, none of this mattered. Those making the decisions did not feel they were in control anyway, those who were in control did not particularly care to know the details. To take a telling example, after the earliest years of the gold and silver mines described by Motolinia, where millions of Indians were simply rounded up and marched off to their deaths, colonists settled on a policy of debt peonage, the usual trick of demanding heavy taxes, lending money at interest to those who could not pay, and then demanding that the loans be repaid with work. Royal agents regularly attempted to forbid such practices, arguing that the Indians were now Christian and that this violated their rights as loyal subjects of the Spanish crown. But as with almost all such royal efforts to act as protector of the Indians, the result was the same. Financial exigencies ended up taking precedence. Charles V himself was deeply in debt to banking firms in Florence, Genoa, and Naples, and gold and silver from the Americas made up perhaps 1/5 of his total revenue. In the end, despite a lot of initial noise and the, usually quite sincere, moral outrage on the part of the king's emissaries, such decrees were either ignored or, at best, enforced for a year or two before being allowed to slip into abeyance. 22. All of this helps explain why the Church had been so uncompromising in its attitude toward usury. It was not just a philosophical question, it was a matter of moral rivalry. Money always has the potential to become a moral imperative unto itself. Allow it to expand and it can quickly become a morality so imperative that all others seem frivolous in comparison. For the debtor, the world is reduced to a collection of potential dangers, potential tools, and potential merchandise. 23 Even human relations become a matter of cost-benefit calculation. Clearly, this is the way the conquistadors viewed the worlds that they set out to conquer. It is a peculiar feature of modern capitalism to create social arrangements that essentially force us to think this way. The structure of the corporation is a telling case in point, and it is no coincidence that the first major joint stock corporations in the world were the English and Dutch East India Companies, ones that pursued that very same combination of exploration, conquest, and extraction as did the conquistadors. It is a structure designed to eliminate all moral imperatives but profit. The executives who make decisions can argue, and regularly do, that, if it were their own money, of course they would not fire lifelong employees a week before retirement, or dump carcinogenic waste next to schools. Yet they are morally bound to ignore such considerations, because they are mere employees whose only responsibility is to provide the maximum return on investment for the company's stockholders. The stockholders, of course, are not given any say. The figure of Cortés is instructive for another reason. We are speaking of a man who, in 1521, had conquered a kingdom and was sitting atop a vast pile of gold. Neither did he have any intention of giving it away, even to his followers. 5 years later, he was claiming to be a penniless debtor. How was this possible? The obvious answer would be, Cortés was not a king, he was a subject of the King of Spain, living within the legal structure of a kingdom that insisted that, if he were not good at managing his money, he would lose it. Yet, as we've seen, The king's laws could be ignored in other cases. What's more, even kings were not entirely free agents. Charles V was continually in debt, and when his son Philip II, his armies fighting on 3 different fronts at once, attempted the old medieval trick of defaulting, all his creditors, from the Genoese Bank of St. George to the German Fuggers and Welsers, closed ranks to insist that he would receive no further loans until he started honoring his commitments. 24. Capital, then, is not simply money. It is not even just wealth that can be turned into money. But neither is it just the use of political power to help one use one's money to make more money. Cortés was trying to do exactly that. In classical axial age fashion, he was attempting to use his conquests to acquire, plunder, and slaves to work the mines, with which he could pay his soldiers and suppliers cash to embark on even further conquests. It was a tried and true formula. But for all the other conquistadors, it provided a spectacular failure. This would seem to mark the difference. In the axial age, money was a tool of empire. It might have been convenient for rulers to promulgate markets in which everyone would treat money as an end in itself. At times, rulers might have even come to see the whole apparatus of government as a profit-making enterprise, but money always remained a political instrument. This is why when the empires collapsed and armies were demobilized, the whole apparatus could simply melt away. Under the newly emerging capitalist order, the logic of money was granted autonomy. Political and military power were then gradually reorganized around it. True, this was a financial logic that could never have existed without states and armies behind it in the first place. As we have seen in the case of medieval Islam, under genuine free market conditions, in which the state is not involved in regulating the market in any significant way, even in enforcing commercial contracts, purely competitive markets will not develop, and loans at interest will become effectively impossible to collect. It was only the Islamic prohibition against usury, really, that made it possible for them to create an economic system that stood so far apart from the state. Martin Luther was making this very point in 1524, right around the time that Cortés was first beginning to have trouble with his creditors. It is all very well, Luther said, for us to imagine that all might live as true Christians, in accordance with the dictates of the gospel. But in fact there are few who are really capable of acting this way. Christians are rare in this world, therefore the world needs a strict, hard, temporal government that will compel and constrain the wicked not to rob and to return what they borrow, even though a Christian ought not to demand it, or even hope to get it back. This is necessary in order that the world not become a desert, peace may not perish, and trade and society not be utterly destroyed, all of which would happen if we were to rule the world according to the gospel and not drive and compel the wicked, by laws and the use of force, to do what is right. Let no one think that the world can be ruled without blood. The sword of the ruler must be red and bloody, for the world will and must be evil, and the sword is God's rod and vengeance upon it. 25. Not to rob and to return what they borrow, a telling juxtaposition, considering that in scholastic theory, lending money at interest had itself been considered theft. And Luther was referring to interest-bearing loans here. The story of how he got to this point is telling. Luther began his career as a reformer in 1520 with fiery campaigns against usury. In fact, one of his objections to the sale of church indulgences was that it was itself a form of spiritual usury. These positions won him enormous popular support in towns and villages. However, he soon realized that he'd unleashed a genie that threatened to turn the whole world upside down. More radical reformers appeared, arguing that the poor were not morally obliged to repay the interest on usurious loans, and proposing the revival of Old Testament institutions like the sabbatical year. They were followed by outright revolutionary preachers who began once again questioning the very legitimacy of aristocratic privilege and private property. In 1525, the year after Luther's sermon, there was a massive uprising of peasants, miners, and poor townsfolk across Germany, the rebels, in most cases, representing themselves as simple Christians aiming to restore the true communism of the Gospels. Over 100,000 were slaughtered. Already in 1524, Luther had a sense that matters were spilling out of control and that he would have to choose sides. In that text, he did so. Old Testament laws like the sabbatical year, he argued, are no longer binding. The gospel merely describes ideal behavior. Humans are sinful creatures, so law is necessary, while usury is a sin. A 4 to 5% rate of interest is currently legal under certain circumstances, and while collecting that interest is sinful, under no circumstances is it legitimate to argue that for that reason, borrowers have the right to break the law. 26. The Swiss Protestant reformer Zwingli was even more explicit. God, he argued, gave us the divine law, to love thy neighbor as thyself. If we truly kept this law, humans would give freely to one another, and private property would not exist. However, Jesus accepted, no human being has ever been able to live up to this pure communistic standard. Therefore, God has also given us a second, inferior, human law, to be enforced by the civil authorities. While this inferior law cannot compel us to act as we really ought to act, the magistrate can force no one to lend out what belongs to him without hope of recompense or profit. At least it can make us follow the lead of the Apostle Paul, who said, "Pay all men what you owe." 27. Soon afterward, Calvin was to reject the blanket ban on usury entirely, and by 1650, almost all Protestant denominations had come to agree with his position that a reasonable rate of interest, usually 5%, was not sinful, provided the lenders act in good conscience, do not make lending their exclusive business, and do not exploit the poor. 28. Catholic doctrine was slower to come around, but it did ultimately exceed by passive acquiescence. If one looks at how all this was justified, two things jump out. First, Protestant thinkers all continued to make the old medieval argument about intéressé, that interest is really compensation for the money that the lender would have made had he been able to place his money in some more profitable investment. Originally, this logic had only been applied to commercial loans. Increasingly, it was now applied to all loans. Far from being unnatural, then, the growth of money was now treated as completely expected. All money was assumed to be capital. 29. Second, the assumption that usury is something that one properly practices on one's enemies, and therefore, by extension, that all commerce partakes something of the nature of war, never entirely disappears. Calvin, for instance, denied that Deuteronomy only referred to the Amalekites. Clearly, he said, it meant that usury was acceptable when dealing with Syrians or Egyptians, indeed with all nations with whom the Jews traded. 30 The result of opening the gates was, at least tacitly, to suggest that one could now treat anyone, even a neighbor, as a foreigner. 31 One need only observe how European merchant adventurers of the day actually were treating foreigners, in Asia, Africa, and the Americas, to understand what this might mean in practice. Or, one might look closer to home. Take the story of another well-known debtor of the time, the Margrave Casimir of Brandenburg-Ansbach, 1481–1527, of the famous Hohenzollern dynasty. Casimir was the son of Margrave Friedrich the Elder of Brandenburg, who has come to be known as one of the mad princes of the German Renaissance. Sources differ on just how mad he actually was. One contemporary chronicle describes him as somewhat deranged in his head from too much racing and jousting. Most agree that he was given to fits of inexplicable rage, as well as to the sponsorship of wild, extravagant festivals, said often to have degenerated into bacchanalian orgies. 32. All agree, however, that he was poor at managing his money. At the beginning of 1515, Friedrich was in such financial trouble, he is said to have owed 200,000 guilders, that he alerted his creditors, mostly fellow nobles, that he might soon be forced to temporarily suspend interest payments on his debts. This seems to have caused a crisis of faith, and within a matter of weeks, his son Casimir staged a palace coup, moving, in the early hours of February 26, 1515, to seize control of the castle of Plassenburg while his father was distracted with the celebration of Carnival, then forcing him to sign papers abdicating for reason of mental infirmity. Friedrich spent the rest of his life confined in Plassenburg, denied all visitors and correspondence. When at one point his guards requested that the new Margrave provide a couple guilders so he could pass the time gambling with them, Casimir made a great public show of refusal, stating, ridiculously, of course, that his father had left his affairs in such disastrous shape that he could not possibly afford to. 33. Casimir dutifully doled out governorships and other prize offices to his father's creditors. He tried to get his house in order, but this proved surprisingly difficult. His enthusiastic embrace of Luther's reforms in 1521 clearly had as much to do with the prospect of getting his hands on church lands and monastic assets than with any particular religious fervor. Yet, at first, the disposition of church property remained moot, and Casimir himself compounded his problems by running up gambling debts of his own, said to have amounted to nearly 50,000 guilders. 34. Placing his creditors in charge of the civil administration had predictable effects, increasing exactions on his subjects, many of whom became hopelessly indebted themselves. Unsurprisingly, Casimir's lands in the Tauber Valley in Franconia became one of the epicenters of the revolt of 1525. Bands of armed villagers assembled, declaring they would obey no law that did not accord with the holy word of God. At first, the nobles, isolated in their scattered castles, offered little resistance. The rebel leaders, many of them local shopkeepers, butchers, and other prominent men from nearby towns, began with a largely orderly campaign of tearing down castle fortifications, their nightly occupants being offered guarantees of safety if they cooperated, agreed to abandon their feudal privileges, and swore oaths to abide by the rebels' 12 articles. Many complied. The real venom of the rebels was reserved for cathedrals and monasteries, dozens of which were sacked, pillaged, and destroyed. Casimir's reaction was to hedge his bets. At first, he bided his time, assembling an armed force of about 2,000 experienced soldiers but refusing to intervene as rebels pillaged several nearby monasteries. In fact, he negotiated with the various rebel bands in such apparent good faith that many believed he was preparing to join them as a Christian brother. 35 In May, however, after the Knights of the Swabian League defeated the rebels of the Christian Union to the south, Casimir swung into action, his forces brushing aside poorly disciplined rebel bands to sweep through his own territories like a conquering army, burning and pillaging villages and towns, slaughtering women and children. In every town he set up punitive tribunals and seized all looted property, which he kept, even as his men also expropriated any wealth still to be found in the region's cathedrals, ostensibly as emergency loans to pay his troops. It seems significant that Casimir was, of all the German princes, both the longest to waver before intervening and the most savagely vengeful once he did. His forces became notorious not only for executing accused rebels, but systematically chopping off the fingers of accused collaborators, his executioner keeping a grim ledger of amputated body parts for later reimbursement, a kind of carnal inversion of the account ledgers that had caused him so much trouble in his life. At one point, in the town of Kitzingen, Casimir ordered the gouging out of the eyes of 58 burghers who had, he declared, refused to look at him as their lord. Afterward, he received the following bill: 36. 80 beheaded. 69 eyes put out or fingers cut off 114.5 fl. From this to deduct. Received from the Rothenburgers 10 fl. Received from Ludwig von Huden 2 fl. Remainder. Plus 2 months pay at 8 fl. Per month 16 fl. Total 118.5 fl. Signed, Augustine, the executioner, who the Kitzingers call Master Ouch. The repression eventually inspired Casimir's brother Georg, later known as the Pious, to write a letter asking him if Casimir was intending to take up a trade, since, as Georg gently reminded him, he could not very well continue to be a feudal overlord if his peasants were all dead. 37. With such things happening, it is hardly surprising that men like Thomas Hobbes came to imagine the basic nature of society as a war of all against all, from which only the absolute power of monarchs could save us. At the same time, Casimir's behavior, combining as it does a general attitude of unprincipled, cold-blooded calculation with outbursts of almost inexplicably vindictive cruelty, seems, like that of Cortes's angry foot soldiers when unleashed on the Aztec provinces, to embody something essential about the psychology of debt. Or, more precisely, perhaps, about the debtor who feels he has done nothing to deserve being placed in his position, the frantic urgency of having to convert everything around oneself into money, and rage and indignation at having been reduced to the sort of person who would do so. Part 2. The world of credit and the world of interest. Of all the beings that have existence only in the minds of men, nothing is more fantastical and nice than credit. It is never to be forced, it hangs upon opinion, it depends upon our passions of hope and fear, it comes many times unsought for, and often goes away without reason, and once lost, it is hardly to be quite recovered. Charles Davenant, 1696. He that has lost his credit is dead to the world. English and German proverb. The peasants' visions of communistic brotherhood did not come out of nowhere. They were rooted in real daily experience, of the maintenance of common fields and forests, of everyday cooperation and neighborly solidarity. It is out of such homely experience of everyday communism that grand mythic visions are always built. 38 Obviously, rural communities were also divided, squabbling places, since communities always are, but insofar as they are communities at all, they are necessarily founded on a ground of mutual aid. The same, incidentally, can be said of members of the aristocracy, who might have fought endlessly over love, land, honor, and religion, but nonetheless still cooperated remarkably well with one another when it really mattered, most of all, when their position as aristocrats was threatened, just as the merchants and bankers, much as they competed with one another, managed to close ranks when it really mattered too. This is what I refer to as the communism of the rich, and it is a powerful force in human history. 39. The same, as we've seen repeatedly, applies to credit. There are always different standards for those one considers friends or neighbors. The inexorable nature of interest-bearing debt, and the alternately savage and calculating behavior of those enslaved to it, are typical above all of dealings between strangers. It's unlikely that Casimir felt much more kinship with his peasants than Cortés did with the Aztecs, in fact, most likely less, since Aztec warriors were at least aristocrats. Inside the small towns and rural hamlets, where the state was mostly far away, medieval standards survived intact, and credit was just as much a matter of honor and reputation as it had ever been. The great untold story of our current age is of how these ancient credit systems were ultimately destroyed. Recent historical research, notably that of Craig Muldrew, who has sifted through thousands of inventories and court cases from 16th and 17th century England, has caused us to revise almost all our old assumptions about what everyday economic life at that time was like. Of course, very little of the American gold and silver that reached Europe actually ended up in the pockets of ordinary farmers, mercers, or haberdashers. 40 The lion's share stayed in the coffers of either the aristocracy or the great London merchants, or else in the royal treasury. 41 Small change was almost non-existent. As I've already pointed out, in the poorer neighborhoods of cities or large towns, shopkeepers would issue their own lead, leather, or wooden token money. In the 16th century, this became something of a fad, with artisans and even poor widows producing their own currency as a way to make ends meet. 42 Elsewhere, those frequenting the local butcher, baker, or shoemaker would simply put things on the tab. The same was true of those attending weekly markets, or selling neighbors' milk or cheese or candle wax. In a typical village, the only people likely to pay cash were passing travelers, and those considered riffraff, paupers and ne'er-do-wells so notoriously down on their luck that no one would extend credit to them. Since everyone was involved in selling something, however, just about everyone was both creditor and debtor. Most family income took the form of promises from other families. Everyone knew and kept count of what their neighbors owed one another, and every 6 months or year or so, communities would hold a general public reckoning, canceling debts out against each other in a great circle, with only those differences then remaining when all was done being settled by use of coin or goods. 43. The reason that this upends our assumptions is that we're used to blaming the rise of capitalism on something vaguely called the market, the breakup of older systems of mutual aid and solidarity, and the creation of a world of cold calculation, where everything had its price. Really, English villagers appear to have seen no contradiction between the two. On the one hand, they believed strongly in the collective stewardship of fields, streams, and forests, and the need to help neighbors in difficulty. On the other hand, markets were seen as a kind of attenuated version of the same principle, since they were entirely founded on trust. Much like the Tiv women with their gifts of yams and okra, neighbors assumed they ought to be constantly slightly in debt to one another. At the same time, most appear to have been quite comfortable with the idea of buying and selling, or even with market fluctuations, provided things didn't get to the point of threatening honest families' livelihoods. 44 When loans at interest began to be legalized in 1545, that did not ruffle too many feathers, either, provided such loans took place within that same larger moral framework. Lending was considered an appropriate vocation, for example, for widows with no other source of income, or as a way for neighbors to share in the profits from some minor commercial venture. William Stout, a Quaker merchant from Lancashire, spoke glowingly of Henry Coward, the tradesman in whose shop he first apprenticed. My master then had a full trade of groceries, ironmongerware, and several other goods, and very much respected and trusted, not only by the people of his own religious profession, but by all others of all professions and circumstances. His credit was so much, that any who had money to dispose of lodged it with him to put out to interest or to make use of it. 45. In this world, trust was everything. Most money literally was trust, since most credit arrangements were handshake deals. When people used the word credit, they referred above all to a reputation for honesty and integrity, and a man or woman's honor, virtue, and respectability, but also, reputation for generosity, decency, and good-natured sociability, were at least as important considerations when deciding whether to make a loan as were assessments of net income. 46 As a result, financial terms became indistinguishable from moral ones. One could speak of others as worthies, as a woman of high estimation or a man of no account, and equally of giving credit to someone's words when one believes what they say. Credit is from the same root as creed or credibility, or of extending credit to them, when you take them at their word that they will pay you back. One should not idealize the situation. This was a highly patriarchal world. A man's wife or daughter's reputation for chastity was as much a part of his credit as his own reputation for kindness or piety. What's more, almost all people below the age of 30, male or female, were employed as servants in someone else's household, as farmhands, milkmaids, apprentices, and as such, were of no account at all. 47 Finally, those who lost credibility in the eyes of the community became, effectively, pariahs, and descended into the criminal or semi-criminal classes of rootless laborers, beggars, harlots, cutpurses, hawkers, peddlers, fortune-tellers, minstrels, and other such masterless men or women of ill repute. 48. Cold cash was employed largely between strangers, or when paying rents, tithes, and taxes to landlords, bailiffs, priests, and other superiors. The landed gentry and wealthy merchants, who eschewed handshake deals, would often use cash with one another, especially to pay off bills of exchange drawn on London markets. 49 Above all, gold and silver were used by the government to purchase arms and pay soldiers, and amongst the criminal classes themselves. This meant that coins were most likely to be used both by the sort of people who ran the legal system, the magistrates, constables, and justices of the peace, and by those violent elements of society they saw it as their business to control. Over time, this led to an increasing disjuncture of moral universes. For most, who tried to avoid entanglement in the legal system just as much as they tried to avoid the affairs of soldiers and criminals, debt remained the very fabric of sociability. But those who spent their working lives within the halls of government and great commercial houses gradually began to develop a very different perspective, whereby cash exchange was normal and it was debt that came to be seen as tinged with criminality. Each perspective turned on a certain tacit theory of the nature of society. For most English villagers, the real fond and focus of social and moral life was not so much the church as the local alehouse, and community was embodied above all in the conviviality of popular festivals like Christmas or May Day, with everything that such celebrations entailed, the sharing of pleasures, the communion of the senses, all the physical embodiment of what was called good neighborhood. Society was rooted above all in the love and amity of friends and kin, and it found expression in all those forms of everyday communism, helping neighbors with chores, providing milk or cheese for old widows, that were seen to flow from it. Markets were not seen as contradicting this ethos of mutual aid. It was, much as it was fortuity, an extension of mutual aid, and for much the same reason, because it operated entirely through trust and pariahs, and descended into the criminal or semi-criminal classes of rootless laborers, beggars, harlots, cutpurses, hawkers, peddlers, fortune-tellers, minstrels, and other such masterless men or women of ill repute. 48. Cold cash was employed largely between strangers, or when paying rents, tithes, and taxes to landlords, bailiffs, priests, and other superiors. The landed gentry and wealthy merchants, who eschewed handshake deals, would often use cash with one another, especially to pay off bills of exchange drawn on London markets. 49 Above all, gold and silver were used by the government to purchase arms and pay soldiers, and amongst the criminal classes themselves. This meant that coins were most likely to be used both by the sort of people who ran the legal system, the magistrates, constables, and justices of the peace, and by those violent elements of society they saw it as their business to control. Over time, this led to an increasing disjuncture of moral universes. For most, who tried to avoid entanglement in the legal system just as much as they tried to avoid the affairs of soldiers and criminals, debt remained the very fabric of sociability. But those who spent their working lives within the halls of government and great commercial houses gradually began to develop a very different perspective, whereby cash exchange was normal and it was debt that came to be seen as tinged with criminality. Each perspective turned on a certain tacit theory of the nature of society. For most English villagers, the real fond and focus of social and moral life was not so much the church as the local alehouse, and community was embodied above all in the conviviality of popular festivals like Christmas or May Day, with everything that such celebrations entailed, the sharing of pleasures, the communion of the senses, all the physical embodiment of what was called good neighborhood. Society was rooted above all in the love and amity of friends and kin, and it found expression in all those forms of everyday communism, helping neighbors with chores, providing milk or cheese for old widows, that were seen to flow from it. Markets were not seen as contradicting this ethos of mutual aid. It was, much as it was fortuity, an extension of mutual aid, and for much the same reason, because it operated entirely through trust and. England might not have produced a great theorist like Toucey, but one can find the same assumptions echoed in most of the scholastic writers, as for instance in Jean Bodin's De Republica, widely circulated in English translation after 1605. Amity and friendship, Bodin wrote, are the foundation of all human and civil society. They constitute that true, natural justice on which the whole legal structure of contracts, courts, and even government must necessarily be built. 51 Similarly, when economic thinkers reflected on the origins of the money, they spoke of trusting, exchanging, and trading. 52. It was simply assumed that human relations came first. As a result, all moral relations came to be conceived as debts. Forgive us our debts. This was the period, the very end of the Middle Ages, that this translation of the Lord's Prayer gained such universal popularity. Sins are debts to God, unavoidable, but perhaps manageable, since at the end of time our mortal debts and credits will be all cancelled out against each other in God's final reckoning. The notion of debt inserted itself into even the most intimate of human relations. Like the tiv, medieval villagers would sometimes refer to flesh debts, but the notion was completely different. It referred to the right of either partner in a marriage to demand sex from the other, which in principle either could do whenever he or she desired. The phrase paying one's debts thus developed connotations, much as the Roman phrase doing one's duty had, centuries before. Geoffrey Chaucer even makes a pun out of tally, French, tie, and tale in The Shipman's Tale, a story about a woman who pays her husband's debts with sexual favors, and if so be fi, I am your wife, score it upon my tie. 53. Even London merchants would occasionally appeal to the language of sociability, insisting that in the final analysis, all trade is built on credit, and credit is really just an extension of mutual aid. In 1696, for instance, Charles Davenant wrote that even if there were a general collapse of confidence in the credit system, it could not last long, because eventually, when people reflected on the matter and realized that credit is simply an extension of human society, they will find that no trading nation ever did subsist and carry on its business by real stock, that is, just coin and merchandise, that trust and confidence in each other are as necessary to link and hold a people together as obedience, love, friendship, or the intercourse of speech. And when experience has taught man how weak he is, depending only on himself, he will be willing to help others, and call upon the assistance of his neighbors, which of course, by degrees, must set credit again afloat. 54. Davenant was an unusual merchant. His father was a poet. More typical of his class were men like Thomas Hobbes, whose Leviathan, published in 1651, was in many ways an extended attack on the very idea that society is built on any sort of prior ties of communal solidarity. Hobbes might be considered the opening salvo of the new moral perspective, and it was a devastating one. When Leviathan came out, it's not clear what scandalized its readers more, its relentless materialism. Hobbes insisted that humans were basically machines whose actions could be understood by one single principle, that they tended to move toward the prospect of pleasure and away from the prospect of pain, or its resultant cynicism. If love, amity, and trust are such powerful forces, Hobbes asked, why is it that even within our families, we lock our most valuable possessions in strong boxes? Still, Hobbes' ultimate argument, that humans, being driven by self-interest, cannot be trusted to treat each other justly of their own accord, and therefore that society only emerges when they come to realize that it is to their long-term advantage to give up a portion of their liberties and accept the absolute power of the king, differed little from arguments that theologians like Martin Luther had been making a century earlier. Hobbes simply substituted scientific language for biblical references. 55. I want to draw particular attention to the underlying notion of self-interest. 56. It is in a real sense the key to the new philosophy. The term first appears in English right around Hobbes' time, and it is, indeed, directly borrowed from interesse, the Roman law term for interest payments. When it was first introduced, most English authors seem to view the idea that all human life can be explained as the pursuit of self-interest as a cynical, foreign, Machiavellian idea, one that sat uncomfortably with traditional English mores. By the 18th century, most in educated society accepted it as simple common sense. But why interest? Why make a general theory of human motivation out of a word that originally meant penalty for late payment on a loan? Part of the term's appeal was that it derived from bookkeeping. It was mathematical. This made it seem objective, even scientific. Saying we are all really pursuing our own self-interest provides a way to cut past the welter of passions and emotions that seem to govern our daily existence, and to motivate most of what we actually observe people to do, not only out of love and amity, but also envy, spite, devotion, pity, lust, embarrassment, torpor, indignation, and pride, and discover that, despite all this, most really important decisions are based on the rational calculation of material advantage, which means that they are fairly predictable as well. Just as the physical world is ruled by the laws of movement, wrote Helvetius, in a passage reminiscent of Lord Shang, no less is the moral universe ruled by laws of interest. 57. And, of course, it was on this assumption that all the quadratic equations of economic theory could ultimately be built. 58. The problem is that the origin of the concept is not rational at all. Its roots are theological, and the theological assumptions underpinning it never really went away. Self-interest is first attested to in the writings of the Italian historian Francesco Guicciardini, who was, in fact, a friend of Machiavelli, around 1510, as a euphemism for St. Augustine's concept of self-love. For Augustine, the love of God leads us to benevolence toward our fellows. Self-love, in contrast, refers to the fact that, since the fall of man, we are cursed by endless, insatiable desires for self-gratification, so much so that, if left to our own devices, we will necessarily fall into universal competition, even war. Substituting interest for love must have seemed an obvious move, since the assumption that love is the primary emotion was precisely what authors like Guicciardini were trying to get away from. But it kept that same assumption of insatiable desires under the guise of impersonal math, since what is interest but the demand that money never cease to grow? The same was true when it became the term for investments. I have a 12% interest in that venture. It is money placed in the continual pursuit of profit. 59 The very idea that human beings are motivated primarily by self-interest, then, was rooted in the profoundly Christian assumption that we are all incorrigible sinners, left to our own devices. We will not simply pursue a certain level of comfort and happiness and then stop to enjoy it. We will never cash in the chips, like Sinbad, let alone question why we need to buy chips to begin with. And as Augustine already anticipated, infinite desires in a finite world means endless competition, which in turn is why, as Hobbes insisted, our only hope of social peace lies in contractual arrangements and strict enforcement by the apparatus of the state. The story of the origins of capitalism, then, is not the story of the gradual destruction of traditional communities by the impersonal power of the market. It is, rather, the story of how an economy of credit was converted into an economy of interest, of the gradual transformation of moral networks by the intrusion of the impersonal, and often vindictive, power of the state. English villagers in Elizabethan or Stuart times did not like to appeal to the justice system, even when the law was in their favor, partly on the principle that neighbors should work things out with one another, but mainly, because the law was so extraordinarily harsh. Under Elizabeth, for example, the punishment for vagrancy, unemployment, was, for first offense, to have one's ears nailed to a pillory, for repeat offenders, death. 60. The same was true of debt law, especially since debts could often, if the creditor was sufficiently vindictive, be treated as a crime. In Chelsea around 1660, Margaret Sharples was prosecuted for stealing cloth, which she had converted into a petticoat, for her own wearing, from Richard Bennett's shop. Her defense was that she had bargained with Bennett's servant for the cloth, but having not money sufficient in her purse to pay for it, took it away with purpose to pay for it so soon as she could, and that she afterwards agreed with Mr. Bennett of a price for it. Bennett confirmed that this was so. After agreeing to pay him 22 shillings, Margaret delivered a hamper with goods in it as a pawn for security of the money, and 4 shillings 9pence in money. But soon after he disliked upon better consideration to hold agreement with her, and delivered the hamper and goods back, and commenced formal legal proceedings against her. 61. As a result, Margaret Sharples was hanged. Obviously, it was the rare shopkeeper who wished to see even his most irritating client on the gallows. As a result, decent people tended to avoid the courts entirely. One of the most interesting discoveries of Craig Muldrew's research is that the more time passed, the less true this became. Even in the late Middle Ages, in the case of really large loans, it was not unusual for creditors to lodge claims in local courts, but this was really just a way of ensuring that there was a public record. Remember that most people at the time were illiterate. Debtors were willing to go along with the proceedings in part, it would seem, because if there was any interest being charged, it meant that if they did default, the lender was just as guilty in the eyes of the law as they were. Less than 1% of these cases were ever brought to judgment. 62 The legalization of interest began to change the nature of the playing field. In the 1580s, when interest-bearing loans began to become common between villagers, creditors also began to insist on the use of signed, legal bonds. This led to such an explosion of appeals to the courts that in many small towns, almost every household seemed to be caught up in debt litigation of some sort or other. Only a tiny proportion of these suits were ever brought to judgment, either. The usual expedient was still to rely on the threat of punishment to encourage debtors to settle out of court. 63 Still, as a result, the fear of debtors' prison, or worse, came to hang over everyone, and sociability itself came to take on the color of crime. Even Mr. Coward, the kindly shopkeeper, was eventually laid low. His good credit itself became a problem, especially as he felt honor-bound to use it to help the less fortunate. He also dealt in merchandise with loose partners, and became concerned much with persons of declining circumstances, where neither profit nor credit could be got, and he gave uneasiness to his wife, by his frequenting some houses of no good character. And she was a very indolent woman, and drew money privately from him, and his circumstances became so burdensome that he daily expected to be made a prisoner. Which, with the shame of forfeiting his former reputation, it drew him into despair and broke his heart, so that he kept to his house for some time and died of grief and shame. 64. It is perhaps not surprising, when one consults contemporary sources about what those prisons were like, particularly for those who were not of aristocratic origins. Mr. Coward would surely have known, as the conditions at the most notorious, like Fleet and Marshalsea, caused periodic scandals when exposed in Parliament or the popular press, filling the papers with stories of shackled debtors covered with filth and vermin, and suffered to die, without pity, of hunger and jail fever, as the aristocratic roués placed in the elite side of the same jails lived lives of comfort, visited by manicurists and prostitutes. 65. The criminalization of debt, then, was the criminalization of the very basis of human society. It cannot be overemphasized that in a small community, everyone normally was both lender and borrower. One can only imagine the tensions and temptations that must have existed in communities, and communities, much though they are based on love, in fact, because they are based on love, will always also be full of hatred, rivalry, and passion. When it became clear that with sufficiently clever scheming, manipulation, and perhaps a bit of strategic bribery, they could arrange to have almost anyone they hated imprisoned or even hanged. What was it that Richard Bennett really had against Margaret Sharples? We'll never know the backstory, but it's a pretty safe bet there was one. The effects on communal solidarity must have been devastating. The sudden accessibility of violence really did threaten to transform what had been the essence of sociality into a war of all against all. 66. It's not surprising, then, that by the 18th century, the very notion of personal credit had acquired a bad name, with both lenders and borrowers considered equally suspect. 67. The use of coins, at least among those who had access to them, had come to seem moral in itself. Understanding all this allows us to see some of the European authors considered in earlier chapters in an entirely new light. Take Panurge's encomium on debt. It turns out that the real joke is not the suggestion that debt ties communities together. Any English or French peasant of the day would have simply assumed this, or even that only debt ties communities together. It is putting the sentiment in the mouth of a wealthy scholar who's really an inveterate criminal, that is, holding up popular morality as a mirror to make fun of the very upper classes who claim to disapprove of it. Or consider Adam Smith. It is not from the benevolence of the butcher, the brewer, or the baker, that we expect our dinner, but from their regard to their own interest. We address ourselves, not to their humanity but to their self-love, and never talk to them of our own necessities but of their advantages. 68. The bizarre thing here is that, at the time Smith was writing, this simply wasn't true. 69. Most English shopkeepers were still carrying out the main part of their business on credit, which meant that customers appealed to their benevolence all the time. Smith could hardly have been unaware of this. Rather, he is drawing a utopian picture. He wants to imagine a world in which everyone used cash, in part because he agreed with the emerging middle-class consensus that the world would be a better place if everyone really did conduct themselves this way, and avoid confusing and potentially corrupting ongoing entanglements. We should all just pay the money, say please and thank you, and leave the store. What's more, he uses this utopian image to make a larger point, that even if all businesses operated like the great commercial companies, with an eye only to self-interest, it wouldn't matter. Even the natural selfishness and rapacity of the rich, with all their vain and insatiable desires will still, through the logic of the invisible hand, lead to the benefit of all. 70. In other words, Smith simply imagined away the role of consumer credit in his own day, just as he had his account of the origins of money. 71. This allowed him to ignore the role of both benevolence and malevolence in economic affairs, both the ethos of mutual aid that forms the necessary foundation of anything that would look like a free market, that is, one which is not simply created and maintained by the state, and the violence and sheer vindictiveness that had actually gone into creating the competitive, self-interested markets that he was using as his model. Nietzsche, in turn, was taking up Smith's premises, that life is exchange, but laying bare everything, the torture, murder, mutilation, that Smith preferred not to have to talk about. Now that we have seen just a little of the social context, it's difficult to read Nietzsche's otherwise puzzling descriptions of ancient hunters and herdsmen keeping accounts of debts and demanding each other's eyes and fingers without immediately thinking of Casimir's executioner, who actually did present his master with a bill for gouged eyes and severed fingers. What he is really describing is what it took to produce a world in which the son of a prosperous middle-class reverend, such as himself, could simply assume that all human life is premised on calculated, self-interested exchange. Part 3. Impersonal credit money. One reason that historians took so long to notice the elaborate popular credit systems of Tudor and Stuart England is that when intellectuals of the time spoke about money in the abstract, they rarely mentioned them. For the educated classes, money soon came to mean gold and silver. Most wrote as if it could be taken for granted that gold and silver had always been used as money for all nations in history and, presumably, always would be. This not only flew in the face of Aristotle, it directly contradicted the discoveries of European explorers of the time, who were finding shell money, bead money, feather money, salt money, and an endless variety of other currencies everywhere they went. 72 Yet all this just caused economic thinkers to dig in their heels. Some appealed to alchemy to argue that the monetary status of gold and silver had a natural basis. Gold, which partook of the sun, and silver, which partook of the moon, were the perfected, eternal forms of metal toward which all baser metals tend to evolve. 73 Most, however, didn't feel that much explanation was required. The intrinsic value of precious metals was simply self-evident. As a result, when royal advisors or London pamphleteers discussed economic problems, the issues they debated were always the same. How do we keep bullion from leaving the country? What do we do about the crippling shortage of coin? For most, questions like, how do we maintain trust in local credit systems, simply did not arise. This was even more extreme in Britain than on the continent, where crying up or crying down the currency was still an option. In Britain, after a disastrous attempt at devaluation under the Tudors, such expedients were abandoned. Henceforth, debasement became a moral issue. For the government to mix base metal into the pure eternal substance of a coin was clearly wrong. So, to a lesser extent, was coin clipping, a near-universal practice in England, which might be thought of as a kind of popular version of devaluation, since it involved secretly shaving silver off the edges of coins and then pressing them down so they seemed like they were still the original size. What's more, those new forms of virtual money that began to emerge in the New Age were firmly rooted in these same assumptions. This is critical, because it helps explain what might otherwise seem a bizarre contradiction. How is it that this age of ruthless materialism, in which the notion that money was a social convention was definitively rejected, also saw the rise of paper money, along with a whole host of new credit instruments and forms of financial abstraction that have become so typical of modern capitalism? True, most of these, checks, bonds, stocks, annuities, had their origins in the metaphysical world of the Middle Ages. Yet, in this new age, they underwent an enormous efflorescence. If one looks at the actual history, though, it quickly becomes clear that all of these new forms of money in no way undermined the assumption that money was founded on the intrinsic value of gold and silver. In fact, they reinforced it. What seems to have happened is that, once credit became unlatched from real relations of trust between individuals, whether merchants or villagers, it became apparent that money could, in effect, be produced simply by saying it was there, but that, when this is done in the amoral world of a competitive marketplace, it would almost inevitably lead to scams and confidence games of every sort, causing the guardians of the system to periodically panic and seek new ways to latch the value of the various forms of paper back onto gold and silver. This is the story normally told as the origins of modern banking. From our perspective, though, what it reveals is just how closely bound together war, bullion, and these new credit instruments were. One need only consider the paths not traveled. For instance, there was no intrinsic reason why a bill of exchange couldn't be endorsed over to a third party, then become generally transferable, thus, in effect, turning it into a form of paper money. This is how paper money first emerged in China. In medieval Europe, there were periodic movements in that direction, but for a variety of reasons, they did not go far. 74 Alternately, bankers can produce money by issuing book credits for more than they have on cash reserve. This is considered the very essence of modern banking, and it can lead to the circulation of private bank notes. 75 Some moves were made in this direction as well, especially in Italy, but it was a risky proposition, since there was always the danger of depositors panicking and making a run, and most medieval governments threatened extremely harsh penalties on bankers unable to make restitution in such cases, as witnessed by the example of Francesc Castello, beheaded in front of his own bank in Barcelona in 1360.76. Where bankers effectively controlled medieval governments, it proved safer and more profitable to manipulate the government's own finances. The history of modern financial instruments, and the ultimate origins of paper money, really begin with the issuing of municipal bonds, a practice begun by the Venetian government in the 12th century when, Needing a quick infusion of income for military purposes, it levied a compulsory loan on its tax-paying citizens, for which it promised each of them 5% annual interest, and allowed the bonds or contracts to become negotiable, thus creating a market in government debt. The Venetians tended to be quite meticulous about interest payments, but since the bonds had no specific date of maturity, their market prices often fluctuated wildly with the city's political and military fortunes, and so did resulting assessments of the likelihood that they would be able to be repaid. Similar practices quickly spread to the other Italian states and to northern European merchant enclaves as well. The United Provinces of Holland financed their long war of independence against the Habsburgs, 1568 to 1648, largely through a series of forced loans, though they floated numerous voluntary bond issues as well. 77. Forcing taxpayers to make a loan is, in one sense, simply demanding that they pay their taxes early, but when the Venetian state first agreed to pay interest, and in legal terms, this was again interesse, a penalty for late payment, it was in principle penalizing itself for not immediately giving the money back. It's easy to see how this might raise all sorts of questions about the legal and moral relation between people and government. Ultimately, the commercial classes and the mercantile republics that pioneered these new forms of financing did end up seeing themselves as owning the government more than they saw themselves as being in its debt. Not only the commercial classes, by 1650, a majority of Dutch households held at least a little government debt. 78. However, the true paradox only appears when one begins to monetize this debt, that is, to take government promises to pay and allow them to circulate as currency. While already by the 16th century, merchants were using bills of exchange to settle debts, government debt bonds, rente, juros, annuities, were the real credit money of the new age. It's here that we have to look for the real origins of the price revolution that hammered once independent townsfolk and villagers into the ground and opened the way for most of them to ultimately be reduced to wage laborers, working for those who had access to these higher forms of credit. Even in Seville, where the treasure fleets from the New World first touched port in the Old, bullion was not much used in day-to-day transactions. Most of it was taken directly to the warehouses of Genoese bankers operating from the port and stored for shipment east. But, in the process, it became the basis for complex credit schemes whereby the value of the bullion was loaned to the emperor to fund military operations in exchange for papers entitling the bearer to interest-bearing annuities from the government, papers that could in turn be traded as if they were money. By such means, bankers could almost endlessly multiply the actual value of gold and silver they held. Already in the 1570s, we hear of fairs in places like Medina del Campo, not far from Seville, that had become veritable factories of certificates, with transactions carried out exclusively through paper. 79 Since whether the Spanish government would actually pay their debts, or how regularly, was always slightly uncertain, the bills would tend to circulate at a discount, especially as juros began circulating throughout the rest of Europe, causing continual inflation. 80. It was only with the creation of the Bank of England in 1694 that one can speak of genuine paper money, since its banknotes were in no sense bonds. They were rooted, like all the others, in the king's war debts. This can't be emphasized enough. The fact that money was no longer a debt owed to the king, but a debt owed by the king, made it very different than what it had been before. In many ways, it had become a mirror image of older forms of money. The reader will recall that the Bank of England was created when a consortium of 40 London and Edinburgh merchants, mostly already creditors to the Crown, offered King William III a £1.2 million loan to help finance his war against France. In doing so, they also convinced him to allow them in return to form a corporation with a monopoly on the issuance of banknotes, which were, in effect, promissory notes for the money the king now owed them. This was the first independent national central bank, and it became the clearinghouse for debts owed between smaller banks. The notes soon developed into the first European national paper currency. Yet the great public debate of the time, a debate about the very nature of money, was about not paper but metal. The 1690s were a time of crisis for British coinage. The value of silver had risen so high that new British coins, the mint had recently developed the milled edge familiar from coins nowadays, which made them clip-proof, were actually worth less than their silver content, with predictable results. Proper silver coins vanished. All that remained in circulation were the old clipped ones, and these were becoming increasingly scarce. Something had to be done. A war of pamphlets ensued, which came to a head in 1695, 1 year after the founding of the bank. Charles Davenant's essay on credit, which I've already cited, was actually part of this particular pamphlet war. He proposed that Britain move to a pure credit money based on public trust, and he was ignored. The Treasury proposed to call in the coinage and reissue it at a 20 to 25% lower weight, so as to bring it back below the market price for silver. Many who supported this position took explicitly chartalist positions, insisting that silver has no intrinsic value anyway, and that money is simply a measure established by the state. 81 The man who won the argument, however, was John Locke, the liberal philosopher, at that time acting as advisor to Sir Isaac Newton, then Warden of the Mint. Locke insisted that one can no more make a small piece of silver worth more by relabeling it a shilling than one can make a short man taller by declaring there are now 15 inches in a foot. Gold and silver had a value recognized by everyone on earth, the government stamp simply attested to the weight and purity of a coin, and, as he added in words veritably shivering with indignation, for governments to tamper with this for their own advantage was just as criminal as the coin clippers themselves. The use and end of the public stamp is only to be a guard and voucher of the quality of silver which men contract for, and the injury done to the public faith, in this point, is that which in clipping and false coining heightens the robbery into treason. 82. Therefore, he argued, the only recourse was to recall the currency and restrike it at exactly the same value that it had before. This was done, and the results were disastrous. In the years immediately following, there was almost no coinage in circulation, prices and wages collapsed, there was hunger and unrest. Only the wealthy were insulated, since they were able to take advantage of the new credit money, trading back and forth portions of the king's debt in the form of banknotes. The value of these notes, too, fluctuated a bit at first, but eventually stabilized once they were made redeemable in precious metals. For the rest, the situation only really improved once paper money, and, eventually, smaller denomination currency, became more widely available. The reforms proceeded top-down, and very slowly, but they did proceed, and they gradually came to create the world where even ordinary, everyday transactions with butchers and bakers were carried out in polite, impersonal terms, with small change, and therefore it became possible to imagine everyday life itself as a matter of self-interested calculation. It's easy enough to see why Locke would adopt the position that he did. He was a scientific materialist. For him, faith in government, as in the quote above, was not the citizens' belief that the government will keep its promises, but simply that it won't lie to them, that it would, like a good scientist, provide accurate information. Locke wanted to see human behavior as founded in natural laws that, like the laws of physics that Newton had so recently described, were higher than those of any mere government. The real question is why the British government agreed with him and resolutely stuck to this position despite all the immediate disasters. Soon afterward, in fact, Britain adopted the gold standard, in 1717, and the British Empire maintained it, and with it the notion that gold and silver were money, down to its final days. True, Locke's materialism also came to be broadly accepted, even to be the watchword of the age. 83 Mainly, though, the reliance on gold and silver seemed to provide the only check on the dangers involved with the new forms of credit money, which multiplied very quickly, especially once ordinary banks were allowed to create money too. It soon became apparent that financial speculation, unmoored from any legal or community constraints, was capable of producing results that seemed to verge on insanity. The Dutch Republic, which pioneered the development of stock markets, had already experienced this in the tulip mania of 1637, the first of a series of speculative bubbles, as they came to be known, in which future prices would first be bid through the ceiling by investors and then collapse. A whole series of such bubbles hit the London markets in the 1690s, in almost every case built around a new joint stock corporation formed, in imitation of the East India Company, around some prospective colonial venture. The famous South Sea Bubble in 1720, in which a newly formed trading company, granted a monopoly of trade with the Spanish colonies, bought up a considerable portion of the British national debt and saw its shares briefly skyrocket before collapsing in ignominy, was only the culmination. Its collapse was followed the next year by the collapse of John Law's famous Banque Royale in France, another central bank experiment, similar to the Bank of England, that grew so quickly that within a few years it had absorbed all the French colonial trading companies, and most of the French crown's own debt, issuing its own paper money, before crashing into nothingness in 1721, sending its chief executive fleeing for his life. In each case, this was followed by legislation, in Britain, to forbid the creation of new joint stock companies, other than for the building of turnpikes and canals, and in France, to eliminate paper money based in government debt entirely. It's unsurprising, then, that Newtonian economics, if we may call it that, the assumption that one cannot simply create money, or even, really, tinker with it, came to be accepted by almost everyone. Everyone concluded there had to be some solid, material foundation to all this, or the entire system would go insane. True, Economists were to spend centuries arguing about what that foundation might be. Was it really gold, or was it land, human labor, the utility or desirability of commodities in general? But almost no one returned to anything like the Aristotelian view. Another way to look at this might be to say that the New Age came to be increasingly uncomfortable with the political nature of money. Politics, after all, is the art of persuasion. The political is that dimension of social life in which things really do become true if enough people believe them. The problem is that in order to play the game effectively, one can never acknowledge this. It may be true that, if I could convince everyone in the world that I was the King of France, I would in fact become the King of France, but it would never work if I were to admit that this was the only basis of my claim. In this sense, politics is very similar to magic. One reason both politics and magic tend, just about everywhere, to be surrounded by a certain halo of fraud. These suspicions were widely vaunted at the time. In 1711, the satirical essayist Joseph Addison penned a little fantasy about the Bank of England's, and as a result, the British monetary system's, dependence on public faith in the political stability of the throne. The Act of Settlement of 1701 was the bill that guaranteed the royal succession, and a sponge was a popular symbol for default. In a dream, he said, I saw public credit, set on her throne in the grocer's hall, the great charter over her head, the Act of Settlement full in her view. Her touch turned everything to gold. Behind her seat, bags filled with coin were piled up to the ceiling. On her right the door flies open. The pretender rushes in, a sponge in one hand, and in the other a sword, which he shakes at the Act of Settlement. The beautiful queen sinks down fainting. The spell by which she has turned all things around her into treasure is broken. The money bags shrink like prick bladders. The piles of gold pieces are turned into bundles of rags or faggots of wood. Dallies. 84. If one does not believe in the king, then the money vanishes with him. Thus kings, magicians, markets, and alchemists all fuse in the public imagination during this era, and so do we still talk about the alchemy of the market, or financial magicians. In Goethe's Faust, 1808, he actually has his hero, in his capacity as alchemist-magician, pay a visit to the Holy Roman Emperor. The emperor is sinking under the weight of endless debts that he has piled up paying for the extravagant pleasures of his court. Faust and his assistant, Mephistopheles, convince him that he can pay off his creditors by creating paper money. It's represented as an act of pure prestidigitation. You have plenty of gold lying somewhere underneath your lands, notes Faust. Just issue notes promising your creditors you'll give it to them later. Since no one knows how much gold there really is, there's no limit to how much you can promise. 85. Such magical language is almost unheard of in the Middle Ages. 86 It would appear that it's only in a resolutely materialist age that the ability to simply produce things by saying that they are there comes to be seen as scandalous, even diabolical. And the surest sign that one has entered such a materialist age is precisely the fact that it is seen so. We have already observed Rabelais, at the very beginning of the age, reverting to language almost identical to that used by Plutarch when he railed against money-lenders in Roman times, laughing at those natural philosophers who hold that nothing can be made of nothing, as they manipulate their books and ledgers to demand back money they never actually had. Panurge just turned it around. No, it's by borrowing that I make something out of nothing and become a kind of god. But consider the following lines, often attributed to Lord Josiah Charles Stamp, Director of the Bank of England. The modern banking system manufactures money out of nothing. The process is perhaps the most astounding piece of sleight of hand that was ever invented. Banking was conceived in iniquity and born in sin. Bankers own the earth, take it away from them, but leave them with the power to create credit, and with the stroke of a pen they will create enough money to buy it back again. If you wish to remain slaves of bankers, and pay the cost of your own slavery, let them continue to create deposits. 87. Now, it seems extremely unlikely that Lord Stamp ever really said this, but the passage has been cited endlessly. In fact, it's probably the single most often quoted passage by critics of the modern banking system. However apocryphal, it clearly strikes a chord, and apparently for the same reason, bankers are creating something out of nothing. They are not only frauds and magicians. They are evil, because they're playing God. But there's a deeper scandal than mere prestidigitation. If medieval moralists did not raise such objections, it was not just because they were comfortable with metaphysical entities. They had a much more fundamental problem with the market, greed. Market motives were held to be inherently corrupt. The moment that greed was validated and unlimited profit was considered a perfectly viable end in itself, this political, magical element became a genuine problem, because it meant that even those actors, the brokers, stock jobbers, traders, who effectively made the system run had no convincing loyalty to anything, even to the system itself. Hobbes, who first developed this vision of human nature into an explicit theory of society, was well aware of this great dilemma. It formed the basis of his political philosophy. Even, he argued, if we are all rational enough to understand that it's in our long-term interest to live in peace and security, our short-term interests are often such that killing and plundering are the most obviously profitable courses to take, and all it takes is a few to cast aside their scruples to create utter insecurity and chaos. This was why he felt that markets could only exist under the aegis of an absolutist state, which would force us to keep our promises and respect one another's property. But what happens when we're talking about a market in which it is state debts and state obligations themselves that are being traded, and where one cannot really speak of a state monopoly on force because one is operating in an international market where the primary currency is bonds that the state depends on for its variability to marshal military force? Having made incessant war on all remaining forms of the communism of the poor, even to the point of criminalizing credit, the masters of the new market system discovered that they had no obvious justification left to maintain even the communism of the rich, that level of cooperation and solidarity required to keep the economic system running. True, for all its endless strains and periodic breakdowns, the system has held out so far. But as 2008 dramatically testified, it has never been resolved. Part 4. So what is capitalism, anyway? We are used to seeing modern capitalism, along with modern traditions of democratic government, as emerging only later, with the age of revolutions, the Industrial Revolution, the American and French revolutions, a series of profound breaks at the end of the 18th century that only became fully institutionalized after the end of the Napoleonic Wars. Here we come face to face with a peculiar paradox. It would seem that almost all elements of financial apparatus that we've come to associate with capitalism, central banks, bond markets, short selling, brokerage houses, speculative bubbles, securitization, annuities, came into being not only before the science of economics, which is perhaps not too surprising, but also before the rise of factories, and wage labor itself. 88 This is a genuine challenge to familiar ways of thinking. We like to think of the factories and workshops as the real economy, and the rest as superstructure, constructed on top of it. But if this were really so, then how can it be that the superstructure came first? Can the dreams of the system create its body? All this raises the question of what capitalism is to begin with, a question on which there is no consensus at all. The word was originally invented by socialists, who saw capitalism as that system whereby those who own capital command the labor of those who do not. Proponents, in contrast, tend to see capitalism as the freedom of the marketplace, which allows those with potentially marketable visions to pull resources together to bring those visions into being. Just about everyone agrees, however, that capitalism is a system that demands constant, endless growth. Enterprises have to grow in order to remain viable. The same is true of nations. Just as 5% per annum was widely accepted, at the dawn of capitalism, as the legitimate commercial rate of interest, that is, the amount that any investor could normally expect her money to be growing by the principle of interesse, so is 5% now the annual rate at which any nation's GDP really ought to grow. What was once an impersonal mechanism that compelled people to look at everything around them as a potential source of profit has come to be considered the only objective measure of the health of the human community itself. Starting from our baseline date of 1700, then, what we see at the dawn of modern capitalism is a gigantic financial apparatus of credit and debt that operates, in practical effect, to pump more and more labor out of just about everyone with whom it comes into contact, and as a result produces an endlessly expanding volume of material goods. It does so not just by moral compulsion, but above all by using moral compulsion to mobilize physical force. At every point, the familiar but peculiarly European entanglement of war and commerce reappears, often in startling new forms. The first stock markets in Holland and Britain were based mainly in trading shares of the East and West India Companies, which were both military and trading ventures. For a century, one such private, profit-seeking corporation governed India. The national debts of England, France, and the others were based in money borrowed not to dig canals and erect bridges, but to acquire the gunpowder needed to bombard cities and to construct the camps required for the holding of prisoners and the training of recruits. Almost all the bubbles of the 18th century involved some fantastic scheme to use the proceeds of colonial ventures to pay for European wars. Paper money was debt money, and debt money was war money, and this has always remained the case. Those who financed Europe's endless military conflicts also employed the government's police and prisons to extract ever-increasing productivity from the rest of the population. As everybody knows, the world market system initiated by the Spaniards and Portuguese empires first arose in the search for spices. It soon settled into three broad trades, which might be labeled the arms trade, the slave trade, and the drug trade. The last refers mostly to soft drugs, of course, like coffee, tea, and the sugar to put in them, and tobacco, but distilled liquor first appears at this stage of human history as well, and as we all know, Europeans had no compunctions about aggressively marketing opium in China as a way of finally putting an end to the need to export bullion. The cloth trade only came later, after the East India Company used military force to shut down the, more efficient, Indian cotton export trade. One need only take a glance at the book that preserves Charles Davenant's 1696 essay on credit and human fellowship, the political and commercial works of that celebrated writer Charles Davenant, relating to the trade and revenue of England, the plantation trade, the East India trade and African trade. Obedience, love, and friendship might suffice to govern relations between fellow Englishmen, then, but in the colonies, it was mainly just obedience. As I've described, the Atlantic slave trade can be imagined as a giant chain of debt obligations, stretching from Bristol to Calabar to the headwaters of the Cross River, where the Aro traders sponsored their secret societies, just as in the Indian Ocean trade. Similar chains connected Utrecht to Cape Town to Jakarta to the Kingdom of Jelgal, where Balinese kings arranged their cockfights to lure subjects to gamble their freedom away. In either case, the end product was the same, human beings so entirely ripped from their contexts, and hence so thoroughly dehumanized, that they were placed outside the realm of debt entirely. The middlemen in these chains, the various commercial links of the debt chain that connected the stock jobbers in London with the Aro priests in Nigeria, pearl divers in the Aro Islands of eastern Indonesia, owners of Bengali tea plantations, or Amazonian rubber tappers, largely give the impression of having been sober, calculating, unimaginative men. At either end of the debt chain, the whole enterprise seemed to turn on the ability to manipulate fantasies, and to run a constant peril of slipping into what even contemporary observers considered varieties of phantasmagoric madness. On the one end were the periodic bubbles, propelled in part by rumor and fantasy and in part by the fact that just about everyone in cities like Paris and London with any disposable cash would suddenly become convinced that they would somehow be able to profit from the fact that everyone else was succumbing to rumor and fantasy. Charles Mackay has left us some immortal descriptions of the first of these, the famous South Sea Bubble of 1710. Actually, the South Sea Company itself, which grew so large that at one point it bought up most of the national debt, was just the anchor for what happened, a giant corporation, its stock constantly ballooning in value, that seemed, to put it in contemporary terms, too big to fail. It soon became the model for hundreds of new startup offerings. Innumerable joint stock companies started up everywhere. They soon received the name bubbles, the most appropriate imagination could devise. Some of them lasted a week or a fortnight, and were no more heard of, while others could not even live out that span of existence. Every evening produced new schemes, and every morning new projects. The highest of the aristocracy were as eager in this hot pursuit of gain as the most plodding jobber in Cornhill. 89. The author lists, as arbitrary examples, 86 schemes, ranging from the manufacture of soap or sailcloth, the provision of insurance for horses, to a method to make deal boards out of sawdust. Each issued stock, each issue would appear, then be scooped up and avidly traded back and forth in taverns, coffee houses, alleys, and haberdasheries across the city. In every case, their price was quickly bid through the ceiling, each new buyer betting, effectively, that he or she could unload them on some even more gullible sucker before the inevitable collapse. Sometimes people bid on cards and coupons that would allow them no more than the right to bid on other shares later. Thousands grew rich. Thousands more were ruined. The most absurd and preposterous of all, and which showed, more completely than any other, the utter madness of the people, was one started by an unknown adventurer, entitled a company for the carrying on of an undertaking of great advantage, but nobody to know what it is. The man of genius who essayed this bold and successful inroad upon public credulity merely stated in his prospectus that the required capital was 500,000, in 5,000 shares of 100 liters. Each, deposit 2 liters per share. Each subscriber, paying his deposit, would be entitled to 100 liters per annum per share. How this immense profit was to be obtained, he would not condescend to inform them at that time, but promised that in a month the full particulars would be duly announced, and call made for the remaining 98 liters of the subscription. Next morning, at 9 o'clock, this great man opened an office in Cornhill. Crowds beset his door, and when he shut up at 3 o'clock, he found that no less than 1,000 shares had been subscribed for, and the deposits paid. He was philosopher enough to be contented with his venture, and set off that same evening for the continent. He was never heard of again. 90. If one is to believe Mackay, the entire population of London conceived the simultaneous delusion, not that money could really be manufactured out of nothing, but that other people were foolish enough to believe that it could, and that, for that very reason, they actually could make money out of nothing after all. Moving to the other side of the debt chain, we find fantasies ranging from the charming to the apocalyptic. In the anthropological literature, we encounter everything from the beautiful sea wives of our pearl divers, who will not yield up the treasures of the ocean unless courted with gifts bought on credit from local Chinese shops, 91 to the secret markets where Bengali landlords purchase ghosts to terrorize insubordinate debt peons, to TIV flesh debts, a fantasy of human society cannibalizing itself, to finally, occasions at which the TIV nightmare appears to have very nearly become true. 92 One of the most famous and disturbing was the Great Putumayo scandal of 1909 to 1911, in which the London reading public was shocked to discover that the agents of the subsidiary of a British rubber company operating in the Peruvian rainforest had created their very own Heart of Darkness, exterminating tens of thousands of Witoto Indians, who the agents insisted on referring to only as cannibals in scenes of rape, torture, and mutilation that recalled the very worst of the conquest 400 years earlier. 93. In the debates that followed, the first impulse was to blame everything on a system whereby the Indians were said to have been caught in a debt trap, made completely dependent on the company store. The root of the whole evil was the so-called patron or peonage system, a variety of what used to be called in England the truck system, by which the employee, forced to buy all his supplies at the employer's store, is kept hopelessly in debt, while by law he is unable to leave his employment until his debt is paid. The peon is thus, as often as not, a de facto slave, and since in the remoter regions of the vast continent there is no effective government, he is wholly at the mercy of his master. 94. The cannibals, who ended up flogged to death, crucified, tied up and used for target practice, or hacked to pieces with machetes for failure to bring in sufficient quantities of rubber, had, the story went, fallen into the ultimate debt trap. Seduced by the wares of the company's agents, they'd ended up bartering away their very lives. A later parliamentary inquiry discovered that the real story was entirely different. The Witoto had not been tricked into becoming debt peons at all. It was the agents and overseers sent into the region who were, much like the conquistadors, deeply indebted, in their case, to the Peruvian company that had commissioned them, which was ultimately receiving its own credit from London financiers. These agents had certainly arrived with every intention of extending that web of credit to include the Indians, but discovering the Witoto to have no interest in the cloth, machetes, and coins they had brought to trade with them, they'd finally given up and just started rounding Indians up and forcing them to accept loans at gunpoint, then tabulating the amount of rubber they owed. 95 Many of the Indians massacred, in turn, had simply been trying to do what any reasonable person would do under the circumstances, which was to run away. In reality, then, the Indians had been reduced to slavery. It's just that, by 1907, no one could openly admit this. A legitimate enterprise had to have some moral basis, and the only morality the company knew was debt. When it became clear that the Witoto rejected the premise, everything went haywire, and the company ended up, like Casimir, caught in a spiral of indignant terror that ultimately threatened to wipe out its very economic basis. It is the secret scandal of capitalism that at no point has it been organized primarily around free labor. 96 The conquest of the Americas began with mass enslavement, then gradually settled into various forms of debt peonage, African slavery, and indentured service, that is, the use of contract labor, workers who had received cash in advance and were thus bound for 5, 7, or 10-year terms to pay it back. Needless to say, indentured servants were recruited largely from among people who were already debtors. In the 1600s, there were at times almost as many white debtors as African slaves working in southern plantations, and legally they were at first in almost the same situation, since, in the beginning, plantation societies were working within a European legal tradition that assumed slavery did not exist. Even Africans in the Carolinas were first classified as contract laborers. 97 Of course, this later changed when the idea of race was introduced. When African slaves were freed, they were replaced, on plantations from Barbados to Mauritius, with contract laborers again, though now ones recruited mainly in India or China. Chinese contract laborers built the North American railroad system, and Indian coolies built the South African mines. The peasants of Russia and Poland, who had been free landholders in the Middle Ages, were only made serfs at the dawn of capitalism, when their lords began to sell grain on the world market to feed the new industrial cities to the west. 98 Colonial regimes in Africa and Southeast Asia regularly demanded forced labor from their conquered subjects, or, alternately, created tax systems designed to force the population into the labor market through debt. British overlords in India, starting with the East India Company but continuing under Her Majesty's government, institutionalized debt peonage as their primary means of creating products for sale abroad. This is a scandal not just because the system occasionally goes haywire, as it did in the Putumayo, but because it plays havoc with our most cherished assumptions about what capitalism really is, particularly that, in its basic nature, capitalism has something to do with freedom. For the capitalists, this means the freedom of the marketplace. For most workers, it means free labor. Marxists have questioned whether wage labor is ultimately free in any sense, since someone with nothing to sell but his or her body cannot in any sense be considered a genuinely free agent, but they still tend to assume that free wage labor is the basis of capitalism. Our dominant image of the origins of capitalism continues to be the English working man toiling in the factories of the Industrial Revolution, and it is assumed this image can be traced forward to Silicon Valley, with a straight line in between. All those millions of slaves and serfs and coolies and debt peons disappear, or if we must speak of them, we write them off as temporary bumps along the road. Like sweatshops, they are assumed to represent a stage that industrializing nations had to pass through, just as it is still assumed that all those millions of debt peons and contract laborers and sweatshop workers who still exist, often in the same places, will surely live to see their children become regular wage laborers with health insurance and pensions, and their children, doctors and lawyers and entrepreneurs. When one looks at the actual history of wage labor, even in countries like England, that picture begins to melt away. In most of medieval Northern Europe, wage labor had been mainly a lifestyle phenomenon. From roughly the age of 12 or 14 to roughly 28 or 30, everyone was expected to be employed as a servant in someone else's household, usually on a yearly contract basis, for which they received room, board, professional training, and usually a wage of some sort, until they accumulated enough resources to marry and set up a household of their own. 99 The first thing that proletarianization came to mean was that millions of young men and women across Europe found themselves effectively stuck in a kind of permanent adolescence. Apprentices and journeymen could never become masters, and thus, never actually grow up. Eventually, many began to give up and marry early, to the great scandal of the moralists, who insisted that the new proletariat were starting families they could not possibly support. 100. There is, and has always been, a curious affinity between wage labor and slavery. This is not just because it was slaves on Caribbean sugar plantations who supplied the quick energy products that powered much of early wage laborers' work, not just because most of the scientific management techniques applied in factories in the Industrial Revolution can be traced back to those sugar plantations, but also because both the relation between master and slave, and between employer and employee, are in principle impersonal. Whether you've been sold or you're simply rented yourself out, the moment money changes hands, who you are is supposed to be unimportant. All that's important is that you are capable of understanding orders and doing what you're told. 101. This is one reason, perhaps, that in principle, there was always a feeling that both the buying of slaves and the hiring of laborers should really not be on credit, but should employ cash. The problem, as I've noted, was that for most of the history of British capitalism, the cash simply wasn't there. Even when the Royal Mint began to produce smaller denomination silver and copper coins, the supply was sporadic and inadequate. This is how the truck system developed to begin with. During the Industrial Revolution, factory owners would often pay their workers with tickets or vouchers good only in local shops, with whose owners they had some sort of informal arrangement, or, in more isolated parts of the country, which they owned themselves. 102 Traditional credit relations with one's local shopkeeper clearly took on an entirely new complexion once the shopkeeper was effectively an agent of the boss. Another expedient was to pay workers at least partly in kind, and notice the very richness of the vocabulary for the sorts of things one was assumed to be allowed to appropriate from one's workplace, particularly from the waste, excess, and side products: cabbage, chips, thrums, sweepings, buggings, gleanings, poachings, veils, poke, coltage, knockdowns, tinge. 103 Cabbage, for instance, was the cloth left over from tailoring, chips the pieces of board that dock workers had the right to carry from their workplace, any piece of timber less than 2 feet long, thrums were taken from the warping bars of looms, and so on. And, of course, we have already heard about payment in the form of cotton nails. Employers had a final expedient: wait for the money to show up, and in the meantime, don't pay anything, leaving their employees to get by with only what they could scrounge from their shop floors, or what their families could finagle in outside employment, receive in charity, preserve in savings pools with friends and families, or, when all else failed, acquire on credit from the loan sharks and pawnbrokers who rapidly came to be seen as the perennial scourge of the working poor. The situation became such that, by the 19th century, any time a fire destroyed a London pawnshop, working-class neighborhoods would brace for the wave of domestic violence that would inevitably ensue when many a wife was forced to confess that she'd long since secretly hawked her husband's Sunday suit. 104. We are, nowadays, used to associating factories 18 months in arrears for wages with a nation in economic freefall, such as occurred during the collapse of the Soviet Union, but owing to the hard money policies of the British government, who were always concerned above all to ensure that their paper money didn't float away in another speculative bubble. In the early days of industrial capitalism, such a situation was in no way unusual. Even the government was often unable to find the cash to pay its own employees. In 18th-century London, the Royal Admiralty was regularly over a year behind in paying the wages of those who labored at the Deptford docks, one reason that they were willing to tolerate the appropriation of ships, not to mention hemp, canvas, steel bolts, and cordage. In fact, as Linebaugh has shown, the situation only really began to take recognizable form around 1800, when the government stabilized its finances, began paying cash wages on schedule, and therefore tried to abolish the practice of what was now relabeled workplace pilfering, which, meeting outraged resistance on the part of the dock workers, was made punishable by whipping and imprisonment. Samuel Bentham, the engineer put in charge of reforming the dockyards, had to turn them into a regular police state in order to be able to institute a regime of pure wage labor, to which purpose he ultimately conceived the notion of building a giant tower in the middle to guarantee constant surveillance, an idea that was later borrowed by his brother Jeremy for the famous Panopticon. 105. Men like Smith and Bentham were idealists, even utopians. To understand the history of capitalism, however, we have to begin by realizing that the picture we have in our heads, of workers who dutifully punch the clock at 8 a.m. and receive regular remuneration every Friday on the basis of a temporary contract that either party is free to break off at any time, began as a utopian vision, was only gradually put into effect even in England and North America, and has never, at any point, been the main way of organizing production for the market, ever, anywhere. This is actually why Smith's work is so important. He created the vision of an imaginary world almost entirely free of debt and credit, and therefore, free of guilt and sin, a world where men and women were free to simply calculate their interests in full knowledge that everything had been prearranged by God to ensure that it will serve the greater good. Such imaginary constructs are of course what scientists refer to as models, and there's nothing intrinsically wrong with them. Actually, I think a fair case can be made that we cannot think without them. The problem with such models, at least, it always seems to happen when we model something called the market, is that, once created, we have a tendency to treat them as objective realities, or even fall down before them and start worshipping them as gods. We must obey the dictates of the market. Karl Marx, who knew quite a bit about the human tendency to fall down and worship our own creations, wrote Das Kapital in an attempt to demonstrate that, even if we do start from the economist's utopian vision, so long as we also allow some people to control productive capital and, again, leave others with nothing to sell but their brains and bodies, the results will be in many ways barely distinguishable from slavery, and the whole system will eventually destroy itself. What everyone seems to forget is the as-if nature of his analysis. 106 Marx was well aware that there were far more bootblacks, prostitutes, butlers, soldiers, peddlers, chimney sweeps, flower girls, street musicians, convicts, nannies, and cab drivers in the London of his day than there were factory workers. He was never suggesting that that's what the world was actually like. Still, if there is anything that the last several hundred years of world history have shown, it's that utopian visions can be powerful. This is as true of Adam Smith's as of those ranged against it. The period from roughly 1825 to 1975 was a brief but determined effort on the part of a large number of very powerful people, with the avid support of many of the least powerful, to try to turn that vision into something like reality. Coins and paper money were, finally, produced in sufficient quantities that even ordinary people could conduct their daily lives without appeal to tickets, tokens, or credit. Wages started to be paid on time. New sorts of shops, arcades, and galleries appeared, where everyone paid in cash, or alternately, as time went on, by means of impersonal forms of credit like installment plans. As a result, the old puritanical notion that debt was sin and degradation began to take a profound hold on many of those who came to consider themselves the respectable working classes, who often took freedom from the clutches of the pawnbroker and loan shark as a point of pride, which separated them from drunkards, hustlers, and ditch diggers as surely as the fact that they weren't missing teeth. Speaking as someone brought up in that sort of working class family, My brother died at the age of 53, having refused to his dying day to acquire a credit card. I can attest to the degree that, for those who spend most of their waking hours working at someone else's orders, the ability to pull out a wallet full of banknotes that are unconditionally one's own can be a compelling form of freedom. It's not surprising that so many of the economists' assumptions, most of those for which I have been taking them to task over the course of this book, have been embraced by the leaders of the historic workers' movements, so much so that they have come to shape our visions of what alternatives to capitalism might be like. The problem is not just, as I demonstrated in Chapter 7, that it is rooted in a deeply flawed, even perverse, conception of human freedom. This is important to emphasize because one typical response to the sort of critical perspective I have presented here is to emphasize the political freedom, technological progress, and mass prosperity that this economic has also produced. There is no doubt that advances in productivity, hygiene, education, and the application of scientific understanding to everyday needs has produced an unprecedented improvement in the lives of billions in the 250 years or so since the Industrial Revolution, especially in their lives outside the workplace. But it is also by no means clear to me that all these improvements can be attributed to a single entity called capitalism, or whether it is more sensible to see capitalist economic relations, advances in scientific knowledge, and democratic politics as essentially independent phenomena, any one of which can occur in the absence of either of the others. But even if we grant capitalism the benefit of the doubt in this regard, one thing is clear: we could no more really have a universal world market than we could have a system in which everyone who wasn't a capitalist was somehow able to become a respectable, regularly paid wage laborer with access to adequate dental care. A world like that has never existed and never could exist. What's more, the moment that even the prospect that this might happen begins to materialize, the whole system starts to come apart. Part 4. Apocalypse. Let us return, finally, to where we began, with Cortez and the Aztec treasure. The reader might have asked herself, what did happen to it? Did Cortez really steal it from his own men? The answer seems to be that by the time the siege was over, there was very little of it left. Cortez seems to have gotten his hands on much of it long before the siege even began. A certain portion he had won by gambling. This story, too, is in Bernal Diaz, and it is strange and puzzling, but also, I suspect, profound. Let me fill in some of the gaps in our story. After burning his boats, Cortez began to assemble an army of local allies, which was easy to do because the Aztecs were widely hated, and then he began to march on the Aztec capital. Moctezuma, the Aztec emperor, who had been monitoring the situation closely, concluded that he needed to at least figure out what sort of people he was dealing with, so he invited the entire Spanish force, only a few hundred men, to be his official guests in Tenochtitlan. This eventually led to a series of palace intrigues during which Cortez's men briefly held the emperor hostage before being forcibly expelled. During the time when Moctezuma was being held captive in his own palace, he and Cortez passed a good deal of their time playing an Aztec game called Totoloc. They played for gold, and Cortez, of course, cheated. At one point, Moctezuma's men brought the matter to the king's attention, but the king just laughed and made a joke of it. Neither was he concerned later when Pedro de Alvarado, Cortez's chief lieutenant, began cheating even more flagrantly, demanding gold for each point lost and, when he lost, paying only in worthless pebbles. Why Moctezuma behaved so has remained something of an historical mystery. Diaz took it as a gesture of lordly magnanimity, perhaps even a way of putting the petty-minded Spaniards in their place. 107. One historian, Inga Clenenden, suggests an alternate interpretation. Aztec games, she notes, tended to have a peculiar feature: there was always a way that, by a freak stroke of luck, one could achieve total victory. This seems to have been true, for instance, of their famous ball games. Observers always wonder, viewing the tiny stone hoops set high above the court, how anyone could ever possibly have managed to score. The answer seems to be, they didn't, at least not that way. Normally, the game had nothing to do with the hoop. The game was played between two opposing squads, attired as for battle, knocking the ball back and forth. The normal method of scoring was through the slow accumulation of points. But that process could be dramatically preempted. To send the ball through one of the rings, a feat, given the size of the ball in the ring, presumably rarer than a hole-in-one in golf, gave instant victory, ownership of all the goods wagered, and the right to pillage the cloaks of the onlookers. 108. Whoever scored the point won everything, down to the audience's clothing. There were similar rules in board games, such as Cortez and Moctezuma were playing. If, by some freak stroke of luck, one of the dice landed on its edge, the game was over, and the winner took everything. This, Clarendon suggests, must have been what Moctezuma was really waiting for. After all, he was clearly in the middle of extraordinary events. Strange creatures had appeared, apparently from nowhere, with unheard-of powers. Rumors of epidemics, of the destruction of nearby nations, had presumably already reached him. If ever there was a time that some grandiose revelation was due from the gods, then surely this was it. Such an attitude does seem to fit perfectly with the spirit of Aztec culture gleaned from its literature, which exuded a sense of impending catastrophe, perhaps astrologically determined, just possibly avoidable, but probably not. Some have suggested that Aztecs must have somehow been aware that they were a civilization skating on the brink of ecological catastrophe, others, that the apocalyptic tone is retrospective, since, after all, what we know of Aztec literature is almost entirely gleaned from men and women who actually did experience its complete destruction. Still, there does seem to be a certain frantic quality in certain Aztec practices, the sacrifice of as many as tens of thousands of war prisoners, most notably in the apparent belief that, were the sun not continually fed with human hearts, it would die and the world with it, that it's hard to explain in any other way. If Clarendon is right, for Moctezuma, he and Cortez were not simply gambling for gold. Gold was trivial. The stakes were the entire universe. Moctezuma was above all a warrior, and all warriors are gamblers, but unlike Cortez, he was clearly in every way a man of honor. As we've also seen, the quintessence of a warrior's honor, which is a greatness that can only come from the destruction and degradation of others, is his willingness to throw himself into a game where he risks that same destruction and degradation himself, and, unlike Cortez, to play graciously, and by the rules. 109 When the time came, it meant being willing to stake everything. He did. And as it turns out, nothing happened. No die landed on its edge. Cortez continued to cheat, the gods sent no revelation, and the universe was eventually destroyed. If there's something to be learned here, and as I say, I think there is, it is that there may be a deeper, more profound relation between gambling and apocalypse. Capitalism is a system that enshrines the gambler as an essential part of its operation, in a way that no other ever has, yet at the same time, capitalism seems to be uniquely incapable of conceiving of its own eternity. Could these two facts be linked? I should be more precise here. It's not entirely true that capitalism is incapable of conceiving of its own eternity. On the one hand, its exponents do often feel obliged to present it as eternal, because they insist that it is the only possible viable economic system, one that, as they still sometimes like to say, has existed for 5,000 years and will exist for 5,000 more. On the other hand, it does seem that the moment a significant portion of the population begins to actually believe this and, particularly, starts treating credit institutions as if they really will be around forever, everything goes haywire. Note here how it was the most sober, cautious, responsible capitalist regimes, the 17th century Dutch Republic, the 18th century British Commonwealth, the ones most careful about managing their public debt, that saw the most bizarre explosions of speculative frenzy, the tulip manias and South Sea bubbles. Much of this seems to turn on the nature of national deficits and credit money. The national debt is, as politicians have complained practically since these things first appeared, money borrowed from future generations. Still, the effects have always been strangely double-edged. On the one hand, deficit financing is a way of putting even more military power in the hands of princes, generals, and politicians. On the other, it suggests that government owes something to those it governs. Insofar as our money is ultimately an extension of the public debt, then whenever we buy a newspaper or a cup of coffee, or even place a bet on a horse, we are trading in promises, representations of something that the government will give us at some time in the future, even if we don't know exactly what it is. 110. Immanuel Wallerstein likes to point out that the French Revolution introduced several profoundly new ideas in politics, ideas which, 50 years before the Revolution, the vast majority of educated Europeans would have written off as crazy, but which, 50 years afterward, just about anyone felt they had to at least pretend they thought were true. The first is that social change is inevitable and desirable, that the natural direction of history is for civilization to gradually improve. The second is that the appropriate agent to manage such change is the government. The third is that the government gains its legitimacy from an entity called the people. 111 It's easy to see how the very idea of a national debt, a promise of continual future improvement, at the very least, 5% annual improvement, made by government to people, might itself have played a role in inspiring such a revolutionary new perspective. Yet at the same time, when one looks at what men like Mirabeau, Voltaire, Diderot, Sieyès, The philosophers who first proposed that notion of what we now call civilization were actually arguing about in the years immediately leading up to the revolution. It was even more about the danger of apocalyptic catastrophe, of the prospect of civilization as they knew it being destroyed by default and economic collapse. Part of the problem was the obvious one: the national debt is, first, born of war, second, it is not owed to all the people equally, but above all to capitalists, and in France at that time, capitalist meant, specifically, those who held pieces of the national debt. The more democratically inclined felt that the entire situation was opprobrious. The modern theory of the perpetuation of debt, Thomas Jefferson wrote, around this same time, has drenched the earth with blood, and crushed its inhabitants under burdens ever accumulating. 112 Most Enlightenment thinkers feared that it promised even worse. Intrinsic to the new, modern notion of impersonal debt, after all, was the possibility of bankruptcy. 113 Bankruptcy, at that time, was indeed something of a personal apocalypse. It meant prison, the dissolution of one's estate; for the least fortunate, it meant torture, starvation, and death. What national bankruptcy would mean, at that point in history, nobody knew. There were simply no precedents. Yet as nations fought greater and bloodier wars, and their debts escalated geometrically, default began to appear unavoidable. 114 Abbé Sieyès first put forward his great scheme for representative government, for instance, primarily as a way of reforming the national finances, to fend off the inevitable catastrophe. And when it happened, what would it look like? Would the money become worthless? Would military regimes seize power, regimes across Europe be likewise forced to default and fall like dominoes, plunging the continent into endless barbarism, darkness, and war? Many were already anticipating the prospect of the terror long before the revolution itself. 115. It's a strange story because we are used to thinking of the Enlightenment as the dawn of a unique phase of human optimism, born on assumptions that the advance of science and human knowledge would inevitably make life wiser, safer, and better for everyone, a naive faith said to have peaked in the Fabian socialism of the 1890s, only to be annihilated in the trenches of World War I. In fact, even the Victorians were haunted by the dangers of degeneration and decline. Most of all, Victorians shared the near-universal assumption that capitalism itself would not be around forever. Insurrection seemed imminent. Many Victorian capitalists operated under the sincere belief that they might, at any moment, find themselves hanging from trees. In Chicago, for instance, a friend once took me on a drive down a beautiful old street, full of mansions from the 1870s. The reason, he explained, that it looked like that, was that most of Chicago's rich industrialists of the time were so convinced that the revolution was imminent that they collectively relocated along the road that led to the nearest military base. Almost none of the great theorists of capitalism, from anywhere on the political spectrum, from Marx to Weber, to Schumpeter, to von Mises, felt that capitalism was likely to be around for more than another generation or two at the most. One could go further. The moment that the fear of imminent social revolution no longer seemed plausible, by the end of World War II, we were immediately presented with the specter of nuclear holocaust. 116 Then, when that no longer seemed plausible, we discovered global warming. This is not to say that these threats were not, and are not, real. Yet it does seem strange that capitalism feels the constant need to imagine, or to actually manufacture, the means of its own imminent extinction. It's in dramatic contrast to the behavior of the leaders of socialist regimes, from Cuba to Albania, who, when they came to power, immediately began acting as if their system would be around forever, ironically enough, considering they in fact turned out to be something of an historical blip. Perhaps the reason is because what was true in 1710 is still true. Presented with the prospect of its own eternity, capitalism, or anyway, financial capitalism, simply explodes. Because if there's no end to it, there's absolutely no reason not to generate credit, that is, future money, infinitely. Recent events would certainly seem to confirm this. The period leading up to 2008 was one in which many began to believe that capitalism really was going to be around forever. At the very least, no one seemed any longer to be able to imagine an alternative. The immediate effect was a series of increasingly reckless bubbles that brought the whole apparatus crashing down. Chapter 12. The beginning of something yet to be determined. 1971, present. Look at all these bums, if only there were a way of finding out how much they owe. Repo Man, 1984. Free your mind of the idea of deserving, of the idea of earning, and you will begin to be able to think. Ursula K. Le Guin, The Dispossessed. On August 15, 1971, United States President Richard Nixon announced that foreign-held U.S. dollars would no longer be convertible into gold, thus stripping away the last vestige of the international gold standard. This was the end of a policy that had been effective since 1931, and confirmed by the Bretton Woods Accords at the end of World War II, that while United States citizens might no longer be allowed to cash in their dollars for gold, all U.S. currency held outside the country was to be redeemable at the rate of $35 an ounce. By doing so, Nixon initiated the regime of free-floating currencies that continues to this day. The consensus among historians is that Nixon had little choice. His hand was forced by the rising costs of the Vietnam War, one that, like all capitalist wars, had been financed by deficit spending. The United States was in possession of a large proportion of the world's gold reserves in its vaults in Fort Knox, though increasingly less in the late 1960s, as other governments, most famously Charles de Gaulle's France, began demanding gold for their dollars. Most poorer countries, in contrast, kept their reserves in dollars. The immediate effect of Nixon's unpegging the dollar was to cause the price of gold to skyrocket. It hit a peak of $600 an ounce in 1980. This of course had the effect of causing U.S. gold reserves to increase dramatically in value. The value of the dollar, as denominated in gold, plummeted. The result was a massive net transfer of wealth from poorer countries, which lacked gold reserves, to rich ones, like the United States and Great Britain, that maintained them. In the United States, it also set off persistent inflation. Whatever Nixon's reasons, though, once the global system of credit money was entirely unpegged from gold, the world entered a new phase of financial history, one that nobody completely understands. While I was growing up in New York, I would hear occasional rumors of secret gold vaults underneath the Twin Towers in Manhattan. Supposedly, these vaults contained not just the U.S. gold reserves, but those of all the major economic powers. The gold was said to be kept in the form of bars, piled up in separate vaults, one for each country, and every year, when the balance of accounts was calculated, workmen with dollies would adjust the stocks accordingly, carting, say, a few million in gold out of the vault marked Brazil and transferring them to the one marked Germany, and so on. Apparently, a lot of people had heard these stories. At least, right after the towers were destroyed on September 11, 2001, one of the first questions many New Yorkers asked was, what happened to the money? Was it safe? Were the vaults destroyed? Presumably, the gold had melted. Was this the real aim of the attackers? Conspiracy theories abounded. Some spoke of legions of emergency workers secretly summoned to make their way through miles of overheated tunnels, desperately carting off tons of bullion even as rescue workers labored overhead. One particularly colorful conspiracy theory suggested that the entire attack was really staged by speculators who, like Nixon, expected to see the value of the dollar crash and that of gold to skyrocket, either because the reserves had been destroyed, or because they themselves had laid prior plans to steal them. 2. The truly remarkable thing about this story is that, after having believed it for years, and then, in the wake of 9/11, having been convinced by some more knowing friends that it was all a great myth, no, one of them said resignedly, as if to a child, the United States keeps its gold reserves in Fort Knox. I did a little research and discovered that, no, actually, it's true. The United States Treasury's gold reserves are indeed kept at Fort Knox, but the Federal Reserve's gold reserves, and those of more than 100 other central banks, governments, and organizations, are stored in vaults under the Federal Reserve Building at 33 Liberty Street in Manhattan, 2 blocks away from the towers. At roughly 5,000 metric tons, 266 million troy ounces, these combined reserves represent, according to the Fed's own website, somewhere between 1/5 and 1/4 of all the gold that has ever been taken from the earth. Children are taken on tours of it. The gold stored at the Federal Reserve Bank of New York, according to the promotional literature, is secured in a most unusual vault. It rests on the bedrock of Manhattan Island, one of the few foundations considered adequate to support the weight of the vault, its store, and the gold inside, 80 feet below street level and 50 feet below sea level. To reach the vault, bullion-laden pallets must be loaded into one of the bank's elevators and sent down 5 floors below street level to the vault floor. If everything is in order, the gold is either moved to one or more of the vault's 122 compartments assigned to depositing countries and official international organizations or placed on shelves. Gold stackers, using hydraulic lifts, do indeed shift them back and forth between compartments to balance credits and debts, though the vaults have only numbers, so even the workers don't know who is paying whom. 3. There is no reason to believe, however, that these vaults were in any way affected by the events of September 11, 2001. Reality, then, has become so odd that it's hard to guess which elements of grand mythic fantasies are really fantasy, and which are true. The image of collapsed vaults, the melted bullion, of secret workers scurrying deep below Manhattan with underground forklifts evacuating the world economy, all this turns out not to be. But is it entirely surprising that people were willing to consider it? For what I would like to do in this chapter is, primarily, not so much to provide a detailed analysis of how the current system works, but to look at how the long-term patterns I've been examining so far can be seen as playing out at the present moment, and might provide us at least a hint of where it might be heading. Because this is definitely a moment of transition. No one is going to be able to have any chance of saying what all this really means for another generation, at the very least. On the other hand, as an anthropologist, I cannot help but see this confused play of symbols as important in and of itself, even, of playing a crucial role in maintaining the forms of power it claims to represent. In part, these systems work because no one knows how they really work. In America, the banking system since the days of Thomas Jefferson has shown a remarkable capacity to inspire paranoid fantasies, whether centering on Freemasons, or Elders of Zion, or the secret order of the Illuminati, or the Queen of England's drug money laundering operations, or any of 1,000 other secret conspiracies and cabals. It's the main reason why it took so long for an American central bank to be established to begin with. In a way, there's nothing surprising here. The United States has always been dominated by a certain market populism, and the ability of banks to create money out of nothing and even more, to prevent anyone else from doing so, has always been the bugaboo of market populists, since it directly contradicts the idea that markets are a simple expression of democratic equality. Still, since Nixon's floating of the dollar, it has become evident that it's only the wizard behind the screen who seems to be maintaining the viability of the whole arrangement. Under the free market orthodoxy that followed, we have all been asked, effectively, to accept that the market is a self-regulating system, with the rising and falling of prices akin to a force of nature, and simultaneously to ignore the fact that, in the business pages, it is simply assumed that markets rise and fall mainly in anticipation of, or reaction to, decisions by Alan Greenspan, or Ben Bernanke, or whoever is currently the chairman of the Federal Reserve. 5. One element, however, tends to go flagrantly missing in even the most vivid conspiracy theories about the banking system, let alone in official accounts, that is, the role of war and military power. There's a reason why the wizard has such a strange capacity to create money out of nothing. Behind him, there's a man with a gun. True, in one sense, he's been there from the start. I have already pointed out that modern money is based on government debt, and that governments borrow money in order to finance wars. This is just as true today as it was in the age of King Philip II. The creation of central banks represented a permanent institutionalization of that marriage between the interests of warriors and financiers that had already begun to emerge in Renaissance Italy and that eventually became the foundation of financial. But see this confused play of symbols as important in and of itself, even, of playing a crucial role in maintaining the forms of power it claims to represent. In part, these systems work because no one knows how they really work. In America, the banking system since the days of Thomas Jefferson has shown a remarkable capacity to inspire paranoid fantasies, whether centering on Freemasons, or Elders of Zion, or the secret order of the Illuminati, or the Queen of England's drug money laundering operations, or any of 1,000 other secret conspiracies and cabals. It's the main reason why it took so long for an American central bank to be established to begin with. In a way, there's nothing surprising here. The United States has always been dominated by a certain market populism, and the ability of banks to create money out of nothing and even more, to prevent anyone else from doing so, has always been the bugaboo of market populists, since it directly contradicts the idea that markets are a simple expression of democratic equality. Still, since Nixon's floating of the dollar, it has become evident that it's only the wizard behind the screen who seems to be maintaining the viability of the whole arrangement. Under the free market orthodoxy that followed, we have all been asked, effectively, to accept that the market is a self-regulating system, with the rising and falling of prices akin to a force of nature, and simultaneously to ignore the fact that, in the business pages, it is simply assumed that markets rise and fall mainly in anticipation of, or reaction to, decisions by Alan Greenspan, or Ben Bernanke, or whoever is currently the chairman of the Federal Reserve. 5. One element, however, tends to go flagrantly missing in even the most vivid conspiracy theories about the banking system, let alone in official accounts, that is, the role of war and military power. There's a reason why the wizard has such a strange capacity to create money out of nothing. Behind him, there's a man with a gun. True, in one sense, he's been there from the start. I have already pointed out that modern money is based on government debt, and that governments borrow money in order to finance wars. This is just as true today as it was in the age of King Philip II. The creation of central banks represented a permanent institutionalization of that marriage between the interests of warriors and financiers that had already begun to emerge in Renaissance Italy and that eventually became the foundation of financial. Nixon floated the dollar in order to pay for the cost of a war in which, during the period of 1970 to 1972 alone, he ordered more than 4 million tons of explosives and incendiaries dropped on cities and villages across Indochina, causing one senator to dub him the greatest bomber of all time. 7. The debt crisis was a direct result of the need to pay for the bombs, or, to be more precise, the vast military infrastructure required to deliver them. This was what was causing such an enormous strain on the U.S. gold reserves. Many hold that by floating the dollar, Nixon converted the U.S. currency into pure fiat money, mere pieces of paper, intrinsically worthless, that were treated as money only because the United States government insisted that they should be. In that case, one could well argue that U.S. military power was now the only thing backing up the currency. In a certain sense this is true, but the notion of fiat money assumes that money really was gold in the first place. Really we are dealing with another variation of credit money. Contrary to popular belief, the U.S. government can't just print money, because American money is not issued by the federal government at all, but by private banks, under the aegis of the Federal Reserve System. The Federal Reserve, in turn, is a peculiar sort of public-private hybrid, a consortium of privately owned banks whose governing board is appointed by the U.S. President, with congressional approval, but which otherwise operates autonomously. All dollar bills in circulation in America are Federal Reserve notes. The Fed issues them as promissory notes and commissions the U.S. Mint to do the actual printing, paying it 4 cents for each bill. 8. The arrangement is just a variation of the scheme originally pioneered by the Bank of England, whereby the Fed loans money to the United States government by purchasing Treasury bonds, and then monetizes the U.S. debt by lending the money thus owed by the government to other banks. 9. The difference is that while the Bank of England originally loaned the king gold, the Fed simply whisks the money into existence by saying that it's there. Thus, it's the Fed that has the power to print money. 10. The banks that receive loans from the Fed are no longer permitted to print money themselves, but they are allowed to create virtual money by making loans ostensibly at a fractional reserve rate established by the Fed, though in practice, even these restrictions have become largely theoretical. 11. All this is a bit of a simplification. Monetary policy is endlessly arcane and, it does sometimes seem, intentionally so. Henry Ford once remarked that if ordinary Americans ever found out how the banking system really worked, there would be a revolution tomorrow. There is no end to the smoke and mirrors here. For instance, while technically, the Fed cannot lend money directly to the government by buying Treasury bonds, everyone knows that doing so indirectly is one of its primary reasons for being. And insofar as the government issues bonds, it actually is, in one sense, printing money, circulating debt tokens that, as one apparently paradoxical effect of Nixon's floating the dollar, have now themselves come to replace gold as the world's reserve currency, that is, as the ultimate store of value in the world, yielding the United States enormous economic advantages. 12. Meanwhile, the U.S. debt remains, as it has been since 1790, a war debt. The United States continues to spend more on its military than do all other nations on earth put together, and military expenditures are not only the basis of the government's industrial policy, they also take up such a huge proportion of the budget that by many estimations, were it not for them, the United States would not run a deficit at all. The U.S. military, unlike any other, maintains a doctrine of global power projection, that it should have the ability, through roughly 800 overseas military bases, to intervene with deadly force absolutely anywhere on the planet. In a way, though, land forces are secondary, at least since World War II, the key to U.S. military doctrine has always been a reliance on air power. The United States has fought no war in which it did not control the skies, and it has relied on aerial bombardment far more systematically than any other military, in its recent occupation of Iraq, for instance, even going so far as to bomb residential neighborhoods of cities ostensibly under its own control. The essence of U.S. military predominance in the world is, ultimately, the fact that it can, at will, with only a few hours' notice, drop bombs at absolutely any point on the surface of the planet. 13. No other government has ever had anything remotely like this sort of capability. In fact, a case could well be made that it is this very cosmic power that holds the entire world monetary system, organized around the dollar, together. Again, we are talking about symbolic power. In fact, it's a form of power that works largely insofar as it remains symbolic. In the days of the Cold War, the United States and USSR were considered superpowers largely because their leaders had the means, through their nuclear arsenals, to destroy humanity with the flick of a switch. Obviously this power could only be translated into political influence insofar as it wasn't actually exercised. In a more subtle way, this is still true of U.S. cosmic pretensions. They don't work by direct threat, but by creating a political environment defined by knowledge of utterly disproportionate access to the means of violence, and that sense of absolute power tends to be eroded the moment that violence is used in more than extremely sparing, and largely symbolic, ways. How does it work economically? Because of United States trade deficits, huge numbers of dollars circulate outside the country, and one effect of Nixon's floating of the dollar was that foreign central banks have little they can do with these dollars except to use them to buy U.S. Treasury bonds. 14 This is what is meant by the dollar becoming the world's reserve currency. These bonds are, like all bonds, supposed to be loans that will eventually mature and be repaid, but as economist Michael Hudson, who first began observing the phenomenon in the early 70s, noted, they never really do. To the extent that these Treasury IOUs are being built into the world's monetary base, they will not have to be repaid, but are to be rolled over indefinitely. This feature is the essence of America's free financial ride, a tax imposed at the entire globe's expense. 15. What's more, Hudson notes, over time, the combined effect of low interest payments and the inflation is that these bonds actually depreciate in value, adding to the tax effect, or, as I preferred to put it in the first chapter, tribute. Economists prefer to call it seigniorage. The effect, though, is that American imperial power is based on a debt that will never, can never, be repaid. Its national debt has become a promise, not just to its own people, but to the nations of the entire world, that everyone knows will not be kept. At the same time, U.S. policy was to insist that those countries relying on U.S. Treasury bonds as their reserve currency behaved in exactly the opposite way, observing tight money policies and scrupulously repaying their debts. As I've already observed, since Nixon's time, the most significant overseas buyers of U.S. Treasury bonds have tended to be banks in countries that were effectively under U.S. military occupation. In Europe, Nixon's most enthusiastic ally in this respect was West Germany, which then hosted more than 300,000 U.S. troops. In more recent decades the focus has shifted to Asia, particularly the central banks of countries like Japan, Taiwan, and South Korea, again, all U.S. military protectorates. In addition, the global status of the dollar is reinforced by the fact that it is, again since 1971, the only currency used to buy and sell petroleum, with any attempt by OPEC countries to begin trading in any currency stubbornly resisted by OPEC members Saudi Arabia and Kuwait, also U.S. military protectorates. 16 When Saddam Hussein made the bold move of single-handedly switching from the dollar to the euro in 2000, followed by Iran in 2001, this was quickly followed by American bombing and military occupation. 17 How much did Hussein's decision to buck the dollar really weigh into the U.S. decision to depose him? It's impossible to say. His decision to stop using the enemy's currency, as he put it, was one in a back-and-forth series of hostile gestures that likely would have led to war in any event. What's important here is that there were widespread rumors that this was one of the major contributing factors, and therefore, no policymaker in a position to make a similar switch can completely ignore the possibility. Much though their beneficiaries do not like to admit it, all imperial arrangements do, ultimately, rest on terror. 18. The immediate effects of the advent of the free-floating dollar, then, mark not a break with the alliance of warriors and financiers on which capitalism itself was originally founded, but on something that looks a lot more like its ultimate apotheosis. Neither has the return to virtual money led to a great return to relations of honor and trust. Quite the contrary. But we are talking about the very first years of what is likely to be a centuries-long historical era. By 1971, most of these changes had not even begun. The American Express card, the first general-purpose credit card, had been invented a mere 13 years before, and the modern national credit card system had only really come into being with the advent of Visa and MasterCard in 1968. Debit cards came later, creatures of the 1970s, and the current, largely cashless economy only came into being in the 1990s. All of these new credit arrangements were mediated not by interpersonal relations of trust but by profit-seeking corporations, and one of the earliest and greatest political victories of the U.S. credit card industry was the elimination of all legal restrictions on what they could charge as interest. If history holds true, an age of virtual money should mean a movement away from war, empire building, slavery, and debt peonage, waged or otherwise, and toward the creation of some sort of overarching institutions, global in scale, to protect debtors. What we have seen so far is the opposite. The new global currency is rooted in military power even more firmly than the old was. Debt peonage continues to be the main principle of recruiting labor globally, either in the literal sense, in much of East Asia or Latin America, or in the subjective sense, whereby most of those working for wages or even salaries feel that they are doing so primarily to pay off interest-bearing loans. The new transportation and communications technologies have just made it easier, making it possible to charge domestics or factory workers thousands of dollars in transportation fees, and then have them work off the debt in distant countries where they lack legal protections. 19 Insofar as overarching grand cosmic institutions have been created that might be considered in any way parallel to the divine kings of the ancient Middle East or the religious authorities of the Middle Ages, they have not been created to protect debtors, but to enforce the rights of creditors. The International Monetary Fund is only the most dramatic case in point here. It stands at the pinnacle of a great, emerging global bureaucracy, the first genuinely global administrative system in human history, consisting not only of the United Nations, the World Bank, and the World Trade Organization, but also the endless host of economic unions and trade organizations and non-governmental organizations that work in tandem with them, created largely under U.S. patronage. All of them operate on the principle that, unless one is the United States Treasury, or perhaps American Insurance Group, one has to pay one's debts, since the specter of default by any country is assumed to imperil the entire world monetary system, threatening, in Addison's colorful image, to turn all the world's sacks of virtual gold into worthless sticks and paper. All true. But again, we are speaking of a mere 40 years here, in what is likely to a 400 or 500-year epoch. Nixon's gambit, what Hudson calls debt imperialism, has already come under considerable strain. The first casualty was precisely the imperial bureaucracy dedicated to the protection of creditors, other than those that were owed money by the United States. IMF policies of insisting that debts be repaid almost exclusively from the pockets of the poor were met by an equally global movement of social rebellion, the so-called anti-globalization movement, though the name is profoundly deceptive, followed by outright fiscal rebellion in both East Asia and Latin America. By 2000, East Asian countries had begun a systematic boycott of the IMF. In 2002, Argentina committed the ultimate sin, they defaulted, and got away with it. Subsequent U.S. military adventures were clearly meant to re-establish the nation's symbolic, cosmological power, that is, to terrify and overawe. It didn't really matter whom, but in that respect do not appear to have been very successful, partly because they demonstrated that the U.S. military was unable to totally overcome far weaker rivals, partly, too, because, to finance them, the United States had to turn not just to its military clients, but increasingly to China, its chief remaining military rival. After the near-total collapse of the U.S. financial industry, which despite having been very nearly granted rights to make up money at will, still managed to end up with trillions in liabilities it could not pay, brought the world economy to a standstill, the U.S. lost even the ability to argue that debt imperialism guaranteed stability. Just to give a sense of how extreme a financial crisis we are talking about, here are some statistical charts culled from the pages of the St. Louis Federal Reserve webpage. 20. Here is the amount of U.S. debt held overseas. Meanwhile, private U.S. banks reacted to the crash by abandoning any pretense that we are dealing with a market economy, shifting all available assets into the coffers of the Federal Reserve itself, allowing them, through yet another piece of arcane magic that none of us could possibly understand, to end up, after an initial near $400 billion dip, with far larger reserves in their own balance sheets than they had ever had before. At this point, some U.S. creditors clearly feel they are finally in a position to demand that their own political agendas be taken into account. China warns U.S. about debt monetization. Seemingly everywhere he went on a recent tour of China, Dallas Fed President Richard Fisher was asked to deliver a message to Federal Reserve Chairman Ben Bernanke, stop creating credit out of thin air to purchase U.S. Treasuries. 21. Again, it's never clear whether the money siphoned from Asia to support the U.S. war machine is better seen as loans or as tribute. 22. Still, the sudden advent of China as a major holder of U.S. Treasury bonds has clearly altered the dynamic. Some might question why, if these really are tribute payments, the United States' major rival would be buying Treasury bonds to begin with, let alone agreeing to various tacit monetary arrangements to maintain the value of the dollar, and hence, the buying power of American consumers. 23. But I think this is a perfect case in point of why taking a very long-term historical perspective can be so helpful. From a longer-term perspective, China's behavior isn't puzzling at all. In fact, it's quite true to form. The unique thing about the Chinese Empire is that it has, since the Han Dynasty at least, adopted a peculiar sort of tribute system whereby, in exchange for recognition of the Chinese emperor as world sovereign, They have been willing to shower their client states with gifts far greater than they receive in return. The technique seems to have been developed almost as a kind of trick when dealing with the northern barbarians of the steppes, who always threatened Chinese frontiers, a way to overwhelm them with such luxuries that they would become complacent, effeminate, and unwarlike. It was systematized in the tribute trade practiced with client states like Japan, Taiwan, Korea, and various states of Southeast Asia, and for a brief period from 1405 to 1433, it even extended to a world scale, under the famous eunuch Admiral Zheng He. He led a series of 7 expeditions across the Indian Ocean, his great treasure fleet in dramatic contrast to the Spanish treasure fleets of a century later, carrying not only thousands of armed marines, but endless quantities of silks, porcelain, and other Chinese luxuries to present to those local rulers willing to recognize the authority of the emperor. 24 All this was ostensibly rooted in an ideology of extraordinary chauvinism. What could these barbarians possibly have that we really need, anyway? But, applied to China's neighbors, it proved extremely wise policy for a wealthy empire surrounded by much smaller but potentially troublesome kingdoms. In fact, it was such wise policy that the U.S. government, during the Cold War, more or less had to adopt it, creating remarkably favorable terms of trade for those very states, Korea, Japan, Taiwan, certain favored allies in Southeast Asia, that had been the traditional Chinese tributaries, in this case, in order to contain China. 25. Bearing all this in mind, the current picture begins to fall easily back into place. When the United States was far and away the predominant world economic power, it could afford to maintain Chinese-style tributaries. Thus these very states, alone amongst U.S. military protectorates, were allowed to catapult themselves out of poverty and into first world status. 26 After 1971, as U.S. economic strength relative to the rest of the world began to decline, they were gradually transformed back into a more old-fashioned sort of tributary. Yet China's getting in on the game introduced an entirely new element. There is every reason to believe that, from China's point of view, this is the first stage of a very long process of reducing the United States to something like a traditional Chinese client state. And, of course, Chinese rulers are not, any more than the rulers of any other empire, motivated primarily by benevolence. There is always a political cost, and what that headline marked was the first glimmerings of what that cost might ultimately be. All that I have said so far merely serves to underline a reality that has come up constantly over the course of this book, that money has no essence. It's not really anything, therefore, its nature has always been and presumably always will be a matter of political contention. This was certainly true throughout earlier stages of U.S. history, incidentally, as the endless 19th century battles between goldbugs, greenbackers, free bankers, bimetallists, and silverites so vividly attest, or, for that matter, the fact that American voters were so suspicious of the very idea of central banks that the Federal Reserve System was only created on the eve of World War I, 3 centuries after the Bank of England. Even the monetization of the national debt is, as I've already noted, double-edged. It can be seen, as Jefferson saw it, as the ultimate pernicious alliance of warriors and financiers, but it also opened the way to seeing government itself as a moral debtor, and freedom as something literally owed to the nation. Perhaps no one put it so eloquently as Martin Luther King Jr., in his I Have a Dream speech, delivered on the steps of the Lincoln Memorial in 1963. In a sense we've come to our nation's capital to cash a check. When the architects of our republic wrote the magnificent words of the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence, they were signing a promissory note to which every American was to fall heir. This note was a promise that all men, yes, black men as well as white men, would be guaranteed the unalienable rights of life, liberty and the pursuit of happiness. It is obvious today that America has defaulted on this promissory note, insofar as her citizens of color are concerned. Instead of honoring this sacred obligation, America has given the Negro people a bad check, a check which has come back marked insufficient funds. One can see the great crash of 2008 in the same light, as the outcome of years of political tussles between creditors and debtors, rich and poor. True, on a certain level, it was exactly what it seemed to be, a scam, an incredibly sophisticated Ponzi scheme designed to collapse in the full knowledge that the perpetrators would be able to force the victims to bail them out. On another level it could be seen as the culmination of a battle over the very definition of money and credit. By the end of World War II, the specter of an imminent working-class uprising that had so haunted the ruling classes of Europe and North America for the previous century had largely disappeared. This was because class war was suspended by a tacit settlement. To put it crudely, the white working class of the North Atlantic countries, from the United States to West Germany, were offered a deal. If they agreed to set aside any fantasies of fundamentally changing the nature of the system, then they would be allowed to keep their unions, enjoy wide variety of social benefits, pensions, vacations, health care, and, perhaps most important, through generously funded and ever-expanding public educational institutions, know that their children had a reasonable chance of leaving the working class entirely. One key element in all this was a tacit guarantee that increases in workers' productivity would be met by increases in wages, a guarantee that held good until the late 1970s. Largely as a result, the period saw both rapidly rising productivity and rapidly rising incomes, laying the basis for the consumer economy of today. Economists call this the Keynesian era, since it was a time in which John Maynard Keynes' economic theories, which already formed the basis of Roosevelt's New Deal in the United States, were adopted by industrial democracies pretty much everywhere. With them came Keynes' rather casual attitude toward money. The reader will recall that Keynes fully accepted that banks do, indeed, create money out of thin air, and that for this reason, there was no intrinsic reason that government policy should not encourage this during economic downturns as a way of stimulating demand, a position that had long been dear to the heart of debtors and anathema to creditors. Keynes himself had in his day been known to make some fairly radical noises, for instance calling for the complete elimination of that class of people who lived off of other people's debts, the euthanasia of the rentier, as he put it, though all he really meant by this was their elimination through a gradual reduction of interest rates. As in so much of Keynesianism, this was much less radical than it first appeared. Actually, it was quite squarely in the great tradition of political economy, hearkening back to Adam Smith's ideal of a debtless utopia but especially David Ricardo's condemnation of landlords as parasites, their very existence inimical to economic growth. Keynes was simply proceeding along the same lines, seeing rentiers as a feudal holdover inconsistent with the true spirit of capital accumulation. Far from a revolution, he saw it as the best way of avoiding one. I see, therefore, the rentier aspect of capitalism as a transitional phase which will disappear when it has done its work. And with the disappearance of its rentier aspect much else in it besides will suffer a sea change. It will be, moreover, a great advantage of the order of events which I am advocating, that the euthanasia of the rentier, of the functionless investor, will be nothing sudden, and will need no revolution. 27. When the Keynesian settlement was finally put into effect, after World War II, it was offered only to a relatively small slice of the world's population. As time went on, more and more people wanted in on the deal. Almost all of the popular movements of the period from 1945 to 1975, even perhaps revolutionary movements, could be seen as demands for inclusion, demands for political equality that assumed equality was meaningless without some level of economic security. This was true not only of movements by minority groups in North Atlantic countries who had first been left out of the deal, such as those for whom Dr. King spoke, but what were then called national liberation movements from Algeria to Chile, which represented certain class fragments in what we now call the Global South, or, finally, and perhaps most dramatically, in the late 1960s and 1970s, feminism. At some point in the 70s, things reached a breaking point. It would appear that capitalism, as a system, simply cannot extend such a deal to everyone. Quite possibly it wouldn't even remain viable if all its workers were free-wage laborers. Certainly it will never be able to provide everyone in the world the sort of life lived by, say, a 1960s auto worker in Michigan or Turin with his own house, garage, and children in college, and this was true even before so many of those children began demanding less stultifying lives. The result might be termed a crisis of inclusion. By the late 1970s, the existing order was clearly in a state of collapse, plagued simultaneously by financial chaos, food riots, oil shock, widespread doomsday prophecies of the end of growth and ecological crisis, all of which, it turned out, proved to be ways of putting the populace on notice that all deals were off. The moment that we start framing the story this way, it's easy to see that the next 30 years, the period from roughly 1978 to 2009, follows nearly the same pattern. Except that the deal, the settlement, had changed. Certainly, when both Ronald Reagan in the United States and Margaret Thatcher in the UK launched a systematic attack on the power of labor unions, as well as on the legacy of Keynes, it was a way of explicitly declaring that all previous deals were off. Everyone could now have political rights, even, by the 1990s, most everyone in Latin America and Africa, but political rights were to become economically meaningless. The link between productivity and wages was chopped to bits. Productivity rates have continued to rise, but wages have stagnated or even atrophied. 28. This was accompanied, at first, by return to monetarism, the doctrine that even though money was no longer in any way based in gold, or in any other commodity, government and central bank policy should be primarily concerned with carefully controlling the money supply to ensure that it acted as if it were a scarce commodity. Even as, at the same time, the financialization of capital meant that most money being invested in the marketplace was completely detached from any relation to production or commerce at all, but had become pure speculation. All this is not to say that the people of the world were not being offered something, just that, as I say, the terms had changed. In the new dispensation, wages would no longer rise, but workers were encouraged to buy a piece of capitalism. Rather than euthanize the rentiers, everyone could now become rentiers, effectively, could grab a chunk of the profits created by their own increasingly dramatic rates of exploitation. The means were many and familiar. In the United States, there were 401k retirement accounts and an endless variety of other ways of encouraging ordinary citizens to play the market but at the same time, encouraging them to borrow. One of the guiding principles of Thatcherism and Reaganism alike was that economic reforms would never gain widespread support unless ordinary working people could at least aspire to owning their own homes. To this was added, by the 1990s and 2000s, endless mortgage refinancing schemes that treated houses, whose value it was assumed would only rise, like ATMs, as the popular catchphrase had it, though it turns out, in retrospect, it was really more like credit cards. Then there was the proliferation of actual credit cards, juggled against one another. Here, for many, buying a piece of capitalism slithered undetectably into something indistinguishable from those familiar scourges of the working poor, the loan shark and the pawnbroker. It did not help here that in 1980, U.S. federal usury laws, which had previously limited interest to between 7 and 10%, were eliminated by act of Congress. Just as the United States had managed to largely get rid of the problem of political corruption by making the bribery of legislators effectively legal, it was redefined as lobbying, so the problem of loan sharking was brushed aside by making real interest rates of 25%, 50%, or even in some cases, for instance, for payday loans, up to 6,000% annually, the sort of numbers that would once have made the mafia blush, perfectly legal, and therefore, enforceable no longer by just hired goons and the sort of people who place mutilated animals on their victims' doorsteps, but by judges, lawyers, bailiffs, and police. 29. Any number of names have been coined to describe the new dispensation, from the democratization of finance to the financialization of everyday life. 30 Outside the United States, it came to be known as neoliberalism. As an ideology, it meant that not just the market, but capitalism, I must continually remind the reader that these are not the same thing, became the organizing principle of almost everything. We were all to think of ourselves as tiny corporations, organized around that same relationship of investor and executive, between the cold, calculating math of the banker, and the warrior who, indebted, has abandoned any sense of personal honor and turned himself into a kind of disgraced machine. In this world, paying one's debts can well come to seem the very definition of morality, if only because so many people fail to do it. For instance, it has become a regular feature of many sorts of business in America that large corporations or even some small businesses, faced with a debt, will almost automatically simply see what happens if they do not pay, complying only if reminded, goaded, or presented with some sort of legal writ. In other words, the principle of honor has thus been almost completely removed from the marketplace. 31 As a result, perhaps, the whole subject of debt becomes surrounded by a halo of religion. Actually, one might even speak of a double theology, one for the creditors, another for the debtors. It is no coincidence that the new phase of American debt imperialism has also been accompanied by the rise of the evangelical right, who, in defiance of almost all previously existing Christian theology, have enthusiastically embraced the doctrine of supply-side economics, that creating money and effectively giving it to the rich is the most biblically appropriate way to bring about national prosperity. Perhaps the most ambitious theologian of the new creed was George Gilder, whose book Wealth and Poverty became a bestseller in 1981, at the very dawn of what came to be known as the Reagan Revolution. Gilder's argument was that those who felt that money could not simply be created were mired in an old-fashioned, godless materialism that did not realize that just as God could create something out of nothing, his greatest gift to humanity was creativity itself, which proceeded in exactly the same way. Investors can indeed create value out of nothing by their willingness to accept the risk entailed in placing their faith in others' creativity. Rather than seeing the imitation of God's powers of creation ex nihilo as hubris, Gilder argued that it was precisely what God intended. The creation of money was a gift, a blessing, a channeling of grace, a promise, yes, but not one that can be fulfilled, even if the bonds are continually rolled over, because through faith, in God we trust again, their value becomes reality. Economists who themselves do not believe in the future of capitalism will tend to ignore the dynamics of chance and faith that largely will determine that future. Economists who distrust religion will always fail to comprehend the modes of worship by which progress is achieved. Chance is the foundation of change in the vessel of the divine. 32. Such effusions inspired evangelists like Pat Robertson to declare supply-side economics the first truly divine theory of money creation. 33. Meanwhile, for those who could not simply create money, there was a quite different theological dispensation. Debt is the new fat, Margaret Atwood recently remarked, struck by how much the advertisements that surround her daily on the bus in her native Toronto had abandoned their earlier attempts to make riders panic about the creeping terrors of sexual unattractiveness, but instead turned to providing advice on how to free oneself from the much more immediate terrors of the repo man. There are even debt TV shows, which have a familiar religious revival ring to them. There are accounts of shopaholic binges during which you don't know what came over you and everything was a blur, with tearful confessions by those who've spent themselves into quivering insomniac jellies of hopeless indebtedness, and have resorted to lying, cheating, stealing, and kiting checks between bank accounts as a result. There are testimonials by families and loved ones whose lives have been destroyed by the debtor's harmful behavior. There are compassionate but severe admonitions by the television host, who here plays the part of priest or revivalist. There's a moment of seeing the light, followed by repentance and a promise never to do it again. There's a penance imposed, snip, snip go the scissors on the credit cards, followed by a strict curb on spending regimen, and finally, if all goes well, the debts are paid down, the sins are forgiven, absolution is granted, and a new day dawns, in which a sadder but more solvent man you rise the morrow morn. 34. Here, risk-taking is in no sense the vessel of the divine. Quite the opposite. But for the poor it's always different. In a way, what Atwood describes might be seen as the perfect inversion of the prophetic voice of Reverend King's I Have a Dream speech, whereas the first post-war age was about collective claims on the nation's debt to its humblest citizens, the need for those who have made false promises to redeem themselves. Now those same humble citizens are taught to think of themselves as sinners, seeking some kind of purely individual redemption to have the right to any sort of moral relations with other human beings at all. At the same time, there is something profoundly deceptive going on here. All these moral dramas start from the assumption that personal debt is ultimately a matter of self-indulgence, a sin against one's loved ones, and therefore, that redemption must necessarily be a matter of purging and restoration of ascetic self-denial. What's being shunted out of sight here is first of all the fact that everyone is now in debt. U.S. household debt is now estimated at on average 130% of income, and that very little of this debt was accrued by those determined to find money to bet on the horses or toss away on fripperies. Insofar as it was borrowed for what economists like to call discretionary spending, it was mainly to be given to children, to share with friends, or otherwise to be able to build and maintain relations with other human beings that are based on something other than sheer material calculation. 35 One must go into debt to achieve a life that goes in any way beyond sheer survival. Insofar as there is a politics, here, it seems a variation on a theme seen since the dawn of capitalism. Ultimately, it's sociality itself that's treated as abusive, criminal, demonic. To this, most ordinary Americans, including Black and Latino Americans, recent immigrants, and others who were formerly excluded from credit, have responded with a stubborn insistence on continuing to love one another. They continue to acquire houses for their families, liquor and sound systems for parties, gifts for friends. They even insist on continuing to hold weddings and funerals, regardless of whether this is likely to send them skirting default or bankruptcy, apparently figuring that, as long as everyone now has to remake themselves as miniature capitalists, why shouldn't they be allowed to create money out of nothing too? Granted, the role of discretionary spending itself should not be exaggerated. The chief cause of bankruptcy in America is catastrophic illness. Most borrowing is simply a matter of survival. If one does not have a car, one cannot work, and for most, simply being able to go to college now means debt peonage for at least half of one's subsequent working life. 36 Still, it is useful to point out that for real human beings survival is rarely enough. Nor should it be. By the 1990s, the same tensions had begun to reappear on a global scale, as the older penchant for loaning money for grandiose, state-directed projects like the Aswan Dam gave way to an emphasis on microcredit. Inspired by the success of the Grameen Bank in Bangladesh, the new model was to identify budding entrepreneurs in poor communities and provide them with small low-interest loans. Credit, the Grameen Bank insisted, is a human right. At the same time the idea was to draw on the social capital, the knowledge, networks, connections, and ingenuity that the poor people of the world are already using to get by in difficult circumstances, and convert it into a way of generating even more expansive capital, able to grow at 5 to 20% annually. As anthropologists like Julia Eliachar discovered, the result is double-edged. As one unusually candid NGO consultant explained to her in Cairo in 1995. Money is empowerment. This is empowerment money. You need to be big, need to think big. Borrowers here can be imprisoned if they don't pay, so why be worried? In America we get 10 offers for credit cards in the mail every day. You pay incredible real interest rates for that credit, something like 40%. But the offer is there, so you get the card, and stuff your wallet full of credit cards. You feel good. It should be the same thing here. Why not help them get into debt? Do I really care what they use the money for, as long as they pay the loan back? 37. The very incoherence of the quote is telling. The only unifying theme seems to be, people ought to be in debt. It's good in itself. It's empowering. Anyway, if they end up too empowered, we can also have them arrested. Debt and power, sin and redemption, become almost indistinguishable. Freedom is slavery. Slavery is freedom. During her time in Cairo, Eliachar witnessed young graduates of an NGO training program go on strike for their right to receive startup loans. At the same time, just about everyone involved took it for granted that most of their fellow students, not to mention everyone else involved in the program, was corrupt and exploiting the system as their personal cash cow. Here too, aspects of economic life that had been based on long-standing relations of trust were, through the intrusion of credit bureaucracies, becoming effectively criminalized. Within another decade, the entire project, even in South Asia, where it began to appear suspiciously similar to the U.S. subprime mortgage crisis. All sorts of unscrupulous lenders piled in, all sorts of deceptive financial appraisals were passed off to investors, interest accumulated, borrowers tried to collectively refuse payment, lenders began sending in goons to seize what little wealth they had, corrugated tin roofs, for example. And the end result has been an epidemic of suicides by poor farmers caught in traps from which their families could never possibly escape. 38. Just as in the 1945 to 1975 cycle, this new one culminated in another crisis of inclusion. It proved no more possible to really turn everyone in the world into microcorporations or to democratize credit in such a way that every family that wanted to could have a house, and if you think about it, if we have the means to build them, why shouldn't they? Are there families who don't deserve houses? Then it had been to allow all wage laborers to have unions, pensions, and health benefits. Capitalism doesn't work that way. It is ultimately a system of power and exclusion, and when it reaches the breaking point, the symptoms recur, just as they had in the 1970s, food riots, oil shock, financial crisis, the sudden startled realization that the current course was ecologically unsustainable, and attendant apocalyptic scenarios of every sort. In the wake of the subprime collapse, the U.S. government was forced to decide who really gets to make money out of nothing, the financiers, or ordinary citizens. The results were predictable. Financiers were bailed out with taxpayer money, which basically means that their imaginary money was treated as if it were real. Mortgage holders were, overwhelmingly, left to the tender mercies of the courts, under a bankruptcy law that Congress had a year before, rather suspiciously presciently, one might add, made far more exacting against debtors. Nothing was altered. All major decisions were postponed. The great conversation that many were expecting never took place. We live, now, at a genuinely peculiar historical juncture. The credit crisis has provided us with a vivid illustration of the principle set out in the last chapter, that capitalism cannot really operate in a world where people believe it will be around forever. For most of the last several centuries, most people assumed that credit could not be generated infinitely because they assumed that the economic system itself was unlikely to endure forever. The future was likely to be fundamentally different. Yet, somehow, the anticipated revolutions never happened. The basic structures of financial capitalism largely remained in place. It's only now, at the very moment when it's becoming increasingly clear that current arrangements are not viable, that we suddenly have hit the wall in terms of our collective imagination. There is very good reason to believe that, in a generation or so, capitalism itself will no longer exist, most obviously, as ecologists keep reminding us, because it's impossible to maintain an engine of perpetual growth forever on a finite planet, and the current form of capitalism doesn't seem to be capable of generating the kind of vast technological breakthroughs and mobilizations that would be required for us to start finding and colonizing any other planets. Yet, faced with the prospect of capitalism actually ending, the most common reaction, even from those who call themselves progressives, is simple fear. We cling to what exists because we can no longer imagine an alternative that wouldn't be even worse. How did we get here? My own suspicion is that we are looking at the final effects of the militarization of American capitalism itself. In fact, it could well be said that the last 30 years have seen the construction of a vast bureaucratic apparatus for the creation and maintenance of hopelessness, a giant machine designed, first and foremost, to destroy any sense of possible alternative futures. At its root is a veritable obsession on the part of the rulers of the world, in response to the upheavals of the 1960s and 1970s, with ensuring that social movements cannot be seen to grow, flourish, or propose alternatives, that those who challenge existing power arrangements can never, under any circumstances, be perceived to win. 39 To do so requires creating a vast apparatus of armies, prisons, police, various forms of private security firms and military intelligence apparatus, and propaganda engines of every conceivable variety, most of which do not attack alternatives directly so much as create a pervasive climate of fear, jingoistic conformity, and simple despair that renders any thought of changing the world seem an idle fantasy. Maintaining this apparatus seems even more important to exponents of the free market, even than maintaining any sort of viable market economy. How else can one explain what happened in the former Soviet Union? One would ordinarily have imagined that the end of the Cold War would have led to the dismantling of the army and the KGB and the rebuilding of the factories, but in fact what happened was precisely the other way around. This is just an extreme example of what has been happening everywhere. Economically, the apparatus is largely just a drag on the system. All those guns, surveillance cameras, and propaganda engines are extraordinarily expensive and don't really produce anything, and no doubt it's yet another element dragging the entire capitalist system down, along with producing the illusion of an endless capitalist future that laid the groundwork for the endless bubbles to begin with. Finance capital became the buying and selling of chunks of that future, and economic freedom, for most of us, was reduced to the right to buy a small piece of one's own permanent subordination. In other words, there seems to have been a profound contradiction between the political imperative of establishing capitalism as the only possible way to manage anything, and capitalism's own unacknowledged need to limit its future horizons, lest speculation, predictably, go haywire. Once it did, and the whole machine imploded, we were left in the strange situation of not being able to even imagine any other way that things might be arranged. About the only thing we can imagine is catastrophe. To begin to free ourselves, the first thing we need to do is to see ourselves again as historical actors, as people who can make a difference in the course of world events. This is exactly what the militarization of history is trying to take away. Even if we are at the beginning of the turn of a very long historical cycle, it's still largely up to us to determine how it's going to turn out. For instance, the last time we shifted from a bullion economy to one of virtual credit money, at the end of the Axial Age and the beginning of the Middle Ages, the immediate shift was experienced largely as a series of great catastrophes. Will it be the same this time around? Presumably a lot depends on how consciously we set out to ensure that it won't be. Will a return to virtual money lead to a move away from empires and best-standing armies, and to the creation of larger structures limiting the depredations of creditors? There is good reason to believe that all these things will happen, and if humanity is to survive, they will probably have to, but we have no idea how long it will take, or what, if it does, it would really look like. Capitalism has transformed the world in many ways that are clearly irreversible. What I have been trying to do in this book is not so much to propose a vision of what, precisely, the next age will be like, but to throw open perspectives, enlarge our sense of possibilities, to begin to ask what it would mean to start thinking on a breadth and with a grandeur appropriate to the times. Let me give an example. I've spoken of two cycles of popular movements since World War II, the first, 1945 to 1978, about demanding the rights of national citizenship, the second, 1978 to 2008, over access to capitalism itself. It seems significant here that in the Middle East, in the first round, those popular movements that most directly challenged the global status quo tended to be inspired by Marxism, in the second, largely, some variation on radical Islam. Considering that Islam has always placed debt at the center of its social doctrines, it's easy to understand the appeal. But why not throw things open even more widely? Over the last 5,000 years, there have been at least two occasions when major, dramatic moral and financial innovations have emerged from the country we now refer to as Iraq. The first was the invention of interest-bearing debt, perhaps sometime around 3000 BC, the second, around 800 AD, the development of the first sophisticated commercial system that explicitly rejected it. Is it possible that we are due for another? For most Americans, it will seem an odd question, Since most Americans are used to thinking of Iraqis either as victims or fanatics, this is how occupying powers always think about the people they occupy, but it is worthy of note that the most prominent working-class Islamist movement opposed to the U.S. occupation, the Sadrists, take their name from one of the founders of contemporary Islamic economics, Muhammad Baqir al-Sadr. True, much of what has since come to pass for Islamic economics nowadays has proved decidedly unimpressive. 40 Certainly in no sense does it pose a direct challenge to capitalism. Still, one has to assume that among popular movements of this sort, all kinds of interesting conversations about, say, the status of wage labor must be taking place. Or perhaps it's naive to look for any new breakthrough from the puritanical legacy of the old patriarchal rebellion. Perhaps it will come out of feminism. Or Islamic feminism. Or from some as yet completely unexpected quarter. Who's to say? The one thing we can be confident of is that history is not over, and that wherever the most exciting new ideas of the next century come from, it will almost certainly be from some place we don't expect. The one thing that's clear is that such new ideas cannot emerge without our jettisoning of much of our accustomed categories of thought, which have become mostly sheer dead weight, if not intrinsic parts of the very apparatus of hopelessness, and formulating new ones. This is why I spent so much of this book talking about the market, but also about the false choice between state and market that so monopolized political ideology for the last centuries that it made it difficult to argue about anything else. The real history of markets is nothing like what we're taught to think it is. The earlier markets that we are able to observe appear to be spillovers, more or less, side effects of the elaborate administrative systems of ancient Mesopotamia. They operated primarily on credit. Cash markets arose through war, again, largely through tax and tribute policies that were originally designed to provision soldiers, but that later became useful in all sorts of other ways besides. It was only the Middle Ages, with their return to credit systems, that saw the first manifestations of what might be called market populism, the idea that markets could exist beyond, against, and outside of states, as in those of the Muslim Indian Ocean, an idea that was later to reappear in China with the great silver revolts of the 15th century. It usually seems to arise in situations where merchants, for one reason or another, find themselves making common cause with common people against the administrative machinery of some great state. But market populism is always riddled with paradoxes, because it still does depend to some degree on the existence of that state, and above all, because it requires market relations to be founded, ultimately, in something other than sheer calculation, in the codes of honor, trust, and ultimately community and mutual aid, more typical of human economies. 41 This in turn means relegating competition to a relatively minor element. In this light, we can see that what Adam Smith ultimately did, in creating his debt-free market utopia, was to fuse elements of this unlikely legacy with that unusually militaristic conception of market behavior characteristic of the Christian West. In doing so he was surely prescient. But like all extraordinarily influential writers, he was also just capturing something of the emerging spirit of his age. What we have seen ever since is an endless political jockeying back and forth between two sorts of populism, state and market populism, without anyone noticing that they were talking about the left and right flanks of exactly the same animal. The main reason that we're unable to notice, I think, is that the legacy of violence has twisted everything around us. It's not just that war, conquest, and slavery played such a central role in converting human economies into market ones. There is literally no institution in our society that has not been to some degree affected. The story told at the end of Chapter 7, of how even our conceptions of freedom itself came to be transformed, through the Roman institution of slavery, from the ability to make friends, to enter into moral relations with others, into incoherent dreams of absolute power, is only perhaps the most dramatic instance, and most insidious, because it leaves it very hard to imagine what meaningful human freedom would even be like. 42. If this book has shown anything, it's exactly how much violence it has taken, over the course of human history, to bring us to a situation where it's even possible to imagine that that's what life is really about. Especially when one considers how much of our own daily experience flies directly in the face of it. As I've emphasized, communism may be the foundation of all human relations, that communism that, in our own daily life, manifests itself above all in what we call love, but there's always some sort of system of exchange, and usually, a system of hierarchy built on top of it. These systems of exchange can take an endless variety of forms, many perfectly innocuous. Still, what we are speaking of here is a very particular type of exchange, founded on precise calculation. As I pointed out in the very beginning, the difference between owing someone a favor and owing someone a debt is that the amount of a debt can be precisely calculated. Calculation demands equivalence. And such equivalence, especially when it involves equivalence between human beings, and it always seems to start that way, because at first, human beings are always the ultimate values, only seems to occur when people have been forcibly severed from their contexts, so much so that they can be treated as identical to something else, as in, 7 Martin scans and 12 large silver rings for the return of your captured brother, one of your 3 daughters as surety for this loan of 150 bushels of grain. This in turn leads to that great embarrassing fact that haunts all attempts to represent the market as the highest form of human freedom, that historically, impersonal, commercial markets originate in theft. More than anything else, the endless recitation of the myth of barter, employed much like an incantation, is the economist's way of exorcising this uncomfortable truth. But even a moment's reflection makes it obvious. Who was the first man to look at a house full of objects and immediately assess them only in terms of what he could get for them in the market? Surely, he can only have been a thief. Burglars, marauding soldiers, then perhaps debt collectors, were the first to see the world this way. It was only in the hands of soldiers, fresh from looting towns and cities, that chunks of gold or silver, melted down, in most cases, from some heirloom treasure, that like the Kashmiri gods, or Aztec breastplates, or Babylonian women's ankle bracelets, was both a work of art and a little compendium of history, could become simple, uniform bits of currency, with no history, valuable precisely for their lack of history, because they could be accepted anywhere, no questions asked. And it continues to be true. Any system that reduces the world to numbers can only be held in place by weapons, whether these are swords and clubs, or, nowadays, smart bombs from unmanned drones. It can also only operate by continually converting love into debt. I know my use of the word love here is even more provocative, in its own way, than communism. Still, it's important to hammer the point home. Just as markets, when allowed to drift entirely free from their violent origins, invariably begin to grow into something different, into networks of honor, trust, and mutual connectedness, so does the maintenance of systems of coercion constantly do the opposite, turn the products of human cooperation, creativity, devotion, love, and trust back into numbers once again. In doing so, they make it possible to imagine a world that is nothing more than a series of cold-blooded calculations. Even more, by turning human sociality itself into debts, they transform the very foundations of our being, since what else are we, ultimately, except the sum of the relations we have with others, into matters of fault, sin, and crime, and make the world into a place of iniquity that can only be overcome by completing some great cosmic transaction that will annihilate everything. Trying to flip things around by asking, what do we owe society? Or even trying to talk about our debt to nature or some other manifestation of the cosmos is a false solution, really just a desperate scramble to salvage something from the very moral logic that has severed us from the cosmos to begin with. In fact, if anything, it is the culmination of the process brought to a point of veritable dementia, since it's premised on the assumption that we're so absolutely, thoroughly disentangled from the world that we can just toss all other human beings, or all other living creatures, even, or the cosmos, in a sack, and then start negotiating with them. It's hardly surprising that the end result, historically, is to see our life itself as something we hold on false premises, a loan long since overdue, and therefore, to see existence itself as criminal. Insofar as there's a real crime here, though, it's fraud. The very premise is fraudulent. What could possibly be more presumptuous, or more ridiculous, than to think it would be possible to negotiate with the grounds of one's existence? Of course it isn't. Insofar as it is indeed possible to come into any sort of relation with the absolute, we are confronting a principle that exists outside of time, or human scale time, entirely. Therefore, as medieval theologians correctly recognized, when dealing with the absolute, there can be no such thing as debt. Conclusion. Perhaps the world really does owe you a living. Much of the existing economic literature on credit and banking, when it turns to the kind of larger historical questions treated in this book, strikes me as little more than special pleading. True, earlier figures like Adam Smith and David Ricardo were suspicious of credit systems, but already by the mid-19th century, economists who concerned themselves with such matters were largely in the business of trying to demonstrate that, despite appearances, the banking system really was profoundly democratic. One of the more common arguments was that it was really a way of funneling resources from the idle rich, who, too unimaginative to do the work of investing their own money, entrusted it to others, notably, to the industrious poor who had the energy and initiative to produce new wealth. This justified the existence of banks, but it also strengthened the hand of populists who demanded easy money policies, protections for debtors, and so on, since, if times were rough, Why should the industrious poor, the farmers and artisans and small businessmen, be the ones to suffer? This gave rise to a second line of argument, that no doubt the rich were the major creditors in the ancient world, but now the situation has been reversed. So Ludwig von Mises, writing in the 1930s, around the time when Keynes was calling for the euthanasia of the rentiers. Public opinion has always been biased against creditors. It identifies creditors with the idle rich and debtors with the industrious poor. It abhors the former as ruthless exploiters and pities the latter as innocent victims of oppression. It considers government action designed to curtail the claims of the creditors as measures extremely beneficial to the immense majority at the expense of a small minority of hard-boiled usurers. It did not notice at all that 19th-century capitalist innovations have wholly changed the composition of the classes of creditors and debtors. In the days of Solon the Athenian, of ancient Rome's agrarian laws, and of the Middle Ages, the creditors were by and large the rich and the debtors the poor. But in this age of bonds and debentures, mortgage banks, saving banks, life insurance policies, and social security benefits, the masses of people with more moderate income are rather themselves creditors. 43. Whereas the rich, with their leveraged companies, are now the principal debtors. This is the democratization of finance argument, and it too is nothing new. Whenever there are some people calling for the elimination of the class that lives by collecting interest, there will be others to object that this will destroy the livelihood of widows and pensioners. The remarkable thing is that, nowadays, defenders of the financial system are often prepared to use both arguments, appealing to one or the other according to the rhetorical convenience of the moment. On the one hand, we have pundits like Thomas Friedman, celebrating the fact that everyone now owns a piece of Exxon or Mexico and that rich debtors are therefore answerable to the poor. On the other, Neil Ferguson, author of The Ascent of Money, published in 2009, can still announce as one of his major discoveries that poverty is not the result of rapacious financiers exploiting the poor. It has much more to do with the lack of financial institutions, with the absence of banks, not their presence. Only when borrowers have access to efficient credit networks can they escape from the clutches of loan sharks, and only when savers can deposit their money in reliable banks can it be channeled from the idle rich to the industrious poor. 44. Such is the state of the conversation in the mainstream literature. My purpose here has been less to engage with it directly than to show how it has consistently encouraged us to ask the wrong questions. Let's take this last paragraph as an illustration. What is Ferguson really saying here? Poverty is caused by a lack of credit. It's only if the industrious poor have access to loans from stable, respectable banks, rather than to loan sharks, or, presumably, credit card companies, or payday loan operations, which now charge loan shark rates, that they can rise out of poverty. So actually Ferguson is not really concerned with poverty at all, just with the poverty of some people, those who are industrious and thus do not deserve to be poor. What about the non-industrious poor? They can go to hell, presumably, quite literally, according to many branches of Christianity. Or maybe their boats will be lifted somewhat by the rising tide. Still, that's clearly incidental. They're undeserving, since they're not industrious, and therefore what happens to them is really beside the point. For me, this is exactly what's so pernicious about the morality of debt, the way that financial imperatives constantly try to reduce us all, despite ourselves, to the equivalent of pillagers, eyeing the world simply for what can be turned into money, and then tell us that it's only those who are willing to see the world as pillagers who deserve access to the resources required to pursue anything in life other than money. It introduces moral perversions on almost every level. Cancel all student loan debt? But that would be unfair to all those people who struggled for years to pay back their student loans. Let me assure the reader that, as someone who struggled for years to pay back his student loans and finally did so, this argument makes about as much sense as saying it would be unfair to a mugging victim not to mug their neighbors too. The argument might perhaps make sense if one agreed with the underlying assumption, that work is by definition virtuous, since the ultimate measure of humanity's success as a species is its ability to increase the overall global output of goods and services by at least 5% per year. The problem is that it is becoming increasingly obvious that if we continue along these lines much longer, we're likely to destroy everything. That giant debt machine that has, for the last 5 centuries, reduced increasing proportions of the world's population to the moral equivalent of conquistadors would appear to be coming up against its social and ecological limits. Capitalism's inveterate propensity to imagine its own destruction has morphed, in the last half-century, into scenarios that threaten to bring the rest of the world down with it. And there's no reason to believe that this propensity is ever going to go away. The real question now is how to ratchet things down a bit, to move toward a society where people can live more by working less. I would like, then, To end by putting in a good word for the non-industrious poor. 45 At least they aren't hurting anyone. Insofar as the time they are taking off from work is being spent with friends and family, enjoying and caring for those they love, they're probably improving the world more than we acknowledge. Maybe we should think of them as pioneers of a new economic order that would not share our current one's penchant for self-annihilation. In this book I have largely avoided making concrete proposals, but let me end with one. It seems to me that we are long overdue for some kind of biblical-style jubilee, one that would affect both international debt and consumer debt. It would be salutary not just because it would relieve so much genuine human suffering, but also because it would be our way of reminding ourselves that money is not ineffable, that paying one's debts is not the essence of morality, that all these things are human arrangements, and that if democracy is to mean anything, it is the ability to all agree to arrange things in a different way. It is significant, I think, that since Hammurabi, great imperial states have almost invariably resisted this kind of politics. Athens and Rome established the paradigm. Even when confronted with continual debt crises, they insisted on legislating around the edges, softening the impact, eliminating obvious abuses like debt slavery, using the spoils of empire to throw all sorts of extra benefits at their poorer citizens, who, after all, provided the rank and file of their armies, so as to keep them more or less afloat, but all in such a way as never to allow a challenge to the principle of debt itself. The governing class of the United States seems to have taken a remarkably similar approach, eliminating the worst abuses, for example, debtors' prisons, using the fruits of empire to provide subsidies, visible and otherwise, to the bulk of the population, in more recent years, manipulating currency rates to flood the country with cheap goods from China, but never allowing anyone to question the sacred principle that we must all pay our debts. At this point, however, the principle has been exposed as a flagrant lie. As it turns out, we don't all have to pay our debts. Only some of us do. Nothing would be more important than to wipe the slate clean for everyone, mark a break with our accustomed morality, and start again. What is a debt, anyway? A debt is just the perversion of a promise. It is a promise corrupted by both math and violence. If freedom, real freedom, is the ability to make friends, then it is also, necessarily, the ability to make real promises. What sorts of promises might genuinely free men and women make to one another? At this point, we can't even say. It's more a question of how we can get to a place that will allow us to find out. And the first step in the journey, in turn, is to accept that in the largest scheme of things, just as no one has the right to tell us our true value, no one has the right to tell us what we truly owe. Afterward. 2014. When I first set out to write this book, in mid-2008, the upcoming financial meltdown was very much on my mind. Most people who were interested in such matters recognized that some kind of crash was inevitable, except, that is, for those who had a professional interest in claiming otherwise. It was this larger political context that transformed what I had originally conceived as a theoretically oriented academic book into something much larger, an attempt to see if it was still possible to use the intellectual tools available to someone like myself, historical, ethnographic, theoretical, to actually influence public debate on issues that really mattered. Partly for that reason, I also decided I wanted to write a big, sprawling, scholarly book, the kind that people don't write anymore. This is especially true of anthropologists like myself. I've always felt there was a tragic irony about the way that anthropologists have come to position themselves in the academy. For at least a century, anthropologists have largely played the role of gadflies. Whenever some ambitious European or American theorist appears to make some grandiose generalizations about how human beings go about organizing political, economic, or family life, it's always the anthropologist who shows up to point out that there are people in Samoa or Tierra del Fuego or Burundi who do things exactly the other way around. But for this very reason, anthropologists are also the only people in a position to make broad generalizations that actually could stand up to the evidence. Yet increasingly, we have come to feel it is somehow wrong to do so. It is seen to smack of a kind of arrogance, even an intellectual imperialism. It struck me, however, that such a grand, comparative effort was precisely what the times were calling for. There were two reasons that led me to feel this way. First, and most obvious, there had been, as I noted, a certain collapse of our collective imaginations. It's almost as if people had been led to believe that the era's technological advances and its greater overall social complexity had had the effect of reducing our political, social, and economic possibilities, rather than expanding them. Instead of unleashing visions, it had made visionary politics of any sort impossible. A work taking in the broad sweep of human history would necessarily reveal just how many different ways humans had found to arrange their political and economic lives in the past and, In doing so, help open up our sense of the future. The second reason, and this is why I thought a 5,000-year history would be especially useful, was more subtle. It was clear that 2008 marked a historical watershed of some sort. The real question was one of scale. After all, when one is in the middle of dramatic historical events that seem to represent some kind of break, the most important thing one has to do is to get a sense of the larger rhythmic structure. Is this crisis some kind of generational phenomenon, or a mere movement of capitalism's boom or bust cycle, or the inevitable unfolding of some 60-year Kondratiev curve of technological innovation and decline? Or is it something even grander or more epochal? How do all these rhythms weave in and out of each other? Is there one core rhythm pushing the others along? How do they sit inside one another, syncopate, concatenate, harmonize, clash? The more I puzzled over the question, the more I decided that this was a break on the broadest possible historical scale, and that in order to understand it, we needed to completely rethink our sense of the rhythms of economic history. Now, an anthropologist might not seem the obvious candidate for this job, but in fact, we are pretty much perfectly positioned here as well. This is because historians and economists tend to go astray in opposite directions. Economists tend to come at history with their mathematical models, and the assumptions about human nature that come along with them, already fully in place. It's largely a matter of arranging the data around the equations. Historians, in contrast, are so resolutely empirical that they often refuse to extrapolate at all. In the absence of direct evidence for, say, democratic popular assemblies in the European Bronze Age, they will not ask whether it is reasonable to assume such assemblies existed, or whether they would have left a trace in the available evidence had they existed. Instead, they simply act as if these assemblies did not exist and could not have existed, and therefore speak of the birth of democracy as having taken place in Iron Age Greece. This is why we can have so many histories of money that are actually histories of coinage, since coins leave obvious traces, and credit records often don't. Historians often ignore the possibility of their existence entirely. Anthropologists in contrast are empirical. They don't just apply preset models, but they also have such a wealth of comparative material at their disposal they can actually speculate about what village assemblies in Bronze Age Europe or credit systems in ancient China were likely to be like. And they can re-examine the evidence to see if it confirms or contradicts their assessment. Finally, anthropologists are keenly aware that one cannot speak of economic life as an a priori category. Even 300 years ago, there was no such thing as the economy, at least in the sense of something people could talk about as an entity unto itself, with its own laws and principles. For the vast majority of people who have ever lived, economic affairs were just one aspect of what we'd call politics, law, domestic life, or even religion. Economic language has always been, and still is, fundamentally moral, even when it insists that it is not, as in the cutthroat realpolitik of the axial age, or the rational cost-benefit analysis of economists today, and a genuine economic history must therefore also be a history of morality. This is why the chapter on transactional logics, communism, exchange, and hierarchy, has such a central place in the book. Any argument about economic affairs, about rights of access to or the disposition of valuable products or resources, let alone about debt, is always going to be a tangle of different moral discourses clashing in a dozen different ways. In all this, probably my greatest inspiration was the early 20th century French anthropologist Marcel Mauss, both because he was perhaps the first to recognize that all societies are such a jumble of contradictory principles, and also, much more specifically, because he was one of the first to try to combine the insights of ancient history with those of contemporary ethnography, in order to unmask the bizarre assumptions about human life and human nature on which modern economics is constructed. Above all, he tried to provide an alternative to the myth of barter, which he correctly identified as in most important ways, the founding myth of our contemporary civilization. Mauss is a curious figure in the history of anthropology. Even though he never conducted fieldwork and never even wrote a proper book, he died surrounded by unfinished writing projects. The stream of occasional essays that he did produce was incredibly influential. Just about every one of them has inspired a whole body of subsequent literature. Mauss had an extraordinary knack for asking the most interesting questions, about the meaning of sacrifice, the nature of the magic or the gift, the way cultural assumptions are inscribed in posture and other techniques of the body, or the very idea of the self. These questions have come to define what anthropology is basically about, so as a theorist, he has found his work to be enormously successful. But Mauss was also a political activist, a cooperativist, and an avid contributor to socialist newspapers and magazines who very much sought to apply the insights of social theory to political problems, and here his efforts met with almost no success at all. His best-known work, The Gift, was meant to put to rest for all time the notion that primitive economies operated on barter, and despite its fame in intellectual circles, it had virtually no effect whatsoever on the way economics was taught, or on popular understandings of the issue. When I was writing this book, I sometimes told myself I wanted to write the sort of book Mouse might have written, had he ever managed to overcome his perpetual disorganization and actually write one. I'm not sure I succeeded. I'm not even sure that it would have been a good thing if I had, but I am extremely gratified that there is one way in which I have actually helped realize one of his lifelong goals, to finally put to rest the myth of barter. Incidentally, this isn't just Mouse's goal, it's been a kind of pet peeve of anthropologists for more than a century. When it comes to this myth, most of us have felt like we were smashing our heads against the wall as we've watched this same, just so story repeated ad nauseum by economists, seen it reappear in textbooks, cartoons, and heard it retold as common knowledge everywhere, no matter how many times we demonstrated that it simply couldn't have been true. Obviously, it will take some time to see how deep or enduring the change really is, but it does seem that the success of debt might have finally made an impact. Just this year, the Bank of England issued a statement on the role of money in the modern economy, accompanied by a video and text explaining the origins of money, which starts as if it were about to tell the myth of barter. Imagine there was a primitive fisherman, and a farmer, who wanted to exchange with one another, but instead launches into a story about improvised IOUs that could have easily been taken directly from my book. Indeed, one or two of my friends strongly suspect that it actually was. I wouldn't know about that. It could equally well have been inspired by proponents of modern money theory, but I must admit my first reaction was to pop a bottle of champagne on behalf of anthropologists everywhere. After a century's work, we may well have finally managed to do it. This is not the only way I've been surprised, even startled, by the impact this book has had. Of course, a lot of its success is simply due to extreme serendipity of timing. There is no small irony here, because before debt, my intellectual career had been marked by some of the worst timing imaginable. I had written a long, detailed, novelistic ethnography, Lost People. At just the moment that publishing long ethnographies became almost impossible, I had produced a work of anthropological theory, Toward an Anthropological Theory of Value. At just the moment the discipline decided it was no longer interested in theory books, I came out as a proponent of direct action immediately before 9/11. Then, in 2011, it was as if all the good timing I'd missed over the past decade and a half decided to catch up with me. Not only did my book on debt appear just when people had abandoned the idea that 2008 represented a momentary blip, and when they seemed ready to start asking serious questions about what debt-based politics really meant, I also showed up in New York to promote it at exactly the moment that a social movement was beginning to take form that would sweep the nation, and indeed the world, on exactly that basis. Obviously, I did have something to do with Occupy Wall Street. When I returned to New York in June of 2011, I went looking for an activist project of some sort, and ended up one of the 80-odd activists who worked to plan the occupation of Zuccotti Park. But at the time, I didn't really see the two things as much connected. In fact, I worked hard to keep them separate. After all, I didn't want to become some vanguardist intellectual imposing his ideological vision on a movement. I also thought it would be rather sleazy to use a social movement to promote one's book. I tried to avoid talking about the book, or the arguments in it, during activist meetings and events. But I came to find this increasingly difficult. Every time I gave a book talk with any number of young people in the crowd, at least one of them, and often several, would approach me afterward to inquire about the prospects of creating some sort of movement around the issue of student debt. Then, when the occupation of Zuccotti began, and we had no idea who, if anyone, was actually going to show up to the occupation, we discovered that the largest contingent by far were debt refugees. After the suppression of the camps, we began a series of popular assemblies to explore where people wanted us to take the movement, and the assemblies around debt were far and away larger and more enthusiastic than the others. Before long, I had joined up with Strike Debt, a working group of Occupy that I had actually avoided getting involved with in its early days, for precisely the reasons outlined earlier, and helped formulate the strategy for the Debt Resisters Operations Manual, the Rolling Jubilee, and other projects. Where all this will ultimately go remains to be seen. Neither the ultimate intellectual legacy of the book nor the ultimate political meaning of the movements of 2011 and subsequent debt mobilizations are likely to be clear for some time to come. I suspect, at least I like to think, that most interesting debates about the questions raised in the book lie in the future as well. Most of the initial response was pretty much what one might expect for a book that tries to reframe long-standing problems in unfamiliar and somewhat unsettling terms. Many American liberals, for instance, accepted the basic premise that there has for thousands of years been an intimate connection between the organization of empires and other forms of state violence, debt, and forms of money creation, as a fascinating historical revelation, and then reacted with outrage when I went on to suggest that this continued to be the case even after 1945. We are supposed to believe that the old system has now been replaced with a purely voluntary and non-imperial system that just happens to look and operate in almost exactly the same way. Many radicals simply chided me for writing this book rather than some other book, on Marxian value theory, perhaps, or maybe neoclassical economic history. While there have been some brilliant exceptions, Benjamin Kunkel, George Cafensis, Silvia Federici come most immediately to mind, we're going to have to wait a while, I think, before the really important conversations actually begin. What I would like best of all, of course, would be to see this book contribute, in some small way, to a broader moral reassessment of the very idea of debt, work, money, growth, and the economy itself. As I say, the very notion that there is something called the economy is relatively new. Is it possible that children born today might live to see the day when there is no longer an economy, when we can examine these matters in completely different terms? What would such a world even look like? From our current vantage, it's very hard for us to even imagine. But if we are going to create a world that does not threaten to wipe out humanity every generation or so, this is exactly the scale on which we're going to have to start reimagining things. And in the process, many of our most cherished assumptions, about the value of work, for instance, or the virtue of paying debts, are likely to be stood on their heads. It was with such thoughts in the back of my mind that I decided to end the book the way that I did, with words of praise for the world's non-industrious poor. Let me end this afterward, then, in a similar vein, with a bow to Adam Smith. Now, I know that the great Scottish moral philosopher does not come off particularly well in this book. This is partly because I have only talked about one side of his philosophy, his dedication to imagining a kind of utopian vision in which everyone could simply trade fairly with one another, each seeking their best advantage and then walking away without owing anyone anything. But all of this rested on a theory of human motivations that assumed that people, in general, were motivated above all to be the object of others' sympathetic attentions. People seek wealth because they know that others care more about the well-to-do. This is why he thought a free market could work to the betterment of all, because he was convinced ordinary human beings would not be so industrious, and so self-aggrandizing, as to continue pursuing their advantage once a certain comfortable prominence was achieved, that is, that they would not continue amassing more and more wealth simply for the sake of doing so. For Smith, the pursuit of wealth beyond a point where one had achieved such a comfortable position was pointless, even pathological. Hence, in his theory of moral sentiments, he recounts this story from Plutarch. What the favorite of the king of Epirus said to his master may be applied to all men in the ordinary situations of human life. When the king had recounted to him, in their proper order, all the conquests which he proposed to make, and had come to the last of them. "And what does your majesty propose to do then?" said the favorite. "I propose then," said the king, "to enjoy myself with my friends, and endeavor to be good company over a bottle." "And what hinders your majesty from doing so now?" replied the favorite. 1. The funny thing about this incident is that the moment I read it, I realized it was basically the same joke that my graduate school advisor, the anthropologist Marshall Solins, used to tell, though in his case, it's been transformed into a fanciful meeting between a missionary and a Samoan, whom he discovered lying on the beach. "Missionary, look at you. You're just wasting your life away, lying around like that." Samoan: "Why? What do you think I should be doing?" Missionary: "Well, there are plenty of coconuts all around here. Why not try some copra and sell it?" Samoan: "And why would I want to do that?" Missionary: "You could make a lot of money. And with the money you make, you could get a drying machine, and dry copra faster, and make even more money." Samoan: "Okay. And why would I want to do that?" Missionary: "Well, you'd be rich. You could buy land, plant more trees, expand operations. At that point, you wouldn't even have to do the physical work anymore, you could just hire a bunch of other people to do it for you." Samoan: "Okay. And why would I want to do that?" Missionary: "Well, eventually, with all that copra, land, machines, employees, with all that money, you could retire a very rich man. And then you wouldn't have to do anything. You could just lie on the beach all